Jiang Chuyue harbored affections for Xiao Ji for a decade, bound by the role of his nominal sister, helplessly witnessing him take one concubine after another. At a court banquet, in a bid to protect his favored concubine, Xiao Ji compelled her to marry the regent. He reassured her, saying, "The regent is my dear friend. He will not consummate the marriage with you. Once the storm passes, you may seek a divorce." In that moment, Jiang Chuyue's heart turned to ice. On the night of her wedding, the regent, known as the living king of hell, lifted the red veil. Jiang Chuyue inquired, "I heard from my brother that you would not consummate the marriage with me?" The regent responded, "If I wish to, can I?" Jiang Chuyue closed her eyes and replied, "You may." She had thought herself unfamiliar with the regent, yet unexpectedly, after marriage, she found herself deeply entwined, receiving the unique love she had longed for since her youth. Subsequently, news of Jiang Chuyue's pregnancy spread. Xiao Ji, fighting on the battlefield, turned gray overnight and hurried back to the capital. Trembling, he confessed, "Xiao Yu, I regret it." He had merely delayed recognizing his true feelings. Why had she not waited for him? It was only through loss that he realized his genuine affection, and he was determined to reclaim the moonlight he had lost. The regent had coveted Jiang Chuyue for many years, employing all means to finally bring her home. Why should a latecomer usurp his place? Because the regent was fiercely competitive. Chapter 1. The brother takes a concubine. Upon returning to the general's residence, Jiang Chuyue saw a pink sedan chair being carried through the side gate. She inquired of the steward, "Who is in the sedan?" The steward respectfully replied, "Miss, this is the general's newly acquired 9th concubine. She is an exceptional pipa player, and the general was smitten at first sight." Jiang Chuyue felt her heart plummet. The 9th one. This marked her brother's 9th concubine. Her maid, Baozhu, pouted, supporting Jiang Chuyue's arm as she muttered, "Is being able to play the pipa truly impressive? The most skilled pipa player in the capital is none other than our young lady." Jiang Chuyue reproached gently, "Do not speak foolishly." Baozhu sulked into silence. With yet another new concubine entering the household, it felt as though there was no end in sight. Jiang Chuyue lowered her eyelashes to conceal the bitterness in her eyes. She entered the general's residence through the main door and proceeded to the show and hall to pay her respects to the elderly Madame Xiao. The show and hall was filled with the fragrance of sandalwood. Madame Xiao was perusing a stack of thick portraits. Upon seeing Jiang Chuyue, she joyfully beckoned, "My dear granddaughter, you have finally returned. Did your prayers at the Shijing temple go smoothly?" Jiang Chuyue knelt to pay her respects, responding, "Everything went well. I requested 2 talismans for peace, one for grandmother, and one for my brother." Baozhu, present the talismans to grandmother. Baozhu respectfully presented the talismans. Madame Xiao accepted them and, pointing to a pile of portraits on the table, said warmly, "You have reached the age of marriage. It is time to choose a suitable husband. Here are portraits of eligible young gentlemen in the capital, each one outstanding. Do have a look and see if any catch your fancy." Jiang Chuyue had no desire to marry. Among all the handsome young lords in the capital, none could compare to her brother Xiao Ji. This unspoken affection lay buried deep within her, concealed with unwavering resolve. Jiang Chuyue nestled against Madame Xiao, playfully stating, "Grandmother, I wish to spend a few more years with you." Madame Xiao gently stroked Jiang Chuyue's back and replied, "What girl does not marry? Grandmother can protect you for a time, but not for a lifetime. I only hope you find a good match soon." Jiang Chuyue, unwilling to disappoint her grandmother, accepted the stack of portraits, saying then, "I shall take these back to select." Madame Xiao's expression finally brightened. Jiang Chuyue bid her farewell with utmost obedience. As she passed by Xiao Ji's courtyard, she paused, wishing to deliver the talisman she had prayed for at the temple. After kneeling for 3 days at Shijing Temple, Jiang Chuyue had fervently prayed for Xiao Ji's safety. Her heartfelt intentions were encapsulated within that small talisman. A servant at the entrance to Xiao Ji's courtyard stopped her, awkwardly saying, "Miss, perhaps you could visit the general tomorrow?" He is currently unavailable." Jiang Chuyue queried, "It is still early. What makes him unavailable?" No sooner had she spoken than a woman's teasing voice and a man's heavy, passionate breaths echoed from within the courtyard. Those inside were indulging in their pleasures. Jiang Chuyue stood frozen, the talisman slipping from her grasp. The servant awkwardly scratched his head, murmuring, "Miss, the new 9th concubine is attending to the general. Perhaps you should go back for now." Jiang Chuyue's smile faltered, her heart pierced with a myriad of pains. She picked up the talisman from the ground, retreating 2 steps in embarrassment. Dazed, she returned to her chamber. As the moon hung low, Jiang Chuyue tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. She repeatedly told herself that Xiao Ji's choice of concubines and which beauty shared his bed that night had nothing to do with her. She was merely the general's nominal second daughter. Jiang Chuyue spent a sleepless night. The following day, while admiring the spring flowers in the garden, her mind wandered. A sharp voice called from behind, "Oh, which sister is this?" Dressed extravagantly, the 9th concubine approached, twirling a golden silk fan, her demeanor flamboyant. She scrutinized Jiang Chuyue's features, her eyes betraying a clear hostility. The 9th concubine intentionally lowered her neckline, exposing vivid love bites on her neck, flaunting her favored status. With feigned curiosity, she asked, "I am the new 9th concubine. How should I address you, sister?" Jiang Chuyue remained silent. She had grown accustomed to such scenes. Each time a new concubine entered the Xiao household, they would perceive her as a rival. Baozhu, displeased, informed the 9th concubine, "This is the general's second daughter." 9th concubine, do not be disrespectful. Upon learning Jiang Chuyue's identity, the 9th concubine's demeanor shifted instantly. She adopted a humble expression and gracefully curtsied. "Ah, so it is the second daughter. I am new here, and did not mean to be rude. I hope the second daughter will not take offense." Jiang Chuyue remained unfazed and simply inquired, "I hear you are skilled at playing the pipa?" At the mention of the pipa, the 9th concubine could not hide her smugness. "I have played the pipa since childhood, and am quite adept. Thanks to the general's fondness, I have the honor to serve in the Xiao household." Jiang Chuyue's gaze fell upon the 9th concubine's neck, marked with deep, dark hickeys. The marks were profound and crimson, hinting at the wildness of the previous night. Jiang Chuyue smiled faintly. "I am weary. I shall return to my chambers to rest. 9th concubine, please feel free." With that, she turned to leave. The 9th concubine sighed in relief, watching Jiang Chuyue's graceful figure retreat, murmuring, "What a rare beauty. Fortunate for her to be a daughter of the general's household. If she were my rival, I would surely have no standing here." A maid hurriedly approached. "9th concubine, the general requests your presence." The 9th concubine replied with a beaming smile, "I am coming right away. By the way, what is the general's sister's name?" The maid replied, "Her surname is Jiang, given name Chuyue." The 9th concubine's gaze faltered, curiosity piqued. "Surname Jiang? Should she not be a Xiao?" The maid explained, "Many years ago, the second daughter's parents perished in battle, leaving her an orphan. Madame Xiao, in her compassion, adopted her as a granddaughter and brought her to the general's residence for care. 9th concubine, please do not offend the second daughter. The general dotes on her dearly." The 9th concubine smiled and waved her fan. "I am not foolish enough to offend her. I would rather curry favor." Jiang Chuyue returned to her chamber, taking up the pipa from its stand, and began to play slowly. The ethereal melodies of the pipa filled the air, yet her thoughts drifted back to the vivid love bites on the 9th concubine's neck. She could no longer play. She resolved never to touch the pipa again. Jiang Chuyue set the instrument aside, pondering whether it was time to relinquish the obsession buried within her heart. She retrieved the stack of portraits Madame Xiao had given her and began to sift through them one by one. Madame Xiao regarded her as a true granddaughter, selecting suitors of noble character and esteemed lineage. Jiang Chuyue examined each portrait, her heart calm and undisturbed. Within her, there lay a secret. She had secretly loved Xiao Ji for a decade. Yet, as his nominal sister, she could only watch as he took one concubine after another. Chapter 2. The Regent, Xiao. The footsteps echoing from outside caused Jiang Chuyue's hand, which was flipping through images, to freeze. She instantly recognized the sound. It was the footsteps of Xiao Ji. Among the 100 or so residents of the Xiao household, she could always distinguish Xiao Ji's stride. As the beaded curtain lifted, Xiao Ji's deep and joyful voice reached her ears. "Xiao Yu." Jiang Chuyue turned to see Xiao Ji, clad in armor. The promising young general commanded 3,000 Xuanwu troops, his handsome visage exuding an extraordinary charisma. Rising to her feet, Jiang Chuyue respectfully greeted, "Elder brother." Xiao Ji scrutinized her face, noticing the dark circles under her eyes, and frowned. "Did you not rest well last night?" Jiang Chuyue softly replied, "I slept very well." Xiao Ji did not press further. He informed her, 10 days hence, Xiao Linyuan will return from a southern tour, and a welcome banquet will be held at Donghu. If you have the time, accompany me to the feast. Jiang Chuyue paid little attention to the first part of his statement. What truly mattered to her was the latter half. Xiao Ji was often busy, sometimes disappearing for an entire month. If she were to attend the banquet with him, it would mean a whole day spent in his company, listening to his words for an extended time, and stealing glances at him. With delight, Jiang Chuyue replied, "Very well." The small window was opened, and the spring breeze whisked away the images on the table. Xiao Ji casually picked one up and gazed at the portrait of a man, his brow raised in curiosity. "Who is this?" Jiang Chuyue explained, "It's a portrait sent by grandmother, asking me to choose a suitable husband." Xiao Ji's expression turned cold. He stated, "You are still quite young. You should remain at home for a few more years. Grandmother is too eager." Xiao Ji tossed all the portraits into a gilded bronze furnace. The flames quickly consumed the images, reducing them to ash. Jiang Chuyue stared at the incense burner. Her once lifeless heart suddenly felt vibrant again. Xiao Ji departed. Jiang Chuyue softly murmured, "I will accompany him to the banquet in 10 days. With a full 10 days remaining, the passage of time felt excruciatingly slow. 10 days later, Jiang Chuyue arose early to groom herself, for she was to attend the welcome banquet of Regent Xiao alongside Xiao Ji. With the arrival of spring, grand banquets among the noble families in the capital blossomed like flowers. Accustomed to wielding weapons, Xiao Ji despised the tediousness of such gatherings. However, this banquet was notably different. It was the welcome feast for Regent Xiao. Xiao Ji and Xiao had once been brothers in arms, and with the regent's return, Xiao Ji was naturally eager to attend. "Miss, will you wear this peony blue dress today?" Baozhu brought forth a set of vibrant crimson attire. Jiang Chuyue caressed the bright red gown but regretfully shook her head. "No, let's change to the green lotus skirt." Baozhu lamented, "Miss, you look best in red. Yet you always prefer to wear green when going out." Jiang Chuyue felt a pang of regret as well. In truth, she adored bright and vivid colors and enjoyed martial pursuits. However, Xiao Ji favored understated hues and admired cultured young ladies well-versed in the arts. Thus, Jiang Chuyue endeavored to transform herself into an elegant lady of the capital, mastering the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, poetry, wine, and tea. She donned the simple green skirt, adorned her hair modestly, and maintained a clean makeup look. Under the bright spring sun, Jiang Chuyue approached the gates of the Xiao residence, where the ebony carriage awaited. With joy, she lifted the carriage curtain. "I'm late." As the curtain was drawn aside, she saw Xiao Ji inside the carriage, accompanied by concubine Jiao. Concubine Jiao sat on Xiao Ji's lap, her fair arm draped around his neck, her red lips slightly parted in a breathy gasp. The scene was vividly alluring. Jiang Chuyue's smile froze on her face, her mind blank. Panic-stricken, she lowered the curtain, her heart feeling as if it had been cut by a knife, throbbing painfully. How did she stumble upon the scene? She awkwardly lingered beside the carriage for a moment. Until the curtain lifted again, Xiao Ji had tidied himself up, still catching his breath as he hoarsely beckoned, "Get in." Jiang Chuyue climbed into the carriage. As it swayed towards Donghu, she sat quietly in a corner. Xiao Ji was intently reviewing military documents, while concubine Jiao nestled close to him, her red lips slightly swollen, her cheeks flushed. With a coy smile, concubine Jiao addressed Jiang Chuyue, "I was playing the pipa in the carriage, when the general suddenly..." "Second miss, I am truly sorry you had to witness this." Concubine Jiao had been in the household for 10 days, her melodious pipa tunes resonating from Xiao Ji's chamber for the same duration. A woman submerged in love and affection resembles the peach blossoms blooming in spring, unable to conceal their vibrant allure. Jiang Chuyue suppressed her bitterness, responding in a neutral tone, "I interrupted you. Next time, I shall take another carriage, so as not to disturb you both." Xiao Ji paused in his reading, glancing at Jiang Chuyue. The young girl's face was graceful, her expression inscrutable. He returned to his documents. Throughout the journey, concubine Jiao proactively dabbed sweat from Xiao Ji's brow, inquiring about his well-being with tender affection. Jiang Chuyue sat in the corner of the small carriage, feeling as though an insurmountable chasm lay between her and Xiao Ji. The carriage soon arrived at Donghu, where the spring scenery was radiant, and many dignitaries had already gathered for the banquet. As the carriage came to a halt, Jiang Chuyue nearly fled as she lifted the curtain, desperate to escape the stifling confinement. Once the curtain was drawn, she unexpectedly collided with a pair of chilling eyes. Outside the carriage stood Regent Xiao. Jiang Chuyue felt as though she had encountered a living embodiment of death, her complexion draining of color. Xiao Linyuan loomed like a thick cloud over the capital, having buried 80,000 rebels alive and slaughtered half the court officials. The number of lives lost at his hands was countless. The common folk secretly referred to him as Ghost Yama, possessing a strikingly beautiful face, yet wielding a ruthlessness comparable to that of a living executioner. In a fluster, Jiang Chuyue hurriedly exited the carriage but accidentally misstepped, her body swaying dangerously towards Xiao Linyuan. Her maid, Baozhu, gasped miss. Jiang Chuyue was on the verge of tumbling into Xiao Linyuan's embrace. Panic surged within her. She had heard that Xiao Linyuan was indifferent to women. A daughter of the Right Chancellor had once deliberately fallen into his arms, only to have her arms brutally severed by him. How could Jiang Chuyue dare to land in his embrace? With gritted teeth, she tilted her body to the side, narrowly avoiding Xiao Linyuan and landing with a thud on the grassy ground. The spring earth was carpeted with soft green grass, cushioning her fall. Jiang Chuyue felt no pain, her vision swayed, and from the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the tall, stern regent, noticing his arms were outstretched. It seemed as if he was preparing to catch her. Jiang Chuyue focused again, but Xiao Linyuan retained his cold, stoic demeanor, his arms unmoving. It must have been an illusion. How could the regent willingly extend a hand to catch her? Xiao Ji swiftly leapt from the carriage, helping Jiang Chuyue to her feet with concern. "Are you hurt?" His strong hand firmly grasped her wrist. The thin fabric of her spring attire allowed the warmth of his palm to seep through, heating her skin. They were exceedingly close enough for Jiang Chuyue to catch the faint scent of sandalwood emanating from him. Her heart fluttered, and her cheeks flushed. Lowering her gaze to suppress the erratic rhythm of her heart, she replied, "I'm unhurt." Xiao Ji shot a glare at Xiao Linyuan. Irritated, Xiao Linyuan saw my Xiao Yu fall from the carriage and didn't even bother to help. Xiao Linyuan's gaze casually swept over Jiang Chuyue's wrist, a slight smirk appearing on his lips as he uttered an ambiguous remark. She did not wish for me to assist. Jiang Chuyue harbored feelings for Xiao Ji for a decade. As his nominal younger sister, she could only watch helplessly as he took concubine after concubine. During a court banquet, Xiao Ji, in a bid to protect his beloved concubine, coerced her into marrying the regent. He assured her, "The regent is my dear friend. He will not consummate the marriage with you. Once the storm passes, you may part ways." Jiang Chuyue's heart turned to ice. On their wedding night, the regent, known as the living king of hell, lifted the bridal veil. Jiang Chuyue asked, "I heard from my brother that you would not consummate the marriage with me?" The regent replied, "If I wish to, may I?" Jiang Chuyue closed her eyes. "You may." She thought their relationship was unfamiliar, yet unexpectedly, she found herself enchanted and fell into a deep, singular love she had long desired. Later, news of Jiang Chuyue's pregnancy spread. Xiao Ji, battling at the front lines, turned gray overnight and rushed back to the capital. Trembling, he confessed, "Xiao Yu, I regret it." He had only just begun to understand his true feelings. Why had she not waited for him? Only in loss did he realize his heart's longing. He must reclaim the moonlight he had lost. The regent had coveted Jiang Chuyue for many years and used every means to finally bring her home. Why should the latecomer prevail? Because the regent fought fiercely for her. Chapter 1. The brother takes a concubine. Upon returning to the general's residence, Jiang Chuyue spotted a pink little sedan chair being carried through the side gate. She inquired of the steward, who is inside the sedan. The steward respectfully replied, "Miss, this is the general's newly acquired 9th concubine." The 9th concubine plays the pipa exquisitely. The general was smitten at first sight. Jiang Chuyue felt her heart sink to the depths. This was her brother's 9th concubine. Her maid, Baozhu, pouted and whispered, "Is being able to play the pipa really that impressive? The finest pipa player in the whole capital is none other than our Mississippi." Jiang Chuyue gently chided, "Do not speak foolishly." Baozhu sulked into silence. Another new concubine had entered the residence, as if they were endless. Jiang Chuyue lowered her eyes to conceal the bitterness within. She entered the general's residence through the main door and went to Showen Hall to pay her respects to the old matriarch, Lady Xiao. In Showen Hall, the air was fragrant with sandalwood. Lady Xiao was perusing a thick stack of portraits. Upon seeing Jiang Chuyue, she joyfully beckoned, "My dear granddaughter, you have finally returned. Was your pilgrimage to the Stone Sutra Temple successful?" Jiang Chuyue knelt and replied, "Everything went smoothly. I prayed for 2 talismans, one for grandmother and one for my brother. Baozhu, please present the talismans to grandmother." Baozhu respectfully handed over the talismans. Lady Xiao accepted them and pointed to a stack of portraits on the table, smiling kindly at Jiang Chuyue. You have reached marriageable age. It is time to choose a suitable husband. Here are portraits of eligible young gentlemen in the capital, each remarkable in their own right. Do take a look. Is there anyone you fancy? Jiang Chuyue had no desire to marry. No young gentleman in the capital could compare to her brother Xiao Ji, not even a single finger of his. This unspoken affection lay buried deep within her, concealed meticulously. Jiang Chuyue leaned against Lady Xiao, pouting, "Grandmother, I wish to accompany you for a few more years." Lady Xiao gently stroked Jiang Chuyue's back and chuckled, "What girl does not marry? While I can protect you for a time, I cannot do so for a lifetime. I only hope you find a good match soon." Unable to bear disappointing her grandmother, Jiang Chuyue accepted the stack of portraits. Then, "I shall take these back to select." Lady Zhao's expression finally brightened. Jiang Chuyue bid her a dutiful farewell. As she passed by Xiao Ji's courtyard, she paused, intending to give him the talisman she had prayed for at the temple. After kneeling for 3 days, she had earnestly wished for Xiao Ji's peace. Her heartfelt intentions were encapsulated within that small talisman. However, a servant at the courtyard gate stopped Jiang Chuyue, awkwardly saying, "Miss, please come back to see the general tomorrow. He is currently unavailable." Jiang Chuyue, puzzled, replied, "It is not yet late. What could be inconvenient?" Just then, the courtyard was filled with the sound of a woman's soft teasing and a man's heavy, passionate breaths. Inside, the pair engaged in intimacy. Jiang Chuyue froze, the talisman slipping from her grasp. The servant awkwardly scratched his head and murmured, "Miss, the new 9th concubine is with the general. Perhaps you should return." Jiang Chuyue's smile faltered, her heart racked with pain. She picked up the fallen talisman, retreating 2 steps in embarrassment. Dazed, she returned to her own chamber. Under the moonlight, Jiang Chuyue tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She repeatedly told herself that her brother's choice of concubines and where he spent the night were of no concern to her. She was merely the nominal second daughter of the Xiao household. Jiang Chuyue spent the entire night wide awake. The next day, she wandered in the garden, admiring the spring blossoms, though her mind was elsewhere. A sharp voice called from behind, "Oh, who is this sister?" Dressed in flamboyant attire, the 9th concubine approached, fanning herself with a golden silk fan, her demeanor ostentatious. She scrutinized Jiang Chuyue's face, hostility evident in her gaze. The 9th concubine deliberately lowered her collar, exposing prominent love bites on her neck, flaunting her favored status. With a feigned curiosity, she asked, "I am the new 9th concubine. How should I address you, sister?" Jiang Chuyue refrained from responding. She was accustomed to such scenes. Each time a new concubine entered the Xiao household, they would regard her as a rival upon their first encounter. Baozhu, displeased, informed the 9th concubine, "This is the second daughter of the general's residence. 9th concubine, do not be disrespectful." Upon learning Jiang Chuyue's identity, the 9th concubine's expression shifted instantly. She became humble and gracefully bowed. "So it is the second miss. I am newly arrived and hope I have not been lacking in manners. Please do not hold it against me." Jiang Chuyue was not angered and simply asked, "I heard you are skilled at playing the pipa?" With the mention of the pipa, the 9th concubine could hardly contain her pride. "I have played the pipa since childhood, my skills quite refined. Thanks to the general's favor, I have the honor of serving in the Xiao residence." Jiang Chuyue's gaze fell upon the deep, crimson love bites on the 9th concubine's neck. The marks were vivid and dark red, hinting at the wildness of the previous night. Jiang Chuyue smiled faintly, "I am weary. I shall return to my chamber. 9th concubine, please feel free." With that, she turned to leave. The 9th concubine let out a silent sigh of relief, watching Jiang Chuyue's graceful figure retreat, muttering, "What a rare beauty. Thankfully, she is just the general's sister. If she were a rival, I would have no ground to stand on." A maid rushed over. "9th concubine, the general requests your presence." The 9th concubine beamed, I am coming. By the way, what is the general's sister's name?" The maid replied, "Her surname is Jiang, given name Chuyue." The 9th concubine paused, curiosity piqued. "Surname Jiang? Shouldn't she be a Xiao?" The maid explained, "Years ago, the second Mrs. Parents perished in battle, leaving her an orphan. Lady Xiao, being compassionate, took her in as a granddaughter, raising her in the general's residence. 9th concubine, do be cautious. The general dotes on this sister dearly." The 9th concubine chuckled lightly, twirling her fan. "I am not foolish. Why would I dare offend her? I would rather ingratiate myself. Jiang Chuyue returned to her chamber. She picked up the pipa resting on the stand and began to play slowly. The ethereal sound of the pipa resonated, yet as she strummed, her thoughts drifted back to the bright red love bites on the 9th concubine's neck. The music faltered. She resolved never to play the pipa again. Jiang Chuyue set the instrument aside, contemplating whether she should relinquish the obsession buried deep within her heart. She rummaged through the stack of portraits Lady Xiao had given her, examining each one closely. Lady Xiao regarded her as a beloved granddaughter, selecting suitors of exceptional character and noble lineage. Jiang Chuyue flipped through the portraits one by one, her heart calm and undisturbed. Within her lay a secret. She had secretly loved Xiao Ji for a decade. Yet, as his nominal younger sister, she could only watch as he took concubine after concubine. Chapter 2. The Regent Xiao Ji. The footsteps emanating from outside caused Jiang Chuyue's hand, which was flipping through the images, to freeze momentarily. She discerned that it was the sound of Xiao Ji's approach. In the Xiao residence, with over 100 inhabitants, she could always recognize Xiao Ji's footsteps. As the beaded curtain lifted, Xiao Ji's deep and pleasant voice resonated, "Xiao Yu." Jiang Chuyue turned to see Xiao Ji clad in armor. The young and accomplished general commanded the 3,000 Xuanwu army and possessed a strikingly handsome visage, exuding an air of valor. Rising to her feet, Jiang Chuyue responded respectfully, "Elder brother." Xiao Ji scrutinized Jiang Chuyue's face and noticed the dark circles under her eyes, frowning slightly. "Did you not rest well last night?" Jiang Chuyue softly replied, "I slept very well." Xiao Ji harbored no further suspicion. He informed Jiang Chuyue, 10 days hence, Xiao Linyuan will return from his southern tour, and there will be a welcoming banquet at Donghu. If you are free, accompany me to the feast. Jiang Chuyue paid little heed to the first part of his statement. Her focus lay solely on the latter half. Xiao Ji was perpetually busy, sometimes absent for an entire month. To attend the banquet with him meant she could spend the whole day in his company, listening to his words and stealing glances at him. Jiang Chuyue beamed, "Very well." The small window flung open, and a spring breeze whisked away the images from the table. Xiao Ji casually picked one up and observed the portrait of a young man. His brows furrowed. "Who is this?" Jiang Chuyue replied, "It is a portrait sent by grandmother, asking me to choose a suitable husband." Xiao Ji's expression turned cold. He stated, "You are still quite young. You should remain at home for a few more years. Grandmother is too hasty." With that, Xiao Ji discarded all the portraits into the gilded bronze furnace. The flames swiftly consumed the images, turning them to ash. Jiang Chuyue gazed at the incense burner, her desolate heart suddenly feeling alive once more. Xiao Ji departed. Jiang Chuyue murmured softly, "In 10 days, I shall accompany him to the banquet." With a full 10 days ahead, it felt like an eternity. 10 days later, Jiang Chuyue rose early to prepare herself, eager to attend the welcoming banquet hosted by Regent King Xiao Linyuan alongside Xiao Ji. As spring arrived, gatherings of the aristocracy in the capital surged like clouds. Accustomed to wielding weapons, Xiao Ji despised the tediousness of such feasts. However, this banquet was decidedly different. It was the welcoming feast for Regent King Xiao Linyuan. Having fought side by side with Xiao Linyuan on the battlefield, Xiao Ji was naturally inclined to attend. "Miss, will you wear this peony and azure dress today?" Baozhu presented a vibrant crimson gown. Jiang Chuyue caressed the brilliant red fabric and regretfully shook her head. "No, I shall wear the green lotus skirt instead." Baozhu lamented, "Miss, you look most beautiful in red. Yet you always prefer to wear green when going out." Jiang Chuyue shared the sentiment. In truth, she adored bright and vivid colors and relished in martial pursuits. However, Xiao Ji favored understated hues and esteemed cultured ladies well-versed in music and propriety. Thus, Jiang Chuyue endeavored to transform herself into an elegant lady of the capital, mastering the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, poetry, wine, and tea. She donned the modest green lotus skirt, adorned her hair simply, and opted for a clean visage. Under the brilliant spring sun, Jiang Chuyue approached the gates of the Xiao residence, where the ebony carriage awaited. Joyfully, she lifted the carriage curtain, exclaiming, "I am late." As the curtain fell away, she beheld Xiao Ji and the 9th concubine within the carriage. The 9th concubine sat on Xiao Ji's lap, her fair arm draped around his neck, her red lips slightly parted in a breathy sigh. The scene was vividly intoxicating. Jiang Chuyue's smile froze upon her face, her mind blank. In a flurry, she dropped the curtain, her heart feeling as though it had been sliced by a knife, aching dully. How had she stumbled upon such a sight? She stood awkwardly by the carriage for a moment until the curtain lifted again, revealing Xiao Ji, who had tidied himself, his breath still uneven as he hoarsely beckoned, "Come up." Jiang Chuyue climbed into the carriage. As it swayed towards Donghu, the spacious interior allowed her to sit quietly in a corner. Xiao Ji was intently reviewing military documents, while the enchanting ninth concubine nestled close to him, her lips slightly swollen and cheeks flushed. The ninth concubine playfully addressed Jiang Chuyue. "I was playing the pipa in the carriage, when the general suddenly—" "Second miss, I'm terribly sorry for the intrusion." The melodious strains of the pipa had filled Xiao Ji's chambers for 10 consecutive days since the ninth concubine's arrival. A woman immersed in love and adoration resembled a peach blossom in full bloom during spring, her beauty impossible to conceal. Jiang Chuyue suppressed her bitterness, replying in a neutral tone, "I have interrupted you. Next time, I shall take another carriage, so as not to disturb you too." Xiao Ji paused his reading, glancing at Jiang Chuyue. The young girl possessed a striking beauty, her expression inscrutable. He returned to his documents. Throughout the journey, the ninth concubine proactively wiped Xiao Ji's brow and inquired after his well-being, enveloped in affection. Jiang Chuyue sat in her corner, feeling an insurmountable chasm between herself and Xiao Ji within the confines of the carriage. Soon, they arrived at Donghu. The spring sun shone brightly, and numerous dignitaries had already gathered for the banquet. As the carriage halted, Jiang Chuyue nearly fled, lifting the curtain to escape the stifling atmosphere. The curtain parted, and she unexpectedly collided with a pair of chilling eyes. Outside stood Regent King Xiao. Jiang Chuyue felt as though she had encountered a living nightmare, her complexion draining of color. Xiao loomed over the capital like the heaviest of storm clouds, having buried 80,000 rebels alive and slaughtered half of the court officials. Countless souls perished at his hands. The common folk refer to him as the Ghost Yama, a man with an exquisitely handsome face and ruthless methods. In a panic, Jiang Chuyue hastily exited the carriage, but misstepped and stumbled towards Xiao. Her maid, Baozhu, gasped miss. Jiang Chuyue braced herself for a fall into Xiao arms. Her heart raced with alarm. Having heard that Xiao was averse to women, the daughter of the Right Chancellor had once purposely thrown herself into his embrace, only to have her arms severed by him. Jiang Chuyue dared not fall into his grasp. Gritting her teeth, she leaned sharply to the side, avoiding Xiao and fell onto the soft, grassy ground. The spring earth was carpeted with lush grass, cushioning her fall. Jiang Chuyue felt no pain, her eyes slightly dazed, catching a glimpse of the tall, stern Regent King, who seemed poised to catch her. It appeared he had extended his arms to assist her. However, upon closer inspection, Xiao expression remained unyieldingly cold, his arms unmoving. Surely it was an illusion. The Regent King would never voluntarily reach out to her. Xiao Ji swiftly leaped from the carriage, assisting Jiang Chuyue as he inquired with concern, "Are you hurt?" His large, powerful hand firmly grasped her wrist. The thin fabric of spring garments allowed the warmth of his palm to seep through, enveloping Jiang Chuyue's wrist in a comforting heat. They stood in close proximity, close enough for her to catch a faint scent of sandalwood emanating from him. Jiang Chuyue's heart fluttered, her cheeks subtly reddening. She lowered her gaze, suppressing her racing heart. "I am unhurt." Xiao Ji glared at Xiao, his tone irritable. "You Xiao, see my Xiao fall from the carriage, and do not even offer to help." Xiao gaze casually swept over Jiang Chuyue's wrist, a slight smirk playing at his lips as he uttered a vague remark. "She did not wish for my assistance." Chapter 3. A broken promise. Upon their reunion, Xiao Ji and Xiao exchanged pleasantries before drawing their swords to engage in a martial contest. One was a promising young general, while the other was a formidable regent, and their duel was fierce and unyielding. Jiang Chuyue stood anxiously outside the training ground, her heart racing as she observed Xiao relentless strikes, which grazed Xiao Ji's sleeves perilously, as if aiming to pierce him through. She watched with trepidation as the bout continued for nearly half an hour, resulting in shredded sleeves and a small cut on Xiao Ji's left palm. Though minor injuries were to be expected in such contests, Jiang Chuyue felt a pang of sorrow for him. Frustrated and indignant, she shot a resentful glare at Xiao, who was busy polishing his sword. Upon catching her mournful gaze, their eyes nearly met before she hastily lowered her lashes. The melodious sounds of celebratory music wafted from the East Lake, signaling the commencement of the welcome banquet. As Jiang Chuyue arrived at the open-air venue by the lakeside, elegantly dressed young ladies and gentlemen were gradually taking their seats. An array of delectable dishes was served, with male and female guests seated across from one another. Jiang Chuyue sat properly, cradling a cup of fruit wine, yet her eyes furtively lingered on Xiao Ji, who donned a dark green brocade robe adorned with silver patterns at the cuffs, his stature as upright as a pine tree, distinguishing him among the refined gentlemen of the capital. Unbeknownst to her, the young men at the male table were also admiring her from afar. The springtime gathering had become a splendid opportunity for unwed pairs to observe one another. Rarely seen in public, Jiang Chuyue, unaware of her own beauty, had taken great care in her appearance that day, drawing attention even more than the blooming pink peach blossoms by the lake. The steward from the Regent's residence approached with a cheerful demeanor, announcing, "Ladies, His Highness has noted the chilly winds by the lakeside in spring and has prepared windbreak hats for your comfort. Please do wear them." With a clap of his hands, attendants presented white wind hats. No one dared to defy the regent, not even the emperor himself. Jiang Chuyue glanced at Xiao Ji, who sat at the head of the table, sipping from a silver cup. His black and gold robe gleamed in the sunlight, resembling a king from the underworld surveying his realm, a rather intimidating presence. She wondered why he insisted the women wear the hats. With a silent scoff, she donned the white hat, its thin veil obscuring her face, rendering her invisible to Xiao Ji and the others. After a few rounds of toasts, Xiao Ji rose to depart, prompting guests to gradually leave their seats to embark on boat rides on the East Lake, engaging in poetry and conversation. Her maid, Baozhu, draped a cloak over Jiang Chuyue's shoulders and whispered, "Miss, I see dark clouds gathering. It may rain today. Shall we return to the general's residence?" Jiang Chuyue gathered her cloak, unhurried. "I will wait for my brother." Just then, Xiao Ji approached with a buoyant demeanor, addressing her, "Xiao Yu, wait for me at the pavilion for a moment, and do not wander off. I have something for you." Jiang Chuyue smiled, "All right." After he left, she touched her lips, feeling the warmth of her radiant smile. The pavilion was deserted as Jiang Chuyue sat on a stone bench, gazing at the shimmering lake. The pleasure boats rocked gently, filled with laughter from the young men and women. After a considerable time, the boats finally docked, and the ominous clouds rolled in, unleashing the rain. Jiang Chuyue raised her hand to catch the raindrops, her delicate brows knitting together. "Baozhu, go see if my brother is still around," she instructed. Baozhu hurried off to search, but did not return for a while. The rain intensified. At the East Lake Pavilion, Xiao Ji stood atop, observing the faint green figure of Jiang Chuyue in the pavilion below. The steward inquired, "Your Highness, should I fetch Miss Jiang to avoid the rain?" Xiao Ji replied coldly, "A delicate flower must endure the storm to understand its chill." He remained impassive, an indifferent observer. The spring rain poured down, swelling the lake, while Jiang Chuyue waited long. Yet Xiao Ji did not arrive. As darkness fell and the rain ceased, she rose stiffly, her limbs icy, her hair and garments drenched, resembling a pitiful, drenched dog. Once the rain stopped, Jiang Chuyue staggered a few steps, feeling faint before collapsing to the ground. She dreamt of her childhood memories. Her parents perished in battle. Her sister disappeared at the border, and the Jiang family fell into disarray, with servants greedily seizing their belongings. At 5 years old, Jiang Chuyue curled up in a cupboard, her valuables stripped away, clad only in a thin undergarment, trembling in fear. After what felt like an eternity, the half-open cupboard door swung wide, and a blinding light flooded in. It was Xiao Ji. The young boy offered her a soft candy wrapper, gently saying, "Wait for me here. Do not wander off. I will return shortly." Clutching the warm candy wrapper, she obediently awaited him. True to his word, Xiao Ji returned promptly, dressing her in a beautiful new outfit. With one hand holding the warm candy and the other clasping Xiao Ji's hand, they walked to the bustling general's residence, where she became the esteemed second young lady, his sister. Whenever life grew difficult, she would recall the sweetness of the candy he had given her, a taste that lingered sweetly for over a decade. Jiang Chuyue awakened from her beautiful dream, finding herself in an unfamiliar room, filled with the bitter scent of traditional medicine mingled with a faint aroma of cedar. The dimly lit room was adorned with long bows and spears, reminiscent of a man's quarters. Baozhu rushed in with tear-filled eyes. "Miss, you are awake."
"Oh,
"How I've worried." Jiang Chuyue inquired, "Where am I?" Through her sobs, Baozhu replied, in the Regent's East Lake Villa. It is all my fault for losing my way and failing to find you in time. Baozhu had been tasked with locating Xiao Ji, only to learn that his concubine had suddenly fallen ill, prompting him to return to the general's residence for her treatment. On her way back to report to Jiang Chuyue, the torrential rain had made it impossible to navigate, and it was only the steward of the Regent's residence who found and brought the poor Baozhu to the villa. Jiang Chuyue murmured, "So it was because of the concubine's illness that Xiao Ji abandoned me." "Miss, please take this medicine," Baozhu urged, presenting a bowl of warm herbal concoction. Jiang Chuyue took a couple of sips, tears silently rolling down her cheeks, leaving 2 damp spots on the exquisite blanket. Startled, Baozhu exclaimed, "Miss, why are you crying?" Jiang Chuyue, with tears in her eyes, sighed. The medicine is terribly bitter. She longed for a warm candy to mask the bitterness of the medicine. But it had been ages since she had tasted one. Candies were for children, and she was no longer a child. Outside, the beaded curtain rustled as a tall, brooding figure approached. It was Xia Linyuan. Jiang Chuyue hurriedly wiped away her tears, rising with Baozhu's assistance, and weakly bowed to the regent. "Thank you, Your Highness, for saving my life." Their interactions had been few, and she could not neglect the necessary courtesies when encountering such a renowned figure. Xia Linyuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, assessing Jiang Chuyue as she bowed her head. The delicate curve of her neck was exposed, fair and slender. Her waist slightly bent, a sight to behold. Chapter 4. No pipa to play. Xia Linyuan's gaze swept over her waist, his tone imbued with a cool detachment. "Xiao Ji is waiting for you outside." Xiao Ji had come to escort her home. A brief pang of hurt flickered through Jiang Chuyue's heart, and she expressed her gratitude to Xia Linyuan once more before slowly making her way out of the East Lake Villa. Xia Linyuan remained unmoving, watching her depart. The steward and servants entered the room, saying, "Your Highness, I shall replace the bedding and linens." Jiang Chuyue had slept in Xia Linyuan's bed last night, under his golden silk quilt. Xia Linyuan replied, "There is no need to change." Though puzzled, the steward dared not question further, responding respectfully, "As you wish." Outside Donghu Biyuan, Xiao Ji arrived in a disheveled state, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Upon seeing Jiang Chuyue, he hurriedly approached, calling out, "Xiao Yu." Noticing her pale complexion, an expression of guilt crossed Xiao Ji's handsome features. "Yesterday, my Aunt Jo suffered from excruciating abdominal pain, and I took her back to the residence for treatment." "You foolish girl, why did you not find a place to shelter from the rain?" The wind was strong by the lakeside, and habitually, Xiao Ji removed his thick gray fox cloak and draped it over Jiang Chuyue's shoulders. The cloak retained his warmth and scent. Jiang Chuyue grasped the edge of the cloak, contemplating that Xiao Ji indeed cared for her. Yet, that concern was not the kind she yearned for. As she entered the carriage, she noted the absence of Aunt Jo. A fleeting smile graced her lips, only to swiftly fade. The barriers between her and Xiao Ji had never been solely about Aunt Jo. Xiao Ji intended to personally express his gratitude to Xia Linyuan, but the steward informed him that Xia was preoccupied with military matters and could not see him, leaving Xiao Ji with no choice but to abandon his intent. The carriage moved slowly, containing just Jiang Chuyue and Xiao Ji. Ordinarily, sharing a confined space with him would fill her with joy and contentment, yet now she felt none of that. "Is Aunt Jo's condition improving?" she inquired. A hint of discomfort flickered across Xiao Ji's face. "She has taken some medicine and is already feeling better." Jiang Chuyue's gaze fell upon a faint, fresh scratch on his neck. It was evident that he had indulged in passionate moments with Aunt Jo the night prior, forgetting all about her. Wrapped in Xiao Ji's gray fox cloak, her heart gradually turned cold. Xiao Ji opened a brocade box in the carriage and retrieved a pipa made of zeton wood inlaid with mother of pearl. "You have always enjoyed playing the pipa. I acquired this treasure yesterday. Do you like it?" This was the gift he had intended for Jiang Chuyue the day before but had not had the opportunity to present. The pipa's neck was intricately carved with a crescent motif, its mother of pearl glimmering with a soft luster, a clear mark of a master craftsman. Over the past 2 years, the pipa had been Jiang Chuyue's favorite instrument, and Xiao Ji had gone to great lengths to procure this precious piece. He extended the pipa towards her, but she did not accept it. Shaking her head gently, she informed him, "I no longer have an affinity for the pipa and have no desire to play it anymore." "Thank you for your kind intentions, brother." Xiao Ji's hand holding the pipa stiffened slightly. Silently, he returned it to the box. Though the carriage was spacious, Jiang Chuyue sat at the farthest corner from him. Xiao Ji picked up an unfinished document and immersed himself in reading. The journey was silent. Upon returning to the general's residence, Jiang Chuyue developed a slight fever, feeling dazed and lethargic. The elderly Lady Xiao was deeply concerned and chastised Xiao Ji, reprimanding him for neglecting his responsibilities as a brother. Aware of his shortcomings, Xiao Ji voluntarily went to the ancestral hall to kneel in penance. It was only near dusk that Jiang Chuyue's fever subsided. Sitting by her bedside, Lady Xiao held her hand with compassion, saying, "Good child, you have suffered." She continued, "Xiao Ji is truly reckless, busy indulging his concubine while leaving you by the lakeside." A servant brought in the medicinal concoction. Lady Xiao tested the temperature and personally fed Jiang Chuyue. Jiang Chuyue declined, saying, "Grandmother, I can manage myself." Lady Xiao gently pressed her hand down, lovingly insisting, "Be obedient. Drink the medicine, recover swiftly, so that I may be at ease." Unable to refuse, Jiang Chuyue complied and drank the medicine. After consuming more than half the bowl, a maid announced from outside that her second aunt, Wang, had arrived. Wang entered, and upon witnessing the tender scene between grandmother and granddaughter, she sharply remarked, "Old madam, given your status, how can you feed medicine to a younger generation? Jiang Chuyue is rather thoughtless, causing you unnecessary worry." Lady Xiao replied, "I care for you girl personally to ensure her recovery, which brings me peace of mind." A fleeting glimmer of jealousy crossed Wang's eyes. After Lady Xiao finished feeding the medicine, she stood to leave, cautioning the maids to take good care of Jiang Chuyue's health. Once Lady Xiao departed, Wang scornfully berated Jiang Chuyue, "You're not even a Xiao, yet you shamelessly remain in the Xiao family pretending to be a wealthy young lady. Are you planning to stay in the general's residence for a lifetime without marrying at 18? With her head still spinning, Jiang Chuyue pressed her fingers to her temples, saying, "There is no need for you to worry, second aunt. I am not in a hurry to marry." Wang shot her a resentful glance, muttering, "Your misfortune will come one day." With that, she swept away. Baizhu entered, offering Jiang Chuyue a piece of sugar cane to counteract the bitterness of the medicine. Baizhu fumed, "Wang always makes things unpleasant for the young lady. She is truly insufferable." Jiang Chuyue smiled faintly. "She still holds a grudge against me for ruining her daughter's marriage." Wang had set her sights on Xiao Ji, believing that since he had yet to marry a legitimate wife, her daughter could have a chance. Last year, Wang brought her daughter to the general's residence, where Lady Xiao took a liking to her and it seemed a marriage was imminent. However, Wang's daughter, though gentle in public, was malicious behind closed doors. When she first entered the general's residence, she mistook Jiang Chuyue, who was fishing by the lake, for Xiao Ji's concubine. In a fit of jealousy, she deliberately pushed Jiang Chuyue into the water and even attempted to mar her face. Xiao Ji learned of this incident and was furious. Lady Xiao was equally displeased, and the engagement with the Wang family was promptly dissolved. Wang dared not voice her grievances against Lady Xiao and instead directed her pent-up anger at Jiang Chuyue. Each encounter with Jiang Chuyue became a source of ridicule for her. Yet Jiang Chuyue's sharp wit left Wang with no advantage. "Is your brother still in the ancestral hall?" Jiang Chuyue inquired anxiously. Baizhu nodded, "Yes. The general is still kneeling there. His failure to keep his promise has left you waiting in vain, and he is not at ease either." With sugar cane in her mouth, the bitterness had dissipated, leaving only sweetness. Jiang Chuyue rose. "The ancestral hall is cold. Baizhu, please fetch my cloak. I shall go visit my brother." The spring night was chilly, and although Xiao Ji was a robust warrior, Jiang Chuyue worried he might fall ill. She could not help but fret over him. Whether he was battling bandits or training troops, she was always concerned for his safety. In the Showan Hall, Wang proactively poured a cup of Bai Luo Chun tea for Lady Xiao, smiling brightly as she said, "Old madam, I bring joyous news." Lady Xiao paused her tea drinking, intrigued. "What news?" Wang replied with delight, "I have come to propose a good marriage for that girl, Chuyue." Lady Xiao's interest piqued at the mention of a marriage. "Which family son?" Wang produced a prepared portrait and presented it to Lady Xiao for inspection. "This is Lu Chunshan, the only son of the Minister of Revenue. Just coming of age, handsome and talented, yet unmarried. He and Jiang Chuyue would make a perfect match." The young gentleman in the portrait was indeed striking and distinguished. However, Lady Xiao was not easily swayed. After scrutinizing the portrait, she remarked, "He appears decent, yet I must ascertain his character before I can rest assured about marrying Chuyue off." Wang's eyes turned cold. "Jiang Chuyue, An outsider without family ties had somehow won Lady Zhao's favor, enjoying the luxuries of the general's residence and mastering the arts, while Wang's daughter was destined to marry a man of modest means. This disparity ignited her resentment. Though she dared not voice her anger, she feigned agreement, saying, "Indeed, it is wise to know the family background before settling on a marriage." After some pleasantries, Wang took her leave respectfully. Once outside the general's residence, her smile vanished. The only son of the Minister of Revenue, though appearing golden on the outside, was a notorious libertine and debauchee. If Jiang Chuyue were to marry him, she would be stepping into a den of wolves, destined for hardship. Yet, Lady Zhao's meticulous nature would ensure a thorough investigation into Lu's character. If discovered, this marriage proposal would surely be abandoned. Wang clenched her teeth, instructing her maid, "Go inform Lu's family to take the initiative. Once Jiang Chuyue and Lu are bound together, even if Lady Xiao opposes, she will have no choice but to see Jiang Chuyue wed." Jiang Chuyue remained oblivious to the schemes of the Wang family as she made her way to the ancestral hall under the moonlight. The spring night carried a chill. The flickering candlelight in the hall cast a dim glow, where Xiao Ji knelt on the mat, his back straight as a pine tree. Before him stood a row of ancestral tablets, including those of the Xiao family, Jiang Chuyue's parents, and several war generals. Clad in a thick cloak, Jiang Chuyue was about to step into the hall when a swift figure in emerald green darted past her. It was Aunt Jiao, holding her own thick cloak. She draped it over Xiao Ji, her voice trembling as she said, "General, it is my fault. I should not have clung to you last night, causing the second young lady to fall ill for no reason." Jiang Chuyue halted in her tracks. Xiao Ji's voice was gentle as he reassured Aunt Jiao. "Do not blame yourself. It is Xiaoya who is too stubborn." Aunt Jiao wiped away her tears and knelt beside Xiao Ji on the mat. The flickering candlelight cast their shadows close together under the night sky. A cold breeze swept over Jiang Chuyue, making her feel as if she had become the fool in a painting. Xiao Ji was the pillar of the general's residence, surrounded by many who adored him. He lacked for love. Jiang Chuyue lowered her gaze and, with a hoarse voice, said, "Baizhu, return." Baizhu, innocent and unaware of Jiang Chuyue's feelings, supported her hand and grumbled, "This is the ancestral hall. How can a concubine enter so casually?" The general actually allowed Aunt Jiao inside. Jiang Chuyue gathered her collar and stepped back into the house, the cold wind swirling around her. Inside the Xiao family ancestral hall, Xiao Ji remained steadfastly kneeling, not daring to slacken. The ancient, darkened tablets on the offering table appeared as eyes, watching him, preventing him from crossing the chasm within his heart. After a while, Aunt Jiao's knees grew weak from kneeling. Yet she persisted in her companionship. She muttered, "My skirt is wrinkled from kneeling." Xiao Ji glanced at her. Aunt Jiao smiled, her red lips curving, and asked, "General, do you think this green dress looks good on me?" Having served Xiao Ji nightly, Aunt Jiao gradually discerned that he seemed particularly fond of understated colors. Light green, pure white, and soft silver were among his favorites. In pursuit of his preference, she had discarded half a wardrobe of vibrant attire, opting instead for simple makeup and elegant garments. Xiao Ji nodded, his gaze deeply fixed on Aunt Jiao. "Very beautiful." Aunt Jiao's eyes sparkled with delight. "Tonight, may I play the pipa for you again?" Xiao Ji fell silent for a moment before responding, "No need." The candlelight in the ancestral hall flickered, and the crescent moon hung high, casting a cold light. Aunt Jiao enjoyed the general's favor for 10 days, but soon fell from grace, like a fleeting bloom. No matter how enchanting the sound of the pipa or how elegant her appearance, it could not compel Xiao Ji to linger. Jiang Chuyue had recently been ill and had not ventured out much. Leaning against the soft chaise, she perused a newly released novel from Fan Lu. Baizhu's voice came from outside the screen. "Miss, Aunt Jiao has arrived." Jiang Chuyue set down her book, let her in. After a few days apart, Aunt Jiao appeared considerably wan, resembling a once vibrant peony that had lost its sole admirer. As soon as she entered, Aunt Jiao fell to her knees with a thud. Jiang Chuyue hastily helped her up. "Do not kneel. Baizhu, brew a pot of tea." Aunt Jiao's eyes were red-rimmed, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Second young lady, please give me some advice. I truly do not know what I have done to upset the general. He has not visited me in 5 days." Jiang Chuyue secretly felt pity. In truth, Aunt Jiao's fate had been sealed the moment she entered the residence. Over the years, one concubine after another had been brought into the general's household. They once basked in glory, but quickly faded into obscurity. Even Jiang Chuyue could not decipher Xiao Ji's preferences. He seemed to revel in beauty, yet he refused all the beauties gifted by other officials. His concubines were those he had chosen at first glance and brought home to cherish. Jiang Chuyue softly replied, "I do not know how to help you. Please have some tea first." Aunt Jo cradled the teacup, tears falling like rain. Heartbroken, I thought I was the only woman in his heart. The general once treated me so well, holding me in his arms, playing the pipe with me. How could he suddenly change? The concubines of the general's household all entered believing themselves to be unique. Yet the truth proved otherwise. They were not so different. Jiang Chuyue was at a loss for how to assist Aunt Jo, as she too felt like a crumbling ruin. In the past, other discarded concubines had sought Jiang Chuyue's intercession, hoping she would plead their cases to Xiao Ji. Jiang Chuyue had obliged, but when she brought the matter to Xiao Ji, he maintained his usual demeanor, informing her, "Xiao Ji, this is my private affair." Following that statement, Xiao Ji left the residence for 3 months, returning with a new concubine skilled in chess. Since then, Jiang Chuyue had refrained from meddling in Xiao Ji's private matters. She gradually realized that, not being a Xiao, she was ultimately an outsider. Aunt Jo cried for quite a while, and upon realizing that Jiang Chuyue truly did not wish to help her, she resigned herself to her fate, wiping her tears as she took her leave. Jiang Chuyue sighed softly, her desire to read dissipating. Having just recovered from her illness, with spring in full bloom outside, she summoned Baizhu to prepare the carriage. She wished to go to Fanlu for some delicacies. Fanlu was the largest tavern in the capital, reportedly owned by the business-savvy Madame Zhao of the Duke of Southern Town. Throughout the year, Fanlu offered a variety of delectable snacks, renowned for their exquisite flavors. Jiang Chuyue donned a white veiled hat to conceal her face as she arrived at the elegant private room. The windows of the room were open, allowing her to glimpse the training grounds of the Xuanwu army from afar. Jiang Chuyue often visited Fanlu to watch the Xuanwu soldiers train. Occasionally, if fortune smiled upon her, she might catch a fleeting glimpse of Xiao Ji donning armor and riding with a sword. Spending an entire afternoon in anticipation for just a moment brought her satisfaction. "Miss, this is our new peach blossom wine. As a valued customer, we present you a bottle to savor." The tavern attendant bowed respectfully, concealing his roving eyes, as he offered a bottle of wine. Baizhu brought the peach blossom wine inside. Jiang Chuyue gently lifted the wine cup to her nose, inhaling the subtle fragrance of peach blossoms. The wine tasted faint, with a sweet aftertaste. Not particularly fond of drinking, Jiang Chuyue set down the jade cup after 2 sips and resumed gazing at the Xuanwu Army's training grounds. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from beyond the screen, followed by a teasing voice. "Miss Jiang, I have admired you for quite some time. Might I be granted the pleasure of seeing your fair visage today?" Chapter 6. When did Miss Jiang become this prince's beloved concubine? Jiang Chuyue frowned slightly. Baizhu raised her voice, scolding, "Who is this scoundrel? There are distinctions between men and women. How dare you overstep?" The voice from outside the screen replied, "I am Lu Qingshu, son of the Right Minister of Revenue." Baizhu, undeterred by titles, retorted angrily, "My lady will not see you. If you do not leave, I shall call for help." Fanlu had many bouncers, and anyone daring to cause trouble there would surely face consequences. Lu Qingshu did not force his way in. Instead, he lingered outside the screen, his lascivious gaze tracing Jiang Chuyue's graceful figure as he licked his lips and leisurely departed with a flick of his fan. Jiang Chuyue lost her appetite for drinking. Puzzled, she wondered how this Lu gentleman, who appeared from nowhere, knew her whereabouts despite her always wearing a veiled hat when out. Baizhu said, "Miss, it is nearly noon. The old lady is waiting for you to have lunch together. We should return." Jiang Chuyue donned her veiled hat and left Fanlu. The carriage rolled along the long street, passing through a secluded alley. Suddenly, Jiang Chuyue felt a wave of dizziness and fatigue wash over her. Alarm bells rang in her mind as she realized she must have consumed something amiss. She recalled the bottle of peach blossom wine from Fanlu. The carriage came to an abrupt halt. Jiang Chuyue asked, "Baizhu, why have we stopped?" Baizhu did not respond. Jiang Chuyue lifted the curtain and discovered that both the coachman and Baizhu were bound and gagged. A slender young man in a blue robe held a folding fan, leering at Jiang Chuyue, exclaiming, "What an unparalleled beauty! Wang has not deceived me." Jiang Chuyue dug her nails into her palm, striving to remain conscious. "I am the young lady of the Xiao family. How dare you touch me?" Lu Qingshu jested. "Today, as we enter the bridal chamber, I become the brother-in-law of General Xiao. We are now one family. The more he gazed, the more he could hardly contain himself. Having lingered among the flowers for many years, he had long heard of the talented and beautiful Miss Jiang from the Xiao residence. Now, upon witnessing the beauty in person, Lu Qingxu felt as though half of his soul had been captivated. She was indeed exquisite. Eagerly, he moved closer, rubbing his hands together, in this secluded alley. Let this carriage serve as our bridal chamber. My dear wife, allow me to steal a kiss. Jiang Chuyue gathered her strength and delivered a forceful kick to Lu Qingxu's groin. He let out a piercing scream as she fled desperately. Lu Qingxu roared in fury. Catch her! Do not let her escape! The alley stretched long before her. Jiang Chuyue, dizzy with fear, could hear the relentless footsteps behind her, pursuing her like a specter. She spotted a dark, ebony carriage at the end of the alley. The cold sunlight glinted off the ebony shafts, and the corners of the carriage were adorned with gilded beast heads, exuding an air of authority. There was no coachman, and the curtain of the carriage was partially lifted, revealing a figure within, seemingly waiting for her. Jiang Chuyue prayed for her life, crying out, "Help! Help! I am the beloved concubine of the Regent. Someone is trying to kill the Regent. Save me, and the Regent shall reward you handsomely." In the bustling capital, any association with the illustrious Regent could provide a glimmer of hope for survival. The curtain was drawn aside, and the stern face of Regent Xiao Lingyuan emerged. Jiang Chuyue felt a sense of embarrassment, akin to being caught in a lie. Xiao Lingyuan, with an arched brow and a mocking tone, inquired, "When did Miss Jiang become my beloved concubine?" Jiang Chuyue quickly retorted, "Your Highness has misunderstood. I am being pursued by thieves, and I implore you to save me." Xiao Lingyuan, with a knowing tone, merely replied, "Oh," stretching the syllable deliberately. His dark eyes scanned Jiang Chuyue, observing her disheveled state. Just days prior, at the pavilion, she had foolishly stood in the rain, appearing equally hapless. Each time he encountered her, she seemed to be a pitiful wretch. Jiang Chuyue struggled to remain upright, the effects of the drug taking hold. She leaned against the axle of the Regent's carriage, fighting to stay conscious. Lu Qingxu and his servant caught up, snarling, "You think you can escape? Someone, seize her." Xiao Lingyuan narrowed his eyes, his fingers lifting slightly, "Throw her into the moat." Instantly, shadowy guards sprang forth, swiftly silencing Lu Qingxu and his companions, tossing them into the nearby rushing waters of the moat. Jiang Chuyue, drained of strength, could barely hold on. Yet she exerted all her effort to keep her distance from Xiao Lingyuan, fearing to draw closer. Xiao Lingyuan scrutinized her for a long moment before slowly commanding, "Take Miss Jiang back to the Xiao residence." Jiang Chuyue expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness." The shadowy guards escorted her back, along with the maid Baizhu and the coachman. The long alley fell silent. Xiao Lingyuan lowered the heavy curtain of the carriage, and the steward of the manor respectfully reminded, "Your Highness, we have delayed our audience with the Emperor. He may become angered." Today was indeed the day for court discussions, yet Xiao Lingyuan remained unhurried, leisurely sipping wine in an elegant chamber while casting a lofty gaze toward Jiang Chuyue. After finishing his drink, Xiao Lingyuan quietly waited at the end of the long street for Jiang Chuyue to come to him, resting his fingertip against his brow. He watched her retreating figure and muttered to himself, "Truly foolish." It was unclear whether he referred to the emperor in the palace or the unfortunate Jiang Chuyue. The black carriage glided slowly toward the majestic imperial city. Jiang Chuyue, having returned to the Xiao residence, felt drowsy from the effects of the drug. The elderly matriarch sensed something amiss and immediately inquired about the situation. Jiang Chuyue intended to conceal the truth, but the regent's guards, unable to keep silent, recounted the events in detail. After taking the antidote, Jiang Chuyue's mind gradually cleared. Aware of her misstep, she remorsefully apologized to the matriarch, "Grandmother, it was my folly in sneaking out for amusement that led to this misfortune. I vow not to leave the house again without your permission." The matriarch gently patted her hand, reassuring her, "A flower-like young lady such as yourself should not be cooped up indoors all day, embroidering and reading. How dull that must be. I, at your age, often sneaked out as well. It is only natural." Jiang Chuyue frequently slipped out, and the matriarch had long been aware, choosing to turn a blind eye. Hailing from a military family, the matriarch's thinking was not overly conservative. She added, "Next time you wish to go out, I shall send 2 skilled servants to accompany you." Jiang Chuyue's nose tinged with emotion. "Thank you, grandmother. However, after a moment's reflection, the matriarch began to suspect that there was more to the story. She pondered. In the past, you sneaked out without revealing your identity. How did Lu Qingshu come to know your whereabouts? Sensing something amiss, the matriarch ordered the head maid to summon all the servants who had been out today for questioning. Soon, a young servant knelt before her, weeping bitterly as he confessed to passing on information. The servant sobbed, "It was Lady Wang who gave me 5 taels of silver, saying that if the young lady sneaked out, I was to inform Master Lu." The matriarch's face darkened, and she commanded that the servant be sold off and summoned the mastermind, Lady Wang. Lady Wang arrived fashionably late. Upon entering the Showan Hall and seeing Jiang Chuyue unharmed, she felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed Lu Qingshu had not succeeded. The matriarch slammed her hand on the table, angrily rebuking, "You, Lady Wang. How dare you conspire with the Lu family to humiliate the Xiao residents?" Lady Wang knelt, crying out in protest, "Matriarch, I was deceived by Lu Qingshu. He claimed to be infatuated with Miss Yu at first sight and would marry no one else. Seeing him love-stricken, I revealed Jiang Chuyue's whereabouts, thinking to facilitate a romance. Who knew he would act so vilely?" The matriarch retorted, "Do you take me for a fool? I shall not be swayed by your deceitful words." Lady Wang repeatedly pleaded for mercy, insisting she had no knowledge of Lu Qingshu's true character. With feigned tears in her eyes, she shifted her tone, subtly suggesting to the matriarch, though he did not succeed, the physical contact might tarnish Miss Yu's reputation. The matriarch coldly replied, "And what should we do about it?" Lady Wang confidently proposed, "Why not take advantage of the situation and marry Miss Yu to him? It would prevent further rumors." The matriarch scoffed, "A foolish dream." Lady Wang felt disgruntled. How can an orphan girl receive such favor from the Xiao family? She protested. If Jiang Chuyue does not marry soon, she will become the laughingstock of the capital. If the son of the Minister of Revenue is unsatisfactory, do you intend to send her to the palace to become a consort? The matriarch's expression darkened, and she summoned the steward, pointing at Lady Wang. "Gag this wicked woman and drag her out. She is henceforth banned from entering the Xiao residence. Let it be as though she were never related to us." Lady Wang was taken aback. For an outsider, the Xiao family is severing ties with the Wang family? She opened her mouth to protest, but her lips were tightly bound. Strong servants seized Lady Wang and threw her out of the Xiao residence. Lady Wang fell to the ground, a wretched sight as she scrambled to her feet, glaring hatefully at the resplendent gates of the Xiao residence. Ungrateful, biased old hag. As she schemed, a malicious plan formed in her mind. Since the matriarch favored Jiang Chuyue, Lady Wang resolved to plunge her into an abyss of despair. With a sinister grin, she mused, "Jiang Chuyue possesses a captivating beauty. If she refuses to marry Lu Gongzi, then let her enter the palace as a consort. The current emperor is notoriously lecherous, and the harem is a veritable hell. If Jiang Chuyue were to enter, she would surely meet a swift demise." Lady Wang commanded her maidservant, "Fetch a painter. I wish to have a portrait of Jiang Chuyue made." If the emperor were to behold Jiang Chuyue's beauty, he would undoubtedly be captivated. Upon receiving a royal decree, the Xiao family would have no choice but to send her to the palace. Should they resist, the entire family would face calamity. In the Showan Hall, Jiang Chuyue presented a cup of tea to her grandmother, saying, "Grandmother, please have some tea to calm your temper." The matriarch of the Xiao family sipped her tea and reassured Jiang Chuyue, "Do not heed the words of that malicious woman. I would never send you to the palace." Jiang Chuyue nodded gently, "I understand." Having spent much time in seclusion, she had heard whispers of the sordid affairs within the imperial harem. The emperor was foolish. The empress was envious, and the harem was a place where many virtuous young women had met their tragic fates. In the capital, most officials would hastily marry off their daughters if they possessed any beauty, lest they be summoned to serve in the palace. Setting down her teacup with a sigh, the elderly lady remarked, "I am too old to protect you for long. My dear, you must be more vigilant when you venture outside." Jiang Chuyue obediently replied, "Yes, I understand." The matriarch grasped Jiang Chuyue's hand and said, "Though Wang spoke much nonsense, she did say one thing correctly. It is time for you to be wed. There are many fine young men in the capital. Do you have someone in mind?" Jiang Chuyue lowered her lashes and gently shook her head. "I do not have anyone I hold dear." Of course, she had someone in her heart, but she could not voice it. The matriarch was a rare gem, and it was precisely because of her kindness that Jiang Chuyue hesitated to reveal her feelings. She did not wish to burden the old lady. Xiao Ji was like the sun that she could never reach. she could only hide in the shadows, occasionally daring to stretch out a hand to bask in the fleeting rays of sunlight. Gradually, she would sever this dark affection, marrying into another family like other noble young women, living a mundane life of raising children and managing a household. So be it. Matters of fate are predetermined. The matriarch kindly said, "You should return to your chamber to rest. In a couple of days, I will take you to the Shijing temple to pray for a good match." Jiang Chuyue knelt and offered her respects before retreating. Once back in her own quarters, the effects of the medicine she had taken still lingered, leaving her head in a daze. As dusk approached, Baozhu hurriedly entered, beaming as she exclaimed, "Miss, I just heard that General Xiao stormed into the Lu residence and left Lu Qingshu battered and bruised." Serves him right. Jiang Chuyue was taken aback. Her heart felt as if it had dropped into a stone pit, creating ripples of anxiety. She furrowed her brow and asked, "If he strikes the son of a fifth-rank official, will it affect my brother's career if it escalates to court?" Baozhu reassured her, "Miss, do not worry. The Minister of Revenue dotes on his youngest son, and the petitions against the Lu family are piling up. The General's actions will be met with public approval. Besides, the General and the Regent are old friends. Who in the court would dare to challenge him?" Only then did Jiang Chuyue feel a bit more at ease. Indeed, the Xiao family enjoyed a close relationship with the Regent, who wielded tremendous power, making it unthinkable for anyone to touch the Xiao family. Jiang Chuyue rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the golden sunset outside the window. Xiao Ji was always there to protect her. When she had first arrived in the capital at the tender age of 5, she was often mocked by relatives of the Xiao family, called an orphan star of misfortune. Xiao Ji had rolled up his sleeves and taught those children a lesson, ensuring that no one dared to ridicule Jiang Chuyue again. He was her sky, a harbor shielding her from the storm. As she matured, her hidden feelings began to surface, and although she knew it was akin to a moth drawn to a flame, she could not suppress the surging emotions. "Xiao Yu," came Xiao Ji's voice from outside. Jiang Chuyue turned to see him stride in, still clad in dark armor, the golden rays of the setting sun illuminating his shoulders, making him appear almost ethereal. Xiao Ji said, "Do not fear. I have broken Lu Qingshu's right leg. Let us see if he dares to misbehave again." Jiang Chuyue felt as if she were a flower basking in sunlight, whispering, "I am not afraid." She knew that Xiao Ji would always protect her. Xiao Ji inquired, "Do you often visit the fan building?" Jiang Chuyue replied, "The pastries there are delightful." Xiao Ji chuckled and playfully tapped her nose, "Still as greedy as you were in childhood. I will leave 2 guards at the estate. Next time you go out, they will accompany you." Chapter 8. The timid kitten Xiao Ji gifted her a small dagger embedded with jewels, a delicate and sharp piece meant for self-defense. After exchanging pleasantries and confirming that Jiang Chuyue was not in any serious danger, Xiao Ji departed to attend to matters of the Xuanwu army. Knowing that Jiang Chuyue had been frightened, he took a day off from his usual military duties to stay at home with her and the matriarch. They shared breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and the brief day felt like a beautiful dream. Jiang Chuyue felt as if she had fallen into a honey pot, cherishing every moment spent together, wishing time could stand still. However, time marched on, and the next day Xiao Ji returned to his duties at the Ministry of War, leaving the spacious Xiao residence feeling desolate once more. Jiang Chuyue, hesitant to venture out again for the time being, nestled in her chamber, lost in a storybook. As she flipped through the pages, her thoughts began to drift, and she suddenly recalled the Regent, Xie Linyuan. He had come to her aid twice, and while she had expressed her gratitude, she had not yet visited in person to thank him. Perhaps she should pay him a visit? Yet the thought of Xie Linyuan's chilling demeanor sent a shiver down her spine. Though he was undeniably handsome, his presence was overwhelmingly intimidating. Jiang Chuyue felt apprehensive around him, as did everyone else in the capital. After pondering for half a day, she instructed Baozhu, "Find the black jade ring from the storeroom and deliver it to the Regent's residence. Tell him it is a humble token of my gratitude for his kindness." Xie Linyuan, a man of great power and influence, wanted for nothing, and Jiang Chuyue was uncertain what to gift him, so she decided a simple jade ring would suffice. The black jade ring had originally been purchased as a birthday gift for Xiao Ji, but since he often practiced martial arts, he found it impractical to wear jewelry, and thus it had remained untouched in the storeroom. Rather than let it gather dust, it was better to give it away. Baozhu was efficient, and soon the token of gratitude was delivered to the Regent's residence. The steward there received the gift box and inquired with concern, "Thank you, young lady. Is Miss Jiang feeling any better?" Baozhu replied, "My young lady is well. She is grateful for the Lord Regent's life-saving assistance, but is constrained by propriety. So she entrusted me to deliver this token of thanks. After bidding farewell, Baozhu left, and the steward returned to the study with a gift box. Xie Linyuan had not attended court for several days. He had been awaiting Jiang Chuyue to personally express her gratitude. Unfortunately, he received only a somewhat shabby black jade ring instead. As he played with the old ring, he chuckled softly, a timid little kitten. With a casual gesture, he slipped the ring onto his left thumb. It fit just right. Jiang Chuyue had sent the gift, but she did not believe the regent would remember her. After all, he was a man of great responsibilities, dealing with countless matters every day. To him, saving Jiang Chuyue was no different from rescuing a stray cat. In the afternoon, Jiang Chuyue reclined on the concubine couch, engrossed in her storybook when Baozhu came to inform her that the wife of the Marquis of Jiangnan, Lady Xiao, had come to visit. Lady Xiao, originally named Xiao Qinghuan, had once been the daughter of a wealthy merchant, but 5 years ago, she had married the Marquis of Jiangnan. On their wedding night, the Marquis had been summoned to battle, and he had not returned for 5 long years. Coming from humble beginnings, Xiao Qinghuan faced harsh treatment from her in-laws and disdain from her relatives. Yet she refused to submit, reigning over the Marquisate with an iron fist, earning her the reputation of the fiercest woman in the capital. Jiang Chuyue had heard much about her, but had never crossed paths with her. Please invite her in, Jiang Chuyue instructed Baozhu. Moments later, the renowned Lady Xiao entered the room, appearing in her early 20s, strikingly beautiful and clad in a vibrant crimson peony gown, exuding an uninhibited charm unlike that of a typical noblewoman. Miss Jiang, I have come to apologize, Lady Xiao declared, clapping her hands as a stream of extravagant gifts was brought into the room. Pearls, agate, silks, and satin dazzled the eyes. Jiang Chuyue was perplexed. Lady, why do you bestow upon me such lavish gifts without reason? Lady Xiao boldly sat down, took a sip of tea to clear her throat, and explained. A few days ago, a servant at the fan building was bribed by the young master of the Liu family to poison your drink. I have employed people poorly, and my heart is filled with guilt. Today, I have personally come to apologize. Jiang Chuyue never anticipated such a turn of events. She hastily refused the generous gifts. Xiao Qinghuan waved her hand dismissively. You are a long-time patron of Fan Tower. It is my duty as the proprietress to take responsibility for any grievances you have suffered in my establishment. Rest assured, I sent someone last night to lose residence, breaking Lu Qingshu's other leg and severing his manhood. That scoundrel shall never rise again to harm anyone. Jiang Chuyue remarked. Truly deserving of the title of the fiercest woman in the capital, how formidable you are. Xiao Qinghuan arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. After finishing half a pot of tea, she elegantly bid farewell to Jiang Chuyue, saying, I must return to my business. By the way, my mother-in-law's 50th birthday is next month. Do remember to come to the Marquis's residence for the feast. Xiao Qinghuan strode away, leaving behind a room full of gifts. Jiang Chuyue was both amused and exasperated. She surveyed the gifts and instructed Baozhu, take that box of herbs to grandmother's room, and those 3 pieces of leather to my brother's chamber. The rest should be stored in the treasury. As Baozhu organized the gold and jewels, she expressed her regret. Madame Zhao is a straightforward person, but alas, once the Marquis returns from the borders, he will surely dismiss her. How pitiful! The Marquis's residence, steeped in wealth, could hardly tolerate a woman of such temperament as its matron. Jiang Chuyue, however, admired Xiao Qinghuan's disposition and remarked with a smile, Madame Zhao carries herself with such ease. Even if divorced, she will surely live a life of grace. 2 days passed. The elderly Lady Xiao, noticing the splendid spring sunshine, commanded the preparation of a carriage and took Jiang Chuyue to Shijing Temple to offer incense. Jiang Chuyue had been unwell lately, and Lady Xiao suspected she had fallen prey to malevolent forces. Thus, she wished to ward off bad luck and seek marital blessings at the temple. Shijing Temple lay beyond the city, requiring half a day's journey. As their carriage exited the city and passed through a secluded grove, it suddenly jolted violently. Jiang Chuyue shielded Lady Xiao and lifted the curtain to inquire of the guard, what is happening? The guard replied, Second miss. It appears there are bandits pursuing us. About 10 of them. They could catch up to our carriage in no time. Jiang Chuyue furrowed her brow. Can we hold them off? The guard drew his sword. I fear we cannot. Panic gripped Jiang Chuyue. Today, only 4 guards accompanied them outside the city. In the vicinity of the imperial city, where the emperor's presence loomed, The Xuanwu army patrolled regularly. Bandits had long been eradicated. How could there be bandits? Jiang Chuyue suspected it was an enemy of the Xiao family. Stealing herself. She commanded the coachman, "Drive faster. Take us to the fork ahead." The coachman promptly cracked the whip, and the carriage lurched forward. Lady Xiao, a woman weathered by life's tempests, grasped Jiang Chuyue's hand. "What do you mean to do at the fork?" Jiang Chuyue calmly replied, "Grandmother, they are many, and we may not escape this ordeal. At the fork ahead, Baozhu will lead you to the dilapidated temple on the left, while I will take the carriage to the right to draw them away." Lady Xiao was taken aback, her voice trembling. "Nonsense. I am but an old woman.
Ed.
You are still young. I shall draw the bandits away." The carriage had already reached the fork. Jiang Chuyue urged Lady Xiao, "Get off the carriage and go with Baozhu to hide in the temple. Quickly." Chapter 9. She is easily satisfied with tearful eyes. Baozhu was most reluctant. Yet time was of the essence. Every moment delayed brought greater peril. Baozhu could only wipe her tears and, with the assistance of an elderly maid, help Lady Xiao, shielded by 2 guards, swiftly make their way to the remote temple. Lady Xiao's eyes welled with tears, nearly fainting. "You foolish girl." Jiang Chuyue dropped the curtain, urging the coachman and remaining guards to gallop down the right fork. The bandits soon caught up, clashing with the guards. The carriage was overturned, and Jiang Chuyue stumbled into the woods, the footsteps behind her reminiscent of a deathly pursuit. She ran swiftly, clutching tightly to the dagger given to her by Xiao Ji. Should the villains catch her, she would rather take her own life than face humiliation. In a daze, she ran until her vision blurred, a flicker of clarity emerging in her mind. Perhaps dying here was not so bad. This way, she would not have to witness one concubine after another being brought into the Xiao residence, nor would she see Xiao Ji marry a legitimate wife. She would not have to marry, dying in her prime. After running for quite some time, the bandits vanished from pursuit, and Jiang Chuyue found refuge in a small cave in the wilderness. The cave was tiny, and she curled up inside, green vines hanging down to obscure the entrance. Clutching the dagger tightly, she fell into a restless sleep, only to be awakened by the cold. Outside, darkness enveloped the land, wild wolves howled mournfully, and the eerie cries of night owls echoed. Jiang Chuyue dared not venture out, uncertain if the bandits had retreated. She lay awake, waiting for dawn. Coldness, hunger, and fear wrapped around her like a suffocating shroud. In a daze, she felt as if she had returned to when she was 5 years old, curled up in a small space, feeling hopeless. Outside the forest, dark iron horses scattered about. Xiao Linyuan, mounted on a steed, surveyed the dense woods with cold, ebony eyes, unconsciously stroking the ink jade ring on his finger. After searching for a day and night, finally, a cavalryman approached to report, "My lord, we have found her." Xiao Linyuan spurred his horse onward. Thorns and wild grass surrounded the small cave, green vines cloaking it entirely. Xiao Linyuan parted the vines and saw Jiang Chuyue curled up within. She lay in slumber, clutching a dagger, her hair disheveled and face pale. Xiao Linyuan checked her breath. She was still alive. Truly a fortunate yet pitiful soul. He opened his arms, intending to carry Jiang Chuyue out, but just as his hand brushed her clothing, he heard her mumble in her sleep, "Xiao Ji." Xiao Linyuan's expression turned icy. He stepped back, coldly lowering the vines that concealed the cave. A gentle breeze blew, causing a small stone the size of a bun to tumble down from the cliff. Xiao Linyuan, expressionless, crushed the stone in his hand. He commanded the cavalry, "Go inform that fool Xiao Ji that we have found her." Jiang Chuyue seemed to hear the sound of something shattering and awoke with a start. Having gone a day without food, she was weak and disoriented. As she opened her eyes, she saw sunlight filtering through the dense green vines. Dawn had arrived. The sound of hoofbeats reached her ears, and alarm bells rang in her mind as she feared the bandits had returned. Clutching the dagger tightly, she listened intently to the commotion outside. The deep green vines blocking the cave entrance were pulled aside. Jiang Chuyue summoned all her strength to thrust her dagger forward, but it clanged against heavy armor with a sharp sound. "Xiao Yu, it's me," Xiao Ji spoke. Jiang Chuyue's grip loosened, and the dagger fell into the soft earth. Xiao Ji shielded himself from the blinding sunlight, extending his hand to Jiang Chuyue just as he had many years ago, with tenderness. Jiang Chuyue felt a pang of emotion in her nose. The tears she had held back for so long could no longer be contained. Cascading down like a string of pearls, she rushed forward, weeping uncontrollably, I thought I was going to die. Xiao Ji gently caressed her back. Do not fear. I am here. The carriage was already prepared, and Xiao Ji took the shaken Jiang Chuyue back to the Xiao residence. The carriage traveled along the official road, gradually fading from view. Xiao Linyuan observed from a distance, his handsome face darkened. The steward of the royal residence rushed over, breathless, wiping the sweat from his brow. My lord, the emperor is furious in the palace and has summoned you for questioning. In these past days, Xiao Linyuan was meant to attend to state affairs in the palace, yet he had spent a day and night searching the wilderness. Indifferently, Xiao Linyuan glanced down at the ink jade ring on his finger. Let the emperor continue his rage. I am weary. I shall return to the residence to rest. Upon her return to the Xiao residence, Lady Xiao had been waiting at the entrance. Seeing Jiang Chuyue covered in dirt, Lady Xiao embraced her tightly. Buddha bless. Buddha bless. Thank goodness you are safe. The imperial physician was summoned. Warm water was prepared, and medicine and food soon followed. After drinking the medicine, Jiang Chuyue bathed and changed, transforming back into the graceful and lovely second miss. Starving, she eagerly requested grandmother. May I have another bowl? Lady Xiao, tears in her eyes, handed her a bowl of warm rice porridge. Eat slowly, do not choke. Jiang Chuyue, having eaten her fill and quenched her thirst, felt the icy grip of her limbs gradually yielding to warmth. At last, she experienced a sensation akin to revival. Xiao Ji accompanied her for lunch, and when he noticed a grain of rice clinging to the corner of her mouth, he chuckled softly and said, Stay still. Jiang Chuyue obediently froze in place. Xiao Ji extended a hand, his calloused fingertip gently brushing against her lip. Jiang Chuyue felt as if her soul had nearly departed, her heart raced, and a subtle warmth crept into her cheeks, the lingering sensation of Xiao Ji's touch still evident at the corner of her mouth. She was no child, yet here she was, with rice smudged on her lips. Xiao Ji wiped his fingertip with a handkerchief, his smile tender. Jiang Chuyue hastily lowered her head, murmuring, I haven't had rice water all day. I was just eating a bit quickly, so I got rice on my lips. Please don't mock me. The world often claims that hardship precedes sweetness, that calamity and fortune are intertwined. Jiang Chuyue had endured her share of trials, only to be rewarded with a touch of sweetness from Xiao Ji, a sweetness that felt truly delightful. Xiao Ji rose, saying, Grandmother, I have affairs in the Ministry of War to attend to. Do not worry. The bandits who pursued you the other day are connected to the Liu family. Within 3 months, they will surely be eradicated. The Liu family, who held sway in the Ministry of Revenue, had only Liu Qingshu remaining as their sole heir. Liu Qingshu had bullied Jiang Chuyue, first being thrown into the city moat, nearly drowning. Then his leg was broken by Xiao Ji, and later, bandits shattered his other leg in the dead of night, eventually leading to his castration. Liu Qingshu was irreparably ruined. The Liu family, unwilling to accept defeat, resorted to desperate measures, sending their servants disguised as bandits to attempt to kill the old matriarch and Jiang Chuyue for revenge. Once the scheme was uncovered, the Liu family found themselves thoroughly cornered. Xiao Ji was notorious for his iron-hearted resolve. Those who dared to bully the Xiao family would not escape his wrath. The old matriarch of the Xiao family harbored deep disdain for the Liu family. Go, and do not spare a single member of the Liu household. With that, Xiao Ji strode away. Having satisfied her hunger and taken her medicine, Jiang Chuyue gradually succumbed to drowsiness, retreating to her chamber for a midday nap. Recently shaken by a near calamity, she still felt a subtle thrill of joy within her. As she lay on her bed, her fingertips lightly caressed her lips, as if still warmed by Xiao Ji's touch. She was easily contented. A mere word or a gentle caress from him could fill her with joy for days. With a smile, she rolled twice on her bed before drifting into a blissful slumber. In the Deqing imperial palace, the desperate minister of revenue knelt before the emperor, beseeching protection. With fervor, he lamented, Your Majesty, the regent is utterly disrespectful. He has accused my household servant of being a bandit, severing the servant's head and placing it at the Liu family's door. Chapter 10, Lawlessness and that Xiao Ji. He has senselessly broken my only son's leg. This is sheer lawlessness. The Xiao family has no regard for your authority, Your Majesty. The minister's voice trembled with emotion. The emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, wore an icy expression, casting aside his jade cup in exasperation. What a bold move, Xiao Linyuan. What audacity from Xiao Ji. Have they gone mad? He commanded. Bring these two before me to answer for their crimes. The guard stood unmoving. In a fit of rage, the emperor hurled the official documents from his desk to the ground. He bellowed, "I am the emperor of Deqing. This land belongs to the Liu family, not some garden for Xia Linyuan." After a lengthy outburst, the emperor, drained by indulgence, slumped back onto the throne. Finally, he heard the eunuch's high-pitched announcement, "The regent has arrived." As the doors of the Yangxin hall swung open, Xia Linyuan entered with an air of deliberation. His black robe shimmered in the sunlight, and the guards bowed their heads in deference. The sound of his embroidered boots echoed on the hall's floor, as if the king of hell had arrived. Xia Linyuan's cold gaze swept across the room, silencing the Minister of Revenue, who had just been so eloquent. Xia Linyuan paused, glancing at the trembling minister, and spoke, "Your servant pays his respects to your majesty." He did not bend his knee, even slightly. The emperor swallowed hard, mustering his strength to chastise, "You, Xia Linyuan, dare to conspire with Xiao Ji against loyal ministers. Do you not recognize your guilt?" Xia Linyuan smiled, a chilling laughter resonating within the opulent hall. He toyed with the obsidian ring on his finger and, in a measured tone, pronounced, "Minister Lu Ming of the Ministry of Revenue has embezzled and harmed the innocent. He shall be imprisoned in the dungeons and executed come autumn. All adult males in his household shall be exiled." The minister's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. The emperor, desperate to salvage the minister, stammered, "If one acknowledges their mistakes, there is hope for redemption. Minister Liu has recognized his errors. Perhaps you could spare him, my lord? His crimes are unforgivable." The emperor's face flushed with anger. Xia Linyuan clasped his hands together, bowing slightly. "This servant takes his leave." With a calm demeanor, Xia Linyuan exited. The unconscious minister was dragged away by guards to face punishment in the dungeons. In the Yangxin hall, the emperor's complexion fluctuated between crimson and pale, his gaze fixed on Xia Linyuan's towering figure, wishing he could tear him apart. Yet, the emperor was utterly powerless against Xia Linyuan, for his fragile throne was upheld solely by Xia Linyuan's support. The borders of the kingdom were guarded by Xia Linyuan's troops. "Bring me to the harem." The emperor's heart seethed with anger, craving an outlet for his pent-up rage. The kingdom belonged to the regent, the court was under his dominion, and only the small realm of the harem remained the emperor's domain. However, the new concubines entering the palace were all plain and unremarkable. Grasping a whip, the emperor carelessly entered a concubine's chamber, the whip cracking, her garments torn to shreds, leaving her screaming and fainting. The emperor, disgusted, pinched her chin, muttering, "Not worth keeping." The palace maids lowered their heads as they entered the bloodied chamber to change the emperor into clean garments. Wiping the blood from his fingers, the emperor instructed a close eunuch, "Go out and search. I seek a beauty of unparalleled grace. The more exquisite the beauty, the better she looks when torn and broken." The eunuch replied respectfully, "Yes, I will attend to it at once." The Minister of Revenue Liu's family was raided, and all adult males were imprisoned in the dungeons. The myriad transgressions of the Liu family over the years were laid bare, inciting the public's righteous fury. The news reached Jiang Chuyue's ears, causing her to set aside her book. "The Liu family has fallen so swiftly?" Baozhu nodded. "It is said that the regent personally oversaw the matter. The officials of the Ministry of Justice conducted overnight interrogations, and both Liu Qingshu and his father are to be executed in autumn." In just over 10 days, the Liu family vanished from the map of the capital. Jiang Chuyue tightened her grip on the book, exclaiming, "What a decisive regent!" She felt a sense of dread towards Xia Linyuan. This man was indeed formidable. Baozhu chattered on, informing Jiang Chuyue, "Miss, the day you were pursued by the bandits." The news reached the capital. The forests outside the city are vast, making it difficult to find someone. The regent even dispatched thousands of iron cavalry, alongside General Xiao, to search for you. Jiang Chuyue was astonished. She had not anticipated that Xia Linyuan would also send people to look for her. However, upon further reflection, she quickly understood his reasoning. After all, Xiao Ji, commander of the 3,000 Xuanwu army, was the sharpest blade in Xia Linyuan's hand. Assisting Xiao Ji in locating his missing sister would earn him gratitude and loyalty. Jiang Chuyue sighed. Truly, the regent excels at winning hearts. As the sun dipped lower, twilight enveloped the sky. After dinner, a guard approached Jiang Chuyue, informing her, "Second miss, the general requests your presence in his study." Her heart fluttered gently as she replied, "Very well, I shall go shortly." Under the shimmering moonlight, Jiang Chuyue donned a thin silver shawl of shoe brocade and checked her reflection in the mirror, adjusting a crooked jade hairpin. The candlelight in the general's residence flickered, and lanterns illuminated the garden path as Jiang Chuyue made her way to Xiao Ji's courtyard. She encountered the weeping ninth aunt, who was clutching a pipa, visibly frail and haggard. Upon seeing Jiang Chuyue, ninth aunt wiped her tears and greeted. "I have met the second Mississippi." Jiang Chuyue offered her a handkerchief, saying, "Do not cry." With swollen eyes, ninth aunt replied, "Thank you, second miss, for your kindness. I shall return to my room now." With a sorrowful bow, ninth aunt departed, utterly heartbroken. Jiang Chuyue watched her frail figure vanish into the moonlight, her heart filled with a sense of melancholy. In recent days, the rear courtyard of the general's residence had been as tranquil as still water. Xiao Ji was preoccupied with official duties, leaving no time to summon his concubines for companionship. The 9 exquisite and beautiful concubines lived as if they were in an ice cellar. The 9th concubine, having fallen from favor, was unwilling to succumb to mediocrity, making repeated advances toward him. Each night, she played the pipa tunes that Xiao Ji adored, yet he remained as unyielding as a rock, unmoved by her efforts. Jiang Chuyue gathered her thoughts and stepped into Xiao Ji's study. He was examining the patrol maps of the Xuanwu army, the study illuminated brightly. With Xiao Ji standing tall and erect like a pine tree, the candlelight casting a handsome outline around his features. After secretly observing him for a moment, she cleared her throat. "Brother, what do you need of me?" Xiao Ji set aside the patrol map and replied, "Tomorrow at noon, I will send someone to escort you to the fan tower. Some days ago, you were pursued by bandits, and the Regent's iron cavalry tracked your whereabouts and informed me. We must host a banquet to express our gratitude." Jiang Chuyue was taken aback. "The Regent found me first?" Xiao Ji nodded. "Indeed." A wave of inexplicable emotion swept through Jiang Chuyue. She had thought that Xiao Ji was the first to find her. She obediently nodded. "Very well. I shall attend the banquet tomorrow." Outside, the night deepened, and the study fell silent. After exchanging a few simple words, it seemed they had run out of topics to discuss. Jiang Chuyue no longer had the carefree spirit of her youth, rushing to Xiao Ji's desk to mischievously snatch away his documents, urging him to rest. She was no longer a child. Since realizing her own feelings, Jiang Chuyue had become more cautious, fearful of exposing her emotions and disrupting the tranquility of the Xiao household. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chuyue broke the stillness, softly saying, "It is getting late. I shall return to my room to rest." "Brother, you should also retire early." Xiao Ji replied, "All right, be careful on your way." Jiang Chuyue departed with slow, gentle steps. The study remained silent as Xiao Ji picked up the Xuanwu army's deployment map, his gaze drifting toward the window where the 2 figures of master and servant could be seen. The moonlight of the spring night flowed like water, and Jiang Chuyue's light silver cloak billowed in the wind, creating graceful ripples. Only when Jiang Chuyue was no longer in sight did Xiao Ji withdraw his gaze and continue examining the map. The next day, at the break of dawn, Jiang Chuyue rose early to prepare herself. Today, she was to go to the fan tower to personally thank the regent, Xiao alongside Xiao Ji. Jiang Chuyue felt elated. The prospect of going out and seeing Xiao Ji promised a day of joy and ease. On this splendid spring day, she chose a delicate goose yellow dress, adorned her hair with 2 eye-catching canary hairpins, and meticulously applied her makeup, transforming herself into a vibrant and radiant figure. Baozhu, her maid, admired her beauty, showering her with compliments. As noon approached, Xiao Ji sent a carriage to fetch her from the Xiao residence. The long street was congested, and the carriage moved slowly. Jiang Chuyue wished for wings to hasten her arrival at the fan tower. Upon reaching the fan tower, Jiang Chuyue quickened her pace, her steps light as she approached the elegant private room. She pushed open the door, joyfully exclaiming, "Brother," but the word was caught in her throat. The room was tastefully decorated, with the windows slightly ajar, allowing sunlight to cast shadows of the intricately carved window frames within. However, Xiao Ji was not present. Only the regent, Xiao occupied the main seat. He sat alone, drinking wine, his dark blue robe draping elegantly. Hearing the commotion, he lazily lifted his gaze, his cold, piercing eyes sweeping over her. Jiang Chuyue felt as if she had encountered a ghost in broad daylight, her smile vanishing in an instant. She clasped her hands in front of her abdomen and knelt respectfully. "I greet the regent." The room fell silent for a moment. Jiang Chuyue dared not look up. her eyes fixed on the wooden floor. She felt as if Xiao Linyuan was scrutinizing her, his gaze so intense it made her break out in a cold sweat. Xiao Linyuan inquired, "Are you afraid of me?" Jiang Chuyue thought to herself, in this vast capital, who wouldn't fear this living embodiment of death? Yet she was terrified. Striving to maintain her composure, she replied softly, "Your Highness saved my life. I harbor no fear." Her voice was melodious, akin to the sound of melting snow on a March mountain, clear and soothing, flowing gently, revealing an allure she herself was unaware of. Xiao Linyuan listened intently and set down his wine cup. "Sit." Jiang Chuyue timidly took a seat. Were it not for the chance to see Xiao Ji, she would have preferred never to encounter Xiao Linyuan in her lifetime. Yet, Xiao Ji had yet to arrive. In the spacious room, only she and Xiao Linyuan remained. Jiang Chuyue sat properly, refraining from speaking to him, her gaze lingering on the white jade wine cup on the table. Even in silence, the oppressive atmosphere rendered her restless. Footsteps echoed from outside. Xiao Linyuan broke the silence. "Is General Xiao here?" Jiang Chuyue perked up her ears and listened for a moment before shaking her head. "That is not his footsteps." Xiao Linyuan paused, surprised that she could discern Xiao Ji's footsteps. The door to the private room opened, revealing one of Xiao Linyuan's subordinates, who presented a confidential document before promptly departing. After a while, footsteps approached once more. Jiang Chuyue's spirits lifted noticeably as she eagerly gazed at the door. Xiao Linyuan observed her every move with a subtle intensity, his dark eyes narrowing with danger. The door opened, and indeed, it was Xiao Ji. "Brother!" Jiang Chuyue called out joyfully. Xiao Ji nodded. "I was delayed by matters at the Ministry of War." He took a seat. The maidservants of the fan tower began to present an array of exquisite dishes, filling the room with the enticing aroma of food and wine. Xiao Ji and Xiao Linyuan shared a good rapport, their interactions cordial. Xiao Ji raised his cup, saying, "Brother Linyuan, I thank you for sending troops to help me find my sister. She does not drink, so I shall toast in her stead." Xiao Linyuan casually lifted his cup. "A me favor." The two clinked their cups and drank. Jiang Chuyue sat quietly to the side, appearing courteous. However, when she noticed Xiao Ji downing 3 cups in quick succession, she frowned inwardly. Drinking excessively was harmful to the stomach.
I am Chuyue softly reminded Xiao Ji.
"If grandmother learns of your excessive drinking, she will surely scold you." Xiao Ji chuckled. "Very well, let us eat." Xiao Linyuan cast a keen glance at Jiang Chuyue. As an observer, he could clearly see that from the moment Xiao Ji entered the room, Jiang Chuyue's attention had been solely on him. On the surface, Jiang Chuyue appeared to be a well-bred young lady from the capital, graceful and flawless, leaving no room for criticism. Yet, only in Xiao Ji's presence did she display a slight emotional fluctuation. Xiao Linyuan raised his cup and drank it down in one go. As the banquet neared its end, Xiao Ji's bodyguard approached with a report. "General, Instructor Zhang is looking for you. He is waiting downstairs and has matters to discuss." Xiao Ji set down his cup. Addressing Xiao Linyuan, "Brother Linyuan, I shall be back shortly." Xiao Linyuan replied nonchalantly, "Take your time." Xiao Ji descended to meet his subordinate, leaving Jiang Chuyue alone with Xiao Linyuan in the room. Jiang Chuyue picked up a piece of crispy peach blossom pastry, feigning to nibble on it. Seated by the window, Jiang Chuyue had a splendid view, able to catch glimpses of the bustling street outside the fan tower and see Xiao Ji below. She watched him converse with a burly man in his 30s at the entrance, her heart swelling with quiet joy at the sight of his tall figure. However, this joy was short-lived. "Help! My lord, save me!" A young girl in a blue gown stumbled into view, pursued by several thugs. Recognizing Xiao Ji's distinguished appearance, she fell to her knees, pleading, "My lord, I beg you to save me." Xiao Ji, known for his integrity and willingness to help others, reached out to assist the girl. As she looked up, her beautiful face, free of makeup, revealed a pair of innocent, captivating almond-shaped eyes, easily invoking sympathy. Upon beholding her visage, Xiao Ji was momentarily taken aback. He promptly dispatched individuals to safeguard the young lady, apprehending the pursuers and delivering them to the authorities. Jiang Chuyue sat by the window of the loft, gradually setting down the peach blossom pastry in her hand. It felt as though a bucket of cold water had been doused upon her, and Jiang Chuyue's heart grew colder by the moment. She was acutely aware that the 10th concubine would soon arrive at Zhao's residence. Chapter 12. The 10th concubine gains favor before long. Xiao Ji returned to the elegant chamber of the loft. The gratitude banquet was nearing its conclusion, and Xiao Linyuan lazily rose to depart.
Xiao Ji informed Jiang Chuyue.
You may return home. I have matters to attend to at the Ministry of War. Jiang Chuyue clenched the handkerchief in her grasp, yearning to inquire about the whereabouts of that young lady. Yet, despite her lips parting, the question remained unuttered. She felt unworthy to ask. She was but an outsider. Xiao Ji rode away, while Xia Linyuan did not rush to leave. He sauntered over to Jiang Chuyue's side and whispered, "Miss Jiang appears distracted. Might there be something on your mind?" Jiang Chuyue forced a smile, replying, "As a young lady of the boudoir, what concerns could I possibly harbor?" Xia Linyuan's dark eyes glinted with mischief as he leaned closer, towering over her like an imposing mountain. He inquired slowly and deliberately, "Do you harbor feelings for Xiao Ji?" Jiang Chuyue's mind went blank, momentarily stunned. Her lips parted in astonishment, unprepared for Xia Linyuan's sudden revelation of her concealed sentiments. Trying to maintain her composure, she tightened her grip on the hand hidden within her sleeve and retorted, "Your Highness jests. Xiao Ji is my elder brother." Xia Linyuan elongated his tone, maliciously proclaiming, "I was merely jesting." Jiang Chuyue felt a profound embarrassment, her irritation towards the man before her palpable. Gritting her teeth, she said, "It is getting late. My grandmother awaits my return at home. I must take my leave." With that, she hastily boarded the carriage of the Xiao residence, fleeing in distress. Xia Linyuan scoffed. "You possess more courage than anyone, yet you fear me." The steward of the royal residence summoned the carriage, and Xia Linyuan departed. The dark carriage traversed the long alley, coinciding with that of the palace. As Xia Linyuan rested with closed eyes, he heard the eunuch's high-pitched greeting from outside the carriage. "This servant, Zhou Dequan, pays respects to the Regent King. May the Regent King enjoy peace." Xia Linyuan paid him no mind. Zhou Dequan, a sycophantic eunuch of the emperor, often ventured outside the palace for purchases. Today, upon encountering Xia Linyuan in the alley, he respectfully offered his salutations. As the carriage glided along, a sudden gust of wind swept through the alley, carrying with it an image that fluttered into Xia Linyuan's carriage. The portrait depicted the graceful Jiang Chuyue. Zhou Dequan exclaimed, "Oh dear! I have disturbed the Regent King. This is a beauty I found on behalf of the emperor. I humbly request the portrait be returned so that I may report back to the palace." The carriage came to a halt. Xia Linyuan lifted the curtain and, his dark eyes swirling with intrigue, inquired, "Where did this portrait come from?" Zhou Dequan, fearing to lie, recounted, "It was given to me by a woman named Wang. I found the lady in the portrait exceptionally beautiful and intended to present it to the emperor. For years, Zhou Dequan had been tasked with sourcing beautiful women for the emperor. Regardless of their willingness, any striking maiden would be forcibly brought into the palace to serve. Recently, however, the emperor had grown particularly discerning, dismissing many of Zhou Dequan's finds as mere commonplace beauties. Today, upon meeting Wang, she had respectfully presented a portrait, claiming it to be that of the second daughter of General Xiao. The young lady's beauty stirred even Zhou Dequan's heart. Elated, he had decided to hurry back to the palace to present the portrait to the emperor, only to cross paths with the Regent King. Zhou Dequan raised his chin, his tone laced with arrogance. "Your Highness, I am merely fulfilling my duties for the emperor. I hope you will not make things difficult for me. If the second daughter of the Xiao family could serve the emperor, it would indeed be her honor." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Dequan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his throat. In terror, he gasped, unable to utter a sound. His fingers grazed his neck, now drenched in blood. Xia Linyuan's hidden guards had struck without warning, swiftly severing his throat. Zhou Dequan's eyes widened in horror as blood poured from his mouth, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Xia Linyuan lowered the curtain, disposed of the body at the mass grave to feed the dogs. The guards acted swiftly, carrying away Zhou Dequan's corpse, leaving behind a pool of fresh blood. The carriage continued on its way. Within, Xia Linyuan scrutinized the vividly lifelike portrait. Jiang Chuyue's enchanting smile was captured. Yet the artist's skill fell short of conveying her true essence. With a casual flick, he tore the portrait into shreds. Upon returning to the Xiao residence, Jiang Chuyue discovered her assumptions were correct. The young lady outside the fan tower had indeed left a profound impression on Xiao Ji. Bai Zhu, ever well informed, soon uncovered the origin of the young lady. Her name was Jiang Chuyue, the daughter of an 8th-rank county magistrate from Lixian in the south. Her father had been wronged and killed, prompting Jiang Chuyue to journey to the capital to seek justice and vindication. The perpetrator relentlessly pursued her, But fortune smiled upon her when she encountered Xiao Ji, who intervened on her behalf. With Xiao Ji's assistance, Jiang Chuyue's father was exonerated. Bai Zhu, with a tone of sympathy, informed Jiang Chuyue. Jiang Chuyue is grateful for the general's kindness and wishes to offer herself in return. The steward has already gone to escort her. She will enter the residence by nightfall. The Xiao residence had finally welcomed the 10th concubine. Jiang Chuyue closed her eyes, feeling a wave of bittersweet ache in her heart. Yet, she could do nothing, not daring to reveal a shred of emotion. The secret affections of a young girl are like the blossoms of spring, blooming and withering, destined to fade into dust. The 10th concubine, Jiang, entered the residence and quickly captured Xiao Ji's favor. After concluding his official duties, he spent several successive nights in her courtyard. One evening, as Jiang Chuyue, Xiao Ji, and the matriarch of the Xiao family shared dinner, the matriarch noticed the new robe Xiao Ji wore and curiously inquired, "I've never seen you in this garment. When was it made? Why do I not recall?"
Xiao Ji,
usually occupied with state affairs, relied on the matriarch and Jiang Chuyue for his daily needs. Unbeknownst to him, every piece of clothing he wore, from the choice of fabric to the design, and even the details of the cuffs, had been decided by Jiang Chuyue. However, this particular frost-colored robe was unfamiliar to him. Xiao Ji replied, "Grandmother, it is a new outfit made by Jiang." The matriarch nodded. "Jiang is virtuous and dutiful, more astute and considerate than your previous concubines. You should not take on so many wives. Our general's residence can hardly accommodate them all." Xiao Ji lowered his gaze. "Your teachings are wise, grandmother." The matriarch continued. "You have 10 concubines, yet the Xiao residence has yet to welcome an heir. If your health is lacking, seek the imperial physician. Men should not be concerned with appearances. Procreation is of utmost importance." Despite having numerous concubines, it was strange that none bore children. Over time, the prominent families in the capital began to believe Xiao Ji was incapable, leading to reluctance in marrying their daughters to him as his rightful wife. The matriarch, distressed, feared the Xiao lineage would perish in this generation. Xiao Ji ladled a bowl of soup for the matriarch. "Rest assured, grandmother, I am in good health." The matriarch shook her head. After advising Xiao Ji, she turned to Jiang Chuyue, who had been quietly sipping her soup, saying, "You girl, I have carefully considered. The young man from the Sun family in the southern city is of your age and possesses excellent character. I shall take you to meet him soon." Since being deceived by Wang, the matriarch had been vigilant in selecting Jiang Chuyue's future husband. She inquired widely and personally investigated. The son of the Sun family was handsome, diligent, honest, and well-educated, having passed the imperial examination. His parents were kind-hearted, and the family was simple yet prosperous. If Jiang Chuyue were to marry into that family, she would undoubtedly lead a happy life. Jiang Chuyue covertly glanced at Xiao Ji, who appeared unperturbed, casually picking at his food, betraying no emotion. It seemed he harbored no concern for her marriage. Jiang Chuyue forced a smile and addressed the old matriarch Xiao. "I shall heed your arrangements, grandmother." Suddenly, Xiao Ji's jade chopsticks clattered onto the table. His displeasure was evident as he furrowed his brow and remarked, "Grandmother, matters of marriage are no trifling matter. Little Yu is still young. Her matrimonial prospects require careful consideration." Chapter 13. Similarities. Zhao's grandmother glared at him, retorting, "Do you need to remind me? Yu is my beloved. I shall certainly find her the finest suitor." Jiang Chuyue echoed. The gentleman chosen by grandmother must undoubtedly be an exceptional match. However, Xiao Ji's tone turned icy as he inquired of Jiang Chuyue, "Are you truly in such a hurry to marry?" The Sun family of Nanqing boasts nothing more than a mere 6th-rank official, yet they audaciously seek to associate with the 3rd-rank general's household. His words were unusually aggressive. Jiang Chuyue was taken aback, her heart aching. She did not yearn for marriage. In fact, she contemplated a life devoid of it, remaining within the confines of Xiao Manor to accompany the old matriarch and Xiao Ji. Yet, as an outsider bearing the surname Jiang, she could not linger in the Xiao family forever. The prolonged absence of a marriage partner would inevitably invite gossip from the outside world. Suppressing her sorrow, she asked, "Brother, are you dissatisfied with a 6th-rank official? Do you wish for me to marry into the family of a 3rd-rank official in the capital? Is that what you deem a suitable match?" Xiao Ji turned away, silent, yet visibly irate. The old matriarch interjected, "The happiness of my Yu is of utmost importance. As long as her husband is kind and considerate, a 6th-rank official is entirely acceptable." Xiao Ji rose with a stern expression, stating, "Grandmother, I have finished my meal. I shall return to my study to attend to official matters. Please continue your meal, without concern for me." His plate had barely been touched, and he had eaten only a few bites. Clearly, he had not satisfied his hunger, yet he turned and departed. The old matriarch sighed in resignation. Concerned that Jiang Chuyue might become lost in her thoughts, she gently reassured her, "My dear child, do not heed your brother's foolish words. The world of high society in the capital is riddled with complexities. Marrying into it may bring you misfortune." Jiang Chuyue lowered her gaze and nodded obediently. With no appetite for dinner, she hastily consumed a bowl of soup and bid farewell to the old matriarch. As Jiang Chuyue vacantly exited the show and hall, her foot unexpectedly struck something hard. Looking down, she discovered a jade pendant, one that Xiao Ji had always worn, a precious heirloom from his deceased parents. It must have slipped from him in his haste. Grasping the pendant, she contemplated returning it and headed towards Xiao Ji's courtyard. Xiao Ji's courtyard was expansive, adorned with rows of weapon racks. As she approached to study, she suddenly heard the sound of a woman's playful voice emanating from within. The courtyard was silent, making the soft murmurs particularly pronounced. "General, this is inappropriate for the study. Don't move. You always disregard my words." Inside the study were Xiao Ji and his concubine, Jiang Chuyue. Jiang Chuyue stood frozen for a moment, the sounds from within growing more pronounced. Clutching the jade pendant, her heart felt as though it shattered into countless pieces. She shook her head in self-mockery, questioning why she continually stumbled upon such scenes. Numb and despondent, Jiang Chuyue departed, treading upon the frost-laden ground. In the small alcove of Xiao Ji's study, the light of the glass lamp shone brightly. After a passionate encounter, Jiang Chuyue, her cheeks flushed, inquired, "General, has someone displeased you?" Xiao Ji, his fingers tracing Jiang Chuyue's exquisite features, seemed to gaze through her as if searching for another. He hoarsely murmured, "You
Do not leave me."
Jiang Chuyue gently reassured him, "Rest assured, General, I shall always belong to you." Xiao Ji's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He held her tightly, leaning in once more, not pausing until the night grew deep. Recently, Xiao Ji had become increasingly preoccupied. Since their last quarrel, he had scarcely sought out Jiang Chuyue. She mused that perhaps this was for the best. With fewer encounters, she could gradually acclimate to a world devoid of Xiao Ji, slowly extricating him from her heart. Thus, when the time came for her to wed, it would not be as heartbreaking. In the splendid springtime, the peach blossoms in the garden bloomed vibrantly. Yet Jiang Chuyue preferred solitude. She sat by the waterside pavilion, idly casting a fishing line. Beside her, Baozhu chattered animatedly, "Miss, that Wang woman caused you much distress. I've heard she has received her comeuppance." Since Wang had been expelled from the household by the old matriarch, Jiang Chuyue had not laid eyes on her again. "What misfortune has befallen her?" Jiang Chuyue inquired. With a grin, Baozhu replied, "Just the other day, she fell down the stairs and sustained a head injury, breaking an arm. Those who commit wrongs will inevitably face retribution. She deserves it." Jiang Chuyue chuckled softly, deeming it a fitting consequence for her misdeeds. After spending most of the day fishing without a single catch, Jiang Chuyue rested her chin in her hand, gazing at the shimmering water's surface. Her thoughts, once more wandering to Xiao Ji. She wondered what he was doing that day, and whether he had partaken of lunch. "Miss, the 10th ant has arrived," Baozhu announced. Jiang Chuyue's grip on the fishing rod faltered momentarily. The 10th ant, Jiang Chuyue, had been in the household for about 10 days. Yet Jiang Chuyue had not interacted with her much. Turning around, she saw the young woman clad in a green dress. Jiang Chuyue possessed a delicate beauty. Her features strikingly graceful, her eyes sparkling with life, and her figure as slender as a willow. "Greetings, I am Jiang Chuyue, pleased to meet the second young lady." Jiang Chuyue greeted softly. Jiang Chuyue responded with a faint smile, "What brings you to the garden today?" "The peach blossoms are in full bloom, and I wish to gather a few for my room. The general has been restless lately. The fragrance of peachwood aids in calming the mind," Jiang Chuyue replied. "Your thoughts are truly considerate, 10th ant," Jiang Chuyue remarked. "Miss, it is breezy by the water. You should wrap yourself in a shawl," Jiang Chuyue advised gently. "I understand. Thank you for your concern," Jiang Chuyue replied. After some polite exchanges, Jiang Chuyue did not linger long, departing with her maid to gather peach blossoms. Leaning against a chaise, Jiang Chuyue observed Jiang Shue's figure flitting among the peach trees across the pond. In truth, when Jiang Chuyue first entered the household, Jiang Chuyue had harbored a rather uncharitable thought. If only the 10th aunt were a vain woman, it would grant her the justification to declare that Jiang Chuyue was unworthy of Xiao Ji. Yet, Jiang Chuyue had proven to be devoid of vanity. Raised with care by her father, she embodied grace, intelligence, and beauty, excelling in the arts. She was a perfect match for Xiao Ji in every regard, save for her humble origins. Even the typically stern old matriarch praised Jiang Chuyue, intending for her to oversee some of the household affairs. Jiang Chuyue felt a foreboding sense that Jiang Chuyue would take root deeply within Xiao Manor. Baozhu had been covertly observing Jiang Chuyue and could not resist saying to Jiang Chuyue, "Miss, I believe Jiang Chuyue bears a striking resemblance to you, particularly in her eyes." Chapter 14. Poison from a distance. As Jiang Chuyue approached, Baozhu had briefly mistaken her for Jiang Chuyue. Their looks and even their names were remarkably similar. Jiang Chuyue laughed, dismissing the notion. "You are mistaken. There is no resemblance between us." Tilting her head, Baozhu scrutinized Jiang Chuyue's features. Today, Jiang Chuyue wore her hair in a cloud-like fashion, adorned with jade and emerald pins, her complexion radiant as the moon, her demeanor surpassing even the blooming peach blossoms in the garden. Baozhu nodded in agreement. Indeed, Jiang Chuyue is merely a modest beauty. Her appearance pales in comparison to yours. In the entire capital, none could rival your beauty. Jiang Chuyue's eyes sparkled with mirth. "You flatter me, always seeking to sweeten your words." Baozhu retorted, "I am merely speaking the truth." With a sudden jolt, the fishing rod, which had remained still all afternoon, quivered. Baozhu's attention shifted as she exclaimed, "Miss, you've hooked a fish." Jiang Chuyue snapped back to reality, raising her rod and reeling in a beautiful crucian carp. The garden, with its enchanting peach blossoms, stood witness to the unfolding moments of their lives. As Jiang meticulously pruned the peach blossom branches, she inquired of her devoted maid, Concubine. "The second young lady has just turned 18 and still hasn't found a suitable match." Concubine, having served Jiang since childhood and being her right-hand companion, replied, "I have learned that the old lady is already searching for a husband for the second young lady. It seems she will be married soon." Jiang sighed. She is indeed quite pitiable. With her parents perishing in battle and her sister missing, she drifts in the Xiao residence like a rootless weed. Concubine pouted slightly, her tone laced with a hint of bitterness. "I do not find the second young lady pitiable at all. As an outsider in the Xiao residence, she lives more comfortably than the princesses in the palace. When she marries, the old lady and the general will surely provide her with a generous dowry. An outsider truly has a fortunate fate. It is envy-inducing." Jiang furrowed her brows slightly, patiently admonishing Concubine, "You have a penchant for gossip, my dear. How many times must I remind you not to speak ill of others? The general has treated me with great kindness, and I am willing to serve him faithfully for a lifetime. Thus, the general's sister is naturally my sister as well." Concubine reluctantly closed her mouth. Jiang stroked her flat abdomen. "Now I only hope to give the general a child soon." Jiang had heard rumors in the capital that General Xiao was incapable of fulfilling conjugal duties. However, through her experiences in recent days, she found Xiao Ji strong and vigorous,
far from the man described.
Jiang secretly prayed that she might soon bear a healthy son. She had nothing else. The general's residence was her only refuge for the remainder of her life. 2 days later, in the afternoon, Jiang Chuyue was painting in her chamber when her maid announced the arrival of the 10th aunt. Jiang entered with a food box, smiling brightly. "Second young lady, I made 2 boxes of mung bean cakes today. Knowing you enjoy them, I specifically brought you a box." Jiang was adept with her hands, skilled in the arts, and also excelled in making delicious pastries. Jiang Chuyue, holding her brush, replied warmly, "Please, sit and have some tea. Once I finish this painting, I shall sample your culinary skills." Jiang complied and took a seat. This was Jiang's first visit to Jiang Chuyue's chamber. Her eyes discreetly scanned the surroundings, and she was secretly astonished. No wonder the old lady cherished this girl. Everything in Jiang Chuyue's room was exquisite, a precious carved jade screen, the finest writing instruments on the desk, and even the curtains were made of soft silk worth 100 taels. Jiang, hailing from a small southern town, had only read about such luxurious items in books. A tinge of envy flickered in her eyes. "I have finished," came Jiang Chuyue's voice. Jiang glanced at the painting, which depicted a carp leaping to catch a lotus blossom, with a golden carp leaping from the water, grasping a pink lotus petal. It was vividly lifelike. What exquisite brushwork! Jiang, having received education from her father, was renowned as a talented woman in her county, admired by many young scholars. Yet, upon arriving in the capital, she realized there were always those more talented. Jiang Chuyue's painting skills far surpassed hers. "You have painted beautifully," second young lady, Jiang praised. Jiang Chuyue replied modestly. "It is merely a doodle, painted idly out of boredom." After placing the painting on the stand, Jiang Chuyue cleansed her hands and picked up a piece of mung bean cake. Jiang, skillfully shaping the cakes into flower petals adorned with tiny green centers, watched as Jiang Chuyue took a small bite. It was cool, melting in her mouth, sweet yet balanced, with a rich mung bean aroma lingering. "Delicious," Jiang Chuyue exclaimed. Offering the box to Jiang, "You should try some as well." Jiang smiled and waved her hand in refusal. "I have already eaten 2 pieces in the room." Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang suddenly clutched her chest, her delicate features contorting in pain. She bent over and expelled a mouthful of dark, foul blood. Jiang Chuyue gasped, dropping the mung bean cake from her hand. She hurried to support Jiang. "What is wrong? Did you eat something bad?" Jiang was racked with intense abdominal pain, cold sweat beading on her brow. "I have only eaten 2 pieces of mung bean cake today." Baizhu, alarmed, jumped up and frantically offered tea to Jiang Chuyue. "The mung bean cake must be poisoned. Miss, you must expel what you just ate." Jiang Chuyue pressed Baizhu down, her voice calm as she commanded, "Baizhu, go find the physician. Also, send someone to the kitchen to investigate who handled the mung bean cakes and detain them for questioning." She issued her orders with composure, betraying no hint of panic. Educated by the old lady since childhood, Jiang Chuyue was adept at handling matters within the household. The physician arrived shortly thereafter. Jiang had expelled all the mung bean cake she had consumed and took an antidote, narrowly escaping death. Jiang Chuyue had only tasted a bite and, after expelling the cake, drank some milk to dispel the poison, remaining unscathed. News of the incident swiftly reached the old lady. She hurried to check on Jiang Chuyue and, seeing her normal complexion, still felt uneasy and sent for the imperial physician. Only after hearing from the physician that Jiang Chuyue was safe did the old lady's anxious heart finally settle. The granddaughter she cherished had faced peril, and the old lady vowed to uncover the culprit behind the poisoning. She commanded sternly, "Investigate. Find out who poisoned the mung bean cake." Jiang was sent back to her quarters to recuperate. Jiang Chuyue, still uneasy, went to Jiang's room to assist and instructed the servants to prepare medicine quickly. Jiang had awakened, lying weakly in bed, her brows drawn with fatigue. "Xiao Ji's anxious voice called from outside the courtyard. Both Jiang Chuyue and Jiang turned their gazes toward the door, thinking they were the ones being summoned. A tall, dark figure rushed in. Xiao Ji strode into the room, his strong hand pressing on Jiang Chuyue's shoulder as he scrutinized her from head to toe. Jiang Chuyue's heart raced. Xiao Ji asked, "I heard you ate the poison mung bean cake. Are you all right? Does your stomach still hurt?" He appeared so concerned, as if his entire focus rested solely on Jiang Chuyue. She gently shook her head, gesturing toward Jiang. "I am fine." It is the 10th aunt who is still suffering from abdominal pain. Upon entering, Xiao Ji's attention remained fixed on Jiang Chuyue, neglecting Jiang, who was more severely poisoned. He instructed Jiang Chuyue, "You should return to your room to rest. There are maidservants here to look after Jiang." Jiang Chuyue felt it was inappropriate to linger, so she sidestepped and exited the small room. Once Jiang Chuyue departed, Xiao Ji finally expressed concern for Jiang, who lay in bed, still responding gently to his inquiries. Yet, a peculiar thought flickered in her mind. She sensed a subtle difference in Xiao Ji's demeanor toward Jiang Chuyue. Chapter 15. Golden Nest of Swallows. The Xiao residence was not large, and the perpetrator behind the poisoning of the mung bean cake was quickly identified. It was the 9th aunt. Ever since the 10th aunt, Jiang, entered the household, the 9th aunt's days had been fraught with despair. Unwilling to accept this, she secretly poisoned Jiang's mung bean flour in an attempt to kill her. When the truth came to light, the 9th aunt had no words to defend herself and confessed her crime openly. The old lady immediately ordered her confinement in a room, to be taken to the authorities at dawn. The following morning, as Jiang Chuyue was getting ready, she heard the dreadful news that the 9th aunt had committed suicide by colliding with a pillar, clutching her only Peepa tightly in her arms at the time of her death. Jiang paused her grooming momentarily, letting out a soft sigh. In light of the 9th aunt's death, the 10th aunt, Jiang, took the initiative to oversee her funeral arrangements. Setting aside past grievances, Jiang repaid malice with kindness, organizing the funeral with great care and earning unanimous praise from within the residence. At the regent's residence, the dark guards reported the incident of Jiang Chuyue nearly being poisoned. Xiao Linyuan set aside the documents in his hand, poison in the mung bean cake. The dark guard responded, Miss Jiang only tasted a bite, and after expelling it, she suffered no serious harm. Xiao Linyuan pondered for a moment, stroking the jade ring on his finger. He instructed, tell the steward to retrieve those 2 boxes of golden swallow-s nests from the storeroom and send them to General Xiao. The dark guard received the order and departed. That evening, Jiang entered Xiao Ji's study, carrying a bowl of soup. The study was devoid of any presents, save for 2 boxes of golden bird's nest resting on the desk. Jiang had only encountered golden bird's nest within the pages of books, rumored to be a specialty of northern Vietnam, where swallows painstakingly crafted their nests from precious herbs. Over time, these nests acquired remarkable medicinal properties, enhancing beauty and detoxifying when consumed by women. A mere fragment of this delicacy was worth a fortune, and the 2 boxes were of even greater value. The maid, Du Juan, gazed at them with envy, exclaiming that they must surely be a gift from the general to the young lady, marveling at how well the general treated her. Jiang smiled and corrected her. I have reiterated countless times that I am now the 10th concubine. You must no longer refer to me as young lady but as madam. Her gaze lingered on the 2 boxes of golden bird's nest, a flicker of joy illuminating her countenance. Recently, she had suffered from poisoning after consuming mung bean cake, and her lingering discomfort surely prompted the general to procure these expensive nests for her recovery. Footsteps echoed from outside, heralding the arrival of Xiao Ji. Upon seeing Jiang, here marked, you arrived just in time. Please take these 2 boxes of golden bird's nest to Xiaoya. Her health has always been frail, and this will be a fortifying remedy for her. Jiang's expression momentarily faltered before she quickly lowered her gaze, replying, yes. I shall deliver the golden bird's nest to the second young lady at once. With careful hands, she lifted the 2 boxes, her heart heavy with unspoken feelings. As the general's favored companion, she bore the deepest wounds from the poison, yet he still favored the second young lady. All valuable treasures seemed to find their way to her quarters. Just as she turned to leave, Xiao Ji called out, wait. A glimmer of hope ignited within her, believing he might have changed his mind. She turned back, asking, does the general have further instructions? He continued, the study is where I handle official documents. Henceforth, you must not enter without invitation. Jiang's smile faltered, yet she maintained a submissive demeanor, responding, understood, I shall remember. As night draped its silvery veil, Jiang held the 2 boxes of precious golden bird's nest, her emotions a tapestry of complexity and nuance. Du Juan, noticing the absence of others, pouted and murmured, the general is excessively partial to the second young lady. Clearly, madam, you are the general's favored companion, yet he continues to send fine gifts to her. 2 boxes of golden bird's nest could fetch 2,000 taels. Could the second young lady even consume them all? Jiang shot Du Juan a sharp look, admonishing, do not speak recklessly. The second young lady is the general's sister. I am merely a concubine. How can I compare? Jiang was acutely aware of her position, understanding the deep bond forged between Xiao Ji and Jiang Chuyue over many years. How could she, a newcomer, ever hope to rival Jiang Chuyue? Du Juan remained dissatisfied, insisting, I merely speak the truth. The second young lady will eventually marry. Once a daughter is wed, she is like water spilled. Jiang interrupted sternly, Du Juan. Your words may bring misfortune. We are in the capital, not our hometown of Lixian. If you continue to speak so freely, I shall send you away tomorrow. Du Juan could only sulk in silence. Jiang carried the precious golden bird's nest to Jiang Chuyue's courtyard. The courtyard was serene and elegant, adorned with clusters of blooming begonia flowers. Resembling a scene from a fairy tale, Jiang resided in a cramped, secluded concubine's quarters, a stark contrast to Jiang Chuyue's resplendent abode. A fleeting glimpse of the moonlit begonia flowers stirred a trace of envy within her. Finding Jiang Chuyue absent, as she had gone to accompany the elderly matriarch, Jiang entrusted the golden bird's nest to Chuyue's maid, Baozhu. Baozhu expressed her gratitude. Thank you, 10th concubine, for bringing the bird's nest. Jiang replied with warmth. It was but a small gesture. However, Du Juan, unable to curb her tongue, remarked, Sister Baozhu, my lady was poisoned recently. And this golden bird's nest has beautifying and detoxifying properties. Might we request a box for ourselves? Bao Zhu frowned, responding, 2 boxes of golden bird's nest. One must remain for the young lady, while the other is for the matriarch. Du Juan muttered under her breath, such stinginess. Jiang swiftly grasped Du Juan's hand, casting a warning glance. With a smile, she diffused the tension, saying, "Do not mind my maid's foolishness, Miss Bao Zhu. The hour grows late. I shall take my leave." The two departed swiftly. Bao Zhu watched them leave, pondering aloud. The 10th concubine is indeed gentle and virtuous. How unfortunate that she retains a tongue-tied maid. Attracts like. And Bao Zhu sensed that Jiang was not an ordinary woman. Days passed, and while traversing the main courtyard with Du Juan, Jiang caught sight of a radiant beauty at the gate. Alarmed, she initially thought a new concubine had arrived at the Xiao residence, but upon closer inspection, she recognized Jiang Chuyue. Today, Chuyue had adorned herself with care. Donning a delicate lotus-hued dress and shimmering pearl earrings, exuding an ethereal grace, Jiang Chuyue conversed with the steward of the Xiao household, instructing him to ensure the kitchen prepared pigeon soup for the matriarch upon her return at dusk. The steward bowed respectfully, assuring her that he would remember her instructions. Approaching, Jiang inquired, "You look exquisite today, second young lady. Are you heading out?" Jiang Chuyue nodded. "I am to attend a banquet at the residence of the Duke of Southern Town. The Duke's matriarch has invited us to celebrate her 50th birthday. With the matriarch unwell and Xiao Ji occupied with affairs, I shall attend in their stead. I must take my leave now. Please oversee matters here." Jiang Chuyue reminded the steward before embarking in her carriage. As Jiang Chuyue's carriage faded into the distance, Du Juan craned her neck to watch. The steward, exasperated, snapped, "Du Juan, what are you staring at?" Du Juan sighed with envy. The Duke of Southern Town's banquet must be lively. "Do you think my lady could attend such an affair?" The Duke's residence was a bastion of aristocracy. Du Juan longed to witness the grandeur of the Duke's household firsthand. The steward frowned, reprimanding, "Do not speak foolishly. A mere concubine has no place at a noble banquet. Such rumors would bring ridicule upon us. The Duke's celebration will attract only the creme de la creme, young ladies and gentlemen of esteemed families. If a concubine were to attend, it would tarnish the Xiao family's reputation. Even the most favored concubine remains a servant. There are but 3 masters in the Xiao household, Xiao Ji, the matriarch, and Jiang Chuyue." Jiang interjected, "Steward Xiao, it is my failure to properly guide my maid. I shall take her back now." With a gracious demeanor, Jiang deflected the steward's scrutiny, allowing him to return to the kitchen to monitor the pigeon soup. As Jiang lingered in the main courtyard of the Xiao residence, watching the heavy door slowly close, she couldn't help but smile wryly at her predicament. Indeed, she was but a concubine. Chapter 16. The Ink Jade Ring concubines are but servants within the Xiao household, bereft of the privilege to partake in the grand festivities of the capital's elite. Jiang reflected on her upbringing in Lixian, where she had been the most esteemed daughter of a wealthy merchant family, gracing every social gathering in splendid attire, basking in admiration. Alas, the most revered woman of Lixian was merely a fleeting shadow compared to even the most modest of daughters in the capital. Now, she possessed nothing. Reduced to the status of an inconsequential concubine, Jiang sighed inwardly, smoothing her flat abdomen, yearning for the day she might bear a child. Upon arriving at the Duke of Southern Town's residence, Jiang Chuyue was met with a throng of guests. Her presence drew numerous gazes, some astonished, others captivated, and a few envious. Jiang Chuyue preferred solitude, choosing a quiet corner at the banquet table. A variety of exquisite delicacies adorned the table, including her favorite mung bean cake, which she delicately sampled. As she savored a piece, she became acutely aware of unguarded whispers. "Is that Jiang Chuyue? I hear she seduced the Liu family's young master, leading to their downfall. 3 years past coming of age, yet no suitor has approached. Surely her character is questionable, unworthy of a matchmaker's visit. A parentless orphan, relying on the Xiao family's benevolence. Truly believes herself a noble lady? The Liu family's young master was innocent, losing his life for a heartless woman." 3 chatty noblewomen huddled together, their voices intentionally loud. Jiang Chuyue found herself in an awkward position. She did not bear the surname Xiao, yet she had been bestowed the title of the general's daughter. With her striking beauty, she became the subject of gossip among the privileged ladies. Bao Zhu's face flushed with indignation as she exclaimed, "These women are simply spouting nonsense." Miss has no connection with Lu Qingshu. The more Baozhu fumed, the more unrestrained the three noblewomen became. I suspect the Xiao family's fortune is in decline. General Xiao has taken 10 concubines and still has no offspring. Jiang Chuyue has been eligible for marriage for 3 years without a suitor. Alas, is the Xiao family destined to die out? A dying Xiao family. Jiang Chuyue set down the mung bean cake in her hand. She rose slowly and approached the three noblewomen. These ladies held significant status, the highest among them being the current empress's younger sister. Upon seeing Jiang Chuyue, the empress's sister feigned surprise. "Oh, is this not Miss Jiang of the Xiao residence? Rarely seen outside. What brings you here today?" With a slight smile, Jiang Chuyue addressed the three noblewomen with unwavering composure. "Baozhu, go report to the Dali Temple." Baozhu understood immediately and responded loudly. "Miss, what case should I report?" Jiang Chuyue replied, "The case of the Lu family is personally judged by the Regent, with the Emperor's decree determining the crime." These three young ladies brazenly speak for the offenders, questioning the authority of the Regent and the Emperor. "Do you think this warrants reporting?" Baozhu nodded vigorously, preparing to leave. "I understand. I will go to the Dali Temple at once." The faces of the three noblewomen turned ashen. What a heavy accusation! They had merely been engaging in idle gossip. How had it escalated to involve the Regent and the Emperor? The Empress's sister, in particular, was anxious, knowing that the Empress was already in disfavor, and if this matter reached the Emperor's ears, it would spell disaster. "Miss Jiang, we were merely joking.
Please do not take it to heart."
The Empress's sister, begrudgingly, softened her tone. Jiang Chuyue smiled enigmatically. "To jest about the Regent and the Emperor, you possess quite the audacity." At that moment, a booming voice announced, "The Regent has arrived." The guests fell silent, hastily bowing in respect. Jiang Chuyue was taken aback. What brought Xia Linyuan here? She had heard from Xiao Ji that Xia Linyuan disliked attending various social functions in the capital, even for his own birthday celebration. The crowd parted, and Xia Linyuan, clad in a dark gold python robe, strode into the hall with steady steps, his fingers caressing a black jade ring. His gaze swept over the assembly before finally resting on Jiang Chuyue. Xia Linyuan spoke. "I have come today to seek a red tassel spear from the Jiang Marquis' residence." The crowd listened intently. He then shifted his tone. "It seems I have heard someone question my decisions?" Jiang Chuyue mused to herself. Indeed, this man had sharp ears. The three noblewomen who had just made light of the situation now appeared as pale as ghosts, trembling in fear. The Empress's sister stammered, "Your Highness, please discern. We spoke only in jest and meant no offense." Xia Linyuan stroked the black jade ring. "If you enjoy jesting, then perhaps I should cut out your tongues." The three noblewomen were horrified, recalling Xia Linyuan's fearsome reputation. A minister's daughter had once offended him and lost her arms on the spot.
Now,
with his threat of severed tongues, they were terrified he might truly act on it. Two of them fainted, while the Empress's sister, gathering her courage, declared, "Your Highness, I shall be cautious in my words henceforth and will never offend you again." Xia Linyuan smiled slightly, his gaze shifting to Jiang Chuyue. She stood with her head bowed, appearing obedient and docile, a single strand of hair falling across her face, as if the mischief maker were not her. "Your Highness, the red tassel spear has been retrieved," announced the steward of the Marquis' residence, approaching with a spear in hand. Xia Linyuan continued to caress the jade ring, instructing, "To the training grounds." With that, he departed with an air of composure, the oppressive atmosphere over the Jiang Marquis' residence dissipating. The Empress's sister fled in panic, likely too frightened to show her face again soon. Jiang Chuyue secretly observed Xia Linyuan's retreating figure, initially believing his visit was for the grand celebration of the elderly madame's 50th birthday. Yet, he had made such a grand entrance merely to collect a spear? Surely, the esteemed regent could have sent someone to fetch it without needing to come himself. Was he so idle? Xia Linyuan's thoughts were convoluted, and Jiang Chuyue found herself unable to decipher his intentions. Outside the Jiang Marquis' residence, a lacquered ebony carriage stood quietly. Inside, Xia Linyuan sat, tapping his fingers on the table, his gaze deep and contemplative. He suddenly inquired of the steward, "Have you noticed this black jade ring on my finger?" The steward bowed his head respectfully, responding, "Your Highness wears this daily. I naturally remember." Xia Linyuan lowered his eyes, slowly caressing the jade. The ring was cold to the touch, exuding a soft sheen like a tranquil pool of water. Earlier in the residence, He had deliberately worn the ring and lingered before Jiang Chuyue for an extended period, yet she had seemingly overlooked it, not sparing it even a glance. This was the first gift she had personally given him. Steward Xia, wait, Jiang Chue's clear voice resonated. The steward turned to see her approaching with 2 black wrist guards in her hands. What is your command, Miss Jiang? He inquired. Jiang Chuyue stated, Your Highness came today for the red tassel spear, likely to practice at the Ministry of War's training ground. My brother is also there. Could you please deliver these to him? The steward replied cheerfully, It is but a small task. Just as he was about to agree, the carriage curtain was abruptly lifted.
Revealing 11e ligne et stern visage.
His long fingers gripped the curtain tightly, the jade ring on his thumb glinting coldly in the sunlight. Xiao Linyuan coldly remarked, When did my steward become a mere errand boy? Jiang Chue's fingers trembled, nearly dropping the wrist guards. Deep down, she still harbored a fear of Xiao Linyuan. She quickly retracted the guards, her ears tinged with crimson as she softly replied, It was presumptuous of me. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Her contrition was sincere. Xiao Linyuan regarded her in silence for a long moment. From his vantage point, he could see Jiang Chue's head bowed low, revealing her delicate neck. His gaze darkened, and he commanded, Lift your head. Jiang Chuyue was taken aback, slowly raising her eyes. He slightly lifted his finger, showcasing the jade ring, and inquired, What do you think of this ring? Chapter 17. An encounter with the Emperor. Jiang Chuyue stared blankly, unable to clearly see the ring from a distance. After pondering, she decided to feign praise. Your Highness, this ring possesses exquisite color. It must be a rare gem, complementing your noble demeanor splendidly. She thought to herself, One cannot go wrong with flattery. Such decorum should be harmless. However, to her astonishment, Xiao Linyuan suddenly flicked his fingers, causing the carriage curtain to fall with a snap. The opulent carriage rolled away, leaving behind a cloud of dust and a bewildered Jiang Chuyue. Xiao Linyuan was angry. Did her request for the steward to deliver an item offend him? It seemed she must tread more carefully in the future. Jiang Chuyue clutched the wrist guards she had not delivered, letting out a soft sigh as she returned to the Zhen Marquis' residence for the banquet. The ebony carriage moved slowly. Inside, Xiao Linyuan wore a grim expression, his dark eyes glinting with ice, as if the air around him had grown colder. He toyed with the jade ring, contemplating how astute Jiang Chuyue was, having forgotten the gift she had given him so quickly. Your Highness. News from the palace. The Emperor is out incognito today. Should we send someone to protect him discreetly? Inquired the steward outside the carriage. The current Emperor was foolish and indulgent, yet still of some use. Now is not the time for his removal. Xiao Linyuan closed his eyes briefly, responding no need. Let him meet his fate. Jiang Chuyue returned to the Zhen Marquis' residence for the feast. The residence was adorned with vibrant lanterns, and the clinking of cups echoed amidst a lavish spread of delicacies as guests engaged in cheerful banter, creating an atmosphere of opulence. However, seated in the main position, the elderly matriarch, Lady Li, wore an expression of rigidity, attempting several times to rise from her seat only to retreat under the subtle gaze of Zhao Qinghuan, the lady of the house. She could only clench her sleeves tightly, forcing a smile while her eyes betrayed a mixture of resentment and restraint. Jiang Chuyue observed this scene with a quiet admiration for Zhao Qinghuan's remarkable skill in managing the vast household with such grace. As the banquet drew to a close, guests began to take their leave. Zhao Qinghuan personally escorted Jiang Chuyue to the entrance, her smile radiant as she remarked, Today has been bustling. Should there be any shortcomings, I hope Miss Jiang will graciously overlook them. Jiang Chuyue responded with a gentle smile. Madam, you are too kind. The dishes at the birthday feast were exquisite. Zhao Qinghuan's eyes sparkled with delight. The new delicacies from Fan Lu are quite delightful. I shall have someone send some to you soon. Before she could finish, a sharp voice interrupted. Elder sister-in-law, why did you not share those 2 pieces of Jiang and Shu brocade with me? You hoarded them all. A young girl in an embroidered silk dress stormed in, the 3rd young lady of the Ho residence, barely of marriageable age. She was accustomed to indulgence and pointed an accusatory finger at Zhao Qinghuan, her face flushed with indignation. Zhao Qinghuan raised an eyebrow. I purchased that Shu brocade with my own money. Why should I give it to you? The 3rd young lady retorted boldly. I am a precious daughter of the Ho family, the biological sister of my brother. If you don't believe me, wait until my elder brother returns to the capital. I shall have him dismiss you. Zhao Qinghuan swiftly raised her hand, slender fingers poised. Do you see my hand? If you shout again, it will leave a mark on your face. The third young lady's complexion changed dramatically. Zhao Qinghuan warned, scream once more, and you shall feel its imprint. The young lady's face turned crimson, feeling wronged, and she ran off in tears. Zhao Qinghuan turned to Jiang Chuyue with a smile, her tone light. Pardon me, Miss Jiang. These idle pests in the household do not comprehend their place unless reprimanded. Jiang Chuyue felt a sense of admiration for the resolute matriarch. After bidding farewell to Zhao Qinghuan, she entered her carriage. As they passed through a bustling market, a vendor's voice rang out, premium tiger bone wine. Excellent for treating injuries. Just arrived today, potent effects. Jiang Chuyue's thoughts sparked, and she lifted the curtain of the carriage to instruct Baozhu, go buy 2 bottles of tiger bone wine.
Xiao Ji,
who trained daily in martial arts, often sustained injuries. A bottle of tiger bone wine would surely be beneficial for him. Baozhu quickly returned with 2 bottles. As the carriage turned into an alley, a swaying figure approached, holding a wine jug, oblivious to the carriage ahead, and bumped his head against the axle. Dazed, the man stumbled to the ground, rubbing his forehead in pain. Baozhu scolded, what a drunken fool, daring to collide with us. Jiang Chuyue interrupted. Give him a bottle of tiger bone wine. His forehead seems to have taken quite a hit. Baozhu muttered, Miss, he is merely a drunkard. Why should we bestow such an expensive gift upon him? Jiang Chuyue replied, enough, let us return home. Grandmother is still waiting for me. Reluctantly, Baozhu placed a bottle of the costly wine in front of the man, grumbling, consider yourself fortunate. In other noble families, you would have been beaten by now. The man, still seated on the ground, rubbed his head, his mind clouded from the drink. He looked up, curious about who had the audacity to collide with him. Squinting, he caught a glimpse of the carriage, and as a gust of wind lifted the curtain slightly, he was entranced. The young lady inside was like a delicate lotus after a rain, captivating and ethereal, leaving him unable to look away. By the time he regained his senses, the curtain had fallen, and the carriage had rolled away, leaving only the bottle of tiger bone wine lying quietly on the ground. He picked it up, tracing his fingers over the bottle, a growing interest gleaming in his eyes. When did such a beauty conceal herself in the capital? Moments later, 2 eunuchs hurriedly arrived, kneeling before him. Your Majesty, the palace gates are about to close. It is time to return. The inebriated man was none other than the Emperor of Deqing. Disguised as a commoner, holding the tiger bone wine, excitement glimmered in his eyes. There was a carriage that passed through the alley just now. Find out which residence it belongs to. He yearned to locate that enchanting beauty and bring her back to the palace for his leisurely enjoyment. As dusk approached, when Xiao Ji returned home, he noticed Jiang Chuyue surrounded by servants by the tree in the courtyard, all gazing upward, while a young servant poked at the branches with a long bamboo pole. In the center stood Jiang Chuyue, clad in a simple silver dress, her garments fluttering in the breeze like pear blossoms in spring. Xiao Ji approached and inquired, what is happening? Jiang Chuyue turned at the sound of his voice, relief washing over her as she explained, Tuanzi has climbed the tree, and despite my best efforts, I cannot coax it down. Tuanzi was a white cat raised by the matriarch, who had boldly escaped her courtyard and climbed the tree to catch birds. Now, it clung to the branches, mewing pitifully, afraid to descend. Xiao Ji chuckled, I will handle it. With a leap, he deftly ascended the tree, securing the frightened creature in his arms and landing gracefully, without disturbing a single leaf. Jiang Chuyue's heart swelled with admiration. You are truly remarkable, brother. He handed the cat over to the elderly matron beside the matriarch, his gaze lingering on Jiang Chuyue's radiant smile for a moment. Have you had dinner?
I have.
She nodded, recalling. The kitchen prepared a delightful pigeon soup. You must have a couple of bowls later. With that, Jiang Chuyue retrieved a bottle of tiger bone wine and a pair of wrist guards, presenting them to Xiao Ji. Training with the Xuanwu army can lead to injuries. These are for you. Xiao Ji's expression softened, his voice low. Thank you, Xiao Ya. As night enveloped the Xiao residence, Xiao Ji stayed in the quarters of his concubine. Lady Jiang, dressed in a crimson nightgown, with her hair cascading over her shoulders and a rosy blush gracing her cheeks, she walked gracefully toward him. Illuminated by the dim candlelight, Xiao Ji sat at the edge of the bed, holding the bottle of tiger bone wine. General, set the wine aside. Allow me to assist you in changing, Lady Jiang suggested, her fingers brushing against his belt. Xiao Ji grasped her hand, his gaze drawn to the vibrant color of her nightgown. Change into something else, he instructed, not fond of such garish hues. Lady Jiang's expression faltered. But this was a gift from the matriarch. Be obedient. Go change, he insisted, with a reluctant curve of her lips. She retreated to the side room to don a pale silver nightgown. Having served Xiao Ji for many days, outsiders believed he favored her greatly. But only Lady Jiang understood that even knights of passion did not earn his genuine affection. She could only serve him meticulously, fearful of crossing him. After she changed into the silver nightgown, Xiao Ji remained silent. As Lady Jiang helped him remove his outer robe, his well-defined physique became apparent, a testament to his years of martial training. Her furtive glances at his strong arms and chest brought a fresh flush to her cheeks as she recalled their intimate moments together. Your arms have bruises. May I apply some tiger bone wine? Lady Jiang, perceptive as always, noticed the bottle in his hand and offered to help him apply the medicinal liquor. Very well, Xiao Ji replied, and as the potent liquid met the bruises on his arms, a slight sting accompanied the application. He turned his head to see Lady Jiang's delicate fingers gliding over his skin, and his gaze lingered on her familiar face. The room was dimly lit, and she appeared ethereal in her silver gown. Xiao Ji swallowed hard, unable to tear his eyes away. Why do you gaze at me so, General? Lady Jiang asked. Her cheeks flushed. Because you are beautiful, he murmured, desire igniting within him. The bottle of tiger bone wine fell to the floor, spilling its contents as Xiao Ji swept Lady Jiang into his arms and carried her back to the bed. The soft bed curtains cascaded down, and from the depths of the bed came a plaintive murmur, reminiscent of tears. Perhaps the potent aroma of the tiger bone wine had intoxicated Xiao Ji. He held onto Jiang Chuyue's waist and, with a hoarse voice, remarked, "You look splendid in silver." Jiang Chuyue, with a gentle demeanor, replied, "As long as the general likes it." This evening, Xiao Ji exhibited a hint of madness, reveling in the night until the early hours. The following morning, Jiang Chuyue was engrossed in her reading within her chamber when Baju entered to announce the arrival of the 10th aunt. Jiang Chuyue stepped into the room and inquired, "Second miss, may I ask where you procured the bottle of tiger bone wine you gifted to the general yesterday?" Jiang Chuyue set her book aside and responded, "I bought it in the East Alley. Is the tiger bone wine already finished?" A bottle of tiger bone wine should last at least 2 to 3 months. It had only been a single night. Jiang Chuyue's face flushed with embarrassment as she quietly confessed, "Last night, the general accidentally spilled the tiger bone wine everywhere. Seeing its effects, I wished to buy a few more bottles." With her head bowed, the prominent marks of kisses adorned her neck, and her lips appeared swollen. It was evident that she and Xiao Ji had shared an ardent night. "Thank you for revealing the source of the tiger bone wine," Jiang Chuyue said respectfully. "I have many matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." After she departed, Jiang Chuyue put her book down, and as she recalled the marks on Jiang Chuyue's neck, a wave of bitter emotions washed over her. It felt as though she were enduring a prolonged torment, longing for swift resolution. After Jiang Chuyue gleaned the origins of the tiger bone wine and exited Jiang Chuyue's chamber, she caught sight of a maidservant carrying freshly laundered garments. "Are these the second Mrs. clothes?" Jiang Chuyue inquired. The maidservant affirmed, explaining how Jiang Chuyue had soiled her dress while capturing the old lady's cat and had sent it to the laundry for cleaning. The exquisite gown, crafted from luxurious cloud silk, resembled a blooming white pear flower. As Jiang Chuyue gazed at the dress, a thought struck her. Xiao Ji had asked her to change into silver-white nightwear last night. A sudden realization paralyzed her. Could it be that the general harbored such feelings for the second miss? Clenching her handkerchief, her mind spun in turmoil. 2 days later, Xiao Ji remained home for a respite. The steward of the estate approached him, stating that the old lady wished to see him in the ancestral hall. Upon arrival, he found the hall filled with numerous ancestral tablets. The old lady lit incense and beckoned Xiao Ji, "Come, pay your respects to our ancestors, that they may bless the Xiao family with continued offspring." The absence of children in the Xiao household weighed heavily on the old lady, prompting her to turn to divine intervention. Xiao Ji accepted a stick of incense and sighed, "Grandmother, matters of offspring are determined by fate." The old lady shot him a glance. To propagate offspring, one must consider timing, location, and harmony. None can be lacking. Now do not dawdle. Offer incense to our ancestors.
Xiao Ji complied.
Among the tablets in the ancestral hall were those of Jiang Chuyue's parents and sister. Jiang Chuyue's parents had once sacrificed their lives on the battlefield to shield Xiao Ji's father from the Northern Yu army. The Jiang family had bestowed a great favor upon the Xiao family, a debt of gratitude that could never be forgotten. The old lady then approached the tablets of Jiang Chuyue's parents and, with heartfelt sincerity, promised, "Rest assured, your daughter is well cared for in the Xiao household. I shall ensure she finds a worthy match and lives a life of peace." Upon hearing the words worthy match, Xiao Ji's expression stiffened. He raised his eyes to meet the gaze of Jiang Chuyue's parents' tablets, the incense smoke swirling around them. The weight of expectation from his family began to settle heavily on his heart. After leaving the ancestral hall, Xiao Ji was preoccupied as he made his way to the study. Passing through the garden, he heard the melodious laughter of a young girl. Jiang Chuyue was flying a kite amidst the blooming begonia flowers, dressed in a pale yellow spring gown, joyfully tugging at the string. She radiated vibrancy, blending harmoniously with the spring scenery. Xiao Ji observed her from a distance, echoing his grandmother's words in his mind. May the girl find a worthy match, leading a life of tranquility. In the garden, Jiang Chuyue's laughter continued to enchant the air. He stood silently for a moment, his fingers tightening and then relaxing in a restless dance. Behind him, Jiang Shue's gentle voice called out, "General, I've brought you a bowl of chicken soup from the small kitchen." Jiang Shue, elegantly adorned in a light yellow spring gown, looked at him with warmth in her eyes. Xiao Ji regarded her delicate features and replied, "Very well, I shall taste it." He grasped Jiang Shue's hand firmly, leading her away from the garden. Chapter 18. Budget cuts. Recently, Jiang Chuyue had keenly sensed Xiao Ji's growing distance from her. By day, he was absorbed in official duties, and by night, he spent nearly all his time in the company of 10th Aunt Jiang Shue. Their encounters within the estate had become mere formalities, devoid of the intimacy they once shared. It seemed he held a particular fondness for Jiang Shue, not only staying overnight but also suggesting to the old lady that Jiang Shue should take charge of household affairs. The old lady, curious to test Jiang Shue's capabilities, temporarily entrusted her with the management of the estate. Jiang Shue, having taken the reins, managed the household affairs reasonably well, demonstrating some aptitude for domesticity, which pleased the old lady. One day, with nothing to occupy her time, Jiang Chuyue, accompanied by Baozhu, went fishing by the garden pavilion. The lake was tranquil, with a few crucian carp swimming lazily. Baozhu, perusing newly delivered fabrics nearby, furrowed her brow and quietly complained, "Miss, lately the items delivered to the estate have diminished significantly. They promised to procure 3 bolts of floating light brocade for you, yet only 1 has arrived. Moreover, the quantity of bird's nests sent daily has also been noticeably reduced." As they spoke, Jiang Shue's maidservant, Du Juan, happened to pass by. Upon seeing Jiang Chuyue fishing, Du Juan subtly curled her lip, then composed herself and respectfully greeted, "I pay my respects to the second Mississippi." Baozhu intercepted her, questioning, "Du Juan, how does your mistress manage the household?" "By the old lady's rules, 3 bolts of floating light brocade should be purchased in spring, yet only 1 has been bought." "Is your 10th aunt deliberately targeting my mistress?" Du Juan, feeling internally triumphant yet feigning helplessness, spread her palms and replied, "Sister Baozhu, you jest. 10th aunt is tirelessly managing the household affairs. She has no time to focus on the second Mississippi. She simply aims to save some silver for the Xiao family." Baozhu's anger flared further. "Saving silver? Why must it come at my mistress's expense? If 10th aunt possesses such capability, why not save for the old lady and the general?" Du Juan stood tall, defiantly asserting, "Sister Baozhu, 10th aunt is considering the future of the Xiao family. The second miss will eventually marry. The family assets of the Xiao household cannot be squandered on an outsider. The Xiao family bears the surname Xiao, not Jiang." Since Jiang Shue assumed control, Du Juan, as her personal maid, had grown arrogant, taking on an air of authority within the estate. The servants speculated that General Xiao might have intentions to elevate Jiang Shue to the position of legitimate wife, resulting in increased flattery towards Du Juan. Fuming, Baozhu's face flushed with indignation. "You dare speak so boldly. Such audacity is outrageous." Du Juan reveled in her newfound confidence, declaring, "I speak nothing but the truth. The second miss spends her days enjoying flowers and fishing, untouched by the burdens of household management." Jiang Chuyue, who had been quietly fishing, slowly set her rod down and lifted her gaze. Du Juan, unafraid, held her head high, exuding an air of defiance. Jiang Chuyue's expression remained calm as she instructed Baozhu, "Go fetch the steward." Baozhu complied, and within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, she returned with the steward in tow. The steward bowed respectfully. "Second miss, what are your orders?" Jiang Chuyue cast a glance at Du Juan and said, "This maid is quite reckless with her words. Take her away and administer 10 lashes, along with a deduction of her monthly wages for a year." Despite not bearing the surname Xiao, it was not for a maidservant to speak on her lineage. The steward immediately acknowledged her command, gesturing for 2 young servants to approach and escort Du Juan away. Du Juan was suddenly flustered, struggling to exclaim, "You are so audacious. I am the maidservant accompanying Madame Shi, and I share a sisterly bond with her. Madame Shi is in charge of the household and will soon be the mistress of the Xiao residence. How dare you lay a hand on me?" The steward, impatient, waved his hand dismissively, ordering, "Gag her and drag her away." Du Juan's screams abruptly ceased as she was unceremoniously pulled away. The waterside pavilion returned to tranquility. Jiang Chuyue, having lost her interest in fishing, instructed Baozhu to pack up the fishing gear in preparation for their return to the courtyard. At that moment, an elderly matron hurriedly approached the old matriarch of the Xiao family, respectfully stating, "Second Miss, the old matriarch requests your presence in the Showan Hall." Jiang Chuyue nodded slightly, replying, "Very well." Within the Showan Hall, the old matriarch welcomed her with a smile, saying, "You have arrived at the perfect time. A new batch of fine spring tea from Jiangnan has just come in. Let us sample it together, my dear granddaughter." The crisp aroma of the tea wafted through the air as Jiang Chuyue took a sip and praised, "This is excellent tea." The old matriarch chuckled, "If you like it, drink more. I shall send 2 boxes home with you later." Jiang Chuyue savored the tea, but sensed that the old matriarch's invitation was not solely for the sake of tea.
Indeed.
It was not long before the elderly matron led Jiang Shi into the Showan Hall. Since taking charge, Jiang Shi had been exceedingly busy, and Jiang Chuyue had not seen her for quite some time. Today, Jiang Shi was dressed in simple, elegant attire, her clothing unremarkable, with only a modest silver hairpin adorning her hair, revealing no traces of extravagance. She respectfully bowed. "I pay my respects to the old matriarch and have seen the second Mississippi. May I inquire why the old matriarch has summoned me?" The old matriarch sat firmly in her seat, coldly questioning, "I previously instructed that 3 bolts of floating light brocade be purchased for the second miss in spring. Why was only 1 acquired?" Jiang Shi, maintaining her composure, responded gently, "In response, my matriarch, I was raised to be frugal, and upon observing extravagance in the household, I thought it prudent to reduce unnecessary expenses to save some silver for the general." The old matriarch took a measured sip of tea and remarked meaningfully, "Is it also your method of saving to cut back on the swallow's nest in the second Mrs. quarters?" Jiang Shi lowered her gaze and replied, "Old matriarch, please see that I am not intentionally targeting the second Mississippi. I value frugality and naturally lead by example, refraining from wearing expensive jewelry or fine silks." She had anticipated that reducing Jiang Chuyue's allowances would incite the old matriarch's displeasure and had prepared her excuses in advance. In recent days, Jiang Shi had indeed become rather arrogant. With the power of the Xiao household in her grasp and the favor of Xiao Ji, she had almost come to believe she was the mistress of the Xiao residence. Xiao Ji no longer paid the same attention to Jiang Chuyue as he once did, creating a delusion for Jiang Shi that she had completely captured his heart. She was unwilling to share his gaze with Jiang Chuyue and even less willing to see the household's wealth spent on an outsider. Thus, she indulged Du Juan's reckless behavior in an attempt to test Jiang Chuyue's limits. With a sincere expression, Jiang Shi implored, "Old matriarch, my sole intention is for the well-being of the Xiao family. I hope for your understanding." The old matriarch slowly set down her teacup, nodding, "Frugality is indeed a virtue." Jiang Shi's heart leaped with joy. Surely, this move was the right one. Her reputation for frugality would earn her the old matriarch's praise. However, the old matriarch's tone shifted abruptly as she coldly stated, "It is a pity that your little tricks will not escape my notice. Allowing maidservants to gossip and cutting the second Mrs. allowances is an affront to my granddaughter, and I cannot stand idly by." Chapter 19. Support. Jiang Chuyue, who had been quietly seated, suddenly lifted her head to look at the old matriarch, her emotions complex and subtle. Jiang Shi was taken aback, completely unaware that her intentions had been discerned by the old matriarch. She hastily knelt on the ground, tears brimming in her eyes as she defended herself. "Old matriarch,
Please see.
I come from humble beginnings and have been cautious since entering the household. I have no intention of targeting the second miss, merely wishing to save some silver for the general." The old matriarch scolded, "You are not yet the mistress of the Xiao residence. It is not your place to make such decisions. What are you, to dare to withhold my granddaughter's necessities? Jiang Chuyue was filled with trepidation. She had never imagined that Jiang Chuyue held such significance in the old matriarch's heart. Jiang Chuyue opened her mouth, about to argue, but the old matriarch interrupted, saying, "As a concubine, your thoughts should be on serving your lord and bearing children. Go kneel in the outer courtyard for 3 hours. You shall no longer manage the household." Jiang Chuyue dared not speak further. She knew that any more protests could lead to her expulsion from the general's residence. With tears in her eyes, she knelt in the courtyard. The authority she had just grasped was snatched from her before she could even warm it in her hands. Jiang Chuyue closed her eyes, feeling a tumult of emotions. Inside the Showan Hall, the old matriarch took Jiang Chuyue's hand, speaking kindly, "My dear, you are the only legitimate daughter of the Xiao family, and your status is esteemed. If you have suffered any grievances, do not keep them to yourself. Share them with your grandmother." Jiang Chuyue softly replied, "Grandmother, I do not feel wronged. The floating light brocade is expensive, and the swallows' nests are not cheap. Using less truly saves quite a bit of silver." The old matriarch disagreed, advising Jiang Chuyue, "Good-hearted people can be taken advantage of. If you continue to back down today, tomorrow, and the day after, you will ultimately have nothing. Life is but a little over 100 years. Your own happiness is what matters most." Jiang Chuyue felt a sudden sting in her nose. Gently nodding, "I will remember, grandmother." The old matriarch continued, "Jiang Chuyue hails from a humble background and has a narrow perspective. She is not fit to manage the household. My dear, you shall take charge henceforth." Jiang Chuyue was taken aback. "Me?" The old matriarch smiled. "You have studied the art of calculation since childhood and are familiar with the workings of the Xiao residence. Managing the household will come easily to you. Besides, you will soon be betrothed, and you will need to manage the household there as well. It is best to accumulate some experience now." Jiang Chuyue lowered her head. "Very well." Outside in the courtyard, Jiang Chuyue knelt. As late spring approached summer, the sun grew increasingly hot, and Jiang Chuyue's knees began to ache painfully on the stone slabs. The pain in her knees made her acutely aware that she was no longer the pampered daughter of the county magistrate from Lixian. She was merely a concubine of the general's household, and a single word from the old matriarch could shatter all her pride and dignity. Jiang Chuyue raised her head, and, through the intricately carved window, glimpsed Jiang Chuyue and the old matriarch within the Showan Hall. Jiang Chuyue reclined on a soft couch, perusing account books. Her delicate features and fair skin resembling a peony nurtured to perfection, exuding beauty and elegance. The old matriarch sat beside her, occasionally smiling as she offered Jiang Chuyue a delicate pastry, which Jiang Chuyue obediently accepted. The scene was warm and picturesque. Jiang Chuyue clenched her sleeves tightly, her nails nearly piercing her palms. She understood that the noble ladies in the capital were cherished since childhood. Yet, she had not anticipated that Jiang Chuyue, an outsider, could be so doted upon by the old matriarch. Both had lost their parents. Yet why did Jiang Chuyue lead such a fortunate life, while she was left kneeling on the stone slabs, stripped of her pride and dignity? Fate was so unfair. "Grandmother," came the call of Xiao Ji from outside the Showan Hall. Xiao Ji had returned. Upon his arrival at the Xiao residence, Duan, the maidservant beside Jiang Chuyue, rushed in a panic to seek help. Duan sobbed uncontrollably, saying that Jiang Chuyue had been punished to kneel and pleaded with Xiao Ji to save her. Xiao Ji entered the Showan Hall and indeed saw Jiang Chuyue kneeling in the courtyard. Jiang Chuyue bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Chuyue, and from a distance, Xiao Ji mistook her for Jiang Chuyue. His heart tightened, and he hurried closer, only to realize it was Jiang Chuyue. Jiang Chuyue looked up, her sweat-soaked hair clinging to her pale cheeks, her reddened eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at him pitifully. "General." Xiao Ji frowned. "Get up." Jiang Chuyue shook her head with a sorrowful smile, saying, "I have committed an error and willingly accept my punishment. I will rise once the old matriarch's anger has subsided." Xiao Ji's expression hardened as he stepped into the Showan Hall. Upon entering, he first glanced at Jiang Chuyue, who was studying the account books, and then turned to the old matriarch, saying, "Grandmother, Jiang Chuyue has always been delicate. Even if she has erred, her punishment should be lighter." The old matriarch retorted sternly, "Jiang Chuyue has attempted to mistreat my granddaughter, so let her kneel. I want everyone in the Xiao residence to understand that anyone who dares to mistreat my granddaughter will not be forgiven."
Xiao Ji replied,
"Kneeling for too long can harm the knees." Jiang was injured, which would likely delay the housekeeper. "Old Madame Xiao suggested that you should take charge." as she would eventually marry, and it was an opportune time for her to learn the duties of a housekeeper. The mere mention of marriage pierced Xiao Ji's heart like a knife. It was only then that he noticed Jiang Chuyue was holding an account book. Xiao Ji felt as if his heart was gripped tightly by an unseen force, making it hard for him to breathe. He spoke, "Grandmother. Xiaoya has never managed a household before. Mistakes are bound to occur." Old Madame Xiao waved her hand with a smile. "What young lady knows how to manage a household from the outset? It's a gradual process." Jiang Chuyue sensed a hint of discontent in Xiao Ji's voice and assumed that he doubted her capability as a young lady to manage the Xiao residence. Thus, she softly reassured him, "Brother, rest assured, I will learn to manage well." Xiao Ji's knuckles turned white as he clenched his fists, his gaze darkening. Just then, a maid outside cried out, "Old Madam, concubine 10 has fainted." Hearing this, Xiao Ji rushed into the courtyard. Jiang had already collapsed on the ground, her delicate face pale and pitiful. Xiao Ji bent down and held Jiang in his arms, turning back to cast a deep look at Jiang Chuyue. To seize the position of housekeeper, you would resort to such despicable means? Chapter 20. Never compromise your own worth. That gaze was chilling, as if Jiang Chuyue had committed some unspeakable act. Jiang Chuyue twisted her fingers around the hem of her garment, her heart feeling as though it had been pierced by a sharp blade. Xiao Ji carried Jiang away with determined strides, his back cold and unfeeling. Old Madame Xiao, displaying her dissatisfaction, gently patted Jiang Chuyue's hand. "Do not take your brother's words to heart. Just manage the household well. If you have any questions, feel free to ask your grandmother." Jiang Chuyue lowered her eyelashes, casting a shadow over her eyes, and replied, "Yes, I understand." As night fell, Xiao Ji returned to rest in Jiang's bedroom after finishing his official duties. The candlelight illuminated the room brightly, and Jiang sat at the table, flipping through an account book. Xiao Ji stood at the door, gazing at Jiang's figure for a long while. It was only when Jiang sensed the movement at the door that she looked up, her eyes gleaming with joy. "General, you have returned." As Xiao Ji entered the room, he glanced at the account book Jiang was holding. "Are you still reviewing the accounts?" Jiang replied softly, "I am checking for any errors or omissions in this account book. I plan to send it to the second young lady's room tomorrow. It is her first time managing and she lacks experience, so I want to assist her." Xiao Ji nodded in agreement with Jiang's approach. Jiang's eyes flickered slightly as she feigned a sigh. "General, this was my mistake. I only wished to save some money for the general's residence. Yet it seems to have drawn the old lady's ire." Jiang pretended to be aggrieved, portraying Jiang Chuyue as a spendthrift young lady. She desired Xiao Ji to take her side, believing that her rationale for reducing expenses in Jiang Chuyue's courtyard was impeccable. A man, when faced with a woman who considers him in all matters, would typically feel touched. Yet unexpectedly, Xiao Ji spoke, "You are indeed in the wrong." Jiang's eyes widened in shock. Xiao Ji continued, "Xiaoya has lost her parents from a young age and is all alone. Whether it be 3 or 10 bolts of fine silk, as long as she desires, the general's residence can provide it." Jiang instinctively tightened her grip on the account book. She had not anticipated that not only old Madame Xiao favored Jiang Chuyue, but even her husband, with whom she shared a bed, would fully side with Jiang Chuyue. Jiang was unwilling to accept this. Why should Jiang Chuyue be entitled to such abundant affection? Though turmoil raged within, Jiang maintained a facade of obedience, gently nodding. "What the general says is true. I will ensure not to make such mistakes in the future." The candlelight flickered brightly as Jiang gazed at him with her beautiful eyes filled with deference. Xiao Ji's dark eyes narrowed slightly, and he could not help but reach out to caress Jiang's lovely face. Jiang, understanding his gaze, set down the account book and affectionately called out, "General." Xiao Ji swallowed hard, leaning down to kiss Jiang. The candles burned steadily, the account book lying quietly on the table, while the wooden bed creaked for a long time. The following morning, as dawn broke, Xiao Ji went to court, and after dressing up, Jiang visited the side room to check on Dujuan. Dujuan had been punished the previous day and was now lying in her room nursing her wounds. Upon seeing Jiang, Dujuan cried, "Madam, the second young lady is so cruel. 10 lashes nearly killed me. You must stand up for me." Jiang sighed, "I am merely a concubine. How can I intervene on your behalf? Be cautious in your words and actions from now on, and do not speak indiscriminately." Dujuan, with tears of grievance, retorted, "The second young lady has taken away your authority as the housekeeper." "Humph! How can a young lady who has never lifted a finger understand household management? She is sure to make a fool of herself." Jiang, too, doubted Jiang Chuyue's ability to manage the household. In Jiang's eyes, Jiang Chuyue was merely a pampered vase, fortunate enough to be indulged by both old Madame Xiao and Xiao Ji. Jiang stated, "Let us wait and see. I do not believe the second young lady can manage well." Meanwhile, Jiang Chuyue, also facing her first experience as a housekeeper, remained unperturbed. Having been raised by old Madame Xiao, she had been taught the intricacies of managing the household. Jiang Chuyue had absorbed old Madame Xiao's teachings well, though she had never applied them practically until now. This time, with the authority of a housekeeper in her grasp, Jiang Chuyue was determined to prove herself. If Xiao Ji doubted her ability to manage the Xiao residence, she would excel and earn his respect. In the following days, Jiang Chuyue dedicated all her energy to managing the household, seeking old Madame Xiao's advice whenever faced with difficult challenges. Through her diligence and with old Madame Xiao's careful guidance, she swiftly mastered the various affairs of the household, organizing everything meticulously. One day, while reviewing the accounts of the Xiao residence, Jiang Chuyue realized her monthly expenditures were indeed substantial. She sighed, "Perhaps Jiang is right. The expenses in my courtyard are excessive. The precious medicinal herbs for beauty and health, the trendiest fabrics in the capital, and the jewelry favored by young ladies, all had been generously provided by old Madame Xiao." Jiang Chuyue lacked for nothing that other young ladies possessed. However, Baizhu disagreed. "Miss, you are the only daughter of the general's residence, with a noble status. It is reasonable to enjoy the finest food and clothing." Jiang Chuyue set down the account book. "Yet, I believe we should cut unnecessary expenses to save some money for the residents." Jiang Chuyue secretly reduced her courtyard's expenditures, but 2 days later, old Madame Xiao summoned her to show and hall for questioning. Old Madame Xiao pointed at the account book on the table, exasperated. "You young lady, who allowed you to cut your courtyard's expenses? Other young ladies wear sheer silks in spring. You must have sheer silks too." Jiang Chuyue smiled and linked her arm with old Madame Xiao's. "Grandmother, I have plenty of fine silks and satin. I cannot wear them all." Old Madame Xiao pinched Jiang Chuyue's nose playfully, feigning anger. The money of the general's residence was not obtained through corruption. It is the accumulated wealth of generations, earned through land and property. Do not try to save money for your grandmother. Jiang Chuyue opened her palms, pretending to be troubled. "Grandmother, I truly do not need that much money." Old Madame Xiao insisted. "Be obedient. Spend what needs to be spent. When you marry, half of my fortune will be your dowry. I only want you to live well and be the happiest girl in Daqing." Jiang Chuyue felt a lump in her throat. She looked up to see strands of silvery white hair catching in old Madame Xiao's eyes. Old Madame Xiao, now aged, radiated the same affection as ever. Jiang Chuyue's heart swelled with bittersweet emotions as she nestled against old Madame Xiao. "Thank you for being so good to me, grandmother." Old Madame Xiao gently stroked Jiang Chuyue's back. "Good child, never compromise your own worth, understand?" Jiang Chuyue lowered her eyelashes, gently nodding. Chapter 21. Xiao Ji's interrogation. In the afternoon, after leaving old Madame Xiao's courtyard, Jiang Chuyue encountered Jiang in the backyard. Following the loss of her authority as housekeeper, Jiang had settled down considerably, transforming back into the gentle and courteous concubine 10. Jiang sure donned a simple yet elegant light green gown today. Her demeanor gentle as she said, "Second miss, please wait." Jiang Chuyue inquired, "What is it?" A faint blush graced Jiang Shi's fair cheeks as she lowered her voice. "Second miss, the general has recently been spending the night in my quarters, and I find myself somewhat overwhelmed. Might I trouble you to instruct the storeroom to send me some ointment to reduce swelling and bruising?" Jiang Shi's figure resembled a delicate willow swaying in the breeze, with distinct marks of passion adorning her neck. Her fair wrist, partially revealed from her sleeve, bore deep impressions from a firm grip. Among the many concubines in the Xiao household, only Jiang Shi received the full favor of Xiao Ji, a favor that had remained unwavering over time. Jiang Chuyue concealed the bitterness in her heart, maintaining an ordinary expression. "Very well, I shall inform the storeroom." Jiang Shi lifted her beautiful eyes. "Thank you, Second Mississippi. I shall diligently attend to the general, striving to bear him a child." As she spoke, Jiang Shi's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Chuyue's eyes, hoping to glimpse a hint of jealousy. Unfortunately, Jiang Chuyue's eyes were tranquil and unperturbed, as if she were entirely indifferent to Jiang Shi's favored status. Jiang Chuyue departed without delay, leaving Jiang Shi standing still, her beautiful eyes locked onto Jiang Chuyue's retreating figure. In recent days, Jiang Shi had taken to imitating Jiang Chuyue in every possible way: her demeanor, her attire, even the fragrances she used. As expected, Xiao Ji showed an extraordinary fondness for Jiang Chuyue, spending each night in intimate company with her. Du Wan, standing nearby, muttered in dissatisfaction, "Madam, I did not expect the second miss to possess such capabilities. She seems to excel in managing affairs." Both Du Wan and Jiang Chuyue believed Jiang Chuyue to be a pampered young lady, incapable of handling the complexities of household matters. Little did they know, Jiang Chuyue was quite adept at managing the Xiao household with great efficiency. Jiang Chuyue exhibited remarkable generosity, treating Xiao Ji's concubines fairly without reducing their due portions, often bestowing upon them new fabrics and jewelry. Jiang Chuyue could not deny that Jiang Chuyue was far superior to her. Jiang Chuyue was indeed a true noble daughter, her vision and methods far surpassing those of Jiang Chuyue, who hailed from Lixian. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chuyue consoled herself. What is there to fear? The second miss will eventually marry, and the old matriarch will pass away. I will still have the opportunity to become the matriarch of the Xiao family. Having tasted the sweetness of wielding authority in the Xiao household, Jiang Chuyue was unwilling to relinquish it easily. The days ahead were long. She would surely have her chance to rise. Yet, must we endure this for now? It is truly stifling, Du Wan lamented. After a moment of thought, Jiang Chuyue smiled lightly. Naturally, we must endure. However, we can arrange some discomfort for the second Mississippi. That night, the glass lanterns in Jiang Chuyue's courtyard shone brightly. Under the light, she perused an invitation. As early summer approached, the grass at the racetrack in the eastern outskirts of the capital had grown lush. The queen's younger sister, Shangguanyun, had specially sent an invitation to Jiang Chuyue, inviting her to the racetrack in 5 days to ride and enjoy the blossoms. To prevent Jiang Chuyue from declining, Shangguanyun had mentioned in the invitation that the queen was already aware of the outing. Should Jiang Chuyue refuse, it would be seen as disrespectful to the queen. "Miss, this is a trap. We should feign illness and not attend," Baizhu expressed her concerns. Recently, at the Duke of Junnan's residence, Shangguanyun had publicly humiliated Jiang Chuyue, an incident that Baizhu still remembered. Jiang Chuyue set the invitation aside, helplessly saying, "She has already invoked the queen's name. If I refuse, it may provoke discontent from both the Shangguan family and the queen. Offending the queen and the Shangguan family could easily draw trouble to the Xiao household. I do not wish to place Xiao Ji in a difficult position." At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside. Jiang Chuyue looked up in surprise, recognizing the sound as that of Xiao Ji approaching. It had been a long time since he had visited her courtyard. "Brother!" Jiang Chuyue joyfully stepped outside, her skirt swirling in delightful ripples in the night breeze. Xiao Ji approached under the moonlight, his handsome face shrouded in shadow. He scrutinized Jiang Chuyue for a moment before suddenly producing a jar of ointment, questioning her. "The ointment you had sent to the 10th concubine today caused her wrist to swell and fester." Jiang Chuyue's earlier joy dissipated entirely. Frowning, she extended her hand. "Let me take a look." Xiao Ji handed her the ointment. Jiang Chuyue unscrewed the lid, her fingertip poised to delve into the jar to examine the ointment. However, before she could touch it, Xiao Ji knocked the jar over. The small porcelain container tumbled to the ground, shattering, releasing a pungent herbal scent. Xiao Ji spoke in a grave tone. "The ointment is problematic. Do not touch it." After a pause, his voice turned icy. "You have recently taken on the role of steward, yet there are lapses in your duties. I will inform grandmother tomorrow and revoke your stewardship." Jiang Chuyue could hardly believe her ears. Whether this ointment is faulty requires thorough investigation. How can you pass judgment without discerning right from wrong?
Xiao Ji replied coldly.
Your lack of stewardship has harmed the 10th concubine. If you cannot manage the household, then remain as a miss of the Xiao family. With that, Xiao Ji turned away, his sleeves sweeping past him. The courtyard, adorned with begonia blossoms, swayed in the moonlight. Jiang Chuyue averted her face, wiping away the tears that had silently gathered at the corners of her eyes. For the sake of Jiang Chuyue, he would not even grant her a moment of explanation. Jiang Chuyue could keenly sense Xiao Ji's growing coldness towards her. The boy who once shielded her like a mountain had now drifted further away. Xiao Ji's heart had already found a place for Jiang Chuyue, pushing her aside. The following day, Xiao Ji did indeed seek out the old matriarch of the Xiao family, claiming that Jiang Chuyue lacked the ability to manage the household, hoping she would reclaim the stewardship. Naturally, the old matriarch disagreed. A mere box of ointment could not substantiate Jiang Chuyue's negligence. Seeing that he could not persuade the old matriarch, Xiao Ji left with a stern countenance.
Days passed.
and Jiang Chuyue prepared to leave, intending to honor the invitation to the racetrack in the eastern outskirts of the capital. She found herself unable to decline Shangguan Yun's invitation. Before her departure, the old matriarch expressed her concerns, specifically advising Jiang Chuyue, exercise utmost caution. Be cautious in all matters. Jiang Chuyue nodded vigorously. Grandmother, rest assured. I will proceed with care. After thorough preparations, Jiang Chuyue rode in a carriage to the racetrack. As early summer approached, the grassy fields of the racetrack were lush, and the stables housed a dozen strong steeds. Shangguan Yun approached on a white horse, striding with arrogance. Ah, Miss Jiang has finally arrived. I thought you might feign illness and dare not step outside. The malice in Shangguan Yun's eyes was unmistakable. Jiang Chuyue, unperturbed, replied, It is rude to decline such warm hospitality. Since Miss Shangguan has invited me, I shall certainly attend. Shangguan Yun toyed with her riding whip. I have heard that Miss Jiang excels in the 6 arts. Today, let us compete on horseback. Having learned equestrian skills from a young age, Shangguan Yun was no less skilled than her male peers. After being outmaneuvered by Jiang Chuyue at the Duke of Junnan's residence, she felt a simmering resentment. Today, she aimed to take the opportunity to best Jiang Chuyue and relieve her pent-up frustration. She scrutinized Jiang Chuyue, noting her slender frame and delicate waist, a clear indication of her sheltered upbringing. Shangguan Yun was confident that she would make a strong impression on the Xiao family today. Jiang Chuyue accepted the challenge with enthusiasm. Very well, let us compete. The racetrack was expansive, and Jiang Chuyue changed into a light red riding outfit, her long hair neatly tied up, exuding an air of elegance. The stable boy brought forth a sleek black steed, yet Jiang Chuyue did not rush to mount. Instead, she called for the accompanying veterinarian, who was from the Xiao household. Jiang Chuyue had deliberately brought him along. The seasoned veterinarian meticulously inspected the black steed, leaving no detail overlooked, including the shape of its hooves. After nearly the duration of an incense stick, he respectfully informed Jiang Chuyue, Second Miss, this horse is perfectly sound. Only then did Jiang Chuyue feel a measure of relief. Shangguan Yun, waiting nearby, appeared momentarily taken aback, her fair face betraying irritation as she raised her whip in question. What do you mean by this, Jiang Chuyue? Do you suspect that I would tamper with the horse you ride? Jiang Chuyue smiled lightly. One must always be cautious. Shangguan Yun's face flushed with anger as she scolded in a delicate voice. Jiang Chuyue, you truly underestimate my integrity. I won against you fair and square. How could I resort to underhanded tactics? Jiang Chuyue mounted her horse, reiterating, one must always be wary of others. The horn sounded, and both Jiang Chuyue and Shangguan Yun rode their horses, galloping towards the distant finish line. Although Jiang Chuyue was a daughter from a prominent family, her equestrian skills were on par with any man. In her youth, Xiao Ji had personally taught her to ride. As the finest equestrian instructor, Xiao Ji's careful tutelage had enabled Jiang Chuyue to master the art of horseback riding. She raced towards the finish line, effortlessly surpassing Shangguan Yun and claiming victory. Naturally, Shangguan Yun was unwilling to accept defeat. Let's take a break and compete again. Jiang Chuyue replied, very well. Dismounting, she handed her black steed to the stableman, instructing, keep a close watch on this horse. Do not allow anyone to approach. I fear someone may attempt to poison it. The stableman responded respectfully, rest assured, miss. I will keep a vigilant eye. Shangguan Yun was so furious she could hardly speak. The outside world described the second miss of the Xiao family as gentle and compliant. Yet Shangguan Yun felt there was a misrepresentation. Jiang Chuyue was quite astute. Adjacent to the horse track was a shaded pavilion where Jiang Chuyue sat to wipe her sweat and sip some tea to quench her thirst. Naturally, the tea was brought by her, as she dared not drink the tea provided by the horse track. Who knew if Shangguan Yun would secretly poison it? This scene caught Shangguan Yun's ire, as she exclaimed, Jiang Chuyue, this tea is of the finest Amei Yunding variety. You truly have no appreciation. Jiang Chuyue calmly sipped her tea. One must always be wary of others. Shangguan Yun was nearly driven to the point of shattering her teacup. As the sun grew hotter, Jiang Chuyue drank 2 cups of tea, and out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly spotted a familiar tall figure. It was Xiao Ji. Jiang Chuyue then remembered that next to the horse track was the training ground of the Xuanwu army. Xiao Ji was on leave today, likely here to practice martial arts. However, before Jiang Chuyue could revel in her delight, she noticed Jiang Shi beside Xiao Ji. Jiang Shi was elegantly dressed, holding a silver hand fan. smiling as she followed closely behind Xiao Ji, occasionally fanning him. The two appeared to be quite intimate.
Xiao Ji approached,
His gaze lingering on Jiang Chuyue for a moment before saying, "I heard you were here, so I came to take a look." Jiang Chuyue replied, "Please, brother. Have a seat." Xiao Ji and Jiang Shi entered the pavilion, which instantly felt somewhat cramped. Jiang Chuyue shifted to a corner to make space for Xiao Ji. Just as she was about to settle down, a cold voice cut through the air. "What? No invitation for me to sit?" Jiang Chuyue looked up in astonishment. Her attention had been entirely on Xiao Ji. She had not noticed the dark figure of Regent Wang Xiaolinyuan beside him. Such a large presence had gone unnoticed by her. She quickly adjusted her demeanor, maintaining her composure. "This humble girl greets His Highness. It seems rather crowded here. Perhaps His Highness would prefer to sit in the adjacent pavilion?" Xiaolinyuan's dark eyes, deep as an abyss, seemed to draw Jiang Chuyue in as he coldly replied, "This is the pavilion I prefer." The atmosphere grew tense. Finally, Xiao Ji broke the silence with a smile. "Regent Wang, please do not bully my little sister. If you favor this pavilion, I shall yield it to you." Xiaolinyuan cast a piercing gaze at Jiang Chuyue before sweeping his sleeve and moving to the adjacent pavilion, sitting down with an air of icy authority. The nearby stable hands quickly retreated, keeping their distance from the formidable figure. As the break concluded, Shangguan Yun rode over, seeking another contest of equestrian skills with Jiang Chuyue. Jiang Chuyue mounted her horse once more, gesturing towards Xiaolinyuan seated in the pavilion. "Miss Shangguan, the regent is here to observe our contest today. I advise against any unscrupulous tactics." Shangguan Yun, exasperated, retorted, "Jiang Chuyue, I intend to win you over fairly. I will not resort to any underhanded means." Jiang Chuyue replied with a hint of amusement, "One must always be wary of others." Shangguan Yun was on the brink of fury. The horn sounded again. Jiang Chuyue wielded the riding crop, urging her black steed to gallop like lightning. The horse surged forward, her hair streaming behind her, vibrant and spirited, exuding a gallant grace. In the pavilion, Xiao Ji took a sip of tea, his sharp gaze fixed on Jiang Chuyue in the horse arena. In a moment of nostalgia, he recalled the years when he had taught her to ride. Time had flown, and the innocent little girl had blossomed into a bright and beautiful young woman. She was like a butterfly, destined to flutter away from the Xiao residence. "General?" Jiang Shi called out to Xiao Ji several times, yet he remained unresponsive. Noticing his fixation on Jiang Chuyue, Jiang Shi felt a pang of sorrow. The weather was splendid, and she had asked Xiao Ji to take a stroll with her, but he had brought her to the training ground only to encounter Jiang Chuyue. Jiang Shi, lacking equestrian skill, gazed at Jiang Chuyue galloping in the arena, her youthful radiance captivating. A sense of bitterness filled Jiang Shi's heart as she recognized her own shortcomings compared to Jiang Chuyue. Once again, the equestrian competition concluded with Jiang Chuyue emerging victorious, having defeated Shangguan Yun twice. Frustrated, Shangguan Yun sat in the pavilion, guzzling tea to cool her temper. "Xiao Yu, your riding skills have become increasingly remarkable," Xiao Ji praised. Jiang Chuyue took a seat beside him, replying, "It is all thanks to my brother's excellent teaching." The day grew hotter, and Baozhu brought out the chilled dessert she had prepared, placing it on the table. Just as Jiang Chuyue took a bite, she suddenly noticed Jiang Shi clutching her mouth and nose, appearing nauseous. Xiao Ji inquired, "Do you not enjoy chilled desserts?" Jiang Shi, her eyes softening, explained to Xiao Ji, "General, I am with child and cannot consume such sweet delicacies." Xiao Ji, who had been in different moments before, abruptly lifted his head in disbelief, asking, "Are you truly with child?" Jiang Shi's cheeks flushed, and she subtly glanced at Jiang Chuyue, gently assuring Xiao Ji, "I saw the physician last night. I am indeed with child, and I would not deceive you." Chapter 23. Sprained ankle. Jiang Chuyue was filled with mixed emotions. She felt joy for Xiao Ji, but sorrow for herself. The unrequited feelings she harbored deep within were ultimately overshadowed by the harsh reality. She mustered a smile and congratulated Xiao Ji. "I am truly happy for you, brother." Xiao Ji's expression darkened. He had been intimate with Jiang Shi lately and had not offered her any contraceptive measures, so the news of her pregnancy was unexpected. Turning to Jiang Chuyue, he asked, "Xiao Yu, are you genuinely happy for me?" Jiang Chuyue's demeanor was flawless as she replied with a smile, "Children are innocent and lovely. I adore them." Xiao Ji's thoughts wandered, his eagle-like gaze fixating on Jiang Shi's abdomen as he murmured, "Having a child is indeed a blessing." Suddenly, a cold arrow was released. striking one of the horses grazing leisurely in the arena, causing chaos as several horses bolted in panic. A voice cried out, "Assassin!" The horses collided into one another, and one injured horse charged towards the pavilion where Jiang Chuyue was seated. Instinctively, she reached for Xiao Ji, attempting to pull him out of harm's way, but her hand merely grazed his sleeve. Turning around, she saw Xiao Ji had already secured Jiang Chuyue, swiftly exiting the pavilion. Jiang Chuyue was left behind, frozen in place. Time seemed to suspend as she gazed at Xiao Ji's retreating figure. The once towering protector, who had shielded her in the past, now safeguarded another. She felt like a drifting ship at sea, realizing that Xiao Ji's harbor now held another vessel. With a crash, the injured horse collided with the pavilion's wooden pillar. Nearby, Xiao Linyuan acted swiftly, dispatching the rampaging horse with a single strike. The pavilion where Jiang Chuyue sat collapsed, the heavy awning falling down, trapping her beneath the rubble. Jiang Chuyue found herself enveloped in darkness. A part of her longed to remain in this shadow. Yet in the next moment, the heavy awning was lifted, and blinding light poured in, dispelling the darkness that surrounded her. Xiao Linyuan, his face cold, pulled back the awning, commanding, "Come out." Jiang Chuyue emerged in disarray. Her hair tousled and her face smeared with dust. Xiao Linyuan cast a cold glance at her. Xiao Ji hastened over, his handsome brows furrowed deeply, seemingly taken aback by Jiang Chuyue's slow pace and her being trapped beneath the ruins of the pavilion. "Xiao Yu, are you hurt?" he inquired. Jiang Chuyue shook her head, forcing a somewhat awkward smile. "No, I'm fine." Just as Xiao Ji was about to ask further questions, Jiang Chuyue suddenly clutched her abdomen, fainting like a willow leaf swaying in the wind. Xiao Ji, not wishing to engage further with Jiang Chuyue, instructed her, "Jiang Chuyue is pregnant and has been startled today. I must take her back to the manor. You should return home early as well." Jiang Chuyue heard herself respond, "All right." Clearly, Xiao Ji had no time to spare for her, his thoughts wholly consumed by the pregnant Jiang Chuyue. He lifted the unconscious Jiang Chuyue into his arms and swiftly departed in the Xiao family's carriage, which vanished into the crisp early summer sunlight. Jiang Chuyue attempted to return to her own carriage, but took only a few steps before a sharp pain surged through her right ankle. Baozhu supported her and anxiously asked, "Miss, have you sprained your ankle?" The pain throbbed intensely, as if 1,000 needles were piercing through her bones. Jiang Chuyue found herself unable to move. She managed to sit on a nearby wooden chair, trembling fingers lifting her pant leg to reveal a severely swollen and misaligned ankle, clearly indicating a dislocation. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead as she murmured, "Baozhu, please go to the stables and find someone skilled in bone setting." Baozhu nodded vigorously. "Miss, wait here. I will find someone at once." She hurried off, calling out for help. Jiang Chuyue gently closed her eyes, her long eyelashes casting shadows over her face. The pain in her ankle was excruciating, yet her heart ached even more. Everything that had transpired today weighed heavily upon her. As she wallowed in her melancholy, a tall figure suddenly loomed over her, blocking the light. Startled, Jiang Chuyue looked up to find Xiao Linyuan standing before her. Clad in a golden black robe that accentuated his tall, upright stature, his expression stern. Jiang Chuyue widened her eyes slightly, momentarily forgetting her pain. "Your Highness? What brings you here?" Baozhu stood beside her, perspiration beading on her forehead as she stammered, "Miss, I went to inquire who could set bones." The prince overheard and said he could help. Jiang Chuyue replied. Xiao Linyuan lowered his gaze upon her, his thin lips pressed together, his tone leaving no room for refusal. "I happen to be free and will lend a hand to Miss Jiang." Jiang Chuyue instinctively wished to decline, but the searing pain in her ankle rendered her unable to stand, and she could only murmur, "I apologize for the trouble, Your Highness." Without further ado, Xiao Linyuan half sank to the ground, the hem of his magnificent robe brushing against the earth, nearly touching the edge of her skirt. His long fingers reached out, the jade ring on his thumb glinting coldly as his articulate hand gently grasped her riding boot. "I will locate the dislocated bone. It may hurt a bit. Bear with it," he advised. Jiang Chuyue recoiled slightly, but nodded. With a firm grip, Xiao Linyuan applied pressure. A crack echoed as the bone returned to its rightful place. The anticipated sharp pain did not materialize, and the agony in her right ankle subsided considerably. Jiang Chuyue softly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness." Xiao Linyuan absently rubbed the jade ring on his thumb, his gaze profound. Each time Jiang Chuyue encountered him, she felt akin to a mouse before a cat. Her head bowed low, which was rather unsettling. The assassin who had struck from the shadows had been apprehended, and Xia Linyuan left to conduct an interrogation. Baozhu supported Jiang Chuyue back to the carriage, where she, exhausted in body and spirit, reclined on the soft couch within.
Shangwan Yun rode in swiftly,
Eager to see Jiang Chuyue, Baozhu halted her horse and patiently explained, "My lady has sprained her ankle and needs to return home for treatment." Shangwan Yun, indignant, retorted, "Her ankle is sprained. It's not my doing. I nearly suffered injury from a horse as well." Baozhu, feeling for Jiang Chuyue, responded more sternly. "Perhaps Miss Shangwan is feigning a pity play? Unable to match my lady's equestrian skills, she resorts to underhanded tactics." Shangwan Yun ground her teeth, believing that not only was Jiang Chuyue sharp-tongued, but her maid was equally venomous. As Jiang Chuyue's carriage rolled away, Shangwan Yun sat atop her horse, gripping the reins in frustration, her eyes revealing a distinct malice. "Relying on her superior horsemanship, she dares to look down upon me. I shall see how I can deal with her." After leaving the stables, Shangwan Yun directly entered the inner palace to seek her elder sister, the Empress. "Sister, you must intercede on my behalf," she lamented, collapsing into the Empress's embrace. The Empress smiled. "Who would dare bully my sister?" Shangwan Yun, fuming, replied. "Who else could it be but that Jiang Chuyue from the Xiao residence?" She recounted the day's events at the stables in full detail, her indignation palpable. "Shooting arrows to harm the horses is not an act instigated by our Shangwan family, yet Jiang Chuyue dares to accuse me of acting the victim." The Empress paused thoughtfully. The arrows that harmed the horses were indeed shot by the Shangwan family. Shangwan Yun's complaints abruptly ceased. The Empress's maternal family, the Shangwan clan, was a prestigious family with a deep-rooted history in the kingdom of Qing. In recent years, the Xiao family and the Regent had conspired to encroach upon the Shangwan family's power. Previously imprisoned, the Minister of Revenue, Lu's family, had also been supported by the Shangwan family. The execution of the Lu family served as a catalyst, igniting the tensions between the Regent and the Shangwan clan. The Empress pressed her fingers to her forehead, troubled. The Xiao family is growing increasingly powerful. They are indeed formidable adversaries. Even you could not gain any advantage from Xiao Ji's sister. Shangwan Yun's mind raced, and she suddenly conceived an ingenious scheme to deal with Jiang Chuyue. With excitement, Shangwan Yun suggested to the Empress, "Sister, Jiang Chuyue possesses both beauty and grace. Why not propose to the Emperor that she be brought into the palace as a consort?" Chapter 24. The unattainable favor. Once one enters the depths of the imperial harem, it is akin to a vast ocean. The Emperor has long harbored a deep-seated disdain for the Regent and the Xiao family. If Jiang Chuyue were to enter the palace, she would undoubtedly face the Emperor's torment, leading to her early demise. Thus, tormenting Jiang Chuyue would serve as an indirect means of afflicting the Xiao family. The Empress considered this for a moment and nodded. "It is feasible." As night fell, the Empress first sent Shangwan Yun out of the palace. The atmosphere in the imperial harem that night was thick with an eerie chill. Shangwan Yun sat in her palanquin, gazing at the cold, foreboding palace walls. She reveled in the thought that Jiang Chuyue would be entering a graveyard upon entering the palace. A smug smile graced her lips. Yet, as she chuckled, she suddenly rested her chin on her hand and murmured, "In truth, Jiang Chuyue is rather innocent. She does not bear the Xiao surname and suffers unnecessarily on their behalf. Moreover, her equestrian skills are indeed remarkable." As this thought crossed her mind, Shangwan Yun hurriedly shook her head, muttering to herself, "The Shangwan and Xiao families are irreconcilable. I cannot feel sympathy for her." That night, the Empress visited the Emperor. The night was shrouded in darkness, and muffled sobs of a woman could be heard from the Emperor's chamber. Soon after, a disheveled and fainting concubine was carried out by the eunuchs. The Empress cast a cold glance at the unconscious concubine, who had been tortured beyond recognition, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. She entered the Emperor's chamber. The Emperor lounged in his chair, his collar loosely open, drinking wine, the air thick with the lingering scent of liquor and blood. The Empress knelt and greeted him. "Your servant pays her respects to your Majesty." The Emperor, with a hint of impatience, raised his head. "What is it? Do you wish to share my bed?" The Empress smiled. "Your Majesty, I have heard that General Xiao has a sister, renowned for her beauty and gentle disposition. I thought such a fine lady would be most suitable to serve the Emperor. Why not decree that she be brought into the palace as a consort?" The Emperor replied, exasperated, "Xiao Ji is merely a warrior. His sister is likely a boisterous woman who wields swords and spears all day. I have no interest in such women. The empress was taken aback. In the past, whenever he learned of a beautiful daughter from a minister's family, the emperor would go to great lengths to bring her into the palace. Yet recently, he seemed to have changed. He no longer summoned beauties to the palace. The empress said, "Your Majesty, Xiao Ji's sister possesses unparalleled beauty. If you were to see her, you would surely be captivated." The emperor, still impatient, drawled, "Get out." The empress gritted her teeth, reluctantly departing. Inside the chamber, the emperor drank heavily, his mind consumed with thoughts of the exquisite beauty he had glimpsed in the carriage. Regrettably, their encounter was brief, and the emperor's emissaries scoured the land without success in locating her. The emperor, consumed by thoughts of her, found himself unable to capture her visage through art, as he lacked the skill to portray her beauty and grace. His heart grew increasingly restless. The more elusive she became, the more he yearned for her. He silently vowed that no matter the distance, he would find a way to possess her. Meanwhile, the news of concubine Jiang's pregnancy sent ripples through the Xiao residence. This marked the first child of the Xiao lineage, rendering it exceptionally precious. Even the typically aloof matriarch Xiao softened her demeanor, arranging for the serene east courtyard to be prepared for concubine Jiang, ensuring she could rest peacefully during her pregnancy. Nourishments flowed into her quarters like a river, and the household physician visited daily, anxious to prevent any mishap. Concubine Jiang emerged as the most prominent figure within the Xiao estate. As night descended, candlelight flickered. Leaning against the imperial concubine couch, concubine Jiang gently caressed her still flat abdomen, aware that with this child came boundless glory and wealth. "Madam, the general has arrived,"
Du Roi whispered softly.
Concubine Jiang feigned a move to rise, but Xiao Ji strode in, his warm hand resting gently on her shoulder. "Lie back, do not move." Her cheeks flushed, she obediently reclined, her eyes shimmering like pools of water. "I shall heed the general's wishes." Xiao Ji's hand caressed her abdomen, where his bloodline was nurtured. A strange, almost unfamiliar emotion surged within him, leaving him momentarily dazed. In the candlelight, concubine Jiang's long, dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, her pale silver nightgown accentuating her fair skin, and her features bore a striking resemblance to the woman he sought.
Xiao's gaze dimmed,
as a ludicrous thought crossed his mind. Clenching her hand tightly, he spoke hoarsely, "Promise me you will safely deliver this child." Concubine Jiang smiled gently, her fingers clasping his. "I understand, and I shall bear a lively child for the general." Outside the window, a crescent moon hung in the night sky, its luminous glow spilling through the window panes. Xiao Ji embraced concubine Jiang closely, yet his gaze lingered on the moonlight, his thoughts wandering far away. Jiang Chuyue, still wielding the authority of the steward, ensured that many nourishing herbs were procured for concubine Jiang, and the meals sent to her were meticulously prepared. This was Xiao Ji's first child, and he valued it greatly. Jiang Chuyue was determined to prevent any misfortune. In the afternoon, Jiang Chuyue perused the accounts in her chamber. Bao Zhu entered, reporting with a hint of dissatisfaction, "Miss Duan, concubine Jiang's maid, has come again, claiming that the concubine has been sleeping poorly and wishes for some bird's nest for rest." In the vast Xiao estate, only Jiang Chuyue's quarters contained such delicacies, and there remained a considerable amount. Setting down her brush, Jiang Chuyue replied, "Let her in." Duan strode in with an air of entitlement. Previously, after Duan's brazen remarks, Jiang Chuyue had ordered her to receive 10 lashes. Instead of reflecting on her behavior, Duan's resentment toward Jiang Chuyue had only intensified. Now, with concubine Jiang pregnant, Duan felt emboldened. With a dismissive curtsy, Duan arrogantly stated, "Second miss, please hand over the bird's nest quickly, lest we waste time." Jiang Chuyue regarded her calmly. "Excessive nourishment during pregnancy is inadvisable. It may lead to complications. Inform the concubine that moderation in diet is essential," she instructed. Duan's eyes widened, her voice rising sharply. "Second miss, my lady is with child. You are being cruel to a pregnant woman. If the general finds out, he will be furious." Jiang Chuyue tilted her head slightly. "What? Do you wish to receive 10 lashes again?" Duan paled and retreated, gritting her teeth. Bao Zhu poured a cup of tea for Jiang Chuyue, fuming. Concubine Jiang, relying on her pregnancy, has grown increasingly arrogant. When she first entered the estate, she acted with such caution, yet now she behaves like the mistress, even daring to covet what belongs to you. Jiang Chuyue lowered her gaze, her fingers lightly tracing the rim of her cup, her voice barely above a whisper. What can we do when my brother favors her? Love makes one indulgent. Before concubine Jiang's arrival, Xiao Ji had not lingered in the company of his concubines for long. After she entered the estate, she quickly became the favored one, receiving Xiao Ji's affections. In truth, Jiang Chuyue felt a twinge of envy towards concubine Jiang, for she had captured Xiao Ji's heart. Jiang Chuyue yearned for a love that was uniquely hers, akin to that of her deceased parents, who had eyes only for each other, undeterred even by death. Yet, such hopes were ultimately futile. Despite knowing that her affection for Xiao Ji was akin to a moth drawn to flame, Jiang Chuyue could not suppress her heart. She found herself enamored with a man who would never love her in return, destined to remain without his exclusive adoration. As night enveloped the capital, after dinner, Jiang Chuyue strolled through the courtyard to digest her meal. The begonia blossoms were fading, drooping wearily from their branches. The sultry early summer night urged her to fan herself with her handkerchief. The second miss has been seen. A servant of Xiao Ji bowed respectfully from beyond the moon gate. Jiang Chuyue paused in her motion. What is it? The servant replied. The general sent me to retrieve the bird's nest for you. Concubine Jiang has been restless and wishes to consume it for sleep. During the day, Jiang Chuyue had refused to part with the bird's nest. That night, Xiao Ji dispatched someone to request it on behalf of concubine Jiang. Jiang Chuyue could not deny Xiao Ji's request. It was merely a box of bird's nest. She could part with it. She did not wish to disappoint him. Love renders one humble to the point of dust. Jiang Chuyue sent the precious delicacy away. As the night deepened, she lost the desire for a stroll and returned to her chamber to rest. Meanwhile, concubine Jiang savored the bird's nest she had longed for. Truth be told, the taste of this nest was no different from ordinary ones, yet concubine Jiang felt elated, knowing it was a prized possession wrested from Jiang Chuyue. She finally had the upper hand over her. However, she was cautious not to overstep, aware that repeatedly requesting rare items through Xiao Ji could eventually incite his disdain. Days passed, and concubine Jiang strolled in the garden with Duan. The servants of the Xiao estate bowed respectfully upon seeing her, their attitudes exceedingly deferential. Concubine Jiang relished this attention, reminiscent of her days when she was the center of admiration in Lixian.
Supporting concubine Jeanne, Duan said proudly, Madame.
If you bear a son, perhaps the general will elevate you to the position of the primary wife. Concubine Jiang's lips curled into a smile. Let us hope so. As they turned through the corridor, they spotted Jiang Chuyue in the front courtyard, overseeing matters. A few stewards surrounded her, clearly engaged in tedious procurement discussions, yet her succinct guidance illuminated their understanding. Concubine Jiang paused under the eaves, her nails digging into her palm. Although she had once managed the household, she could not match Jiang Chuyue's remarkable capabilities. Jiang Chuyue was no delicate flower sheltered in the boudoir. Her beauty was complemented by her adeptness in managing domestic affairs. Why was Jiang Chuyue so exceptional, despite both having lost their families? An impulse struck concubine Jiang, and she adjusted her jade hairpin. Donning a gentle smile as she approached Jiang Chuyue, the whisper of her skirt against the marble floor akin to a serpent's slither. Jiang Chuyue was instructing the stewards. You may proceed with your tasks. I shall step out shortly to personally inspect the quality of this batch of timber. The stewards departed, and upon noticing concubine Jiang, Jiang Chuyue advised, It is quite warm today. As you are with child, you ought to rest indoors. Concubine Jiang replied, The doctor says I should not lie down every day, but rather walk around. Are you planning to go out? Jiang Chuyue nodded. Just as concubine Jiang was about to speak, her gaze inadvertently caught sight of Xiao Ji in the distance. Today, he had returned home early, maintaining her soft smile. She fanned herself gently and remarked, The second miss should truly be grateful to your parents for your status as a noble lady in the capital. Jiang Chuyue sensed a palpable malice in her words. She cast a dark look. What do you mean by that? Jiang's expression remained gentle, as if engaged in casual conversation with Jiang Chuyue. If it were not for the early demise of the second young lady's parents, she would not be enjoying her current fortunate circumstances. In my humble opinion, the timing of their passing was rather opportune. A resounding slap echoed through the courtyard. Jiang Chuyue struck back, her face as cold as frost. Do not speak such nonsense. She would not tolerate anyone disparaging her parents. Jiang, having received the blow, staggered like a willow leaf and fell to the ground, her complexion ashen. She clutched her abdomen in pain, exclaiming, "My stomach hurts terribly." Duwan immediately shouted, "Second young lady, my lady was merely greeting you. Even if you dislike her, you cannot resort to violence." Baozhu rolled her eyes. Such a clumsy tactic, fainting after a slap. What a farce. This scene was witnessed by Xiao Ji, who had just returned home. With a solemn expression, he hurriedly lifted Jiang, instructing, "Bring the physician." The physician rushed to the east courtyard, examined Jiang's pulse, and frowned as he informed Xiao Ji, "General, the 10th aunt's pregnancy is quite unstable. I will prepare a prescription to try and preserve the child." Xiao Ji's countenance darkened instantly. He clenched his fists, a wave of indescribable fear and anxiety surging within him. This child represented his hopes. He could not afford to lose it. Beside the bed, upon realizing that her child might not survive, Jiang panicked. She had only intended to teach Jiang Chuyue a lesson, never to harm her unborn child. Tears streamed down her face as she woefully questioned Jiang Chuyue. "Even if you dislike me, must you disregard the child within me?" Jiang Chuyue replied coldly, "Your slander against my parents warrants far more than a mere slap." The sound of Xiao Ji's hand striking Jiang Chuyue came before she could even blink. Both Jiang Chuyue and Xiao Ji were taken aback, the room enveloped in silence. Jiang Chuyue felt as though something precious within her had been shattered by that unexpected blow. Xiao Ji looked down at his numbed hand, his mind racing with thoughts of losing the child. This child held his secret hopes. He longed for its arrival. Thus, when he heard Jiang Chuyue confess her transgressions, rage ignited in his heart, and by the time he processed his actions, he had already struck Jiang Chuyue. His heart ached dully. He attempted to explain, "Xiao Yu, I did not mean to." He had never struck Jiang Chuyue before. Over the years, he had treated her with utmost kindness, cherishing her as one would a precious gem. Jiang Chuyue took 2 steps back, lowering her gaze, creating an insurmountable chasm between them. I need to leave the estate to inspect the timber purchases. Brother, please take good care of the 10th aunt." With that, she fled in distress. Xiao Ji's heart ached painfully, and he instinctively wanted to pursue Jiang Chuyue. Yet Jiang's anguished moans pulled him back. She wept, "General, do not concern yourself with me. It is my fault for offending the second young lady." Jiang appeared pale and fragile. After a moment of internal conflict, Xiao Ji reassured himself that Jiang Chuyue would be safe, with the guards outside. He resolved to apologize to her personally upon her return that evening. He grasped Jiang's hand gently, saying, "Do not dwell on it too much. Drink the medicine, and let's focus on preserving the child. That is of utmost importance." Jiang shed tears, concealing her hidden delight. Jiang Chuyue departed the estate in a carriage, her right cheek already swollen. Baozhu, teary-eyed, applied a soothing ointment to reduce the swelling, choking on her words, "Miss, the general has gone too far. How could he strike you?" Xiao Ji, a man of martial prowess, wielded great strength, and the pain on Jiang Chuyue's face was excruciating, causing her head to spin. She donned a white veil to obscure her features and made her way to the carpenter's workshop in town to inspect a recent batch of timber purchased by the Xiao family. As the scorching summer approached, with the elder Mrs. Xiao growing frail and fearful of the heat, Jiang Chuyue intended to procure quality wood to renovate the back courtyard's attic and pavilion, providing a cool refuge for her. After inspecting the timber, Jiang Chuyue turned to return to her carriage, when unexpectedly, a finely crafted ebony carriage approached from the alley, its iron framework adorned with fierce dragons and tigers.
Emanati non imposinora.
This was the carriage of the Regent Xia Linyuan. Jiang Chuyue pulled her veil lower, hoping to feign ignorance. She found it perplexing how, amidst the 10 long roads of the capital, she always encountered the Regent, lowering her gaze and pretending to be a stranger. She was taken aback when the regal carriage came to a halt. A slender hand raised the curtain, revealing a striking jade ring on the thumb. Xia Linyuan fixed his gaze upon Jiang Chuyue, his voice deep and resonant. "What a coincidence, Miss Jiang." Chapter 26. No longer wanting to like him, Jiang Chuyue felt utterly speechless. Despite her efforts to conceal her identity beneath her white veil, how could Xia Linyuan recognize her so easily? She feigned respect, greeting, "This humble girl pays her respects to the prince." A gentle breeze swept through the alley, lifting the veil of her hat. The red mark from the slap on her right cheek starkly contrasted against her fair skin, lingering vividly in Xia Linyuan's dark eyes. As the wind settled, the veil fell back into place, obscuring her face once more. Jiang Chuyue added, "I have family matters to attend to." So, I must take my leave. Xiao Ji's tone was devoid of emotion, simply stating, "You may do as you wish." Jiang Chuyue hastily returned to her carriage, which sped away from the alley. The regent's ebony carriage remained stationary, Xiao Linyuan seated in the shadows. Jiang Chuyue's pale complexion rendered the slap mark on her cheek even more pronounced. Xiao Linyuan toyed with the jade ring on his thumb, suddenly commanding, "Investigate who struck her." An unseen shadow approached, responding respectfully, "Yes." The Xiao family carriage moved slowly. Baozhu tilted her head in thought, recalling the jade ring on the regent's thumb, an item she had personally delivered as a gift to the regent's household. Little did she know that this seemingly insignificant trinket was still cherished by him. Baozhu could not help but remark, "Miss, it seems the regent takes quite a liking to the gift you bestowed upon him." Jiang Chuyue remained indifferent to the regent's sentiments. She lifted the carriage curtain, instructing the driver to Nanshan Tomb. The driver turned the carriage toward Nanshan Tomb, the resting place for the fallen heroes of the Qing nation. After being struck by Xiao Ji, Jiang Chuyue felt despondent and wished to visit her parents' graves. As the mountain breeze rustled through the lush grass, Jiang Chuyue instructed Baozhu to wait outside while she walked slowly to her parents' tombstone. The Jiang family's parents were interred together, sharing a single grave marker. They had fought valiantly to protect Xiao Ji's father during a retreat, ultimately perishing in battle. Their remains returned in fragments. Jiang Chuyue knelt beside her parents' tombstone, resting her forehead against it, reminiscent of the times she would snuggle in their embrace during her childhood. Leaning against the tombstone felt as if she were hugging her beloved father and mother once more. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she softly murmured, "Father, mother, I truly wish to no longer harbor feelings for him. He has found a beloved and will soon have children. In his heart, I am merely his cherished sister. Mother, I still remember when you held my hand and pointed to father practicing swordplay in the courtyard. You said that when I grew up, I should find a man as noble as him to marry. I fear I may never find such a person. I feel so pained, so tormented. Why must I be drawn to him?" The mountain winds blew gently, the leaves swaying gracefully. Alone beside her parents' tombstone, Jiang Chuyue spoke to herself, "I miss you so much. Why haven't you appeared in my dreams? Do you not wish to see me? Or are you searching for my sister's remains among the living?" Her eyes glistened with tears, her heart heavy with grief. In the mountains, birds weary from flight could return to their nests. The 10th Aunt Jiang, too, was weary, yet there was still Xiao Ji. Jiang Chuyue appeared to possess nothing. The Jiang family was left with only her. She could only quietly sever her love for Xiao Ji with a knife, confiding her heart's troubles only to the cold tombstone. Alone, she wept for a prolonged period. Amidst her tear-filled haze, she suddenly heard faint footsteps. Raising her head, Jiang Chuyue vaguely discerned a shadow approaching from the verdant grass. Not recognizing the figure, she instinctively called out, "Mother?" As the figure drew nearer, she recognized it was the gray-haired Madame Xiao. Hastily wiping away her tears, Jiang Chuyue stumbled to her feet and exclaimed, "Grandmother." Madame Xiao gently touched Jiang Chuyue's swollen right cheek, her murky old eyes brimming with tears as her voice trembled. "Good child, you have suffered. The wind is fierce in the mountains. Come back home with me." Madame Xiao took Jiang Chuyue's hand, soothingly patting it. The mountain air was frigid, and Jiang Chuyue's hands were icy. Madame Xiao's warmth enveloped Jiang Chuyue's cold hand, transferring a comforting heat. Jiang Chuyue felt a pang in her heart and hoarsely called out once more, "Grandmother." A single tear fell, followed by another, and then a third as Jiang Chuyue collapsed into Madame Xiao's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Madame Xiao gently patted Jiang Chuyue's fragile back, whispering, "Let us return home." Jiang Chuyue sensed her shattered heart gradually stitching itself back together as if regaining vitality. Upon returning to the Xiao residence, night had already fallen. After enduring the wind for so long, Jiang Chuyue lay down and slipped into a heavy slumber. Madame Xiao sat by her bedside, noticing Jiang Chuyue's swollen cheek. Despite the application of a soothing ointment, the palm print on her face had not faded and had turned a dark purple. The force with which Xiao Ji had struck her was evident. With a soft sigh, Madame Xiao lowered the bed curtains and exited Jiang Chuyue's courtyard. Xiao Ji had been waiting at the entrance of the yard. Upon seeing Madame Xiao, he hurriedly approached, "Grandmother, is Xiao Yu all right?" His concern for Jiang Chuyue was palpable. In a moment of impulsiveness earlier that day, he had acted out of worry for Jiang's unborn child, striking Jiang Chuyue without forethought. Regret consumed him. He wished he could sever his own hand. This hand had protected Jiang Chuyue for years. How could it have come to harm her? Madame Xiao cast him a cold glance. You shall go to the ancestral hall and kneel before the tablets of your parents and Xiao Yu's parents for the entire night. Xiao Ji clenched his fists and replied softly, Grandmother, I shall confess my sins before the tablets. However, I wish to see her first. He longed to apologize in person, not wishing to create distance between himself and Jiang Chuyue. Madame Xiao stated, Xiao Yu has already fallen asleep. Helpless, Xiao Ji cast a glance at the darkened courtyard, where the delicate pink begonia flowers were beginning to wither. A myriad of emotions swirled within him as he proceeded to the ancestral hall to kneel. An elderly maidservant attending Madame Xiao inquired, Old Madam, it is getting late. Allow me to assist you back to Showen Hall for rest. Madame Xiao shook her head. To the east courtyard. As night enveloped the sky, the east courtyard was permeated with a bitter scent of medicine. After the physician's treatment, Jiang's unborn child had finally been stabilized. Jiang lay nestled in her embroidered quilt, her fingertips brushing over her abdomen, filled with trepidation. Good child. Thankfully nothing happened to you. After today's tumult, a rift had undoubtedly formed between Xiao Ji and Jiang Chuyue. The esteemed young lady had been struck in front of everyone, a truly humiliating experience. Duwan entered with a copper basin, unable to suppress her laughter. Madam, you should have seen the second Mrs. face. It was so swollen that it bled at the corner of her mouth. She deserved it. She isn't even a Xiao, yet she enjoys so many benefits. Jiang smiled silently. Duwan continued, the general dotes on you, valuing the child in your womb. Sooner or later, the position of matriarch of the Xiao family will rightfully be yours. Today, Xiao Ji's lap has made Jiang begin to believe she could become the legitimate wife. Suddenly, a servant's announcement was heard from outside the courtyard. Old Madam has arrived. Chapter 27. A warning to Jiang. The smile faded from Jiang's face, her heart sinking. It was already late. What could the old lady want? Deep down, Jiang feared Madame Xiao more than anyone else in the Xiao residence. This astute and imposing matriarch loomed over her like a towering mountain, instilling dread within her. Duwan whispered reassurances, Madam. Do not worry. You carry the only child of the Xiao family, who is also the old lady's grandchild. In my humble opinion, the old lady has come to visit you, perhaps even bringing many nourishing supplements. Jiang felt a slight easing of her anxiety. She caressed her abdomen, indeed. With such a precious child, Madame Xiao would certainly not trouble her further. Madame Xiao entered the room. Jiang feigned an intention to rise in greeting. Madame Xiao calmly instructed, remain lying down. Jiang felt a flicker of joy in her heart, obediently replying, Madam, I have managed to protect the child within me. The physician has advised against any sudden movements. I am grateful for your consideration. An elderly maidservant brought a rosewood chair, and Madame Xiao sat beside the bed, her keen, murky gaze scrutinizing Jiang, who appeared pale and weary. Madame Xiao said, You carry the bloodline of the Xiao family. You ought to behave with propriety and ensure the safe birth of the child. Yet, you dare to use this child as a tool, slandering and humiliating my granddaughter. Jiang's expression stiffened. Duwan immediately fell to her knees, fervently defending, Old Madam, today it was the second miss who struck my lady with great force, causing her to fall and almost lose the child. The servants in the household had witnessed the event and could testify. Jiang, tears of grievance streaming down her face, cried, Old Madam, I know you harbor disdain for me, but I truly did receive a slap from the second miss today. Madame Zhao's impatience was evident as she commanded, Silence. The room fell silent. With a frosty demeanor, she continued, Jiang, you were born in Lixian. Your father diligently taught you to read and distinguish right from wrong. When your father died unjustly, you traveled great distances to seek justice. Such courage is commendable. Yet, here in the Xiao residence, you have become so envious, embodying the behavior of a petty person. When Jiang first entered the residence, Madame Xiao had inquired about her background, feeling sympathy for this brave and kind-hearted girl, even believing she could become the matriarch of the Xiao family. However, Jiang's true nature began to surface as jealousy, vanity, arrogance, and pride gradually revealed themselves. She naively thought she could easily manipulate the Xiao family with her petty schemes. Madame Zhao's disappointment was palpable. If your father were aware of your transformation into this jealous and scheming individual, how could he rest in peace? Jiang's complexion turned ashen as thoughts of her wronged father flooded her mind. Madame Zhao's words rang true. Her father had always taught her to discern right from wrong. Yet, upon arriving in the affluent Xiao residence, Jiang gradually succumbed to the allure of wealth and privilege. It is human nature to be insatiable. Having gained one thing, one desires another. Sensing the atmosphere turning unfavorable, Duan hastily knelt and pleaded, "Old madam, you truly misunderstand my lady." It was the second miss who, Madame Xiao interrupted sharply, "Someone, drag this insolent servant out and sell her. I will not allow arrogant subordinates to remain in the Xiao residence." Duan was struck with terror. She never anticipated Madame Xiao would condemn her to such a fate. Desperately, she bowed repeatedly, "Old madam, please forgive me. I was wrong. 10th mistress, please save me. I have been with you since childhood." Jiang wished to intercede, but upon meeting Madame Xiao's frigid gaze, she could only swallow her resentment. Duan was dragged away, her anguished pleas echoing throughout half the Xiao residence. In the east courtyard, the candlelight flickered brightly. Madame Xiao rose. "Xiao Yu is my beloved granddaughter. I know her character well. She would not strike you without reason. You must have provoked her." Jiang clenched her sleeves. Madame Xiao continued, "Abandon any unworthy thoughts. Should you dare to commit such transgressions again, I will ensure your expulsion from the Xiao residence." Jiang felt as if she had fallen into an icy abyss. Jiang lay motionless on the bed, the footsteps of the old Mrs. Xiao having long since faded into silence. In the vast chamber, only the rhythmic dripping of the water clock remained, each drop echoing like a mocking laughter at her predicament. Jiang choked back her emotions, gazing vacantly at the ceiling as if conversing with her deceased father. "The county magistrate, father, the poetry, the teachings you imparted, cannot survive in the Xiao residence. I aspire to rise above, to not be at the mercy of others." No one answered her. Jiang closed her eyes, resigning herself to the moment, planning to strategize for the future once she bore her child. Stepping out of the eastern courtyard, the old Mrs. Xiao pressed her fingers against her weary brow. She instructed the old maid, "Send 2 maidservants to the eastern courtyard to keep a close watch on Jiang. If she behaves herself, the Xiao family will retain her. Should she entertain any thoughts of framing the second young lady, she will be expelled from the household." The old maid, supporting Mrs. Xiao, expressed her concerns, "But Jiang is with child, carrying the general's offspring." Mrs. Xiao retorted coldly, "There are plenty of women who can bear children. We do not need her. To use the life within her as a weapon against others is unworthy of motherhood." The old maid sighed in agreement, yet Mrs. Xiao felt an unease within her. Aware of her advancing age, she knew there would come a day when she could no longer protect Jiang Chuyue. A young lady must marry to secure a dependable family for her future stability. After a moment's contemplation, Mrs. Xiao inquired, "I heard the Sun family's son has returned to the capital?" The old maid nodded. "I inquired a couple days ago, and he has indeed returned." Mrs. Xiao declared, "Once Yu's wounds heal, take her to the Sun family for a visit. If they find each other suitable, let us settle the marriage early." 5 days later, the marks of the slap on Jiang Chuyue's face finally faded, leaving her complexion as delicate as frost. Yet, she understood that while the physical marks had vanished, the emotional scars would remain forever. "Miss, the general has come to see you," Baizhu announced. Jiang set aside her book. Since that day she had received a slap from Xiao Ji, she had been hiding in her room to recover. Xiao Ji had come several times, only to be turned away at the door. Today, however, it seemed unnecessary to refuse him again. They lived under the same roof, after all, and there was no point in stubbornness. Xiao Ji strode into the room. Jiang looked up and noticed the swelling on his right cheek, as if he too had been struck. His gait seemed somewhat off, indicating a possible injury to his waist. Concerned, she asked, "Brother, are you hurt? Who would dare to strike the commander of the Xuanwu army?" Xiao Ji waved his hand dismissively, sitting down to sip his tea. "Today I encountered the inspecting officer, Xie Linyuan, at the training grounds. He insisted on sparring with me and accidentally injured me." Chapter 28. Discussing marriage. Jiang Chuyue pursed her lips, her fingertips digging into her palm as a wave of anger surged within her. Xie Linyuan again. His actions were truly inconsiderate. Xiao Ji was accustomed to the rigors of combat and injury. A beating from Xie Linyuan was hardly worth his concern. He lifted his gaze, taking in Jiang's porcelain-like visage, and quietly said, "I apologize. That day was my impulsiveness." Jiang smiled softly in response. "It is of no consequence. Even the deepest marks will fade with time, just as my feelings for you however intense, will eventually dissipate. She understood she could not remain in the Xiao residence forever, just as Xiao Ji would never belong solely to her. Suddenly, he raised 3 fingers, his expression earnest as he swore, "That day was my fault. I vow that I shall never harm you again. I will protect you for life." Jiang's lips curved into a faint smile as she replied gently, "I understand. Thank you for your protection, brother." The term brother pierced Xiao Ji's heart like a sharp blade. His fingers turned white from clenching, yet he remained silent. At that moment, the old maid accompanying Mrs. Xiao entered, carrying a box. Upon seeing Xiao Ji, she greeted him, "Greetings, General." Xiao Ji inquired, "What brings you here?" The old maid answered cheerfully, "The old lady had a dress made for the second young lady and sent me to deliver it. In a few days, when the second young lady goes out, she can wear this dress." She presented the gown to Jiang. "Please thank my grandmother on my behalf," Jiang said. The old maid bowed respectfully and departed. Xiao Ji casually glanced at the dress. The fabric was exquisite and the embroidery intricate. "Where are you going that requires such a beautiful dress?" he asked. Jiang replied, "My grandmother is taking me to visit the Sun family." After receiving that slap from Xiao Ji, Jiang had finally awakened to reality. She realized that regardless of her feelings for him, she must sever this hidden affection. Thus, she agreed to visit the Sun family, and if they found her suitable, the marriage could be arranged. The Sun family?
Xiao's brows furrowed deeply.
He finally grasped that Jiang was to discuss marriage. A surge of unnameable anger welled up within him. He coldly remarked, "The Sun family is of low standing. How could they possibly match the Xiao family?" Jiang lowered her gaze, saying, "I have heard my grandmother speak highly of the Sun family's son, noting his good looks, intelligence, and character." Xiao Ji abruptly stood, his knuckles turning white with tension and veins standing out on the back of his hands. Not wishing to remain, fearing he might act out, he found an excuse. "Jiang has been feeling unwell these past few days. I shall go check on her." He swept away. Jiang remained in the empty room, gazing through the window as Xiao Ji's upright silhouette faded into the hazy moonlight. Pressing her aching heart, she took a moment before calling for Baizhu. "Baizhu, please find some medicine to reduce swelling and bruising and send it to my brother." Xiao Ji had been beaten by the regent, and the marks on his face had yet to subside. Baizhu quickly located the ointment and was about to leave when Jiang suddenly called out, "No need." Xiao Ji was already with Jiang. She no longer needed to show concern. Jiang was striving to restrain herself, to refrain from caring for Xiao Ji. Letting go of long-buried feelings was indeed challenging, but she had to attempt to relinquish them. Days passed, and the weather turned fair. Mrs. Xiao arranged for a carriage, taking Jiang Chuyue to visit the Sun family. Jiang entered the carriage, sitting obediently. "Mrs. Xiao praised her, revealing a satisfied expression mixed with hidden worry. Jiang noticed the concern in her grandmother's eyes and looked down at her attire, questioning, "Grandmother, is my outfit inappropriate?" Mrs. Xiao sighed, "It is fitting indeed. In all of the capital, one cannot find a maiden more beautiful than my granddaughter." At the blossoming age of youth, Jiang had been nurtured by Mrs. Xiao to be well-educated and graceful. Sitting within the carriage, the moon-white silk dress with golden embroidery unfurled like rippling water, accentuating her beauty akin to a striking magnolia. Yet, Mrs. Xiao harbored concerns with Jiang's extraordinary beauty. She feared whether the humble Sun family could provide adequate protection. Beautiful women often faced calamities. Without a strong family to safeguard them, their allure could easily attract trouble. "Madam, ahead is the Regent's carriage," the coachman suddenly announced. On the long street, the Regent's ebony and gold-lacquered carriage approached, crossing paths with the Xiao family's carriage. The coachman guided their carriage to the side, yielding to the Regent's luxurious vehicle. As was customary with the powerful Regent, Mrs. Xiao and Jiang needed to disembark to pay their respects. Jiang, wearing a veil to obscure her face, felt puzzled. Why did she encounter Xia Linyuan every time she ventured out lately? It seemed like a stroke of bad luck. Mrs. Xiao led Jiang in greeting. The Regent's carriage halted, and a slender hand emerged, revealing Xia Linyuan's cold, austere visage. His voice was as chilling as ice. "Old Mrs. Xiao, where might you be headed?" Mrs. Xiao replied, "I am taking my granddaughter to visit friends." Xia Linyuan cast a glance at Jiang's elegant attire, his tone laden with implication. Visiting friends." His voice was frigid. Madame Xiao discerned a hint of displeasure as she lifted her gaze, only to behold the man seated in the ebony and sandalwood carriage, his features sharp and austere. She also noticed the obsidian jade ring adorning his thumb. With a swift motion, the carriage curtain fell, and the regent's vehicle departed with an air of authority. Jiang Chuyue silently pursed her lips, finding Xiao Ji's behavior utterly perplexing. As she assisted Madame Xiao back into the carriage, it resumed its journey. Within the carriage, Madame Zhao's thoughts lingered on the jade ring worn by Xiao Ji. It bore a striking resemblance to the one Jiang Chuyue had purchased at great expense. A fleeting thought flickered through Madame Zhao's mind, barely discernible before vanishing. Before she could ponder further, the coachman respectfully announced, "Madam, Miss Eyre, we have arrived at the Sun residence." The Sun family, previously officials in the southern city, had relocated to the capital after Sun's father was promoted to a 6th-rank editor in the Hamlin Academy. The Sun residence was a modest 2-courtyard structure, with neatly trimmed flowers and 2 tall willow trees swaying gently in the breeze at the entrance. There, Sun's mother and her son, Sun Zhaoming, awaited their arrival. Upon disembarking, Madame Xiao was warmly greeted by Sun's mother. "Madam, we have long awaited your arrival. It is quite warm today. Allow me to invite you inside for a refreshing cup of tea." With a beaming smile, Madame Xiao turned to the young man beside Sun's mother, asking, "Is this Zhaoming?" Sun Zhaoming quickly bowed in greeting. "I have the honor of meeting you, madam. May you enjoy longevity and good health." Jiang Chuyue, following closely behind Madame Xiao, observed the Sun family with keen interest. Sun's mother, around 40, had a well-kept hairstyle and a gentle, amiable demeanor, suggesting a kind-hearted nature. Sun Zhaoming, having just come of age, possessed a refined appearance, his features still bearing the freshness of youth. Sun's mother ushered Madame Xiao into the inner hall, where a table was already laden with delicacies and fruits, and an ice chamber provided cool refreshments. Even the cushions were woven from dragon beard grass, offering a refreshing sensation. The meticulous care of Sun's mother was evident at every turn. Once seated, Madame Xiao, with a smile, pointed to Sun's mother and remarked to Jiang Chuyue, "This is your Aunt Sunday. A few years ago, when you fell ill and lacked a certain medicinal ingredient, she sent someone to deliver it to the capital." Jiang Chuyue removed her veil, bowing her head as she said, "I have the honor of meeting Aunt Sunday. Thank you for your kindness in providing the medicine back then." As she unveiled her face, the previously dim room suddenly brightened. Today, Jiang Chuyue wore a moon-white silk dress embroidered with gold, its sleeves edged with silver thread. Her dark hair styled in a floral bun, exuding an air of grace and vitality. Sun's mother was momentarily taken aback, finally recovering to exclaim, "Please sit down. There is no need for formality." As Jiang Chuyue returned to her seat, she noticed that Sun Zhaoming seemed utterly spellbound. She smiled politely at him, causing his fair complexion to flush a deep crimson, resembling a ripe shrimp. After exchanging pleasantries, Madame Xiao inquired about Sun Zhaoming's studies. He was preparing for the imperial examination next spring, diligently studying to become a successful candidate. Initially somewhat reserved, he gradually became more at ease as their conversation flowed amiably, creating a harmonious atmosphere. As dusk approached, Madame Xiao politely declined Sun's mother's invitation to stay for dinner and departed with Jiang Chuyue. Sun's mother stood at the entrance, watching until the Xiao family's carriage disappeared from view. Turning back, she found Sun Zhaoming still gazing dreamily into the distance. Teasingly, she remarked, "You seem lost in thought. They have already left." Awakened from his reverie, Sun Zhaoming's ears turned crimson as he stammered, "Mother, does Madame Xiao truly intend to connect our families? That is a 3rd-rank general's household." Having seen Jiang Chuyue today, he could hardly believe that such a celestial beauty might become his wife. Sun's mother, understanding the situation, gently replied, "Though our family may not be affluent, we uphold proper conduct. Focus on your studies, and when you succeed in the examination next year, with the support of the Xiao family, your future will be bright." Sun Zhaoming's cheeks flushed as he recalled Jiang Chuyue's radiant visage, his heart racing uncontrollably. Yet, a worry nagged at him. "Mother, will the young lady disdain our modest means?" He understood well that the exquisite fabric of Jiang Chuyue's attire was of high value, and even a single hairpin of jade was remarkably precious. The entirety of her ensemble could purchase the Sun residence many times over. Would someone accustomed to luxury look down upon their humble household? Sun's mother chuckled softly, "Silly boy, if that young woman truly looked down upon us, why would she have accepted the invitation today? I observe her to be an elegant and courteous lady." Sun Zhaoming felt a mixture of joy and anxiety. While he delighted at the prospect of marrying into a family of high standing, he feared his humble origins might render him unworthy in the eyes of the Xiao family. He gazed up at the prosperous capital, his emotions swirling. As the carriage rolled away from the Sun residence, its wheels clattering over the cobblestone streets of the capital, Madame Xiao turned to Jiang Chuyue with a smile, asking, "My dear, did you take a good look at the Sun family son?" Jiang Chuyue's fingers curled slightly as she replied, "He is indeed handsome and articulate." Madame Xiao inquired further, "Do you find him agreeable?" Jiang Chuyue's breath caught in her throat as if enveloped by heavy silk, rendering her momentarily breathless. With her lashes lowered, she softly replied, "I will abide by grandmother's wishes." Regardless of whom she married, she would ultimately wed. Given her grandmother's advanced age and the worries she had harbored about Jiang Chuyue's marriage, securing a match soon would bring her peace of mind, a filial duty fulfilled. Recognizing her granddaughter's demeanor, Madame Xiao sighed gently. "I merely wish for you to marry into a family with a good reputation, where you will not suffer." Pausing thoughtfully, she continued, "I discerned that Sun Zhaoming possesses a decent education. He answered my queries with ease, indicating he is a learned gentleman, and he appears honest as well. Should he succeed in the imperial examination next spring, with our backing, his prospects will be limitless." Madame Xiao was aware that Jiang Chuyue was not particularly enamored with Sun Zhaoming. Yet in matters of fate, perfection is a rare occurrence. A mutual affection is indeed a rarity. In marriage, mutual respect is already a treasure. Once Jiang Chuyue becomes a mother, her attention will shift to nurturing her children, and her later years will hold promise. Jiang Chuyue smiled, nodding in understanding. "Grandmother, I comprehend." The carriage journeyed back to the Xiao residence, now shrouded in darkness. Jiang Chuyue first escorted Madame Xiao back to the Showan Hall for rest before returning to her own quarters, lantern in hand. As the summer nights grew increasingly sultry, fireflies flickered amid the grass in the Xiao courtyard, while frogs croaked rhythmically in the pond. Beneath the moon gate, a tall figure was faintly discernible. As Jiang Chuyue approached, she recognized it was Xiao Ji. It was unclear how long he had been standing there, the night breeze rustling his dark satin robe, half of his face concealed in shadow. "Brother?" Jiang Chuyue suppressed her surprise, softly inquiring, "Is it that Aunt Jiang needs another supplement?" Xiao Ji's gaze was profound as the abyss. "It is not for Jiang." Suddenly, he stepped closer, his towering silhouette casting a shadow over Jiang Chuyue. Her heart fluttered. Xiao Ji regarded her with a piercing stare. "I hear you visited the Sun family today. That young man is but a weak scholar without distinction. Surely, he is not a suitable match." Jiang Chuyue tightened her grip on the lantern's handle and replied, "Grandmother believes the Sun family is reputable and their household is uncomplicated. I would not suffer there." Xiao Ji's expression hardened, his eyes ablaze with restrained anger. "So, you wish to marry him?" Jiang Chuyue's breath hitched as she gazed up at Xiao Ji's stern features, struggling to decipher his thoughts. Did he disdain the Sun family, wishing for her to wed into a family of higher status, thereby paving the way for the Xiao clan? Unsure how to respond, she murmured, "My marriage is at grandmother's discretion." Before her words could settle, Xiao Ji abruptly swept his sleeve and turned away. The dark garments billowed gracefully, stirring a fierce wind that caused the silk lantern in Jiang Chuyue's hand to sway violently, nearly extinguishing the candle within. Jiang Chuyue stood rigidly in place, while Xiao Ji's towering silhouette faded into the misty moonlit night. She pressed her hand to her heart, a silent bitterness saturating her very being.
Outside,
the croaking of frogs persisted, and the clear moonlight filtered through the window's gauze. That night, Jiang Chuyue tossed and turned, unable to find sleep until the dawn broke with a pale light, at which point she finally drifted into a hazy slumber. In the eastern courtyard of the Xiao residence, Jiang's demeanor had markedly subdued following a stern reprimand from the old matriarch of the Xiao family. She focused on nurturing her pregnancy and no longer dared to offend Jiang Chuyue. Xiao Ji returned to her chamber for rest once more, having consumed an abundance of wine. He lay on the bed in a deep slumber, reeking of spirits. Jiang lay beside him, aware that he was sulking over Jiang Chuyue's marriage prospects. No matter how noble one might be, she mused, one still ends up marrying into a family of mere sixth-rank officials. A sense of schadenfreude welled within her, a delight that she could hardly contain. She had always believed that Jiang Chuyue, a woman of high birth, would wed a prince or a marquis and assume a position of great prominence. Little did she know that the old matriarch of the Xiao family intended to marry Jiang Chuyue off to a lesser household. It was a monumental joke in her eyes. A smile crept upon Jiang's lips as the pent-up malice she had harbored began to dissipate. Unable to resist, she caressed her slightly rounded abdomen, hoping for the birth of a lively and healthy son so that she might ascend as the matriarch of the Xiao family, forever overshadowing Jiang Chuyue. A few days later, Sun Zhaoming sent a messenger with an invitation, asking Jiang Chuyue to accompany him to Fan Tower in 2 days' time to sample the newly introduced lotus flower pastries. Baozhu, holding the invitation, displayed her discontent. This young master's son truly lacks decorum. The marriage between them is not yet settled. Yet he audaciously invites the young lady to a banquet. Will you attend, miss? Chapter 30. Insecurity. Jiang Chuyue pondered for a moment before shaking her head. My grandmother wishes to facilitate this match. I cannot decline. However, the pastries at Fan Tower are expensive. It would be more appropriate to meet at Donghu Tower. She recalled her previous visit to the Sun residence, where the furnishings were simple. Even the teacups were the most ordinary white porcelain. Sun Zhaoming's father was a man of integrity, and their household was not affluent. A meal at Fan Tower would likely equate to half a month's expenses for the Sun family. Donghu Tower was also a modestly renowned establishment, with refreshments priced significantly lower than those at Fan Tower, making it a more suitable choice. Baozhu, prepare the ink and brush. Jiang Chuyue selected the cheapest stationery from the study, her handwriting subdued yet elegant. Meanwhile, Sun Zhaoming soon received Jiang Chuyue's reply. He eagerly unfurled the letter, her neat and graceful script dancing before his eyes. Having immersed himself in literature since childhood, he had cultivated a fine hand. Yet he was astonished to find that the penmanship of this young lady surpassed his own, despite his years of practice. Donghu Tower? Sun Zhaoming frowned. Upon his arrival in the capital, he had heard that noble women often frequented Fan Tower for tea. Thus, he had extended the invitation with the hope of pleasing her. Of course, there was a hint of ulterior motive. A meeting between young men and women would significantly advance the prospects of their engagement. He wished to signal to the world that the Sun family and the Xiao family were to be united. Yet, Jiang Chuyue had changed the venue. Why the alteration? The attending scholar smiled and explained, Young master, it seems the young lady is considering your circumstances. The pastries at Fan Tower are exquisite, but they come at a steep price. A plate of lotus flower pastries can fetch 5 taels of silver. 5 taels. Sun Zhaoming gasped, his voice wavering. Having grown up in the southern city, he had never tasted such expensive delicacies. His father's monthly salary was barely 5 taels. Sun Zhaoming swallowed hard, his throat dry. She truly is thoughtful. Yet amidst his admiration, a pang of embarrassment surged within him. As a man of stature, it was somewhat humiliating to require a woman to lower herself to save him money. Gripping the letter, he examined it closely, only to discover that the stationery Jiang Chuyue had used was also of considerable value. It was a rare type of paper known as ngongzhu, delicate as white frost and exceedingly precious. She used such exquisite stationery? Sun Zhaoming typically wrote on plain xian paper. The cost of her single sheet could buy him several reams of ordinary paper. He had fallen for Jiang Chuyue at first sight. He had never encountered such a beautiful woman, as if she had stepped out from a painting. The thought of such a stunning lady becoming his wife filled him with joy, yet it was accompanied by worries. Could he truly provide for her? Would she ever look down upon him? 2 days later, the day arrived for Jiang Chuyue to meet Sun Zhaoming. She did not adorn herself extravagantly, opting instead for a simple grooming and a modest light pink silk dress embellished with silver lotus patterns along the hem. She wore only 2 jade hairpins in her hair. Baozhu murmured, Miss, you're dressed too simply. Jiang Chuyue replied, The Sun family is frugal. It would be inappropriate for me to appear overly extravagant. She wished to learn more about Sun Zhaoming's character during their meeting. After all, they were to marry in the future, and she could not remain overly cautious. She needed to attempt to accept him gradually. Accepting a stranger was indeed challenging, but she could not linger in the past. She had to try to open her heart. On a fine summer day in the capital, Jiang Chuyue arrived at Donghu Tower by carriage. As the carriage halted at the entrance, Sun Zhaoming was already waiting there. Upon seeing the fine carriage Jiang Chuyue arrived in, a flicker of self-doubt crossed his mind. However, he quickly composed himself and respectfully greeted her, Miss Jiang. Jiang Chuyue, assisted by Baozhu, alighted from the carriage, lifting the veil of her white hood, and returned the greeting, Young Master Sunday near Donghu Tower. The summer lake was adorned with blooming lotus flowers. Sun Zhaoming stared at Jiang Chuyue, feeling that she was even more beautiful than the flowers blooming by the lakeside. His heart raced as he respectfully said, "The private room on the second floor is ready. I invite Miss Jiang to ascend for a light refreshment." Jiang Chuyue agreed with pleasure. She entered Donghu Tower, which was not crowded that day, mostly filled with poets and scholars there to admire the lotus. With her white hood, her dress flowed like ripples on the water. Even without revealing her face, onlookers could perceive her as a delicate beauty. Many cast curious and admiring glances in her direction. Sun Zhaoming took in the gazes of others, feeling a swell of pride. The beautiful Jiang Chuyue was to be his wife. Let them envy him. Yet, amid his pride, a lingering worry gnawed at him. Could he truly keep such a beautiful and noble woman by his side? Upon entering the private room, a white jade screen shielded them from prying eyes. Jiang Chuyue removed her hood and sat at the table. Sun Zhaoming maintained a gentlemanly distance, neither too close nor too far, striking a balance that was neither intrusive nor overly detached. The exquisite pastries from Donghu Tower were served, and the two exchanged pleasantries. Sun Zhaoming, acutely aware of his family's lesser status compared to Jiang Chuyue's, sought to impress her with his knowledge. He initiated a discussion on the 4 books and 5 classics, touching upon matters of state and governance. He had presumed that Jiang Chuyue, being a woman of the inner chambers, would not possess knowledge of such topics. To his surprise, however, she revealed a depth of understanding that matched his own. Jiang Chuyue was proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and she had also studied the 4 books and 5 classics alongside the history of their nation. This was thanks to the old matriarch of the Xiao family, who, having come from a military lineage, believed that a woman's vision should not be confined to the domestic sphere but must extend to the world beyond. Thus, she had invited learned scholars to instruct Jiang Chuyue and Xiao Ji in their studies. Sun Zhaoming expressed his astonishment, saying, "Miss Jiang even understands military strategy. That is indeed rare." Jiang Chuyue replied, "Coming from a military family, I have picked up a few things by osmosis. Had I not lost my parents at a young age, I might have followed my sister to the borders, accompanying my parents in their battles to protect our homeland. The whims of fate had left her an orphan. Her sister's fate was equally grim, leaving Jiang Chuyue to become a sheltered noblewoman of the capital." Sun Zhaoming admired her, saying, "Do not say that women are not capable. Even the dragon sings upon the wall of the Longquan. Miss Jiang, your knowledge is profound, and I am in awe." Jiang Chuyue lowered her gaze and smiled faintly, revealing a striking beauty. Sun Zhaoming was momentarily entranced, taking a while to regain his composure. His heart a tumultuous blend of joy and anxiety. Jiang Chuyue was simply too perfect, seemingly devoid of any flaws. Throughout their interaction, she maintained impeccable decorum, betraying not a hint of disdain toward Sun Zhaoming. He could scarcely believe that such fortune had befallen him. Having left the refreshments largely untouched, Jiang Chuyue made no further attempt to eat. Sun Zhaoming clasped his hands politely and inquired, with the lotus flowers in full bloom by the lakeside, "May I have the audacity to invite Miss Jiang for a boat ride?" Jiang Chuyue responded, "Of course." Yet, despite their lengthy conversation, no stir of emotion arose within her. After having loved Xiao Ji, all other men appeared to pale in comparison. Sun Zhaoming lacked Xiao Ji's erudition and was not as handsome. He was merely a bookish scholar. Jiang Chuyue thought to herself, "So be it. Life is but a passage, and it matters little with whom I share it. Perhaps, given enough time with Sun Zhaoming, I might cultivate some affection." She envisioned herself as a competent wife and mother, resigned to a life that would unfold in this manner. Sun Zhaoming summoned the waiter to settle the bill. The waiter respectfully announced, "Young master, your total amounts to 6 taels of silver." Sun Zhaoming's hand trembled as he reached for his purse, disbelief etched across his face. The delicacies at Donghu Tower were exquisite, with each plate containing merely 3 dainty morsels. He had ordered only 3 plates of signature dim sum and a pot of lotus flower wine, yet the bill had reached 6 taels. He realized he had not brought enough money. An awkward silence descended. Sun Zhaoming felt the heat rising to his ears, as though he had been struck. Observing his hesitation, the waiter inquired, "Young master, do you wish to put it on credit?" Sun Zhaoming's face turned crimson with embarrassment. Jiang Chuyue, discerning the situation, was about to instruct Baozhu to pay when a teasing, melodious voice rang out, "Oh, is that not General Zhao's sister?" The door to the adjacent private room swung open, revealing the Empress's sister, Yun, fanning herself with a silk fan, her face alight with mischief. Coincidentally, Yun had also come to Donghu Tower for tea. Upon hearing the commotion next door and Jiang Chuyue's voice, she had come to investigate. Upon seeing the disheveled Sun Zhaoming, Sheng Guanyun feigned surprise. Oh, is this a poor relative of Miss Zhang's from her hometown? Here at Donghu Tower for a meal, yet unable to pay? Sun Zhaoming's embarrassment deepened. Dressed in resplendent finery, with gold and jewels adorning her, Sheng Guanyun was unmistakably a daughter of wealth from the capital. The ridicule was unbearable for Sun Zhaoming. Jiang Chuyue calmly instructed, Baozhu, pay the bill. Baozhu produced a silver ingot from her waist pouch and handed it to the waiter. No need for change. The waiter beamed, gratefully accepting, Thank you, miss. Thank you. Sheng Guanyun waved her fan mockingly. To have a lady pay the bill. How embarrassing. Sun Zhaoming dared not retort. He could not afford to offend a noblewoman from the capital, wishing only to vanish into the ground. Jiang Chuyue, not wishing to engage in a quarrel with Sheng Guanyun, descended the stairs with her maid. Sun Zhaoming awkwardly followed her, but after a few steps, turned back to the waiter and quietly asked, Could I have the leftover dim sum packed? Wasting such expensive food would be a shame. He intended to enjoy the remaining morsels while boating and admiring the lotus flowers. The waiter replied, Of course, young master. Please wait a moment. Soon, the waiter returned with the packed delicacies, which Sun Zhaoming hastily took. Rushing to catch up with Jiang Chuyue, in the private room, the maid quietly reminded Sheng Guanyun, The Empress has advised you not to cause trouble for a while. Sheng Guanyun rolled her eyes. I know. I merely stepped out for a stroll and shall return shortly. Recently, the Shengguan family had attempted to assassinate the regent, Xiao Linyuan, at the horse racing grounds, but the attempt had failed. Since then, Xiao Linyuan had been targeting the Shengguan family, leaving them breathless. Sheng Guanyun watched Jiang Chuyue's slender figure with curiosity, pondering why such exquisite beauty had not caught the emperor's eye. The maid, noticing Sheng Guanyun's fixed gaze on Jiang Chuyue, whispered, Miss, do not worry. The Empress has said she has a plan to deal with the Xiao family at next month's birthday banquet. Sheng Guanyun arched an eyebrow. Then I shall await the spectacle. Upon exiting Donghu Tower, Sun Zhaoming, still holding the dim sum, felt his cheeks flush. He awkwardly scratched his head. Miss Jiang, I apologize for the embarrassment. Jiang Chuyue smiled gently and replied, A gentleman should not be deterred by poverty. Young Master Sun aspires to be an official. He should focus on the welfare of the people rather than be swayed by the allure of wealth or the mockery of others. Jiang Chuyue did not disdain Sun Zhaoming's humble background or his desire to take leftovers. As long as he could be a good husband and official in the future, she would be content to marry him. Sun Zhaoming managed a reluctant smile and bowed. Thank you, Miss Jiang, for your enlightening words. Although he smiled on the outside, his heart was heavy. Jiang Chuyue was flawless, considerate, yet the more perfect she appeared, the more unworthy he felt. He wished she would exhibit some imperfection, but she remained without flaw. At Donghu Lake, where few visitors lingered, the lotus blossoms flourished, their leaves stretching endlessly across the water as surface. Having lost face at Donghu Tower, Sun Zhaoming took the initiative to rent a boat. The boatman approached with the vessel. As Jiang Chuyue prepared to step aboard, the water suddenly rippled. A remarkably luxurious pleasure boat glided to the shore, adorned with a fierce brass beast at the prow and a flag of black and gold fluttering in the breeze. Armed guards patrolled the boat, their gleaming blades catching the light. It was the Regent's vessel. Jiang Chuyue's lips tightened beneath her veil. In this vast capital, filled with countless citizens, it seemed she always encountered the formidable Xiao Linyuan whenever she ventured out. What a stroke of bad luck! As the boat docked, the armored guard stood orderly on either side to welcome Xiao Linyuan ashore. Dressed in a casual black and gold robe, his long black hair cascading over his shoulders, he emanated an aura of authority, the fabric of his robe billowing in the lake breeze like a dark cloud approaching. In public, Jiang Chuyue wore a white veil to obscure her features, hoping to avoid trouble. She intended to pretend not to recognize Xiao Linyuan, but his deep, penetrating gaze found her nonetheless. He recognized her. Jiang Chuyue sighed internally, planning merely to offer a cursory greeting and depart. Just as she was about to bow, a sudden thud caught her attention. Glancing sideways, she saw Sun Zhaoming kneeling on the ground, trembling in fear before Xiao Linyuan, his forehead pressed against the dirt. The box of dim sum he held slipped from his grasp, scattering its contents onto the ground, some pieces rolling into the lake, creating gentle ripples. Sun Zhaoming had heard tales of Xiao Linyuan's fearsome reputation, known as a ruthless figure who dealt death with the ease of a beast. Upon seeing the black and gold flag above, he felt his knees weaken. unable to resist the urge to kneel. Jiang Chuyue felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. A man could be poor, humble, or even plain, but he must never lack dignity. The worthy partner she sought was one who stood resolute in the face of adversity, not one who crumbled before power, like Sun Zhaoming, who knelt in fear and dared not lift his head. Miss Jiang, Sun Zhaoming urged in a strained voice. We must kneel. This is the regent. If we do not, we risk his wrath, and our lives could be forfeit. As he spoke, he subtly shifted away from Jiang Chuyue, fearful of being implicated by her. Jiang Chuyue closed her eyes, suppressing the unspoken disappointment and bitterness within her. She then placed her hands gracefully over her abdomen and, with poise, slightly bent her knees to perform a formal bow. I pay my respects to His Royal Highness. Xiao Linyuan lightly arched his brows, casting a deep and enigmatic glance at the trembling Sun Zhaoming, kneeling on the ground, a flicker of derision passing through his eyes. Such a person? Does he truly believe he is worthy of her? Xiao Linyuan slowly caressed the obsidian ring on his finger, his voice low and resonant. Miss Jiang, I trust you are well. Jiang Chuyue, neither servile nor arrogant, replied. I am well. Your Highness, did you come to Donghu today merely to admire the lotus? A slight smirk graced Xiao Linyuan's lips. This prince came to observe the spectacle. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense. She wished to avoid further conversation with him, reluctant to linger any longer in his presence. To her, Xiao Linyuan was akin to a ferocious beast, someone she wished to evade at all costs. Unfortunately, Xiao Linyuan seemed disinclined to depart, his gaze profound, feigning curiosity. This individual kneeling on the ground, what is his relation to Miss Jiang? Chapter 32. The compatibility of birthdates. Jiang Chuyue pondered deeply. Before she could formulate an appropriate response, the quaking Sun Zhaoming had already stammered. Your Highness, I am in the midst of a courtship discussion with Miss Jiang. To behold your esteemed presence today is indeed a stroke of fortune. His forehead pressed firmly to the ground, his voice trembled, resembling a wild duck with its throat grasped. Xiao Linyuan suddenly let out a light laugh. The sound was peculiar, akin to a poisoned dagger slicing through Jiang Chuyue's earlobe. Xiao Linyuan nonchalantly remarked, so that is the case. Miss Jiang's taste in suitors. He paused, then added, with a hint of meaning, quite commendable. Jiang Chuyue discerned the mockery in his words, yet she dared not retort. Xiao Linyuan smoothed the creases of his black and gold sleeves, the imposing iron-armored guards trailing behind him as he departed, with an air of grandeur. Though he had left, the sense of oppression lingered. Sun Zhaoming, trembling, rose to his feet, feeling his legs still quaking. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he inquired of Jiang Chuyue, Miss Jiang, why did you not kneel before the regent? Are you not afraid of incurring his wrath? Jiang Chuyue replied, the prince is a friend of my elder brother. There is no need for such formalities. Sun Zhaoming's face flushed crimson. How was he to know this? The more he thought about it, the more he felt inadequate compared to the illustrious daughter of a military family, accustomed to associating with formidable figures like the regent. The thought of such a noble individual being wed to a mere scholar from a humble background filled him with both embarrassment and a hint of secret delight. To win the heart of a beauty and forge a connection with the renowned regent, his future surely held great promise. Shall we continue our boat ride on the lake? Asked the boatman. Sun Zhaoming wiped his forehead. Yes, of course. Having already paid for the boat, he felt it would be a waste to not proceed. Jiang Chuyue sat on the boat, her mind elsewhere, as it glided through the lotus blooms of Donghu. The scenery was breathtaking, yet Sun Zhaoming engaged her in conversation. While she found it difficult to muster much enthusiasm, she had little regard for spineless men. After the boat ride concluded, Jiang Chuyue bid farewell to Sun Zhaoming, who appeared quite pleased, enthusiastically promising to write to her often. Once she departed, he stood on tiptoe, watching her leave. His servant approached, teasing, Young master, are you back to your senses? Sun Zhaoming sighed. Miss Jiang is flawless. I truly feel unworthy of her. The servant consoled him. Young master, do not overthink. The 7 fairies are daughters of the Queen Mother. Upon descending to Earth, do they not still need to marry and bear children? If Miss Jiang enters the Sun family, she too must lower her head and live life with us, ensuring the continuation of the Sun lineage. After pondering for a moment, Sun Zhaoming felt assured. Since ancient times, the husband is the head of the household. Once she becomes mine, she must regard me as her world. Jiang Chuyue returned to the Xiao residence, her mind preoccupied. As dusk approached, she passed through the garden and saw Xiao Ji and Jiang Chuyue strolling together. Xiao Ji carefully supported Jiang Chuye's waist, the two whispering sweet nothings. Occasionally Xiao Ji's hand brushing against Jiang Chuyue's slightly rounded abdomen, radiating affection. Jiang Chuyue watched for a moment, then lowered her head with a bitter smile. The husband she wished to marry was a man like Xiao Ji, tall and responsible, possessing the courage to face formidable adversaries. Alas, fortune had not favored her. She was destined never to find such a partner. Second miss, the old madam wishes for you to join her for dinner in Showen Hall. An elderly maid reported to Jiang Chuyue. Jiang Chuyue nodded. I shall be there shortly. In Showen Hall, exquisite and delectable dishes were laid out, all of Jiang Chuyue's favorites. The old madam gestured for her to sit, inquiring with a smile, how did your meeting with the Sun family young man go today? Was it satisfactory? Jiang Chuyue's mind conjured the image of Sun Zhaoming trembling on the ground. He was weak, devoid of any semblance of masculinity. Yet, one could hardly blame him. Anyone in the presence of the fearsome regent would instinctively kneel, trembling in fear. Jiang Chuyue raised her gaze, finding the old madam looking at her with eager anticipation. Not wishing to disappoint her grandmother, she smiled lightly. Grandmother, I discussed poetry and literature with young Master Sun. He indeed possesses talent. The old madam nodded in satisfaction. That is excellent. You have studied literature since childhood. You'll have topics to discuss with him in the future. The Sun family young man is honest and upright. He will not mistreat you. As long as there is conversation between husband and wife, life can be lived well. Affection develops gradually. The old madam grew increasingly delighted. In a few days, we shall exchange your and young Master Sun's birth dates for compatibility analysis. If they align favorably, this marriage can be settled. For high-ranking families, the compatibility of birth dates is always checked first. The birth dates are exchanged and placed on the ancestral altar. If no misfortune occurs within 3 days, it signifies the approval of deities and ancestors for the marriage. Jiang Chuyue lowered her gaze, her voice sounding, I shall heed grandmother's arrangements. Halfway through dinner, Xiao Ji entered Showen Hall. The old madam ordered extra bowls and chopsticks, her eyes sparkling with delight as she informed Xiao Ji of the birth date compatibility matter. She added, after the spring examination results are announced next year, young Master Sun will likely make the list. At that time, you can assist him in entering the court, as he will be our Xiao family's in-law. Xiao Ji's expression darkened. Knocking his knuckles on the table, he questioned Jiang Chuyue, you have only met that Sun boy twice, and yet you are so taken with him? Jiang Chuyue lowered her lashes, staring at the white porcelain soup bowl beside her, the oil floating on the surface. She softly replied, matters of marriage are to be decided by grandmother. No sooner had she spoken than Xiao Ji's white jade chopsticks slammed down onto the table, creating a sharp sound. He abruptly rose, his robe sweeping the air with a chill. Jiang Chuye's pregnancy has been unstable. I must return to the east courtyard to check on her. He strode out with purpose. Jiang Chuyue felt a dull ache in her heart. Every mention of the Sun family drew a cold response from Xiao Ji, showing he held them in disdain. Since their meeting at Donghu, Sun Zhaoming had completely regarded Jiang Chuyue as his fiancé. His letters flooded her desk like falling snow. Initially, the contents were cautious and somewhat reserved. Gradually, however, his true nature began to surface. The thick stationery was filled with meticulous details of the Sun family's estate, his academic progress at the Guozijian, and even a detailed list of household chores he expected Jiang Chuyue to manage after marriage. The envelope was heavy, densely packed with words. Beyond writing, Sun Zhaoming also gifted Jiang Chuyue 2 books, Lessons for Women and Classic of Filial Piety, hoping she would read them in her leisure. The sight of Lessons for Women and Classic of Filial Piety on her desk felt like 2 mountains pressing down on Jiang Chuyue's shoulders, making it difficult for her to breathe. With a stern expression, she commanded, Baizhu, burn these 2 books. Baizhu promptly tossed the books into the bronze furnace outside, the flames licking the pages as black smoke curled upward, igniting a blaze. Baizhu asked, Miss, shall we send a reply to young Master Sun? Chapter 33. Xiao Ji encounters troubled. Jiang Chuyue suppressed her disgust and opened a new letter from Sun Zhaoming. His handwriting was neat and rigid, immediately catching her eye. He initially elaborated on his academic progress and then urged Jiang Chuyue to study the Lessons for Women, stating that he would assess her comprehension of it in his next letter. Jiang Chuyue chuckled softly, pondering whether he would reprimand her if she failed to answer correctly. Baizhu, filled with indignation, remarked that the old lady had once described young Master Sun as honest, modest, and courteous, but she felt he had yet to recognize his own standing, becoming overly presumptuous and adopting the bothersome habit of acting as a teacher. Jiang Chuyue set the envelope on her desk, feeling a sense of frustration and restlessness. She questioned herself internally. Was she truly to marry Sun Jiaming? Could she endure his lack of resolve and the arrogance he subtly exhibited? Did the transformation of young women into wives entail the relinquishment of their vibrant identities, resigning them to the mundane roles of domesticity? Jiang Chuyue remained uncertain of the answer. She gazed vacantly out the window, observing the withered begonia blossoms in the courtyard, their lush green leaves heaped upon the branches. By next summer, she would likely be a wife, preoccupied with domestic duties, oblivious to the beauty of the gentle breeze, the bright moon, and the begonia's charm. As time flowed, early summer melded into its peak. After a discussion, old Madame Xiao and Mother Sun exchanged Jiang Chuyue and Sun Jiaming's birth dates. Jiang Chuyue's birth date was inscribed on a wooden tablet and placed on the ancestral altar of the Sun family, while Sun Jiaming's tablet was positioned on the altar of the Xiao residence. Should both families remain safe for 3 days, it would indicate a harmonious match, allowing the engagement to be finalized. On the first day of this auspicious exchange, Xiao Ji suddenly received a royal order to lead the Xuanwu army to eradicate bandits at Donghuang Mountain, 100 miles away. Old Madame Xiao was deeply concerned, questioning why a general of his stature needed to personally attend to such matters. Xiao Ji, clad in his cold, gleaming armor, reassured her with a smile, stating that the bandits at Donghuang Mountain were well-trained and ruthless, unlike ordinary criminals. He promised to return safely within 3 days. As he rode off, that evening, Jiang Chuyue dined with old Madame Xiao in the Showan Hall when the steward rushed in, breathless and terrified, exclaiming that the general had encountered a bandit attack at Donghuang Mountain and was missing. The sound of the jade chopsticks clattering to the ground echoed through the room. Old Madame Xiao swayed, nearly fainting. Jiang Chuyue, struggling to maintain her composure, instructed someone to assist old Madame Xiao to rest. She turned to the steward, inquiring about the situation at Donghuang Mountain. The steward anxiously shook his head, admitting his ignorance, but relaying that a member of the Xuanwu army had returned to report the general's disappearance, and the regent was already en route to provide assistance. Jiang Chuyue pondered for a moment, then commanded, "Seal off the news. Do not let anyone in the household know of my brother's disappearance." The steward nodded vigorously. Taking old Madame Xiao's hand, Jiang Chuyue comforted her. "Grandmother, do not worry. My brother is a favored child of destiny. Moreover, the regent himself is going to rescue him. His capabilities are well known. We shall await news in the safety of our home." Old Madame Xiao murmured, recalling how her grandson had always returned victorious from battles against bandits. Why was it that this time was different? Suddenly, she recalled the birth dates placed on the altar of the Xiao family. Today, Sun Jiaming's date had been placed there, and now Xiao Ji was in peril. Was it possible that their ancestors disapproved of this union? In the kitchen, a calming herbal soup was prepared, and Jiang Chuyue personally fed it to old Madame Xiao, who, burdened with worry, soon fell into a deep slumber under the soup's effects. Jiang Chuyue remained awake throughout the night. The following day, still no news had arrived from Donghuang Mountain regarding Xiao Ji. Jiang Chuyue, restless and anxious, was overwhelmed by thoughts of dire outcomes. She feared that Xiao Ji might fall victim to the bandits' blades, just as her parents had perished without a trace. Her heart ached painfully. She cherished Xiao Ji, never imagining a day when he might meet an untimely end. He was the backbone of the Xiao family, and if he were to fall, the entire household would be thrown into chaos. As time trickled by agonizingly, she could only watch helplessly, as if enduring a prolonged torment. In the afternoon, unable to bear the weight any longer, she quickly donned a set of male attire, darkening her face. She instructed Baizhu, "I am going to Donghuang Mountain to find my brother. You must maintain order in the household. I shall return shortly." Baizhu, on the verge of tears, pleaded, "Miss, Donghuang Mountain is perilous. You cannot go alone. Grandmother will be worried." Jiang Chuyue gritted her teeth, determined. It is better than waiting anxiously at home. "Tell grandmother I am going to the Zhennan Marquis's residence to gather news and will return soon. Reassure her." Jiang Chuyue rushed to the stable in the backyard, selecting a fine horse, and galloped out of the city. Donghuang Mountain lay 100 miles away. The horse galloped tirelessly through the afternoon, and as dusk approached, She finally reached the base of Dong Huang Mountain. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she spotted the fluttering black Qilin banners in the wind, signaling the Regent's encampment. She could vaguely see armored cavalry moving about. Jiang Chuyue's heart sank. What was the situation? Was the Regent indeed there to rescue her brother? Dismounting, she intended to seek out Xia Linyuan for information. As she approached the entrance of the camp, just as she was about to identify herself to the guard on duty, a luxurious carriage approached. The curtain was lifted, revealing a stunning maid who announced, "Please inform the prince that my young lady is the daughter of the prime minister and wishes to meet him." The guard drew his sword, coldly stating, "The prince has decreed that no one may enter the camp without permission. Leave at once, or face the consequences." The maid, indignant, insisted, "My young lady is the daughter of the prime minister." The guard, unimpressed, retorted, "Even if the empress herself were to arrive, the prince would not grant an audience." The maid, resigned, lowered the curtain, and the opulent carriage turned away. Jiang Chuyue, concealed in the shadows, felt despondent. If even the prime minister's daughter was turned away, she, a mere adopted daughter of a general, would surely fare no better. As night fell and the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the land. While contemplating how to save Xiao Ji, she heard soft footsteps approaching, and an armored guard appeared. The guard, parting the bushes with his sword, discovered Jiang Chuyue hiding within. Their eyes met, and she thought, "It's over. I've been found." She attempted to explain, "I am Xiao," the guard bellowed. "You little rascal. Why are you hiding here instead of boiling water in the kitchen? Get back in there. The prince requires hot water for his bath tonight." Jiang Chuyue was taken aback. Glancing at her attire, dressed as a man in fine clothing, she hardly resembled a mere cook. However, the guard, seemingly oblivious, continued to shout, "What are you waiting for? Get in there and fetch hot water." Jiang Chuyue gritted her teeth, deciding to go along with the misunderstanding. "I shall fetch it right away." Luck was on her side. She was mistaken for a camp servant. Jiang Chuyue successfully entered the Regent's encampment, where, enveloped in darkness, numerous tents stood, illuminated by torches. She looked around in confusion, unsure of where the kitchen was or which tent housed Xia Linyuan. The guard guiding her cleared his throat and pointed to a small tent on the right. "You should go in there to fetch hot water." The guard then redirected his finger to the largest, most opulent tent. "Deliver the water to the prince's tent. And do not delay his bath." Jiang Chuyue acknowledged, understood. Chapter 34. Bathing assistants. Jiang Chuyue sensed something amiss. Her entry into the Regent's camp felt too smooth, almost unbelievable. Yet, given the urgency of the situation, she had no time to ponder. Following the guard's directions, she swiftly entered, grasping a bucket of hot water, and made her way to the tent where the Regent, Xia Linyuan, was stationed. The tent was grand and lavish, brightly lit, and she could faintly discern a figure within. Jiang Chuyue felt a surge of anger. While Xiao Ji was missing, Xia Linyuan was leisurely bathing. What a heartless and indifferent person. Struggling with the heavy bucket of hot water, she entered the tent with difficulty. The spacious interior was divided by a black and gold screen. To the east lies the resting bed of Xia Linyuan, adorned with a thin golden silk quilt that Jiang Chuyue finds oddly familiar. To the west, a large bathtub emits steam, creating a misty atmosphere. "Your Highness, the water has arrived," Jiang Chuyue whispers. From behind the screen, Xia Linyuan's languid voice responds, "Bring it in." With her head bowed, she carries the steaming water inside. The steam envelopes the space, and a black and gold robe carelessly drapes over a nearby rack. Xia Linyuan reclines in the tub, his strong arms resting on the edges. Bare from the waist up, droplets of water cascading down his collarbone and defined chest. The flickering candlelight casts a lazy glow upon him, reminiscent of a lounging wolf. Jiang Chuyue averts her gaze, hesitating to reveal her true identity. Yet, Xia Linyuan commands, "Scrub my back." Jiang Chuyue retorts, "Is it proper for a prince to have a mere water boy scrub his back? And who bathes in hot water on a summer night? Isn't it too warm for that?" Noticing her reluctance, Xia Linyuan raises his voice slightly. "Shall I ask again?" With gritted teeth, she reluctantly picks up a cloth and approaches him from behind. Xia Linyuan, a seasoned warrior with numerous scars from battles long past, presents a formidable back. Jiang Chuyue grips the cloth tightly, suppressing her discomfort as she begins to wipe his back. After a prolonged moment, he sighs, "Miss Jiang, you possess a bold spirit. Yet your strength is surprisingly diminutive." Jiang Chuyue is taken aback, exclaiming, "Your Highness recognizes me." Xia Linyuan leans against the tub's edge. It is only natural for someone to notice a figure sneaking around my camp. A hint of embarrassment washes over her, realizing she has been toyed with. Quickly regaining her composure, she asks, "Could you inform me of my brother's whereabouts?" Xia Linyuan toys with the jade ring on his thumb, responding, "I will tell you after you finish scrubbing my back." Jiang Chuyue is astounded by his audacity. "There are distinctions between men and women," she asserts. Xia Linyuan raises an eyebrow. "Did you forget those distinctions when you entered my tent uninvited?" Speechless, Jiang Chuyue cannot fathom his intentions. He acts with no discernible logic. Resolved to avoid further awkwardness, she resumes scrubbing his back, her eyes averted as she focuses on the black screen within the tent. Silence envelopes them, save for the subtle sounds of the cloth against skin. "Are you attempting to rub the skin off my back, Miss Jiang?" Xia Linyuan quips. Jiang Chuyue wishes she could strangle him with the cloth. Afraid to gaze upon his back any longer, she turns her head, fixating on the screen, as she guides the cloth towards his shoulder. Alas, her eyes do not follow her hands, and she inadvertently brushes against his chest. Xia Linyuan tenses, his breath hitching. He looks down to see her delicate fingers mere inches from his bronze skin, contrasting sharply against her fair complexion. Unaware, Jiang Chuyue continues to scrub vigorously. Xia Linyuan's throat constricts, his voice hoarse. "You are mistaken in your approach." Startled, Jiang Chuyue quickly glances towards the tub, realizing her blunder. Her face flushes with embarrassment and shame. Feeling ridiculed, she questions, "Could you please tell me where my brother is? I am genuinely worried about him." Her voice carries a subtle hint of distress. Xia Linyuan notices her tone, peering at her pale face. "Worried about Xiao Ji?" Jiang Chuyue lowers her lashes, "Yes." Just as Xia Linyuan is about to respond, a guard announces from outside, "Your Highness, General Xiao requests an audience." Jiang Chuyue's heart races as she peers outside the tent. The curtain is drawn, revealing a familiar tall figure, Xiao Ji. Overwhelmed with joy, she almost calls out, but Xia Linyuan, with a smirk, cautions, "What? Do you wish for Xiao Ji to see you in this state?" Embarrassed, she realizes the impropriety of her disguise and her actions. Xia Linyuan, with keen understanding, instructs her, "Hide well and remain silent." Jiang Chuyue nods quickly. Xia Linyuan rises from the tub, swiftly drying himself and donning a long black and gold robe. The tent is small, leaving little room to hide. She scans the space and finds no option behind the screen, as the candlelight would betray her presence. Nor does she wish to immerse herself in his bathwater. Finally, Xia Linyuan gestures towards the large table. "Conceal yourself here." The table, covered with a heavy black embroidered cloth, becomes her refuge. Jiang Chuyue huddles beneath it, while Xia Linyuan addresses Xiao Ji. "Enter." Jiang Chuyue strains to hear, noting Xiao Ji's steady footsteps. He seems unharmed, which brings her a sense of relief. As their conversation unfolds, Xiao Ji mentions, "I have already dealt with the bandits of Donghuang Mountain. I only wish to spread a false rumor to return to the capital, but it seems to have drawn your attention." Jiang Chuyue, hidden beneath the table, is taken aback by the notion of a false rumor. Xia Linyuan queries, "What was the purpose of the falsehood?" Xiao Ji pauses, then reluctantly replies, "My sister is to be betrothed to the Sun family, a union I oppose. As the families are already matching their horoscopes, I thought that if something were to happen to me, it would indicate a mismatch, thus nullifying the engagement." He does not wish for Jiang Chuyue to marry into the Sun family, believing the young man unworthy. The matriarch insists on the match, leaving Xiao Ji with no choice but to resort to such drastic measures. He never anticipated that Xia Linyuan would personally venture to rescue him. Jiang Chuyue, hidden beneath the table, is struck by the lengths Xiao Ji is willing to go to prevent her marriage, leaving her unsettled. As she shifts slightly, her back brushes against the table leg, creating a faint sound. Xiao Ji inquires, "What was that noise?" Xia Linyuan responds calmly, "My boot accidentally bumped against the table leg." Jiang Chuyue remains still, the confined space pressing in on her, with Xia Linyuan's legs nearly touching her. A faint scent of soap lingers in the air, remnants of his recent bath. Her ears flush crimson as she attempts to distance herself from him, yet fears disturbing Xiao Ji outside, forcing her to endure the discomfort beneath the table. Feigning nonchalance, Xia Linyuan asks, "If you disapprove of the Sun family, whom would you prefer for your sister?" Xiao Ji remains silent for a moment before shaking his head. "I do not know, but she must not marry into the Sun family." Silence envelopes them once more. Suddenly, Jiang Chuyue's stomach growls loudly, shattering the stillness. Alarmed, She quickly presses her hand against her growling belly, desperate to silence it, but to no avail. The growling only intensifies. Xiao Ji exclaims, "What is that noise?" Xiao Linyuan cast a glance down at the pitiful little cat curled between his legs and smiled, saying, "I am quite famished. My stomach is growling." Xiao Ji clasped his hands in salute and replied, "In that case, I shall not disturb you further. I take my leave." He strode away. Jiang Chuyue's stomach continued to grumble, and after ensuring Xiao Ji had distanced himself, she sheepishly emerged from beneath the tablecloth. She expressed her gratitude to Xiao Linyuan, saying, "I apologize for disturbing you tonight, Your Highness. I shall return to the capital." Xiao Linyuan replied, "The city gates have been locked. No one may enter." Jiang Chuyue said, "Then I shall camp in the wilderness for the night and depart at dawn." Xiao Linyuan cautioned, "Wolves roam the mountains and forests. Danger lurks everywhere." Once again, Jiang Chuyue's stomach growled audibly, causing her ears to flush with embarrassment. Having learned of Xiao Ji's troubles the day prior, she had been restless and unable to eat all day, and after riding for miles, she was now ravenous. Xiao Linyuan summoned his guards to bring dinner. A series of steaming, delicious dishes were laid before her, and Jiang Chuyue noted with delight that there were 10 plates of food, nearly all of which were her favorites, including her beloved crab-stuffed orange. "Please enjoy your meal," Xiao Linyuan said. Jiang Chuyue wished to decline, but her rebellious stomach betrayed her. With a forced smile, she responded, "Thank you for your hospitality, Your Highness." She sat at the dining table, feeling somewhat awkward. Xiao Linyuan, not particularly hungry, picked up the military report sent by the Ministry of War and read it under the bright palace lights. His grand black and gold robe draped around him like a figure emerging from the shadows, his attention remaining fixed on the document rather than on Jiang Chuyue. Jiang Chuyue took a crab-stuffed orange, lifted the orange lid, and was greeted by a delightful aroma of citrus mingled with fresh crab. Her hunger overwhelmed her, and she quickly took a bite. Her eyes lit up with joy. It was delicious, far surpassing any crab-stuffed orange she had ever tasted. The usual method of preparing crab-stuffed oranges involved filling a hollowed-out orange with fresh crab meat and steaming it with wine, vinegar, and water. However, the chef at Xiao Linyuan's residence had refined the dish by adding glutinous rice and goji berries, resulting in an even richer flavor. Jiang Chuyue savored every bite. Xiao Linyuan occasionally glanced at Jiang Chuyue while perusing the military report, a subtle smile gracing his usually stern lips. After they had dined well and the dishes were cleared, Xiao Linyuan arranged for Jiang Chuyue to be escorted to a nearby vacant tent to rest. Lying on the soft, fluffy bedding, Jiang Chuyue felt as if she were dreaming. How could such a formidable figure as Xiao Linyuan be so kind to her?
Why?
Staring up at the white tent ceiling, she was not so vain as to think Xiao Linyuan harbored feelings for her. Known for his disinterest in women, there were no concubines in his residence. Rumor circulated that he had been injured in battle and was unable to engage in intimate relations. Further whispers suggested he preferred the company of men. After a moment's reflection, Jiang Chuyue reached a singular conclusion. The regent was merely acting out of kindness for her brother's sake. Xiao Ji was Xiao Linyuan's friend and a valuable asset. Treating Jiang Chuyue well was equivalent to strengthening ties with the Xiao family. Having been anxious for 2 days, Jiang Chuyue lay in the soft bedding as drowsiness gradually overtook her. A gentle breeze rustled through the mountains, and the night in Donghuang Mountain was tranquil. She soon drifted into slumber. As dawn broke, Xiao Linyuan awoke to the cheerful chirping of birds. Slowly lifting the golden silk blanket that he cherished and took with him wherever he went. While he was dressing, a shadow guard approached to report, "Your Highness." Miss Jiang departed on horseback at the hour of the hare. Xiao Linyuan paused in his actions, inquiring, "Did she say anything before leaving?" The shadow guard replied, "Miss Jiang mentioned that she understood Your Highness took her in out of concern for General Xiao, and she will remember this kindness. She also hopes Your Highness will not disclose last night's events." Xiao Linyuan's expression darkened. She certainly left in a hurry. After dressing, he exited the tent. The morning light was soft, and the camp guards were methodically dismantling the tents. The steward of the Wangfu, accompanied by 2 servants, prepared to tidy up the tent where Jiang Chuyue had slept. This time, the steward was cautious and cheerfully asked, "Your Highness, would you like me to change the sheets and bedding used by Miss Jiang last night?" Xiao Linyuan replied, "There is no need." The steward bowed, saying, "Understood, Your Highness." The black and gold Chilean flag billowed in the morning breeze as the camp readied to return to the capital. Meanwhile, Jiang Chuyue hastened back to the Xiao residence, eager to inform her grandmother of Xiao Ji's safety. In the early morning light, there were few people in the city. Jiang Chuyue galloped through the narrow lanes when suddenly a figure emerged from the depths of the alley. She pulled the reins abruptly, causing her horse to neigh. The young man fell to the ground, his hairpiece askew. In the dim light, Jiang Chuyue called out from her mount, "I apologize. Are you hurt?" The young man, appearing to be in his 20s and dressed in fine attire, looked up, ready to scold her, but was momentarily entranced as the morning breeze lifted the veil of her hat, revealing her delicate features. "Is it really you?" he exclaimed. "Are you well?" Jiang Chuyue asked, but the young man remained speechless, even as she called out to him several times without a response. Time was of the essence, and she handed him her purse. "Here are 10 taels of silver. If you are injured, seek medical attention." She extended the purse toward him, then lifted her whip and galloped away. The cold wind swept through the alley as the young man regained his senses, clutching the purse tightly, filled with joy as he attempted to chase after Jiang Chuyue. But her horse was too swift. He reached the end of the alley, only to find empty space ahead, with no trace of her. The purse in his hand was the only evidence that this was not a dream. He murmured to himself, "Is it truly her? Is she a gift from the heavens?" The young man was none other than the emperor, disguised as a commoner. He examined the purse left behind by the beauty, adorned with a pattern of begonia flowers, containing the 10 taels of silver. He brought it to his nose, inhaling its faint fragrance. Gazing at the empty street, he suddenly chuckled softly, as if entranced, murmuring, "I shall surely find you, my beauty." Chapter 36. The engagement with the Sun family. Jiang Chuyue returned to the Xiao residence at full gallop. Baozhu had concealed her absence well, and the old matriarch had not noticed that Jiang Chuyue had been missing for a night. Jiang Chuyue made her way to the Showan Hall to relay the news of Xiao Ji's safety to the old matriarch. The old matriarch, lying in bed, grasped Jiang Chuyue's hand tightly, asking, "Is it true?" Jiang Chuyue nodded and softly replied, "Grandmother, this morning I encountered the steward of the Regent's residence, who informed me that my brother is safe." She dared not mention the events of the previous night and sought a pretext to deflect. The old matriarch held onto Jiang Chuyue's hand tightly, saying, "Let us hope so." Approaching noon, Xiao Ji indeed returned safely from the East Huang mountain expedition, unharmed. The old matriarch's eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude as she repeatedly thanked their ancestors for their protection, leading Xiao Ji to the ancestral hall to offer incense. The hall was filled with countless ancestral tablets, and the memorial tablet of Sun Zhaoming was placed on the incense table. As Xiao Ji offered incense to the ancestors, his cold gaze swept over the small memorial tablet. He remarked, "Grandmother, the expedition to the East Huang mountain did not go smoothly. I narrowly escaped serious injury. Perhaps there is something amiss with the Sun family's fortune, influencing the Xiao family's fate." The old matriarch furrowed her brow in contemplation. After a moment, she shook her head, stating, "You returned safely and unscathed, which indicates that it is not a matter of the Sun family's fortune." Xiao Ji clenched his fists tightly. "Grandmother, the Sun family's son and Xiaoya are incompatible. They are not a good match." Yet the old matriarch remained resolute, shaking her head in disagreement. "Tomorrow, the Sun family will come to discuss the engagement, and this union will be established." After leaving the ancestral hall, Xiao Ji stood alone in the vast space, his silhouette tall and imposing like a pine tree. His gaze fixated on the incense table's memorial tablet, his fists clenched so tightly that they turned pale. The compatibility charts of the Xiao and Sun families indicated that Sun Zhaoming and Jiang Chuyue were indeed somewhat compatible. The following day, Jiang Chuyue awoke early to adorn herself and proceeded to Showan Hall to meet the venerable Lady Xiao. Today, Sun Mu planned to bring Sun Zhaoming to the Xiao residence to discuss the particulars of their impending marriage. "Grandmother," Jiang Chuyue greeted with a bow. Lady Xiao's gaze fell upon Jiang Chuyue, and her brows furrowed in discontent. Such a delicate and beautiful young lady, yet she chose to dress so plainly. Jiang Chuyue was clad in a light green summer gown, its hue reminiscent of spring willows, adorned the collar with silver willow leaf embroidery. She wore no makeup, her dark tresses styled into a simple single-loop bun, secured with 2 golden hairpins, exceedingly elegant. Jiang Chuyue explained, "The Sun family values simplicity. Should I appear overly ostentatious, it may displease them." Lady Xiao felt a pang of dissatisfaction in her heart. She took Jiang Chuyue's hand, saying, I did not arrange your marriage to the Sun family for you to live in constant compromise. You must continue to wear the finest fabrics and the most exquisite jewelry. Becoming a wife does not mean enduring a life of hardship. Jiang Chuyue smiled obediently and nodded. I understand, grandmother. In the morning, Sun Mu and Sun Zhaoming arrived at the Xiao residence to discuss the marriage proposal and even summoned a Taoist priest to calculate auspicious dates. While the elders busied themselves with the calculations, Jiang Chuyue led Sun Zhaoming to the gardens pavilion for tea. The Xiao residence was grand and opulent, featuring pavilions and towers, a lavish garden, and abundant greenery and flowers within the courtyard. Sun Zhaoming was seeing such a vast estate for the first time. Even a corner of the garden surpassed the entire Sun residence in size. A sense of inferiority welled up within him. Once seated in the pavilion, a maidservant presented the finest Junshan silver needle tea. Jiang Chuyue courteously offered, Young Master Sun, please enjoy the tea. This was Sun Zhaoming's first experience with Junshan silver needle tea. Its rich flavor lingered on his palate, yet he found it lacking. Beside him lay an exquisite tea, and before him sat a flawless fiancée, all within the luxurious general's residence, surrounded by numerous maidservants. His heart was a tumult of emotions, and he felt his cheeks burn. Jiang Chuyue was indeed too perfect, a beauty that overshadowed him. Throughout history, men have been regarded as the heavens, and Sun Zhaoming did not wish to be perpetually inferior to Jiang Chuyue. Thus, he cleared his throat and asked her, feigning curiosity, Miss Jiang, some time ago, I specially delivered to you lessons for women and the classic of filial piety. Have you read them? Jiang Chuyue paused, her tea-drinking motion stilled, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. She replied calmly, I have read a little. Sun Zhaoming assumed the posture of a scholar from the Guozijian and inquired, since you have read lessons for women, allow me to test your knowledge. What constitutes a woman's virtue? Bai Zhu, who was attending beside them, displayed her displeasure. Jiang Chuyue composed herself, patiently responding, Lessons for women states that a woman should be serene, chaste, orderly, possess a sense of shame, and act with propriety in both movement and stillness. This is termed a woman's virtue. Sun Zhaoming's expression brightened with satisfaction. The exchange between them, his questioning and her answering, gave him a sense of superiority. Although his family background paled in comparison to the Xiao residents, he prided himself on his scholarly pursuits. Sun Zhaoming continued, Let me test you further. What is the essence of filial piety? Jiang Chuyue tightened her grip on the porcelain teacup, stating, Classic of filial piety asserts that the body and hair, received from one's parents, must not be harmed. This is the beginning of filial piety. Sun Zhaoming nodded in approval, pleased to see that Jiang Chuyue had indeed perused the texts he gifted her. He persisted with his inquiries. Miss Jiang, may I ask you to interpret this line? A woman's esteem by her husband is derived from her in-law's affection for her? Jiang Chuyue set down her teacup and calmly replied, I do not enjoy reading lessons for women. Should you wish to discuss poetry and literature, we may converse about historical records or comprehensive mirror to aid in government. Observing her change in demeanor, Sun Zhaoming sensed her irritation. Realizing he may have overstepped, he contemplated apologizing, but then recalled that Mu Qing was already negotiating the marriage date with Lady Xiao. This union seemed irrevocable, leaving him no reason to bow before Jiang Chuyue. Jiang Chuyue was a rare gem, beautiful, of noble birth, and well-versed in many subjects. He felt compelled to find a way to assert his dominance. If he could not, he would forever be at a disadvantage in their marital relationship. A man of stature could not allow himself to be overshadowed by a woman. Thus, Sun Zhaoming swallowed his words of apology, instead informing Jiang Chuyue, historically, a husband guides his wife. Once you marry me, your duties will include supporting your husband and serving your in-laws. Spending time on comprehensive mirror to aid in government is futile. It would benefit you more to study lessons for women and the classic of filial piety. I believe you will become a good wife. Jiang Chuyue turned her face away, gazing at the pond filled with lotus flowers in the garden. A gentle breeze stirred the water's surface, mirroring her tumultuous thoughts. Jiang Chuyue suppressed the fire within her heart and questioned herself once more. Was she truly to marry a man like Sun Zhaoming? She could fulfill her duties as a wife and be filial to her in-laws, yet she must not lose her essence and passions. She adored reading miscellaneous books, relished boating and flower admiring, cherished horseback riding, and loved donning beautiful garments. She had myriad interests. She did not wish to become a matron who had lost her identity. Yet, This marriage was on the verge of being finalized, with Lady Xiao eagerly anticipating her granddaughter's marriage to lead a peaceful and prosperous life. Jiang Chuyue's nails dug into her flesh. Her grandmother had labored tirelessly for her marriage. She could not bear to disappoint her. Sun Zhaoming, noticing Jiang Chuyue's prolonged silence, could no longer contain himself, saying, "Miss Jiang, aside from reading the classic of filial piety, you must not dress as extravagantly as you do today after our marriage. A woman of the inner chambers must not attract undue attention. You insolent boy, do not speak so presumptuously." A stern voice interjected. Lady Xiao emerged from behind the rockery, accompanied by a visibly embarrassed Sun Mu. Chapter 37. The marriage proposal is nullified. Lady Xiao's hands trembled in anger. She had once believed the Sun family to be composed of honest and humble men, but was shocked to discover they too could be so presumptuous. Even the most unassuming man could harbor cunning calculations. Witnessing Jiang Chuyue's repeated forbearance and retreat, Lady Xiao felt as though her heart were being sliced. How could the granddaughter she had carefully nurtured endure such indignities? Grandmother? Jiang Chuyue gazed in astonishment at Lady Xiao's sudden appearance. Lady Xiao shielded Jiang Chuyue behind her, her gaze sharp as she glared at Sun Zhaoming. "Today, I have finally opened my eyes. The marriage is not yet settled. Yet you presume to dictate terms as if you were already her husband. My granddaughter is not yet wed to you, and you dare to establish rules for her." Sun Zhaoming turned pale, attempting to explain. "Esteemed lady, I do not intend to impose rules on Miss Jiang. It is only that, since ancient times, women upon marrying must honor their in-laws. I merely wished for Miss Jiang to begin her preparations." Lady Xiao, furiously laughing, retorted, "My granddaughter shall study whatever she pleases. She may read any book she desires, and it is not for you, a mere youth, to instruct her. She may wear whatever she wishes, for it is my general's household funds that she spends, not a single copper of yours." Sun Zhaoming's face flushed with embarrassment, unsure how to respond. Casting a pleading glance at Sun Mu, Sun Mu was greatly alarmed, having merely accompanied Lady Xiao to the garden, only to overhear her son making such foolish remarks. The daughter of a general could marry into the Sun family, which would naturally treat her with utmost care. This foolish boy dared to attempt to impose rules upon her. Sun Mu hurriedly interjected with a forced smile, "Esteemed lady, please forgive my son's thoughtless words. He will amend his ways. Your granddaughter, whom you have raised with such care, will surely be cherished and protected by our family. We would never dare mistreat her." Yet Lady Xiao would not entertain Sun Mu's defense. She found Sun Zhaoming utterly disagreeable. A mere scholar of modest means and unremarkable appearance had been granted a remarkable match, but failed to appreciate it and dared to presume superiority over the general's household. Lady Xiao declared loudly, "The threshold of the Sun family is too high. My general's household cannot align itself with such a family. You are dismissed." Sun Mu gasped in shock. "Esteemed lady, the marriage has already been agreed upon, and the date is in the planning stage. This union cannot simply be annulled." Lady Xiao responded, "Do not speak of the Sun family. Even the princes and marquises of the capital would be welcome to my granddaughter. If you already begin to assert yourself before she has even entered your home, I shudder to think of the hardships she would face after marriage. The engagement is hereby nullified. You are to leave." The steward of the Xiao residence, accompanied by 4 guards, stepped forward, ready to escort Sun Mu and Sun Zhaoming away. Sun Zhaoming felt as though he had fallen into an icy abyss. He could hardly believe that a mere jest could lead to the loss of a prized opportunity. Unwilling to accept his fate, he knelt on the ground, fervently bowing to the matriarch of the Xiao family. "Esteemed matriarch, it is my fault. I implore you to grant me another chance. I will cherish Miss Jiang with the utmost care and ensure she suffers no grievances." The matriarch, however, paid him no heed. The guards of the Xiao household seized Sun Zhaoming and dragged him from the garden, in a state of disgrace. He cast a desperate glance at the beautiful figure in the pavilion, now a distant dream beyond his reach. Racked with regret, he and his mother were unceremoniously expelled from the Xiao estate. Standing at the entrance, Baozhu spat disdainfully. "My lady is well versed in poetry and literature, her talents unmatched by yours. You had the audacity to force her to read the lessons for women? It's utterly laughable. I dare say even the Queen Mother would have to wash dishes if she were to marry into your family." After her scathing remarks, Baozhu felt a sense of satisfaction and strutted away. Sun Zhaoming's face turned pale, and his mother, filled with ire, clutched his arm tightly. "Have you lost your senses? How could you present the lessons for women to the daughter of the Xiao family? Regret washed over Sun Zhaoming. Mother, Miss Jiang is flawless. I fear I may not be able to control her. She must learn proper decorum before marrying me, lest she dominate our relationship. His mother could hardly contain her laughter. The general's residence already holds sway over our Sun family. As he gazed at the imposing gates of the Xiao estate, Sun Zhaoming lamented his earlier choices. Clinging to the last vestiges of hope, he pleaded with his mother. Mother, I swear I will treat Miss Jiang well. Please. Speak with the matriarch again. Let the engagement remain intact. His mother closed her eyes in disappointment. Abandon this foolish notion. The matriarch chose our family for its simplicity, and while you may be earnest, your folly has squandered a precious opportunity. Sun Zhaoming's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Fully aware that the union between the Xiao and Sun families was now irretrievably lost. Reflecting on recent events, he felt as though he had been trapped in a fleeting dream, only to awaken to the reality of his humble origins. Let us return home, his mother said, knowing their prospects were bleak and feeling utterly helpless. Sun Zhaoming departed like a forlorn dog, his spirit crushed. In the shadows of the alley, a darkly adorned carriage lay in wait, its heavy curtains undisturbed. My lord, a shadowy figure knelt before a figure inside the carriage. The engagement between the Sun and Xiao families is null and void. Within the carriage, Xia Linyuan toyed with an obsidian ring, a faint smirk on his lips, yet devoid of any mirth in his eyes. There is no need for my intervention. The Sun family has effectively ruined their own future. The ebony carriage departed silently, as if it had never been there. The Sun mother and son were dispatched, and the matriarch of the Xiao family, her expression stern, led Jiang Chuyue back to Showen Hall. Filled with frustration, she admonished Jiang Chuyue. Why did you not inform me that Sun Zhaoming was such an arrogant individual? Jiang Chuyue lowered her lashes, feeling a pang of bitterness. Grandmother, this match was your choice. A little hardship is of no consequence. The matriarch pressed her fingers to her brow, lamenting, I had thought a man of humble beginnings would possess a modest disposition, yet I find that arrogance knows no bounds. Witnessing Jiang Chuyue being compelled to read the lessons for women pierced her heart. When had her cherished granddaughter ever endured such indignity? Gently grasping Jiang Chuyue's hand, she spoke earnestly. You are the daughter of the general's household. Even in a lower marriage, your needs must be met with the utmost care. Fear not, my dear. I shall find you a worthy match. Jiang Chuyue felt warmth bloom in her heart as she nestled against her grandmother. Grandmother, perhaps fate has already woven my destiny. I may very well be wed this year. Chapter 38. The fluttering heart. The matriarch chuckled, playfully tapping Jiang Chuyue's nose. My granddaughter is the finest in the capital. With the help of the matchmaker, your future husband will undoubtedly be the best of men. After sharing a meal with the matriarch at Showen Hall, Jiang Chuyue respectfully took her leave. As she stepped outside, the summer sun poured down brightly, and she tilted her face upward, squinting as the light filtered through her lashes, creating a hazy glow. The sky was a brilliant blue, dotted with fluffy clouds, and the flora of the royal estate thrived with vitality. Taking a deep breath, a smile gradually blossomed on her lips. With the annulment of her engagement, the heavy burden on her shoulders felt as if it had been lifted. She felt liberated, akin to a condemned prisoner whose noose had loosened just enough to allow her a breath of hope. Miss, shall we return to the house? Baoshu inquired, trailing behind Jiang Chuyue. Let us first admire the lotus, Jiang Chuyue replied, lifting her skirts and skipping towards the garden. In the back garden, the lotus blossoms unfurled under the sun. A pink butterfly danced gracefully, fluttering around Jiang Chuyue twice before darting away. Overcome with delight, she grasped a fan and chased after the butterfly. Nearby, under the eaves, Xiao Ji stood with his arms crossed, watching the joyful girl with a tender gaze. It had been long since he had seen such vibrant and endearing energy in Jiang Chuyue. In his memories, the little girl had always been full of life, chasing after him and calling out to her brother with a bright voice. She would pursue butterflies, run through the grass, and, during stormy nights, timidly knock on his door, clutching her pillow. But as Jiang Chuyue grew, her exuberance faded, and she transformed into a graceful and refined young lady, the epitome of a noble woman in the capital. The sight of her chasing butterflies stirred something deep within Xiao Ji, and he found himself watching her for quite some time. Unbeknownst to Jiang Chuyue, she nearly stumbled as her foot caught on the stone steps. Xiao Ji swiftly reached out to steady her. She leaned against his arm, her subtle fragrance wafting past him, igniting a warmth in his chest. "Brother, I wasn't watching where I was going," she said, her cheeks flushing as she took a step back.
Xiao Ji teased.
What a grown young lady, still chasing butterflies. Jiang Chuyue lowered her head, silent, though he noticed her ears turning a rosy hue, a lovely sight. "You know, breaking off your engagement with the Sun family is a good thing. You are still young, and there is no rush to marry. Even if you stay at the Xiao estate for your entire life, I can provide for you," he said gently. Jiang Chuyue's heart skipped a beat, and she smiled brightly. "Thank you, brother." Though she recognized his words were meant in jest, they brought her joy nonetheless. "Brother, are you not going to the training grounds today?"
she asked.
He replied, "I will go shortly. By the way, I have something to tell you. In half a month it is the Queen's birthday, and she has requested that I bring you and Jiang into the palace to celebrate." Jiang Chuyue was puzzled. "The Queen wishes for you to bring Jiang?" It is unusual for a subject to bring their concubine into the palace, especially since Jiang is with child and should be resting. The edict seemed quite strange. Xiao Ji sighed. "The Queen has not conceived for many years. She wishes to see a pregnant woman from a subject's household. I cannot refuse her command.
Now,
I must go to the training ground." As he finished speaking, he reached out and lightly tousled Jiang Chuyue's hair. She felt a slight stiffness in her body. Exhilarated by his closeness, her heart racing erratically. Standing under the eaves, she smiled as she watched him depart, the summer sunlight casting a warm glow upon his tall figure. As steadfast as a pine tree, no matter how many times she gazed upon him, her heart fluttered. Yet, as she smiled, the light in her expression slowly dimmed. Her reason reminded her that Xiao Ji was not her son, forever out of reach. She remained awake, immersed in her longing, awaiting the day she might drown in it. The eastern courtyard of the Xiao estate. In the night, Jiang learned that the Empress had personally issued a decree inviting her to the palace for a birthday banquet. Stunned, she could not help but ask again, "General, is this true?" Xiao Ji chuckled. "Of course it is." After a brief moment of shock, Jiang feigned modesty and lowered her head, "But I am merely a concubine." Xiao Ji wrapped his arm around her waist. "The child you carry is the first in the Xiao residence. Perhaps the Empress wishes to reward you." A secret joy blossomed within Jiang, nestling against Xiao Ji's broad chest. Her imagination ran wild. The Empress, the mother of the nation, had personally invited a mere concubine to the palace. What an immense honor! Jiang even began to entertain fanciful thoughts, suspecting that the Empress intended for her to become the mistress of the Xiao household. As the fragrant air swirled in the room, Xiao Ji gazed down at Jiang, who was obediently nestled in his embrace. Since her pregnancy, Jiang had chosen a simple attire, a pale silver nightgown that accentuated her delicate beauty. The neckline of her gown was embroidered with fluttering butterflies. Xiao Ji's fingers traced the delicate butterflies, and the image of their graceful flight flashed before his mind, causing his throat to involuntarily tighten. Noticing the change in atmosphere, Jiang glanced at Xiao Ji's legs before lifting her gaze to meet his dark, passionate eyes. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she shyly murmured, "General, I am with child. The physician has advised against." The candlelight flickered softly as Xiao Ji's distinct fingers caressed Jiang's smooth, fair chin, gently pressing against her crimson lips. Having spent countless days and nights together,
Jiang naturally understood Xiao Ji's intentions.
the candles in the room burned steadily, and the moonlight poured through the window. Xiao Ji did not look at Jiang. Instead, his eyes remained fixed on the moonlight, breathing heavily. As the candles burned down, Jiang blushed while sipping tea. Xiao Ji, his eyes closed, slowly absorbed the emotions that the butterflies evoked. He tenderly held Jiang in his arms, his hand gently stroking her slightly rounded belly, his voice hoarse as he said, "Take good care of the child. Ensure a safe delivery." Jiang nodded gently. "With the general's protection, the child will surely be safe." In Kunning Palace, the lanterns glowed brightly. The Empress sat before her dressing table, removing her makeup. As she took off her earrings, she inquired of her close maid, "Where will the Emperor stay tonight?" The maid responded, "The Emperor has not summoned any concubines and is spending the night alone in the Jingda Hall." The Empress placed her earrings on the table, a look of puzzlement crossing her features. In the past, when the Emperor was in high spirits, he would summon 5 or 6 concubines in a single night. Recently, he has become quite strange. It seems he has lost interest in women. However, the Empress was not worried. After years of marriage, she understood the Emperor's fondness for beauty all too well. At the birthday banquet in half a month, She would find a way for the emperor to see the esteemed daughter of the Xiao family. That Xiao family daughter, Jiang Chuyue, was breathtakingly beautiful, far surpassing the concubines in the harem. Once the emperor laid eyes on her, he would undoubtedly find a way to bring Jiang Chuyue into his palace. The maid, combing the empress's hair, expressed her confusion. Your Majesty, I truly do not understand. If you summon Jiang Chuyue to the palace to pressure her into becoming a consort, then why also invite Jiang, a lowly concubine, to your birthday banquet? How does she deserve to attend? The empress's lips curled into a serpent-like smile. Though Jiang is a concubine, she carries Xiao Ji's only child. Xiao Ji colludes with the regent, and I intend to sever his lineage. Eliminating the child in Jiang's womb will leave the Xiao family with few heirs. Even if they cling to the regent, they will have no future. The empress chuckled maliciously. I wish to see if the Xiao daughter becomes the emperor's consort. Will the regent still trust the Xiao family? Without their only offspring, will Xiao Ji dare to continue depending on the regent? The maid respectfully replied, Your Majesty is wise. Chapter 39. Introducing her to the emperor? Time flew, and soon the empress's birthday arrived. The elderly matriarch of the Xiao family, unable to walk well, entrusted Xiao Ji to escort Jiang Chuyue and Jiang into the palace. Before they left, the matriarch, filled with concern, tightly grasped Jiang Chuyue's hand, her frail fingers turning white. The empress hails from the Shangguan family, and there has been a long-standing enmity between the Shangguan and Xiao families. This night banquet feels more like a trap. You must be extremely cautious. Jiang Chuyue nodded, Grandmother. Do not worry. The matriarch sighed as she adjusted Jiang Chuyue's hair, adding, It is Jiang's first time in the palace, and she is with child. Keep a close watch to ensure she does not embarrass herself. Jiang Chuyue assured, Grandmother, I will do my utmost to protect the child within Jiang. As time slipped away, Jiang Chuyue bid farewell to the matriarch. The elderly matriarch stood at the entrance of the Showan Hall, anxiously watching Jiang Chuyue's slender figure depart, her heart filled with unease. The summer night was stifling, the sky overcast, as if a storm were approaching. As dusk fell, the carriage awaited outside the Xiao residence. Jiang Chuyue approached the carriage joyfully, but as her fingers brushed against the curtain, she suddenly halted. Memories of the last encounter flooded back, Xiao Ji and the concubine within the carriage, entwined in an intimate embrace. She quickly withdrew her hand and called from outside the carriage, Brother, I have arrived. Xiao Ji lifted the curtain, extending his hand towards Jiang Chuyue, Come up. Surprised, Jiang hesitated before reaching out. Xiao Ji grasped her wrist gently, pulling her up into the carriage. Inside, the carriage was spacious, and Jiang sat primly beside Xiao Ji. Upon seeing Jiang Chuyue, Jiang broke into a perfectly measured smile. Second miss, how do you fare? Since being reprimanded by the matriarch recently, Jiang dared not confront Jiang Chuyue and maintained a courteous demeanor. The carriage rolled quietly along. Within, Jiang discreetly scrutinized Jiang Chuyue, who had made a special effort for the empress's birthday banquet. Her hair was styled in a cloud-like bun, adorned with a jeweled hairpin, and she wore a moon-white skirt draped with a golden-threaded embroidered shawl, exuding elegance and striking beauty. A pang of bitterness stirred within Jiang. Not long ago, Jiang had thought Jiang Chuyue would marry into a humble family and remain forever beneath her. Yet now, that prospect had vanished, and the matriarch began selecting suitors for Jiang Chuyue once again. Jiang felt a tinge of disappointment. Clutching her handkerchief, she silently prayed that fate would grant Jiang Chuyue a cold-hearted, ruthless husband, subjecting her to a life of hardship from which she could never escape. The carriage headed towards the palace. Inside, Xiao Ji tenderly embraced Jiang's waist, his large hand gently caressing her slightly rounded belly. Xiao Ji reminded her, Do not drink the palace wine or overindulge. The child must come first. Jiang's cheeks flushed as she nodded softly, Rest assured, General. I will ensure the child's safety. Jiang Chuyue turned her gaze to the castle walls outside, avoiding the affectionate scene between the two. The carriage came to a halt outside the palace gates, and Xiao Ji led Jiang Chuyue and Jiang into the palace. The empress's birthday banquet was held at the Huaqing Hall, with men and women seated separately. It was Jiang's first time in the palace, and she had never witnessed such grandeur. Inside the Huaqing Hall, the glass lanterns illuminated the night as if it were day, filled with dignitaries and noble women gliding gracefully among them, creating a scene of opulence. Jiang discreetly surveyed her surroundings, noticing that among the many noble women, Jiang Chuyue's beauty and poise stood out the most. A sense of unwillingness surged within Jiang. Why, with a similar background, did Jiang Chuyue's fate shine so brightly? As the moon hung low and the bell tolled, the sharp voice of the chief eunuch echoed at the entrance of the Huaqing Hall. Her Majesty the Empress has arrived. Guests rose to pay their respects. Dressed in an exquisite phoenix robe and supported by two maidens, the Empress strode majestically into the hall, the hem of her gown trailing behind her until she reached the highest seat. Her voice resonated with authority. Please rise. The guests returned to their seats. Just as Jiang Chuyue settled in, she suddenly heard the Empress at the main table call out, "Where is the Xiao family daughter?" Jiang Chuyue's fingertips trembled slightly, but she stood composed, greeting the Empress. "This humble daughter pays her respects to Her Majesty." The Empress commanded, "Lift your head." A strange sensation coursed through Jiang Chuyue as she slightly raised her gaze. The Empress scrutinized Jiang Chuyue's features and praised. "I have heard that General Zhao's sister is a beauty. Seeing you today, it is indeed true that you are a gem of exquisite beauty. In the imperial harem, even the presence of 3,000 beauties pales in comparison to you." The Empress firmly believes that upon seeing Jiang Chuyue's visage, the Emperor will undoubtedly take her into the harem. A chill ran down Jiang Chuyue's spine. Lowering her head, she humbly replied, "Your Majesty's praise is too generous. I am but a frail willow. How could I possibly compare with the esteemed ladies of the harem?" The Empress smiled benevolently. "Please have a seat. When the Emperor arrives, I shall introduce you to him." Jiang Chuyue felt her blood run cold. The Empress intended to present her to the Emperor. Was this a ploy to have her become a consort? Clutching her handkerchief tightly, she realized that tonight was a covert trap aimed at the Xiao family. Meanwhile, Xiao Ji, seated among the male guests, discerned the Empress's intentions as well. His face turned ashen, and he crushed the wine cup in his hand. The current Emperor was notoriously lecherous, and countless maidens had suffered at his hands. If Jiang Chuyue were sent to the harem, the consequences would be dire.
Xiao's chest heaved violently,
his fists turning white as he contemplated a strategy to avert this calamity. While everyone harbored their own thoughts, only Jiang was oblivious to the unfolding situation. She secretly felt envious of Jiang Chuyue for receiving the Empress's commendation. Inside the splendid Huaqing Palace, fragrant incense wafted through the air, and the guests laughed and chatted, eagerly awaiting the Emperor's arrival. Yet, time dragged on, and after about half an hour, a hurried eunuch rushed into the palace. Kneeling before the Empress with his forehead pressed against the cool tiles, "Your Majesty, the Emperor is preoccupied with state affairs and cannot attend your birthday banquet. He has instructed you to preside over the celebration yourself." At the eunuch's words, the music and laughter in the hall abruptly ceased. The Empress, hailing from the illustrious Shangguan family, had never enjoyed the Emperor's favor. To her astonishment, on her birthday, the Emperor openly refused to grace her occasion with his presence. The relationship between the Emperor and Empress was indeed strained. The Empress, with her nails digging into the armrest of her phoenix throne, forced a dignified smile. "The Emperor is concerned for the livelihood of the people. How could I disturb him? Bring forth the feast." As the sounds of music and revelry resumed, the palace made serve exquisite dishes to the guests. Everyone feigned joy as they raised their cups, dining amidst a veneer of false harmony. The Empress's gaze fixed on Jiang Chuyue, who stood out among the noble ladies with her extraordinary beauty. Yet, the Emperor's absence threatened to thwart the Empress's plans. Unwilling to concede defeat, she summoned another eunuch. "Go inquire again at the Emperor's quarters." Meanwhile, in the Emperor's chamber, incense wafted from a beast-shaped burner. The Emperor reclined languidly on his dragon bed, his attire disheveled, with several wine jars strewn about his feet. The eunuch sent by the Empress entered respectfully. "Your Majesty, the Empress's birthday banquet is underway. Will you not attend?" The Emperor belched lazily. "I have no desire to go." The eunuch persisted. "Your Majesty, many esteemed ladies are in attendance, each more beautiful than the last. Especially General Xiao's sister. She is nothing short of a celestial being." The Emperor remained indifferent. What was General Xiao's sister compared to the enchanting maiden shrouded in a veil whom he had crossed paths with only twice? Lately, his thoughts had been consumed by that stunning woman. He had dispatched inquiries far and wide, but had yet to uncover her whereabouts. The eunuch continued, "Your Majesty, the Empress is the mother of the nation. If you do not attend impatient." The Emperor drew his sword and plunged it into the eunuch's abdomen. He smirked coldly. "I am well aware of the Empress's schemes. If she wishes to use me as a pawn, she should consider her own capabilities. The eunuch collapsed in terror. Meeting his demise, the palace attendants swiftly removed the unfortunate eunuch. Raising a cup to his lips, the emperor gazed longingly out at the moonlit night, murmuring, "My beauty, I shall find you." News of the eunuch's death reached the Huaqing palace, causing the empress to clench her sleeve in silence. After years of marriage, he could not even spare her a modicum of dignity. Unwilling to relent, her gaze lingered on Jiang Chuyue, who, with her delicate neck exposed, resembled a lotus stem waiting to be plucked from a summer pond. A beauty of unparalleled grace. It was rumored that Jiang Chuyue was favored by both Xiao Ji and the matriarch of the Xiao family. To ruin Jiang Chuyue would be to cripple the Xiao family. Yet, the emperor refused to even glance at her. The empress pressed her temples, her gaze flitting to Jiang Chuyue's companion, Jiang. With a smile that masked her ulterior motives, the empress exclaimed, "I hear that General Zhao's concubine is with child. Is that true?" Jiang, caught off guard, stood up with trepidation, her limbs stiff as she bowed. "I, Jiang, am indeed with child." The empress feigned praise. "Your appearance is lovely, and your demeanor is proper. No wonder you have captured General Zhao's affection. Bring forth the treasured, colorful phoenix glass bracelet. I shall present it to Jiang." Jiang, trembling with gratitude, replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generosity." Yet, she secretly wondered if the colorful phoenix glass bracelet was truly a rare treasure. Whispers circulated among the other noble ladies. "The colorful phoenix glass bracelet? Isn't that a relic from the founding empress?" "Indeed, it is immensely precious. And it is astonishing that the empress would bestow it upon a mere concubine. Perhaps after giving birth, Jiang would rise to the status of the primary wife." The empress's gesture indicated her intent to support Jiang as the rightful mistress. The room buzzed with speculation. Upon realizing the significance of the bracelet, Jiang was overwhelmed with joy. The empress had gifted her a treasure from the founding empress. What an immense honor! A senior maid approached, carrying an exquisitely crafted red sandalwood box containing the precious bracelet. Jiang quickly knelt, extending her hands to accept the box. "I am deeply grateful for your Majesty's gift." Elated, Jiang returned to her seat, the box securely closed, yet unopened. She reveled in her triumph, glancing at the radiant Jiang Chuyue beside her. Today, Jiang had received but a single compliment from the empress, while Jiang had been bestowed a priceless treasure. The disparity was evident. Jiang felt a surge of superiority, finally overshadowing Jiang Chuyue. "Second miss, you seem captivated by the emperor's gift box. Might you desire the empress's favor as well?" Jiang feigned innocence in her inquiry. Jiang Chuyue's gaze sharpened. The red sandalwood box was intricately carved, with a golden lock at the hinge, tightly sealed, keeping the bracelet hidden from view. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Chuyue suggested, "Andy, perhaps you should open the box and take a look." Before she could finish, a eunuch's voice resonated through the hall. "The Regent Prince has arrived." A ripple of astonishment swept through the guests. The typically reclusive Regent Prince had come to personally celebrate the Empress's birthday. Even the Empress, seated at the head of the table, was taken aback, nearly spilling her wine. Her thoughts raced as she gazed towards the entrance, a complex mix of emotions surging within her. Why had he come? As the Regent Prince entered, the assembly of dignitaries rose in respect. The sound of copper bells jingled from the eaves as 2 rows of armored guards flanked the entrance. Bathed in moonlight, Xiao Lingyuan strode into the grand hall, his dark silk robes billowing, the subtle gold patterns of mythical creatures shimmering in the light. As his boots struck the marble floor, an overwhelming aura enveloped the Huaqing palace. Silence fell within the hall. Xiao Lingyuan caressed the jade ring on his finger, his dark eyes sweeping over Jiang Chuyue, who was trying to remain inconspicuous, before he made his way to the head of the male guests. His commanding presence silenced the crowd as he spoke in a deep voice, "Please be seated." The guests sat down, trembling in their seats. Jiang Chuyue maintained her cautious demeanor, her gaze fixed on the white jade wine cup before her. Avoiding eye contact with Xiao Lingyuan, his presence loomed like a guillotine above all the attendees, fraught with danger. Even the songstress playing the guqin in the center of the hall tightened her fingers, producing an off-key tremor. Jiang Chuyue pondered, perplexed by his unexpected appearance at the Empress's birthday banquet, when she overheard the whispers among the noble ladies. It seemed the Regent Prince indeed harbored deep feelings for the Empress. It was said that his courtyard was filled with the peonies the Empress adored. As the Queen entered the palace, the royal residence had all the peonies cut down. Once, The queen was to be betrothed to the Xie family. But the Shengwan family had a sudden change of heart, sending her into the palace and tearing apart this pair of lovebirds. The regent did not even attend the emperor's birthday banquet, only gracing the queen's birth celebration with his presence, perhaps revealing that he had long been unattached due to his heart belonging to another. "Hush, speak softly, lest the regent overhear," the ladies whispered among themselves. Jiang Chuyue's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had just heard a fantastical tale. Could it be that Xia Linyuan had once been engaged to the queen? She discreetly glanced towards the main seat in Hucking Hall, where the regal queen sipped her wine, occasionally casting a complex gaze in Xia Linyuan's direction. Jiang Chuyue was secretly astonished by the tangled relationships at play. With the regent gracing us with his presence, I wonder what gift he has prepared for me, the queen inquired. Xia Linyuan raised an eyebrow. By nature, he shunned the hustle and bustle, and his attendance at the birthday banquet was solely to catch a glimpse of the cunning yet charming Jiang Chuyue. As for presenting a gift to the queen, that thought had never crossed his mind. Fortunately, Xia Linyuan had a capable steward by his side. The seasoned steward, having crossed the half-century mark, produced a box and respectfully presented it, a gift from the lord for the queen. May she graciously accept it. The royal treasury was overflowing with gold and silver, and the steward had merely grabbed a hairpin from the storeroom to make do. The box was placed upon the main table. When the queen opened the wooden box, she discovered a meticulously crafted peony hairpin. The petals were delicately layered, with tiny pearls embedded at the heart of the flower. As she held the hairpin, her heart trembled. Xia Linyuan still remembered that her favorite flower was the peony. In Chapter 41, titled Framed, the Queen, Shengwan, had resolutely chosen to break her engagement with Xia Linyuan for the sake of her family's glory, thus becoming the esteemed matriarch of the nation and turning Xia Linyuan into her enemy. She recalled vividly the day she entered the palace adorned in her phoenix crown and flowing robes, when Xia Linyuan had, in a fit of rage, uprooted every peony in the garden overnight. For years, Xia Linyuan had shunned women, having no concubines or maidservants in his household. The queen grasped the peony hairpin tightly, lost in thought. Could it be that he still harbored feelings for her? If he did not care for her, how could the inherently aloof Xia Linyuan have attended her birthday banquet? How could he have presented her with her beloved peony hairpin? The queen's heart swelled with a bittersweet mix of longing and joy. As the birthday banquet progressed, the palace attendants brought forth exquisite wine. When a maidservant poured wine for Jiang Chuyue and Jiang Shi, her hand trembled, spilling half a jug and dampening both their skirts. "I am so sorry, Miss Jiang. Please forgive me." The maid instantly knelt down. The commotion caught the attention of the queen, who feigned annoyance. "How clumsy. You've soaked the skirts of my esteemed guests." Then, with a shift in tone, she commanded her trusted maid, Chunlan, escort Miss Jiang and Jiang Shi to Chunhua Hall to change. The maid complied, and the queen's direct request left Jiang Chuyue no room to refuse. Two senior maidservants came to guide them, reminding Jiang Shi, "Jiang Shi, take the prized colored phoenix glazed jade bracelet that the queen has gifted you. It is precious and must be kept close." Jiang Shi hurriedly picked up the Zeton box containing the jade bracelet and followed the maidservants to the side hall to change. As they left, the queen discreetly sipped her wine, suppressing a cold smile. Today, both Jiang Chuyue and Jiang Shi must leave with only their lives intact. Night enveloped Chunhua Hall. The maidservants led Jiang Chuyue and Jiang Shi inside, stating, "The garments are prepared. Please proceed to change." Baizhu followed closely behind Jiang Chuyue, wanting to enter as well. However, the maidservant blocked Baizhu. "Only the two esteemed guests may enter. You, a lowly maidservant, must wait outside." Baizhu frowned. "I must go in to help my lady change." The maid replied, "That is not allowed." Baizhu gritted her teeth, frustrated by such absurd palace rules that forbade a servant from assisting her mistress. Jiang Chuyue pressed Baizhu's hand, speaking in a hushed tone, "Wait outside by the back window. I will call for you if needed." Baizhu reluctantly nodded. Jiang Chuyue and Jiang Shi entered Chunhua Hall. The maid said, "The clothing is in the wardrobe. Please change at your convenience." The maid then exited the hall and closed the heavy door behind her. Jiang Chuyue sensed something was amiss. Jiang Shi, however, remained oblivious, placing the box containing the jade bracelet aside and opening the wardrobe to reveal exquisite garments. Jiang Shi ran her fingers over the fine fabrics, exclaiming, "As expected of the imperial palace, the attire prepared for guests is exquisitely crafted." She selected a dress of shimmering blue silk, preparing to change. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Jiang Chuyue standing still and urged, "Second miss. The queen awaits us. Please change quickly, do not delay." Jiang Chuyue lowered her gaze. "Something feels off." Jiang Shi asked, "What seems wrong?" Jiang Chuyue surveyed their surroundings. "There are no palace attendants here, just the two of us, and Baizhu was not allowed to enter. What could be wrong?" Jiang Chuyue pondered, her gaze landing on the Zeton box on the table. This was the box the queen had bestowed upon Jiang Shi, containing the precious colored phoenix glazed jade bracelet. "Auntie, please open the box and take a look." Jiang Shi's face lit up with pride. "The queen is generous, granting me such a precious jade bracelet. If you like it, second miss, I shall let you see." When the Zeton box was opened, Jiang Shi's expression changed abruptly as she turned pale. The jade bracelet, a treasured heirloom from the founding queen, lay quietly in the box, shattered into 2 pieces. What happened? How could the bracelet be broken? Jiang Shi exclaimed in horror. Jiang Chuyue quickly covered her mouth. "Hush, do not speak." Outside the door, a maid called, "Esteemed guests, have you finished changing?" Jiang Chuyue responded loudly, "Not yet." The maid urged, "Please hurry, the queen is waiting." Inside, Jiang Shi was ashen-faced, staring blankly at the broken bracelet in the box, her heart racing with a sliver of hope. How could a fine bracelet be shattered? Jiang Chuyue said, "It was already broken when it was given to you." Jiang Shi was confused. Why would the queen send me a broken bracelet? Jiang Chuyue began to piece together the situation. The queen never intended for you to leave the palace alive. Breaking the jade bracelet left by the founding queen is a grave crime. The lightest punishment would be a beating, and the punishments in the palace are severe, capable of causing grievous harm or even death. Jiang Shi collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face as she clutched Jiang Chuyue's garment. "Second miss, please save me. I carry the child of a general. I cannot die. Please help me take the blame. You are a lady of the general's household. The queen would never harm you." Jiang Chuyue steadied her resolve and quietly moved to the back of the hall, opening the rear window. Baizhu was indeed crouched in the corner, and upon hearing the noise, hurried over. "Miss, what are your orders?" Jiang Chuyue instructed. "The queen is framing Auntie for breaking the jade bracelet. You must seek help for my brother. I will find a way to stall for time here." Baizhu realized the urgency and nodded. "Yes, I will go find the general right away." Jiang Chuyue closed the back window. In the front hall, Chunlan, the queen's maid, continued to knock on the door. With a hint of schadenfreude in her voice, she asked, "Esteemed guests, are your garments ready?" Jiang Shi appeared ashen. She silently resolved that if the queen were to seek accountability, she would shift all blame onto Jiang Chuyue. Jiang Chuyue walked to the front hall, calmly opening the door to tell Chunlan, "Chunlan, please bring 2 more outfits. Auntie is pregnant, and her belly is rounded. None of the clothes in the wardrobe fit her." Chunlan squinted her eyes, observing the anxious Jiang Shi inside, and said with a hint of sarcasm, "Then I shall ask Miss Jiang to wait a moment while I send someone to fetch new garments." The door closed again, trapping Jiang Chuyue and Jiang Shi inside. Meanwhile, Baizhu hurriedly found Xiao Ji, informing him of the dire situation facing Jiang Chuyue and Jiang Shi. Xiao Ji's expression darkened. The colored phoenix glazed jade bracelet left by the founding queen was invaluable. Breaking a royal treasure would spell disaster for Jiang Shi. Xiao Ji could not bear to watch the demise of Jiang Shi, for within her womb lay the hopes of the Xiao family. Time was of the essence. He had to devise a means to protect Jiang Shi. Gazing up at the moon, reflected in his wine glass, he drank deeply, as if consuming the very essence of the moon itself. Gradually, a long-buried thought began to surface within his heart. Chapter 42. Forcing her to marry the regent in the splendid Huaqing Hall, the atmosphere was filled with joyous music and laughter. Xiao Ji picked up his wine cup and approached Xia Linyuan, seating himself beside him under the pretense of sharing a drink. As he offered the crisp, exquisite wine, Xiao Ji lowered his voice. "Brother Linyuan, I seek your assistance." Xia Linyuan raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" Xiao Ji replied succinctly, "Marry my sister." He succinctly informed Xia Linyuan of the incident involving the shattered jade bracelet. The music within the hall was loud, and the guests were engaged in carefree laughter. Xia Linyuan toyed with his wine cup, an enigmatic smile playing on his lips. To have shattered the jade bracelet of the founding empress is a crime deserving of death. "You would marry your sister to me to protect a concubine?" Xiao Ji murmured. "Jiang Shi carries my child. She cannot die." Only by having Xiao Yu take the blame for the shattered bracelet can we ensure Jiang Chuyue's safety. If Xiao Yu marries you and becomes the regent's consort, the empress would not dare to seek retribution. Brother Lin Yuan, if you can assist me, the Xiao family will forever be your sharp blade, ever at your service. The music in the hall swelled. Xiao Lin Yuan, holding the white jade cup, smirked. Is your sister willing? Xiao Ji's expression darkened as he resolutely stated, regardless of her willingness. This is the only viable strategy. The empress intends to send her to the palace as a consort. Marrying you is the only way to evade that fate. Forcing Jiang Chuyue to marry Xiao Lin Yuan was the most prudent course of action. Firstly, it would extinguish the empress's desire to send Jiang Chuyue to the palace. Secondly, it would safeguard the pregnant Jiang Shi. Thirdly, it would strengthen the ties between the Xiao family and the regent's household. And fourthly, it would fulfill Xiao Ji's deepest secret longings. With a grave expression, Xiao Ji continued, Brother Lin Yuan, I know you are not fond of women. After Xiao Yu marries into the royal family, please do not harm her. Once this crisis passes, you and she may part ways. Xiao Lin Yuan chuckled, his voice low. Have you considered that a woman who is divorced is likely to find it difficult to remarry? While common women may remarry, a woman divorced from the regent would find no suitor in the land. Xiao Ji lowered his gaze and revealed his innermost thought. That is of no concern. I can care for Xiao Yu for a lifetime. A woman divorced from the regent would find no one daring enough to marry her again. Xiao Ji now had the perfect excuse to keep Jiang Chuyue by his side forever. Once Jiang Shi gave birth, once Jiang Chuyue and Xiao Lin Yuan divorced, Xiao Ji would bring her back to the general's residence and care for her for life. The child of Jiang Shi would thus be the child of both him and Jiang Chuyue. As the melodies of Huaqing Hall became increasingly vibrant and enchanting, the beautiful songstresses danced gracefully. Xiao Lin Yuan, with a smile on his lips, tapped the rim of his cup. I shall marry your sister. On the wedding night. Should she refuse, I shall behave as a gentleman. Should she seek a divorce in the future, I shall not impede her. Xiao Ji breathed a sigh of relief and raised his cup. A gentleman's word is his bond. Xiao Lin Yuan's smile held deeper meaning as they clinked their cups together. A promise once made is hard to retract.
They toasted.
The rich wine filled their bellies, and the agreement was sealed. Xiao Lin Yuan summoned the steward of the royal residence, instructing him, Go to Huaqing Hall and request a decree of marriage. I shall take General Zhao's sister as my bride. The steward's eyes brightened, and he promptly nodded. I shall attend to this immediately. As the birthday banquet neared its conclusion, Jiang Chuyue and Jiang Shi had yet to return from changing their garments. Xiao Ji feigned concern and stood, Your Majesty, I wish to go to Chunhua Hall to fetch my sister. I seek your permission. The Empress, seated in the main position, smiled. General Xiao, feel free. The time is not late. You must return her soon. Xiao Ji hurriedly left. The Empress, reveling in her scheming, anticipated that tonight Xiao Ji would be forced to choose between his sister and his concubine. Would he allow his sister to perish, or would he sacrifice the pregnant concubine? Whichever choice he made would be a significant blow to the Xiao family. The Empress sipped her wine, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. In Chunhua Hall, Jiang Chuyue and Jiang Shi had changed their attire but delayed their exit until the palace maid announced Xiao Ji's arrival. Jiang Chuyue's face lit up with joy. Xiao Ji entered, and Jiang Shi, with tear-filled eyes, rushed into his embrace, sobbing, General, save me, I am terrified. Xiao Ji's palm caressed Jiang Shi's trembling back, soothingly saying, Do not fear. You return to the birthday banquet. I shall handle matters here. Hearing this, Jiang Shi felt a wave of relief wash over her, a smile creeping onto her face. It seemed that Xiao Ji stood by her side, choosing to protect her and forsaking Jiang Chuyue. Wiping away her tears, Jiang Shi swiftly exited Chunhua Hall. With no one around, Xiao Ji opened the Zetonwood box on the table to find the shattered jade bracelet within. He closed the box and handed it to Jiang Chuyue. Xiao Yu, you must take the blame for Jiang Shi. Jiang Chuyue's hands trembled as she grasped the Zetonwood box. To protect his beloved concubine, Xiao Ji was willing to have her bear the blame. Xiao Ji stated, Jiang Shi carries my child. I cannot stand by and watch her perish. Rest assured, I have a way to protect you. Jiang Chuyue, bewildered, asked, What way? Xiao Ji replied, I have discussed it with Xiao Lin Yuan. You shall marry him. Jiang Chuyue immediately interjected, I will not marry him. Xiao Ji felt a flicker of joy. Yet the urgency of the situation overshadowed any consideration for Jiang Chuyue's feelings. He grasped her shoulders firmly, speaking patiently. Listen. The Empress wishes to send you to the palace as a consort and intends to kill the pregnant Jiang Shi. Marrying Xiao Linyuan resolves all dilemmas. Jiang Chuyue felt a lump in her throat. She sensed her vibrant heart, which had thrived for over a decade, gradually extinguishing under Xiao Ji's pressure. Xiao Ji's voice grew solemn. Marriage to the royal household is merely a temporary measure. I have discussed it with Xiao Linyuan. He will not touch you after marriage. And you shall remain chaste. Once the storm passes, you may divorce him. Tears streamed down Jiang Chuyue's face as she desperately clutched Xiao Ji's sleeve. Her voice choked with anguish. Brother, I do not wish to marry. Let's find another way to save Jiang Shi, shall we? She did not want to marry Xiao Linyuan. Xiao Ji had not considered her feelings at all. Jiang Chuyue felt like an object on display, weighed and measured. The person she loved most was forcing her to marry another, all while claiming it was for her own good. It was rare for Xiao Ji to witness Jiang Chuyue in tears. He closed his eyes, suppressing his inner turmoil, yet he remained resolute. Xiao Yu, be reasonable. Marrying Xiao Linyuan is the best strategy to resolve this crisis. Jiang Chuyue choked back her sobs. There are other methods. For instance, we could use some rice paste to cover the broken part of the bracelet. Perhaps it could be concealed. Xiao Ji's gaze darkened. No. The risk is too great. He was aware that many other methods could avert this disaster, but he only wished for Jiang Chuyue to marry Xiao Linyuan and then divorce him. This way, Xiao Ji would have ample justification to bring Jiang Chuyue back to the Xiao residence after their separation. Jiang Chuyue would not need to remarry and could remain by his side forever. Outside, the Empress's maid was urging General Xiao. The Empress requests your swift return to Huaqing Hall. Xiao Ji's expression hardened as he gripped Jiang Chuyue's shoulders, whispering, be obedient. You will only face a slight grievance. I shall compensate you in the future. Jiang Chuyue turned her face away, tears welling in her eyes, ultimately giving way to despair as they fell. Long ago, when she secretly harbored feelings for Xiao Ji, she had envisioned the day she might marry another. Yet, she never imagined that she would be forced into marriage by him. Xiao Ji was the cruelest executioner, severing Jiang Chuyue's love for him and pronouncing her emotional death. Chapter 43. The marriage decree in Huaqing Hall. The Empress's birthday banquet was drawing to a close. Xiao Ji returned with the distracted Jiang Chuyue, who still clutched the heavy Zeton wood box. The Empress wore a mocking smile, for it seemed that Xiao Ji had chosen the pregnant Jiang Shi over his sister, casting aside his blood-related sibling to take the blame. With a beaming smile, the Empress remarked, you have finally returned.
Oh.
I bestow upon the esteemed Jiang family the exquisite Kailong glazed jade bracelet, yet it has found its way into Miss Jiang's possession. The Queen, with a shift in tone, remarked, Miss Jiang, none present have beheld the Kailong glazed jade bracelet of the founding Empress. Kindly open the box for all to admire. Jiang Chuyue clutched the Zeton wooden box tightly, her fingers turning pale. Jiang, seated nearby, relished the unfolding drama, anticipating that upon the opening of the box, the shattered bracelet would emerge, and Jiang Chuyue would undoubtedly face the Queen's wrath, punishments ranging from a mere beating to the ultimate decree of death. Jiang's heart swelled with satisfaction, yearning for the Queen to swiftly execute Jiang Chuyue. With gritted teeth, Jiang Chuyue was about to reveal the contents of the Zeton box when a voice from outside interrupted. The imperial edict has arrived. A wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. The birthday banquet was nearing its conclusion. Why was the emperor bestowing an edict? The Queen, seated at the head, was engulfed in suspicion, sensing that events were spiraling beyond her control. The Grand Eunuch, garbed in deep purple official robes, approached the center of the hall, a bright yellow edict in hand, smiling as he surveyed the crowd. I summon the Regent and Miss Xiao to receive the edict. Guests exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the sudden turn of events. Jiang Chuyue, holding the Zeton box, stepped forward. Xiao Linyuan, donned in a black and gold robe, regarded her with dark eyes. As Jiang Chuyue prepared to kneel to receive the edict, Xiao Linyuan firmly grasped her arm. No need to kneel. Xiao Linyuan never kneels to receive an edict. Jiang Chuyue gritted her teeth, conceding only a slight bow. The eunuch gradually unfurled the edict. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, Jiang Chuyue, daughter of the Xiao family, of distinguished lineage, possessing grace and decorum. Xiao Linyuan, the regent, is loyal and devoted to the nation, his merits evident. The two matched in virtue and talent, are a heavenly match. The Ministry of Rites shall prepare the 6 ceremonies, the Astronomical Bureau shall select an auspicious date for the marriage. Thus it is decreed. Upon the conclusion of the reading, the queen nearly crushed the wine cup in her hand. Xiao Yuan's thin lips curled into a slight smile. I accept the edict. Jiang Chuyue lowered her gaze, softly echoing. I, the subject, accept the edict. The eunuch presented the edict to Xiao Yuan, offering congratulations. Congratulations, Prince. Congratulations, Miss Jiang. Wishing you both a harmonious union for 100 years. With the edict delivered, the eunuch departed. Guests in Hucking Palace exchanged glances. None had anticipated the emperor would suddenly bestow marriage upon the regent. Xiao Yuan, a figure of immense power, indifferent to women, had always instilled fear in the emperor. Today, his lack of resistance to this marriage indicated his satisfaction, perhaps even a desire for this union. Those present, all astute individuals, promptly raised their cups in unison. Congratulations to the regent. Xiao Yuan discreetly observed the Zeton box in Jiang Chuyue's hands, offering, "The box is heavy. Allow me to carry it for you." Jiang Chuyue silently handed the Zeton box to him. As Xiao Yuan took it, he carelessly knocked the box over, causing the Kailong glazed jade bracelet to clatter to the ground, shattering into pieces. Gasps of astonishment echoed around the room, and Xiao Yuan nonchalantly remarked, "My hand slipped." A civil official hastily clasped his hands. "May the fragments bring peace." Others echoed in agreement. No one dared to lay blame. The formidable regent, Xiao Yuan, could shatter not only a small bracelet, but even the emperor's seal without facing repercussions. Leaning closer to Jiang Chuyue, he murmured in a tone only she could hear, "Fear not, I shall protect you for a lifetime." Jiang Chuyue, unaware of the depth of his words, absent-mindedly replied, "Thank you, my lord." Observing her distracted demeanor, Xiao Yuan felt a tinge of helplessness. It was of no consequence. Time was on his side, and he had ample opportunity to slowly displace Xiao Ji from Jiang Chuyue's heart. The moon, long coveted, now rested in his palm. He would not allow anyone to seize it from him. Thus, the crisis brought forth by the bracelet quietly came to an end. The queen's birthday banquet concluded, and she departed in a daze, while officials began to leave in succession. Jiang Chuyue, feeling disheartened, silently followed Xiao Ji and Jiang out of the palace.
Jiang,
shaken by the day's events, feigned a stomach ache, pitifully leaning into Xiao Ji's embrace. He held her tenderly, caressing her abdomen. Jiang Chuyue watched the couple's affectionate exchange. Her heart, once pained, now numb. She felt like a mere shell, vacantly departing the palace. Following the banquet, the queen did not return to Koenning Palace, but, in a fit of rage, marched to the Zhengda Hall where the emperor resided. Bursting through the doors, she strode in, "Your Majesty, why have you bestowed marriage upon the regent?" The palace attendants quickly retreated, refraining from interrupting the imperial dispute. The room was thick with the scent of alcohol, and the emperor, inebriated, lay sprawled across the table, clutching a brush, attempting to capture the visage of the beloved he longed for, yet failing to convey her enchanting beauty. The emperor, holding the brush, smirked. "What is this?" the queen questions me. With red-rimmed eyes, the queen lamented. Their union had been one of political necessity, devoid of affection, yet they had maintained a semblance of respect for one another. However, today, on her birthday, the emperor had not even graced her with his presence. Furthermore, he had granted marriage to Xiao Yuan. The queen's heart ached. Deep down, she had always harbored feelings for Xiao Yuan, and now, witnessing him wed Jiang Chuyue, her heart was wrenched in agony. The queen sought to reason. "Your Majesty, the Xiao family and the regent are in cahoots. By marrying them, you only tighten their bonds." The emperor scoffed. "Xiao Yuan, by nature cold and indifferent, has unexpectedly sought my permission for marriage. This reveals Miss Jiang's significance in his heart. With the regent now possessing a vulnerability, I have leverage to contend with him. Why should I not seize this opportunity?" The emperor was quite pleased with this union. For years, he had been suffocated under Xiao Yuan's dominance. The regent, emotionally detached, had no apparent weaknesses. Tonight, however, a small chink in his armor had emerged, and the emperor was determined not to let this chance slip away. When the time was ripe, he would use Jiang Chuyue as a bargaining chip to gradually reclaim his power from Xiao Yuan. The queen raised her voice. "Your Majesty, you are weaving a net of your own entrapment." The emperor, in a fit of rage, flung his brush aside, his handsome face darkening with anger. He strode forward, grasping the queen's chin. "Shangguan, it was you who shamelessly climbed into my bed all those years ago, trading your dignity for your current status. Remember your place. You are merely a plaything bestowed upon me by the Shangguan family." Tears of humiliation streamed down the queen's cheeks. The dim candlelight flickered, illuminating her beauty, even as her eyes glistened with tears. The emperor squinted, his fingers caressing her exquisite face, his tone softening. "You cry so pitifully." The queen felt a chilling dread, as if a venomous serpent had fixed its gaze upon her. Chapter 44. No longer in love with him, the queen instinctively stepped back, but the emperor's grip tightened around her arm. His hand, like a vice, clutched her delicate wrist, pulling her forcefully to the table. The emperor licked his bloodied lips, surveying the queen's beautiful visage. "Today is your birthday, and I shall bestow upon you a special gift." Terror widened the queen's eyes as she beheld the approaching figure of the ruthless man. The candlelight danced in the air, the eastern pearl on her crown swaying violently, while the ink on the table began to dry. Outside Jiang Hall, the palace attendants bowed their heads, listening to the stifled sounds emanating from within. Time slipped by unnoticed, and the doors creaked open, revealing the disheveled queen emerging, her neck bearing distinct bite marks, her lips swollen and bruised, hints of tearing evident. She had endured torment. The maid, Chunlon, hurried to assist her, and the queen, utterly exhausted, sank into the palanquin, her body trembling slightly. "Bring me a bowl of abortion soup." Chunlon responded, "Yes. I shall prepare it at once." Within Jiang Hall, the emperor, disdainfully spitting out the blood in his mouth, bent to retrieve the brush from the floor. Fools. Incapable of handling simple matters. He returned to the table, resuming his attempts to depict the beauty that filled his thoughts. The emperor felt an inkling that he would soon meet the one he so ardently desired. On a sultry summer night, with the sky cloaked in dark clouds, the Xiao residence blazed with light. News of the imperial marriage reached them, leaving the matriarch of the Xiao family utterly astonished. Summoning Xiao Ji and Jiang Chuyue, she confronted them. Upon learning that Xiao Ji had coerced Jiang Chuyue into marrying the regent to protect his mistress, the matriarch, infuriated, seized a teacup from the table and struck Xiao Ji upon the forehead. "This is utterly absurd. There are numerous ways to rescue the Jiang family. So, why must we send Miss Yu to the Wang residence?" The teacup struck Xiao Ji's forehead, and blood trickled down his brow. Xiao Ji appeared oblivious to the pain, allowing the blood to flow as he lowered his gaze. "Grandmother, this is the most prudent course of action." The old matriarch scolded, "Nonsense. I see your intention is to use Miss Yu's marriage to solidify your standing in court. How can that barbarous Xiao Yuan, who has no interest in women, provide a good life for her?" Xiao Ji remained silent. He had coerced Jiang Chuyue into marrying Xiao Yuan, intending to have her return home after a divorce, allowing her to reside with him under legitimate circumstances. However, this clandestine thought must not be revealed. Xiao Ji bore the brunt of the old matriarch's fury in silence. "I oppose this marriage." The old matriarch lamented further, instructing the old nurse to fetch her official robes, declaring her intent to enter the palace and plead with the emperor to revoke the decree. Miss Yu is her beloved granddaughter, and the old matriarch could not bear to see her wed an unsuitable man. Xiao Ji's expression darkened. "Grandmother, do not act impulsively." He exchanged a glance with Jiang Chuyue. With a heavy heart, she stepped forward, linking her arm with the old matriarch's, and softly said, "Grandmother, one cannot defy the emperor's command. I am willing to marry the regent." The old matriarch's eyes glistened with tears. Jiang Chuyue managed a smile. "Rest assured, grandmother. The regent is handsome and powerful, with no concubines or mistresses in his household. He may indeed be a suitable husband for me. Please, grandmother, assist me in preparing for the marriage." The old matriarch grasped Jiang Chuyue's hand tightly, her eyes moist. After a lengthy and patient persuasion, she finally acquiesced to the union. As night deepened, Jiang Chuyue and Xiao Ji departed from the Shouan Hall. On the garden path, Xiao Ji called out to Jiang Chuyue, "Xiao Yu, this marriage is merely a formality. I will bring you back home in the future." Jiang Chuyue paused momentarily, not turning to face him, and simply replied, Her voice was as faint as a whisper. Carrying a lantern, she walked away, the night breeze lifting the hem of her skirt. Xiao Ji gazed at her slender silhouette, furrowing his brow as a sense of unease settled in his chest, as if a precious sentiment was quietly slipping away, eluding his grasp. Yet, he quickly steadied himself, reassuring that as long as everything proceeded according to his plan, he would attain his desires. Upon returning to her chamber, Jiang Chuyue found the night deepening, with strong winds outside suggesting an impending storm. Baozhu assisted her in removing her makeup, still unable to comprehend. "Miss, are you truly going to marry the regent?" Jiang Chuyue removed her hairpin. "The imperial decree has been issued. There is no alternative." Baozhu muttered, "But miss, you do not even like the regent." Jiang Chuyue smiled faintly, a self-deprecating laugh escaping her lips as she mused. Marriage is merely a matter of whom one marries. Whether it be Sun Zhaoming or Xia Linyuan, it is all the same. This marriage was fundamentally a transaction, with no regard for her wishes. Jiang Chuyue gazed at her reflection in the mirror, acknowledging her capacity to cry and to laugh. She was a living person. Yet, Xiao Ji regarded her not as a person but as a mere pawn, using her marriage to secure the safety of his concubines. Jiang Chuyue closed her eyes, suddenly disillusioned with herself, questioning why she had developed feelings for such a selfish and malevolent Xiao Ji. He was unworthy of her love. The howling night wind battered against the window, forcing it open. Jiang Chuyue rose from her bed and approached the window. As the storm approached, the fierce wind dried the tears at the corners of her eyes, along with her years of foolish yearning. It was an ordinary summer night, and on this very night, Jiang Chuyue resolved to cease her affection for Xiao Ji. In the eastern courtyard of the Xiao residence, the rain that had been brewing all day finally fell, accompanied by thunder and lightning, causing the eaves to rattle. Jiang, feeling groggy, suddenly noticed movement beside her. Xiao Ji was rising. She sat up and gently asked, "General, with such a storm outside, where are you going?" Xiao Ji gazed out the window. Summer nights with thunder and lightning were upon them. Jiang Chuyue, who was afraid of thunder, might have trouble sleeping tonight. Xiao Ji donned his coat. "I will go take a look." Jiang grasped his hand, softly pleading, "General, I am frightened by the thunder. Could you not leave?" Xiao Ji turned back. Dressed in a pale silver nightgown, with her dark hair cascading down her shoulders, she bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Chuyue, invoking sympathy. After some consideration, Xiao Ji rationalized that Jiang Chuyue had her maidservants for company and would not be alone. Jiang, pregnant with his child, should not be left alone. So, he returned to the bed, tenderly embracing Jiang. "Very well, I shall stay with you." Jiang nestled against Xiao Ji, quietly revealing a smile of satisfaction. Outside, the storm raged, and Xiao Ji gradually drifted into slumber. Jiang lay awake for an extended period, preoccupied with thoughts of Jiang Chuyue's marriage. Today's imperial decree had granted Jiang Chuyue the title of the esteemed regent's wife, a situation that provoked envy. Yet, Jiang recalled the regent's notorious temperament, who in the kingdom was unaware of his ruthless and heartless nature. Jiang Chuyue, a delicate flower of the boudoir, entering the regent's residence, was bound to endure torment, leading to a tragic fate. Men fear choosing the wrong profession, while women dread marrying the wrong man. Jiang Chuyue's union with the regent would utterly ruin her life. Jiang reveled in her misfortune, hoping for Jiang Chuyue to face a life of suffering. Chapter 45. A special gift after the marriage decree was issued. The Ministry of Rites and the Bureau of Astronomy calculated an auspicious date, determining that the 7th day of the upcoming month was an exceptionally rare and favorable day for marriage. Thus, Jiang Chuyue's wedding was set for the 7th of July. Prior to the nuptials, it was customary to exchange birth dates to assess the compatibility of the couple. The birth dates of Xia Linyuan and Jiang Chuyue were recorded on a paper, which would be exchanged and placed before the ancestral tablets. If all remained calm for 3 days, it would signify compatibility. Baozhu rushed into the room, breathless, informing Jiang Chuyue, "Miss, I have learned that the regent has sent 2 guards to our ancestral hall to keep watch." Jiang Chuyue, puzzled, inquired, "Why send guards?" Baozhu shrugged. "To guard the compatibility paper and prevent anyone from tampering with it. It is said that the regent's residence has also dispatched soldiers to safeguard the hall against interference with your compatibility paper." Jiang Chuyue replied, "In truth, Xia Linyuan need not send anyone to watch over it. Who in the world would dare disturb the regent's compatibility paper? Even if Jiang Chuyue and Xia Linyuan were incompatible, this imperial marriage is a foregone conclusion." The compatibility paper remained in the ancestral hall for 3 days, and during that time, the weather was pleasant, with even a significant reduction in bandit activity in the capital. Rumors spread that the regent and the general's daughter were a match made in heaven. Time flew by, and before long, the wedding day approached. Xia Linyuan displayed great generosity, sending an astonishing 1,000 boxes of betrothal gifts to the Xiao residence, filled with gold, silver, jewels, silks, and antiques. These gifts overflowed the Xiao residence's storerooms, necessitating the allocation of an entire courtyard for storage. Even the old matriarch was taken aback, murmuring in disbelief at the sheer volume of gifts. Jiang Chuyue was equally astonished. For a fleeting marriage, Xia Linyuan had sent an overwhelming amount of betrothal gifts. The steward from the Wang residence respectfully presented the gift list to the old matriarch, stating, "The prince has declared that he shall marry only once in his lifetime, and thus cannot be perfunctory." In addition to the betrothal gifts, the prince also sent several boxes of precious medicinal herbs to the old matriarch. "Please convey my gratitude to the prince," she replied. The steward smiled. "We are all one family. There is no need for formality." After he departed, the old matriarch gazed at the storerooms brimming with gifts, realizing that even the current emperor would struggle to amass such a collection of treasures. The sincerity of the regent's offering was overwhelming. The old matriarch summoned the old nurse, instructing her to inventory the betrothal gifts and add them to the second Mrs. Dowry list. Jiang Chuyue, linking her arm with the old matriarch's, smiled. "Grandmother, I have no need for such wealth. Please retain these gifts for the household expenses of the Xiao family." Madame Xiao gently patted Jiang Chuyue's hand, her voice warm with affection. "As you marry into the Wang residence, you will find many demands for money. As your grandmother, I stand with one foot in the grave and have little need for such wealth. Much like the Wang estate, which is as deep as the sea, the regent Prince Xia Linyuan wields immense power and military might, making him both formidable and perilous. Life within the Wang residence may prove difficult for you. It is wise to carry a bit of silver with you. It will not be of detriment." A dozen servants busied themselves, sorting through the betrothal gifts. Jiang Chuyue, supporting her waist, stood beneath the eaves, observing the grand spectacle. The sun illuminated the jewels within the chests, which sparkled brilliantly. Each piece of gold and silver was far from ordinary. Jiang Chuyue felt a pang of jealousy as she recalled her own marriage to the Xiao family as a concubine, receiving a fixed monthly allowance and the occasional gifts from Xiao Ji. In stark contrast to Jiang Chuyue's betrothal gifts, her own seemed like mere dust. Clenching her handkerchief, Jiang Chuyue consoled herself. "No matter how much wealth Jiang Chuyue possesses, it shall be of no use. Marrying the living Yama, Xia Linyuan, will lead to a life of suffering. Perhaps she would be tormented to her demise." As the eve of the grand wedding approached, the Xiao residence buzzed with joy. Adorned with crimson silk draping from the eaves and servants attending to their tasks with precision, Jiang Chuyue's chamber was resplendently decorated in vibrant red, her bridal gown hanging elegantly, with golden phoenixes embroidered upon the silk, their wings poised for flight, while long sleeves were adorned with pearls from the South Sea. An exquisite sight indeed. Jiang Chuyue caressed the bridal gown, her heart heavy with melancholy. "Miss, the old lady has arrived," Baizhu announced, ushering in Madame Xiao. The elder dismissed everyone, leaving only Jiang Chuyue and herself within the room. Madame Xiao scrutinized the luxurious gown with astonishment. Traditionally, a bride should embroider her own gown, but Xia Linyuan had sent a far more elaborate one well in advance. The artistry was so intricate that even a simple gilded red outer garment would require a year of work from a skilled embroiderer, indicating that this gown had been prepared long ago. "Come here. I have something to discuss with you," Madame Xiao said, taking Jiang Chuyue's hand and leading her to the edge of the bed. She produced a scroll and handed it to Jiang Chuyue. "This is your dowry list," she explained. "In addition to the gifts from the regent, I have added some items of my own." As Jiang Chuyue unfurled the lengthy scroll, she was overwhelmed by the extensive list of properties, shops, and treasures that dazzled the eyes. A mix of emotions surged within her as she softly protested. "Grandmother, I truly do not need so much." Madame Xiao gently patted her hand. "Accept it all. Tomorrow, you will belong to the regent's household. He is cold by nature and ruthless in his methods. You must tread carefully in your dealings with him. Should you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to return to your grandmother." Tears welled in Jiang Chuyue's eyes as she nodded. "Yes, I understand." With parting imminent, the atmosphere in the chamber grew somber. Yet suddenly, Madame Xiao, with a hint of mystery, produced a small box and handed it to Jiang Chuyue. For newlyweds, certain rites must be observed on the wedding night. Keep this box and examine its contents tonight. Jiang Chuyue, puzzled, accepted the box. The hour was late, and Madame Xiao rose to depart. Jiang Chuyue escorted her out before returning to her chamber, where the box remained quietly on her bedside. Its square form, crafted from rosewood, was intricately carved with beautiful patterns. Jiang Chuyue wondered about the purpose of this gift from her grandmother. Upon opening the box, she discovered 4 pairs of egg-sized figurines, each representing a man and a woman, posed in various intimate positions, embracing, back-to-back, close together, and seated. Alongside these instructive figures was a rolled-up scroll depicting intimate scenes between a man and a woman. Jiang Chuyue's cheeks flushed crimson as she quickly closed the box, feeling both embarrassed and awkward. How could grandmother send me such things? In the days leading up to a wedding, it was customary for brides to gain knowledge of marital rights, either by engaging an experienced matron or receiving teaching dolls and illustrations. Jiang Chuyue sat awkwardly on her bed, casting furtive glances at the box. She thought to herself that she likely would not share a bed with Xiao Linyuan. Xiao Ji had made an agreement with Xiao Linyuan. This marriage was merely a transaction, and as long as she did not consent, he would not touch her. Suddenly, the window creaked open, and a tall, dark figure leaped into the room. Jiang Chuyue gasped, ready to call for help, only to hear him say, "It is I." Chapter 46. The wedding. His voice was deep and husky. It was Xiao Linyuan. Jiang Chuyue was taken aback. She had never anticipated that he would sneak into her chamber on the eve of their wedding. Regaining her composure, she asked, "What brings the prince here at such an hour?" Between them stood a jade screen. Xiao Linyuan did not breach the threshold, his silhouette elongated by the flickering candlelight. "Is the bridal gown to your liking?" he inquired. "Yes, it fits perfectly," she replied. The gown was not merely fitting, it was almost tailored to her form. Jiang Chuyue pondered how Xiao Linyuan had discerned her measurements. He appeared in good spirits. "If the gown fits well, that is excellent." Jiang Chuyue was perplexed. Did he come solely to inquire about the gown? Rising, she tentatively offered, "Would you like a cup of tea?" As they were soon to be husband and wife, she felt it prudent to show some warmth toward him. He was, after all, the powerful regent, and she owed him the respect due to his station. "No need," he replied. "I shall take my leave." No sooner had he spoken than an object clattered to the ground. Jiang Chuyue looked down in horror, wishing for a place to hide. In her haste to rise, she had knocked the rosewood box off the bed, causing the 4 figurines to roll out and scatter across the floor. One pair of figurines rolled beneath Xiao Linyuan's black boots. He picked up the small, intricately crafted dolls, their poses suggestive and playful. Xiao Linyuan raised an eyebrow. "Miss Jiang, do you fancy these?" Jiang Chuyue's ears burned with embarrassment, her face flushed deep crimson.
No, no.
"I do not like them. They are gifts from my grandmother." He regarded her with an enigmatic look.
Oh.
Her cheeks flamed hotter. She wished to vanish beneath the covers. Why did every encounter with Xiao Linyuan leave her feeling so flustered? "It is late. We shall meet again tomorrow," he said, and with a gust of wind, he was gone. Bending down, Jiang Chuyue gathered the scattered figurines, only to realize one pair was missing, taken by Xiao Linyuan. Covering her face with her hands, she feared she would not find rest that night. Before dawn, the Xiao residence was already bustling with activity. Jiang Chuyue was roused early by Baizhu, and 5 or 6 maids gathered around the dressing table to prepare her for the day. Donning her bridal gown and crown, the weight of the ornate headdress felt as if it would crush her neck. After an hour of fussing, the preparations were complete. "Miss, you look truly beautiful today," Baizhu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Just as Jiang Chuyue was about to gaze into the mirror, a servant announced, "The general has arrived." Xiao Ji strode in, a vision in striking red. His gaze fell upon Jiang Chuyue, adorned in her resplendent crown, her almond-shaped eyes accentuated with gold powder, and her fair wrist visible beneath the sleeves of her bridal gown, adorned with jade bracelets that made her skin appear as white as snow. She was breathtaking, captivating to behold. Xiao Ji found himself captivated, gazing for an extended time. Although he understood that this marriage was merely a transaction between him and the regent, witnessing Jiang Chuyue's impending nuptials stirred a sense of sorrow within him. "Brother," Jiang Chuyue called to him. Xiao Ji snapped back to reality, a gentle smile gracing his features. "Xiao Yu, you look exceptionally lovely today." Jiang Chuyue's complexion remained unchanged, once stirred by her affection for Xiao Ji, now tranquil as an ancient well. After thoroughly relinquishing her love for him, She endeavored to be a dutiful sister. Jiang Chuyue smiled and expressed her gratitude for her brother's commendation. Xiao Ji felt an unfamiliarity in Jiang Chuyue's smile, suppressing the unease that surged within him as he reassured her, Xia Linyuan is well disposed towards me. He will not neglect you. Remain well at the royal residence, and when the time is ripe, I shall bring you home. Jiang Chuyue lowered her gaze, responding softly, She did not disclose to Xiao Ji that she had no intention of returning to the Xiao manor. Stepping forward led to an abyss, and retreating was equally perilous. She had no place to call home. For the remainder of her life, she might as well find eternal rest in the Regent's palace. Outside, a steward sought Xiao Ji, stating that Jiang Chuyue was unwell and requested his presence. Xiao Ji promptly excused himself, leaving no further conversation with Jiang Chuyue. She gazed out the window, watching Xiao Ji's figure recede into the distance. Jiang Chuyue contemplated that letting go of a relationship might not be as daunting as it seemed. For instance, upon waking that morning, adorned in a vivid red wedding gown, she realized that Xiao Ji's presence no longer brought her sorrow. The sound of firecrackers and celebratory music filled the air as the regent arrived to claim his bride. Baozhu draped the red veil over Jiang Chuyue, enveloping her in crimson, severing her ties to the Xiao family. In truth, Xia Linyuan need not come in person to fetch her. His status allowed him to await the bridal sedan at the regent's palace. Yet, he chose to make the journey himself, and with Baozhu guiding her. Jiang Chuyue entered the wedding hall beneath her veil. The atmosphere was lively and boisterous. Jiang Chuyue bowed and bid farewell to the matriarch of the Xiao family seated at the head of the table. The sound of muffled sobs from the old matron pierced her heart like a dull blade. All the years spent by her grandmother's side, braiding her hair, preparing her medicines, shielding her from life's storms, transformed into tears hidden beneath the veil amidst the festive red surroundings. Jiang Chuyue fought back her sorrow, determined not to let her tears flow. She could not remain forever under her grandmother's protection. Ultimately, she had to depart. After bowing in farewell to her grandmother, Jiang Chuyue was led by her maid to the entrance of the Xiao manor, where she boarded the bridal sedan. Xia Linyuan placed great importance on this marriage, adhering to the customs of 3 letters and 6 rites, with a grand procession of 10 miles adorned in red. Seated in the bridal sedan, Jiang Chuyue listened to the cacophony outside, her heart racing with a hint of anxiety. Xia Linyuan, having lost his parents at a young age, had no elder to preside over the ceremony, so a shrine of the state was placed at the head table. They bowed to heaven and earth, then to the ancestors, and finally to each other as husband and wife. Jiang Chuyue bent down to reciprocate the bow with Xia Linyuan. As the veil fluttered, she caught sight of his long, slender fingers. Those hands, stained with blood, now grasped the other end of the red silk, trembling imperceptibly. Jiang Chuyue thought she might be imagining things. As the sun set and night descended, Jiang Chuyue, clad in her radiant red wedding gown, awaited in the bridal chamber. No one dared disturb the regent's nuptial quarters, and the festivities proceeded in an orderly fashion. Feeling hunger pangs, Jiang Chuyue quietly called out, Baozhu, please bring me a plate of pastries. However, Baozhu did not respond, and the accompanying maids were absent from the room. The door creaked open, and with steady footsteps, Xia Linyuan returned to the bridal chamber. Jiang Chuyue clutched the embroidered sleeves of her gown nervously, lowering her gaze. Through the gaps of her veil, she caught sight of the tips of his black boots. Her stomach growled audibly. She heard Xia Linyuan emit a low, muffled chuckle. Are you hungry, my lady? He inquired. Jiang Chuyue's heart raced. She replied softly, a little. Xia Linyuan said, wait a moment. As he spoke, she noticed a golden cup appear beneath the veil. He lifted the veil, and a warm, gentle light illuminated Jiang Chuyue's radiant face. Xia Linyuan unveiled her. When she raised her eyes, they met his fathomless black pupils. In the past, Xia Linyuan favored dark garments embroidered with gold, exuding an air of menace. Tonight, however, he stood in the soft glow of the wedding candles, draped in a bright red robe adorned with golden dragon patterns. The flickering candlelight illuminated his features, strikingly handsome and oddly alluring. Their eyes locked, silence enveloping them until a candle sputtered, breaking the stillness with a small pop. Would you like to drink the wedding wine? Jiang Chuyue, coming to her senses, gently asked. Xia Linyuan remained silent, his gaze lingering on her face. Jiang Chuyue felt her heart race under his piercing stare, which held a predatory intensity, as if he were a beast surveying its prey. Lowering her gaze again, She timidly repeated, "My lord, would you like to drink the wedding wine?" As she spoke, she discreetly nudged his leg with her embroidered shoe, hoping to snap him back to reality. Xiao Ji's lips curled into a smile as he replied in a husky voice. "Very well. Bring forth the wedding wine." The fragrance of the rich, potent wine filled the air. Jiang Chuyue delicately lifted the goblet, her eyes darting to Xiao Ji. Their arms intertwined as they shared a cup of the robust wedding wine. Jiang Chuyue, not accustomed to strong spirits, merely sipped lightly, her lips glistening with the wine. "Have something to eat," Xiao Ji suggested, unhurriedly retrieving a gilded food box from the table. Upon opening it, he revealed 2 pieces of mung bean cake and 2 pieces of rose pastry, all of which Jiang Chuyue adored. Having been busy throughout the day of her wedding, she had scarcely had time to eat. She picked up a piece of the sweet rose pastry and took a small bite. The culinary skills at the Regent's palace were indeed exceptional. The delicate rose pastry, with its flaky layers, revealed a rosy filling that melted in her mouth, leaving a lingering sweetness. After savoring a couple of bites, she cautiously asked, "Would you like to try some, my lord?" Though Jiang Chuyue was not familiar with Xiao Ji, she had harbored a fear of him for a long time. The Regent, infamous for his ruthlessness, had a reputation for leaving a trail of blood wherever he went. What girl would not tremble before such a figure? Yet, fate had conspired to make him her husband. For the rest of her life, she would have to navigate her days under his watchful gaze, and thus, she dared not provoke him. In the candlelit chamber, Jiang Chuyue kept her head lowered, even her breaths barely audible. "I am not hungry," Xiao Ji said, his dark eyes narrowing as he keenly observed the fear in Jiang Chuyue's eyes. She was afraid of him, like a sparrow trembling beneath the shadow of a hawk. Lowering her head, her hunger became undeniable. Summoning her courage amidst Xiao Ji's seemingly predatory gaze, she consumed all 4 pieces of cake from the food box, satisfying her growling stomach. After finishing, she rinsed her mouth with tea. The vibrant red bridal chamber was quiet, signaling a time for rest. The bed in the main chamber was large, adorned with a bright red quilt sprinkled with longan and peanuts, symbolizing an early arrival of offspring. Jiang Chuyue tightened her fingers and whispered, I can sleep in the side chamber." She understood the nature of the transaction between Xiao Ji and Xiao Ji. This marriage was not truly valid. Perhaps Xiao Ji had no intention of consummating their union on their wedding night. As Jiang Chuyue rose to head towards the side chamber, Xiao Ji's firm hand grasped her wrist. "We are husband and wife," he stated. Jiang Chuyue's heart raced as she perceived the desire within his gaze. Was it not said that the regent was indifferent to women? How could he display such a look, one that seemed to yearn to consume her entirely? Xiao Ji's grip on her wrist radiated warmth that scorched through her wedding gown. In a hushed voice, Jiang Chuyue mentioned, "I heard from my brother that you would not consummate the marriage with me." Beneath the flickering candles, Jiang Chuyue, clad in her resplendent red wedding gown, appeared enchanting. Xiao Ji gazed at her, holding her wrist, and asked, "May I wish for what I desire?" The bridal chamber fell silent. The night breeze rustled against the window, causing the wedding bells hanging from the bed curtains to sway. Jiang Chuyue lifted her gaze, softly replying, "My lord is my husband. Thus, it is only natural. She would eventually marry. She will inevitably become a man's wife. Her deep love for Xiao Ji does not mean that she must remain chaste for him throughout her life. Life must go on. Without Xiao Ji, she must continue to live." The joyous candles on the gilded bronze platform flicker as Xiao Ji draws near, enveloping Jiang Chuyue in the thick fabric of his bright red wedding robe. When his cool kiss descends, Jiang Chuyue's eyelashes flutter, her cheeks flushed, as she catches a hint of the crisp, cold fragrance. To her surprise, she realizes that she does not seem to reject Xiao Ji's touch. As he undoes the golden clasps of her bridal gown, he pauses, his voice low and hoarse. "Do not be afraid. I truly cannot wait any longer." The embroidered wedding gown slips away. The joyous candles burn, and everything before her gradually becomes hazy. A string of wedding bells hanging from the bed curtains suddenly shakes urgently, mingling with barely audible sobs as Jiang Chuyue emerges into Xiao Ji's world. The golden silk curtain hooks come undone, and the longan and peanuts scattered across the mandarin duck brocade cover the floor. The red candles burn until dawn. The night is deep, the dew heavy, and the moonlight flows like water. The Xiao residence is ablaze with light, and the red drapes hanging from the eaves remain untouched. Xiao Ji, restless and sleepless, personally escorted Jiang Chuyue to the Regent's palace for their marriage, his heart tormented. He arrives at the courtyard where Jiang Chuyue has lived for over a decade. The courtyard is adorned with red drapes, and the walls are decorated with auspicious couplets. The begonia flowers in the yard have already wilted, and the house is empty, no longer witnessing Jiang Chuyue grooming herself by the window. It is all right. She will return in a year or two. Xiao Ji closes his eyes, striving to comfort himself. He trusts Xiao Linyuan. Xiao Linyuan is not one to pursue women, his nature being cool and aloof. On their wedding night, as long as Jiang Chuyue is unwilling, Xiao Linyuan would never force her. Jiang Chuyue will certainly return unscathed. Xiao Ji turns away from the small courtyard and returns to the Jiang family's bedroom. The next day, at the Regent's palace, Jiang Chuyue sleeps until dawn, finally opening her eyes, utterly exhausted. As her consciousness returns, a wave of soreness engulfs her. When she attempts to rise, she finds herself utterly weak, lacking even the strength to get out of bed. Xiao Linyuan, a man accustomed to martial arts, possesses great strength, and he seems unaware of how to restrain it. Jiang Chuyue feels a surge of indignation as she recalls the events of the previous night, muttering, "What a last time. Deceiver. Last night, she had nearly fainted." At some point, she had lost track of time, not knowing when Xiao Linyuan had mercifully released her. Thirsty, Jiang Chuyue hoarsely calls, "Baozhu, bring water." The red bed curtain is lifted, revealing Xiao Linyuan's stern face. He holds a cup of water, his fingers poised with clarity. The water within the cup steady. Jiang Chuyue did not expect Xiao Linyuan to have been outside the bed curtain all along. She hurriedly props herself up to take the water. In her haste, she tugs at a painful spot, letting out a soft gasp. Xiao Linyuan brings the cup to her lips. Drink. Chapter 48. Changing her clothes, Jiang Chuyue lowers her head and drinks a few sips from the cup he offers. The water is sweet, quenching her thirst, with a hint of medicinal taste. Xiao Linyuan clarifies, "I added some herbal powder to invigorate the blood." Embarrassed, Jiang Chuyue finishes the cup. Xiao Linyuan sets the cup aside and asks, "Does your body still ache?" Her ears flush red as she stammers, It's all right." After drinking, Jiang Chuyue makes an effort to get out of bed and change. Baozhu, her maid, has yet to appear, perhaps detained outside by Xiao Linyuan's people. Xiao Linyuan gestures toward the 10 boxes on the table, asking, "Choose one?" Only then does Jiang Chuyue notice that there are 10 neatly arranged boxes on the table, each containing a complete set of dresses and accessories, a dazzling array of choices. Jiang Chuyue is taken aback. Does the outside world not say that Regent Xiao Linyuan is cruel and cold-blooded, lacking in humanity? How could he have meticulously prepared dresses and ornaments for a woman? Jiang Chuyue finds it hard to fathom Xiao Linyuan's intentions, so she randomly points to a pleated crimson skirt. This one. Xiao Linyuan retrieves the dress. Jiang Chuyue stutters, I implore the prince to step back, so that my maid may assist me in changing." Yet, Xiao Linyuan remains motionless. He replies, "There is no need to refer to yourself, as I in my presence." Jiang Chuyue. Xiao Linyuan asserts, "I will help you change." Jiang Chuyue is left bewildered. Before deciding to marry Xiao Linyuan, she had prepared herself for a life of neglect and coldness. Yet, she never expected that not only would he not abandon her after their wedding night, but he would also wait by her bedside in the morning, serving her tea and water and assisting her in changing clothes. Jiang Chuyue opens her arms, allowing Xiao Linyuan to dress her in the new gown. It seems to be Xiao Linyuan's first time dressing a woman, as he frequently makes mistakes. The pearl buttons are mismatched. The waist tie nearly becomes a knot. The shawl is awkwardly draped. After a cup of tea passes, the attire remains unfastened. Jiang Chuyue tentatively suggests, "Perhaps I should summon my maid?" Xiao Linyuan responds, "No need. You teach me how to dress." Jiang Chuyue, "All right." Jiang Chuyue patiently instructs him on how to wear the skirt and fasten the pearl buttons. Xiao Linyuan learns quickly, and soon, Jiang Chuyue is adorned in the splendid pleated crimson skirt. Xiao Linyuan's face displays satisfaction. He then retrieves the dark red round-collared robe from the table and hands it to Jiang Chuyue. "Change for me." Jiang Chuyue, "Oh, all right." Xiao Linyuan, tall and broad-shouldered, stands with his arms open, resembling a fierce beast with retracted claws, awaiting Jiang Chuyue to assist him. Jiang Chuyue stands on tiptoe, fastening the inner robe's ties, their closeness enveloped in a subtle fragrance. Xiao Linyuan lowers his gaze, noticing the marks left on her fair neck from the night prior, causing his throat to tighten. Being near her makes it all too easy to lose control. As Jiang Chuyue's delicate, fair hand wraps around Xiao Ji's waist to secure the belt, in the next moment, her wrist is captured. The belt falls to the ground. Jiang Chuyue, puzzled, asks, "Your Highness?" Xiao Jian grips her wrist, leaning down, the crisp scent of cedar enveloping her. Jiang Chuyue's eyes widen as her slender waist is held, a chill coursing through her. Xiao Jian, his voice low, whispers in her ear, "Are you hungry?" Jiang Chuyue nervously swallows, "No, not really." Xiao Jian's dark eyes swirl with emotion as he replies, "That is good. To have married the woman he has longed for." Holding her close, he finds it increasingly difficult to restrain himself. The bed curtain falls, and the pleated crimson skirt that Jiang Chuyue had just donned slips away once more. The sun shines brightly, the midday heat intense. Baozhu paces anxiously at the courtyard entrance, her embroidered shoes nearly worn to the point of sparks. She stretches her neck to glance at the tightly shut main house repeatedly. Several times, Baozhu attempts to enter, only to be stopped by the guards. The prince has ordered that no one may enter without permission. Baozhu, exasperated, stamps her foot. How can this be? Last night, they wouldn't let water be brought inside, and now, it's midday, and my young lady is surely hungry. The guards remain resolute, denying Baozhu entry. Frantic, she circles around, even suspecting that her young lady is suffering under the regent's merciless cruelty. Baozhu, in despair, pulls at her hair, muttering to herself, "They say the regent is a reincarnation of the king of hell. How could my young lady have fallen into his clutches?" Finally, after what feels like an eternity, the intricately carved door creaks open. Xiao Jian orders hot water to be brought in for bathing, allowing Baozhu to assist Jiang Chuyue only after she is bathed and changed. Baozhu rushes into the room, finding Jiang Chuyue slumped wearily in a chair, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, resting against a soft pillow as she shares a meal with Xiao Jian. The maids efficiently enter the bedroom, replacing the soiled mandarin duck quilt and torn bed curtains. In no time, the once disheveled room is restored to its former glory. After lunch, Xiao Jian departs to deliberate matters at the Ministry of War. Baozhu finally seizes the opportunity to return to Jiang Chuyue's side. Seeing Jiang Chuyue's swollen lips and bruised neck, her heart aches, and tears roll down her cheeks. "Oh, miss, how could the prince have treated you so harshly?" Jiang Chuyue lowers her gaze. "We are but husband and wife, it's not harsh." Jiang Chuyue had not anticipated that Xiao Jian, now indulging in his desires, would be so lacking in restraint. She found herself somewhat overwhelmed. Jiang Chuyue instructed, "Baozhu, we are in the residence of the regent, so we must exercise caution. From now on, you shall address me as Wang Fei, and you must refrain from speaking ill of the Wangya." Baozhu wiped her tears and choked out, "Yes, Wang Fei." Jiang Chuyue took a sip of hot tea and added softly, "Find a way to procure some contraceptive medicine without attracting attention." Jiang Chuyue was not yet prepared for motherhood. She was uncertain about how to be a mother and did not desire children at this moment. Furthermore, Xiao Ji had indicated that this marriage was merely a transactional farce, and there was a possibility that Xiao Jian might one day propose a divorce. She did not wish to bring an innocent child into such uncertainty. Baozhu nodded vigorously, "Yes. I will take care of it immediately." On the first day after their marriage, tradition dictated that one should pay respects to the in-laws. However, as Xiao Jian's parents had passed away, Jiang Chuyue was spared from this obligation. In the vast estate, it was only she and Xiao Jian who held dominion. In the afternoon, the steward of the regent's residence, accompanied by a throng of servants, came to pay their respects. The crowd bowed deeply to the new mistress. The steward, with a beaming smile, presented a box containing keys, saying, "Wang Fei, from this day forth, you shall oversee the household. These are the keys to the treasury." There were a total of 72 keys. The weight of them made Jiang Chuyue's heart sink. From this moment on, she was no longer the esteemed young lady of the Xiao family. She had become the mistress of the Wangfu. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chuyue calmly accepted her new status. Since she had married into the Wangfu, she must strive to be a competent wife and mistress, managing the household affairs. Chapter 49. Returning home. Managing the household was no simple task. Fearing that Jiang Chuyue might struggle, the old matriarch of the Xiao family had thoughtfully sent 6 capable maids as part of her dowry, each skilled in household management. Jiang Chuyue assigned them tasks and established their roles, then proceeded to review the estate's accounts and storerooms. Busy with her duties, she hardly noticed the day fading into twilight. As night fell, Jiang Chuyue and Baozhu were poring over the account books. The flickering candlelight cast shadows around them as Baozhu skillfully manipulated the abacus beads, unable to contain her excitement. Wang Fei, look. The Wang Fu possesses 300 South Sea pearls alone. And the silver thread charcoal in the storeroom is more than 10 times that of the Xiao residence. Baozhu was well aware of the wealth of the regent's residence, but she had not anticipated it to be this opulent. Jiang Chuyue smiled. Such abundant assets are difficult to manage. Tomorrow, I will summon the steward to discuss the expenses of the shops. Understood. Baozhu replied eagerly. Just then, a maid came to announce that the regent had returned. Jiang Chuyue set down her brush and went out to greet him. The moon hung low in the sky as Xiao Linyuan, clad in a dark red round-collared robe, approached with a stern expression. Jiang Chuyue knelt to pay her respects. Wang Ye, you have returned. Xiao Linyuan grasped her wrist, pulling her to her feet. As husband and wife, there is no need for you to bow when you see me. Jiang Chuyue frowned. You are the Wang Ye. It is customary for me to pay my respects. Xiao Linyuan held her warm hand and said in a low voice, You are my wife. There is no need to adhere to outdated customs. Baozhu, standing nearby, widened her eyes in astonishment. Could it be that the ruthless regent was so understanding? Dinner was already prepared, and Jiang Chuyue shared a table with Xiao Linyuan. Unfamiliar with his tastes, she laid out a variety of dishes with different flavors: sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and bland. Xiao Linyuan primarily selected the lighter fare, even indulging in several candied plums. Jiang Chuyue was taken aback. The merciless ruler had a penchant for sweets. Was this even plausible? Regardless of its plausibility, she quietly committed this preference to memory. They had many days ahead of them together, and for now, their relationship seemed amicable. Yet, Xiao Linyuan's temperament was unpredictable, and she could not foresee when he might reveal his cruel side. Jiang Chuyue resolved to carefully discern his character, serving him with caution, striving to extend their harmonious coexistence. After dinner, Xiao Linyuan retired to his study to attend to official matters. As the powerful regent, he always had an abundance of tasks to address. Jiang Chuyue waited in the main chamber for his return, taking up her brush to note his preferences. He favored sweetness, was averse to sourness, disliked strong flavors, and preferred lighter dishes. After finishing, she tucked the small notebook away in the desk drawer. As the candle burned low, Jiang Chuyue waited patiently. But Xiao Linyuan's return was delayed. Her eyelids grew heavy. After a restless night and a day filled with activity, she had been utterly exhausted. Leaning against the soft couch, she unwittingly drifted into slumber. The night deepened, and Jiang Chuyue, in a daze, suddenly felt herself lifted. She opened her eyes to find Xiao Linyuan's chest mere inches away. He had returned and carried her from the couch to the bed. The drowsiness fled her mind, and she struggled to keep her eyes open. Wang Ye, you have returned,
she stammered.
Xiao Linyuan gently pressed her into the silken covers. If you are tired, sleep in the bed. The couch is too chilly. All right, she replied. The servants had withdrawn, and the room was illuminated by the soft glow of red candles. Their flickering light accentuated Xiao Linyuan's extraordinarily handsome face, which was now so close to hers. Jiang Chuyue opened her mouth to inquire if he wished to change, but before she could speak, he had lowered his head, kissing her with practiced ease. Jiang Chuyue's fingers clutched the bed curtains, tightening and then releasing. Ultimately, she surrendered. She was Xiao Linyuan's wife and need not feign modesty in rejecting him. After what felt like an eternity, Xiao Linyuan finally released her, his dark gaze landing on her waist. In a husky voice, he asked, Has the swelling subsided? Jiang Chuyue, unconsciously gripping her sleeve, replied, Not yet. Xiao Linyuan suppressed the fire rising within him, rising to retrieve a delicate white porcelain jar from the cabinet. The jar, small enough to fit in his hand, emanated a cool medicinal fragrance. Let me apply the medicine for you, he offered. Jiang Chuyue's face flushed. She had always felt that she and Xiao Linyuan were not very familiar. Yet he was by no means a reserved man, casually uttering words that made her cheeks burn with embarrassment, as if applying medicine was an everyday occurrence. Jiang Chuyue stammered, No, there's no need. I can do it myself. Xiao Linyuan raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. Then do it while I watch. The awkward and intimate image flashed in her mind, and Jiang Chuyue felt an overwhelming urge to bang her head against the wall. How thick-skinned could Xiao Linyuan be to say such things without a hint of embarrassment? With her eyes closed, she resigned herself to the situation. In the end, Xiao Linyuan successfully applied the medicine without touching her, his broad arms encircling Jiang Chuyue as if cradling a precious treasure, and he soon fell asleep. Jiang Chuyue had thought she would struggle to adapt to sharing a bed with someone. Yet, that night, nestled in Xiao Linyuan's embrace, she found herself sleeping soundly, free from nightmares. In his arms, she discovered a long-lost sense of peace. According to the customs of the Qing kingdom, the new bride was to return home 3 days later. Jiang Chuyue climbed into a luxurious black and gold sandalwood carriage, accompanied by her maids and servants, embarking on a grand journey back to the Xiao residence. The distance between the Xiao residence and the regent's estate was quite short. It was merely a few turns down the street. As the carriage rolled smoothly along, Jiang Chuyue and Xiao Linyuan sat facing each other. Xiao Linyuan occupied the east side, while Jiang Chuyue sat to the west, separated by a low rosewood table. Immersed in the joy of returning to the Xiao residence, Jiang Chuyue eagerly anticipated reuniting with her grandmother. Suddenly, she felt the seat beside her sink slightly as Xiao Linyuan, in his dark red robe, drew closer, his sleeve brushing against her skirt. Xiao Linyuan boldly settled beside her, their arms touching. Jiang Chuyue paused, noticing the sunlight streaming in from the eastern side of the carriage. She assumed he had moved closer to avoid the sunlight, and thus shifted slightly away. However, Xiao Linyuan inched closer, once more. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chuyue asked, "Wang Ye, do you wish to sit here?" "Yes," he replied. Jiang Chuyue rose, intending to move to the east side herself. Xiao Linyuan firmly grasped her arm, his dark eyes filled with depth. "There's no need to trouble yourself to move." Jiang Chuyue could only return to her original position. All right. The luxurious wooden carriage, crafted from precious hardwood, moved slowly, causing the onlookers to step aside in awe. Under the eaves of a scholar's study stood Sun Zhaoming, who had been rejected by the Xiao family. He stared blankly at the carriage of the regent's residence, his grip tightening around the scroll he held. The Xiao family had broken off their engagement with the Sun family only to turn around and marry Jiang Chuyue to the regent, elevating her to the status of an unattainable regent's wife. Sun Zhaoming's heart was filled with bitterness and resentment. As the vivid image of Jiang Chuyue's radiant face floated in his mind, he murmured, "What a lofty and disdainful Xiao family, and what an arrogant Miss Jiang." Chapter 50. Yet Jiang Chuyue is willing. The more Sun Zhaoming thought, the angrier he became, feeling that the Xiao family was mocking the Sun family, treating them like mere playthings. The resentment and bitterness grew like rampant weeds, and Sun Zhaoming clenched his teeth in silence. Fortune shifts like the tides. One day he would make the Xiao family pay. The ebony carriage arrived at the Xiao residence. The old matriarch, dressed in celebratory red silk, peered anxiously from the door. She wondered, why haven't they returned yet? Xiao Ji reassured her grandmother. "We have word from the Wangfu that they are on their way." Just then, the luxurious carriage of the regent's residence appeared at the end of the alley. The sharp-eyed steward immediately lit the festive firecrackers. With the crackling of firecrackers, the young lady had returned. As the carriage halted at the entrance of the Xiao residence, Xiao Linyuan alighted first, donning a dark red robe. He extended his hand, and Jiang Chuyue naturally took his hand to step down. At the entrance, Xiao Ji observed the scene, narrowing his eyes slightly, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Although he knew Jiang Chuyue and Xiao Linyuan were merely playing their parts, witnessing their physical contact still unsettled him. "Grandmother." Jiang Chuyue joyfully rushed over. The old matriarch's eyes glistened with emotion as she embraced Jiang Chuyue. "My dear, you've finally returned. Let me see if you've lost any weight." Jiang Chuyue, who always reported good news rather than troubles, concealed her multitude of grievances from the old matriarch. She obediently tilted her head, presenting herself to her grandmother. "Grandmother, I have not lost weight." Having just been married, Jiang Chuyue's attire was no longer as simple and elegant as before. She wore a red dress embroidered with golden cloud patterns, adorned at the neckline with a string of snow-white pearls, and the wide sleeves were lined with cloud-patterned gauze, accentuating her slender waist. Her once loose long hair was now styled in an exquisite bun, secured with 2 dazzling phoenix hairpins, shining brilliantly. The old matriarch nodded in satisfaction. "Very good, very good." After greeting the old matriarch, Jiang Chuyue turned to Xiao Ji and respectfully addressed him, "Brother." It had been a long time since Xiao Ji had seen Jiang Chuyue looking so radiant. She truly suited the color red, which highlighted her rosy lips and white teeth. her delicate features like a peony blooming in the courtyard, casting the surrounding colors into the shade. Xiao Ji said in a deep voice, "It's good that you're back. You should converse more with grandmother." The group entered the house. The old matriarch joyfully led Jiang Chuyue to the Showan Hall for a chat, while Xia Linyuan accompanied Xiao Ji to the study to discuss matters. In the Showan Hall, after dismissing the attendants, the old matriarch lowered her voice. "My dear Yu, tell grandmother honestly, have you suffered any grievances in the Wangfu? Given the regent's notorious reputation." The old matriarch had been worried day and night since Jiang Chuyue's marriage, fearing she would face hardships in the Wangfu. Jiang Chuyue smiled gently, reassuring the old matriarch. "Grandmother, rest assured, I am well in the Wangfu. The regent has not mistreated me." The old matriarch inquired, "Truly?" Jiang Chuyue nodded softly. "Truly, if you don't believe me, you can ask Baozhu." The old matriarch scrutinized Jiang Chuyue's expression, noting her calm demeanor and the absence of any signs of weight loss on her face, which eased her worries slightly. Meanwhile, in the Xiao residence's study, Xiao Ji and Xia Linyuan conversed about the military affairs at the border, where Northern Yu had frequently invaded in recent years. Fortunately, the town South Marquis and General Qin had united to fend off the enemy, stabilizing the situation at the border. In the near future, the town South Marquis would return to the capital to report on his duties. Xiao Ji poured a cup of wine for Xia Linyuan, remarking with a sigh, "The town South Marquis left for battle on his wedding night, and now he has been away for 5 years. He should return to address matters in the Marquisate." Xia Linyuan caressed the wine cup, pondering. "The town South Marquis is a rare talent. We still do not know which faction he will align with upon his return, and we must investigate further." In the current court of the Qing Kingdom, Xia Linyuan held considerable power, yet a handful of stubborn officials remained loyal to the emperor. The town South Marquis wielded military authority, and it was uncertain which side he would support upon returning. Should he blindly side with the inept emperor, Xia Linyuan would have to devise a way to deal with him. "Rest assured, if the town South Marquis turns against the emperor, I shall take his place." Xiao Ji chuckled. "I am also a valiant general. Replacing the town South Marquis would be effortless." After concluding their official matters and finishing their tea, Xiao Ji shifted the conversation, saying to Xia Linyuan, "My lord, as my sister is married to the Wangfu, I kindly ask that you treat her well. Even if you do not harbor affection, please grant her the respect and dignity she deserves." Xia Linyuan's dark eyes sparkled with amusement. "She is the mistress of the Wangfu. All matters within the household will be overseen by her." Xiao Ji felt somewhat relieved, but then recalled Jiang Chuyue's striking beauty. Among the numerous noble ladies in the capital, Jiang Chuyue stood out the most, always capturing the hearts of men. Xia Linyuan was also a man, and Xiao Ji worried that, in a moment of impulse, he might take away Jiang Chuyue's virtue. Xiao Ji tentatively remarked, "I ask that you remember your promise." Xia Linyuan lowered his gaze, sipping a rich cup of wine, and meaningfully replied, "As long as she does not wish it, I shall never compel her." Yet, Jiang Chuyue, coincidentally, was willing. Thus, Xia Linyuan could not be blamed for breaking his promise. Xiao Ji secretly breathed a sigh of relief, waiting for the winds to change so that Jiang Chuyue and Xia Linyuan could part ways, allowing her to return to the Xiao residence. It seemed that the plan was unfolding as Xiao Ji had envisioned. At noon, the old matriarch prepared a lavish feast.
Xiao Ji, Jiang Chuyue, Xia Linyuan.
And the old matriarch dined together. Among the delicacies was a sweet and sour dish of candied pitaya. In the sweltering summer, candied pitaya was a common refreshing dish on the table. The fruit was cut into small pieces, drizzled with citrus juice and honey, mixed evenly, and chilled in the ice cellar. When served, it was sweet and tangy, providing a delightful coolness. Thinking of Xia Linyuan's fondness for sweets, Jiang Chuyue placed the dish of candied pitaya before him. "Grandmother made this herself. It is truly delicious." Xia Linyuan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he picked up a piece with his jade chopsticks and, after a moment, remarked, "Indeed, it is delightful." The old matriarch observed the scene with great satisfaction. While the world spoke of the regent's cruel nature, today, the old matriarch noted that Xia Linyuan exhibited a gentle demeanor, showing no airs of nobility, treating Jiang Chuyue with respect. He seemed quite a fine husband. The old matriarch felt a sense of relief, realizing that Jiang Chuyue had inadvertently found a commendable match. At the dining table, only Xiao Ji wore a sullen expression. Watching the interaction between Jiang Chuyue and Xia Linyuan, He felt a tide of bitterness rise within him, as if a fishbone were lodged in his throat. Though it was merely a performance, they portrayed it all too convincingly. After lunch, Jiang Chuyue prepared to return to the Wangfu. The old matriarch instructed the servants to load the already prepared seafood, summer garments, ice jars, and pastries onto the carriage, filling it to the brim. Jiang Chuyue felt helpless. The regent's residence lacked nothing. Yet the old matriarch constantly worried that she would not eat well or stay warm, sending boxes upon boxes of provisions her way. Jiang Chuyue took hold of the old matriarch's hand. "Grandmother, the sun is fierce outside. You should return indoors to rest. I will visit you again in a few days." The old matriarch did not budge, so Jiang Chuyue exchanged glances with two elderly maids nearby, who then assisted the old matriarch away. Xiao Linyuan was already waiting in the carriage. Just as Jiang Chuyue was about to board, she suddenly heard Xiao Ji's voice from behind. "Xiao Yu." Chapter 51, Asleep. Jiang Chuyue's fingertips trembled slightly within her sleeve as she suppressed the swirling emotions within her heart and turned to meet Xiao Ji. 3 days have passed, feeling as if half a lifetime has elapsed. Xiao Ji still stands at the entrance, his dark brocade robe shimmering under the sunlight, his features as handsome as ever. Yet, the heart of Jiang Chuyue, which once beat fervently for him, no longer does so. She maintains her composure, inquiring, "Brother, what brings you here?"
Xiao Ji replies,
"I recall your aversion to the heat. I shall arrange for an ice mat to be sent to the manor for your comfort." Jiang Chuyue declines politely. There is no need. Her chamber in the manor is already cool in summer, with a mat made of cold jade that offers refreshing relief. She has no need for Xiao Ji's offerings, for he cannot provide what she truly desires. Xiao Ji furrows his brow, his voice heavy with concern. "You used to never refuse me." Before he can finish, the steward of Xiao Manor hurriedly arrives to report that Aunt Jiang has fallen and seems gravely ill. Startled, Xiao Ji abandons Jiang Chuyue and swiftly returns to the gates of Xiao Manor. Jiang Chuyue watches his departing figure until he vanishes from sight, then calmly retracts her gaze. Both Xiao Ji and Jiang Chuyue have their own lives to lead, and it is best they do not disturb one another. As she turns back toward the carriage, her delicate fingers barely brush the curtain when she is abruptly pulled inside with force. The world spins as her crimson dress flares, her back colliding with the solid chest of Xiao Linyuan. The intricately patterned curtain falls, isolating them from the bustling street outside. Jiang Chuyue finds herself in Xiao Linyuan's embrace, and upon lifting her gaze, she is met with his inky black eyes. Sensing his anger, she struggles to escape his hold. "Your Highness." "Why?" Her exclamation is swallowed by her lips. Xiao Linyuan does not release her, his large hand firmly clasping her waist as he leans down, conquering her. The luxurious black and gold carriage of the Regent glides slowly down the wide street, outside the cries of vendors echoing, while Jiang Chuyue gasps for breath inside. At last, they arrive at the Grand Royal Manor. Baozhu dutifully presents the carriage stool and softly informs, Your Highness, we have arrived." Yet, silence lingers within the carriage. Baozhu hesitates to lift the curtain. They remain halted at the entrance for an indeterminate time until a bony hand finally parts the curtain. The jade ring on the thumb glistening with moisture, whether tears or something else, it is unclear. Xiao Linyuan envelopes Jiang Chuyue in his arms, gracefully descending from the carriage. His step steady as he enters the manor. Baozhu dares not utter a word, silently trailing behind her two masters. In the eastern courtyard of Xiao Manor, Xiao Ji hastily enters to find the physician supervising the maidens preparing medicine. Aunt Jiang, typically clad in modest attire, has today donned a rare light red summer dress. Her complexion is pale, the vibrant dress contrasting with her frailty, her features reminiscent of Jiang Chuyue. How could she have suddenly fallen ill? Xiao Ji inquires as he sits on the edge of the bed. Aunt Jiang manages a weak smile. "The second miss returned today, and I specially made her favorite mung bean cakes. I intended to deliver them personally, but stumbled on a pebble while leaving." Xiao Ji's expression darkens. He instructs Aunt Jiang, "You must focus on your health and ensure the safe delivery of the child. There is no need for you to worry about external matters." Aunt Jiang raises her gaze slightly, her voice tinged with grievance, "But I have not seen the second miss in days, and I miss her dearly." Married to the formidable Xiao Linyuan, Jiang Chuyue's life must be challenging. Aunt Jiang yearns to witness her distress firsthand. Thus, she planned to visit the matriarch during lunch to catch a glimpse of Jiang Chuyue's plight. However, the matriarch's elderly maid firmly prevented her from leaving the eastern courtyard. Aunt Jiang harbors silent resentment. With the second miss absent, she is poised to become the rightful mistress of Xiao Manor, yet the matriarch remains wary of her, restricting her movements. General, how does the second miss fare in the royal manor? Aunt Jiang inquires softly. Xiao Ji presses his lips together, reassuringly stating, "It should not be too dire." Aunt Jiang detects the uncertainty in his tone and secretly revels in the misfortune. Historically, women who ascend to high status often face trials. Jiang Chuyue, a sheltered young lady, is likely enduring hardships in the regent's manor. As night envelopes the regent's estate, Jiang Chuyue indeed faces some adversity. During the day, a sudden provocation appears to have stirred Xia Lingyuan, resulting in his fierce demeanor at night. The golden wedding bells hanging from the bedchamber ring incessantly, and Jiang Chuyue is at a loss as to where she has offended him. Unable to express her frustrations, she endures silently, gritting her teeth. In the dead of night, Jiang Chuyue trembles as she pleads for mercy, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. It is only then that Xia Lingyuan relents, calling for water to bathe. After a careful cleansing, Jiang Chuyue succumbs to a deep slumber. In the corners of the room, 2 ice jars maintain a cool ambience as the ice melts. Xia Lingyuan remains awake, leaning against the pillow, his fingers brushing away the tear stains at the corners of Jiang Chuyue's eyes. In the dim light, she resembles a delicate, slumbering begonia, blooming in his embrace. Xia Lingyuan gazes at her intently for a long while. As he observes, a familiar heat rises in his throat. Yet Jiang Chuyue appears so pitiable, having been thoroughly exhausted. She likely cannot withstand his restless desires. Xia Lingyuan reluctantly suppresses his yearning, his fingers grazing Jiang Chuyue's reddened lips. Sighing, he softly admonishes, "In the future, limit your interactions with Xiao Ji." Jiang Chuyue, already asleep, is oblivious to his counsel. Days pass one after another. Jiang Chuyue consistently feels a disconnect with Xia Lingyuan, as if they belong to entirely different worlds. Initially, she had anticipated a life of solitude following her marriage. Yet, in reality, she has been thrust into familiarity with Xia Lingyuan. Xia Lingyuan's routine comprises official duties, military training, and intimate moments with Jiang Chuyue. No matter how busy his days are, he invariably returns to the royal chamber each night for their entanglements. Jiang Chuyue perceives herself as a delectable candy, and Xia Lingyuan, with an insatiable sweet tooth, persistently savors her, oblivious to when he might tire of her. At first resistant, Jiang Chuyue eventually succumbs to her circumstances, passively enduring, only discreetly consuming herbal tea afterward to prevent conception. She muses that perhaps this is how normal couples behave, newlyweds entwined in endless passion. Just as with Xiao Ji, whenever he brought new concubines into the household, they would initially receive his favor, but once the novelty wore off, normalcy would return. After more than half a month, Jiang Chuyue finally awaits her monthly cycle, and only then does Xia Lingyuan reluctantly release her. In Chapter 52, Jiang Chuyue's discreet consumption of herbal tea is discovered. Xia Lingyuan, attentive and considerate, understands that women often experience discomfort during their monthly cycles, and thus arranges for soothing herbal remedies to alleviate her pain. Without Xia Lingyuan's relentless pursuits, Jiang Chuyue sleeps soundly through the night and feels invigorated during the day. She resumes her examination of the manor's accounts, calculating expenses. In the afternoon, Baozhu enters to report. "Your Highness, Madame Zhao from the Zhennan Marquis has arrived." Jiang Chuyue sets aside her half-finished account book. "Please show her in." Since Jiang Chuyue became the princess, the once empty regent's manor has found its mistress, and the wives of officials frequently visit. Today, Madame Zhao Qinghuan, renowned as the fiercest woman in the capital, pays a visit. Jiang Chuyue admires her bold and carefree spirit. As Zhao Qinghuan steps over the threshold, she exclaims, "Princess, long time no see. I hope you have been well." Jiang Chuyue gestures for Baozhu to serve tea and snacks, warmly inviting, "Madame Zhao, please take a seat." After sipping her tea, Zhao Qinghuan directly states, "To be candid, I have come today to inquire about purchasing your 4-courtyard residence in the East Alley. Name your price. I am more than willing to pay." Jiang Chuyue possesses considerable wealth, not only from the generous dowry bestowed by the matriarch, but also from the substantial estate entrusted to her by Xia Lingyuan. She flips through the records to locate the East Alley residence Zhao Qinghuan mentioned. She possesses numerous properties, including a beautiful 4-courtyard residence in Dongxiang, which boasts picturesque scenery and an excellent location, yet remains uninhabited. Given a vacancy, I can naturally sell it to Madame Zhao. Jiang Chuyue inquired curiously, wondering why Madame Zhao would want to purchase her courtyard. After all, Zhao Qinghuan is now the mistress of the Duke of Jinnan's residence. With vast wealth at her disposal, she ought not to lack for a courtyard. Zhao Qinghuan took a sip of tea and replied candidly, to be frank, that scoundrel of a duke is returning to the capital soon. Once he arrives, he will undoubtedly seek a divorce from me. I have inquired around, and that courtyard in Dongxiang, with its splendid view, is quite suitable for living. Once I leave the duke's residence, I intend to reside there. Zhao Qinghuan, being a merchant's daughter, perhaps married into the duke's family due to her immense wealth. On their wedding night, the duke was dispatched on a mission and has been away for 5 years. During this time, Zhao Qinghuan endured countless humiliations from the duke's siblings, earning herself a notorious reputation as a shrew. Ordinary men would hesitate to marry a shrew, let alone a dignified duke. Jiang Chuyue remarked, with the duke away at war, you have diligently managed the household. If the duke were a man of loyalty and affection, he might not choose to divorce you. Zhao Qinghuan waved her hand dismissively. Your Highness, you are mistaken. At the northern border, there is a renowned female general named Jiang Chuyue. It is said she is both beautiful and valiant. The duke has fought alongside her for 5 years, and their bond must be quite profound. Jiang Chuyue had heard of Jiang Chuyue's reputation. In the Qing realm, she is the only female general known. It is said that Jiang Chuyue, orphaned and wandering the border as a child, disguised herself as a man to enlist in the army and rose through the ranks. 3 years ago, she led 5,000 cavalrymen in a fierce battle against the Northern Yu army, driving them back 300 miles, which revealed her true identity. The emperor was furious, deeming it a scandal for a woman to masquerade as a man in the army, and ordered her execution. However, the regent, Xiao Ji, intervened, bestowing upon her the title of General of the Northern Expedition, which solidified her fame. Zhao Qinghuan leaned back in her chair, lamenting, that General Qin is both beautiful and skilled. Any man would be smitten. When the duke returns, he will surely petition the emperor for a marriage, elevating Jiang Chuyue to his lawful wife, while I am either cast aside or relegated to a concubine. Though I may not come from a noble lineage, I shall never willingly degrade myself to that of a concubine. Jiang Chuyue attempted to console her. Perhaps Madame Zhao is overthinking. Zhao Qinghuan had already seen through the illusions of love and held no hope for the duke. It is often said in romance novels that fickle men tire of the old and seek the new. In any case, I have no intention of living with that scoundrel, and I will seek a divorce upon his return. Your Highness, please sell me that courtyard. Seeing her resolute demeanor, Jiang Chuyue could only nod in agreement and instructed Baozhu to retrieve the property deed for the courtyard. The two parties signed and sealed the documents, filing them with the authorities. Zhao Qinghuan joyfully tucked the deed into her bosom and rose to bid farewell. Thank you for your generosity, Your Highness. I shall treat you to wine, tea, and music at Fanlu another day. With a carefree demeanor, Zhao Qinghuan departed. Jiang Chuyue watched her retreating figure with a tinge of envy for her nonchalance. As dusk approached, Xiao Ji had yet to return. Jiang Chuyue calculated the days and realized her cycle had ended. Perhaps tonight Xiao Ji would seek her company again. Thus, she called for Baozhu. Go to the kitchen and brew some medicinal soup. Bring it to me tonight. Baozhu replied eagerly, certainly. As night fell, Xiao Ji returned to the royal residence as expected. After dining together, the maidservants and attendants discreetly exited the courtyard. Having abstained from meat for 5 or 6 days, Xiao Ji gazed intently at Jiang Chuyue, whose beauty was accentuated by the candlelight, his throat tightening with desire. Just as he leaned in to embrace her, a guard interrupted. My lord, a letter from the Duke of Jinnan has arrived. Xiao Ji was forced to suppress his agitation, hoarsely telling Jiang Chuyue, wait here. I must attend to official matters and shall return shortly to keep you company. With that, he exited the room. Jiang Chuyue exhaled slightly, donning her scattered garments. Relieved to have escaped a predicament, Baozhu slipped into the room, bringing a steaming bowl of medicinal soup, exclaiming, Your Highness, drink up quickly. The Lord is quite prompt tonight. Baozhu was unaware that Xiao Ji had gone to handle official duties. The dark brown liquid swirled with bitter ripples, and Jiang Chuyue smiled, set it aside for now.
It is not yet time to drink.
No sooner had she spoken than Xiao Ji's voice came from outside. What are you drinking? Jiang Chuyue's heart raced. Xiao Ji had returned unexpectedly, intending to remind her to dress properly. However, he overheard their conversation at the door. Xia Linyuan's gaze fell upon the bowl of dark concoction on the table, his expression growing somber. With narrowed eyes, he repeated, "What is the princess drinking?" Baozhu turned pale with fright. Jiang Chuyue's heart thudded in her chest. She opened her mouth to fabricate an excuse, but upon meeting Xia Linyuan's penetrating gaze, she knew she could not deceive him. A simple inquiry to the physician would reveal the contents of the bowl. Lowering her head, she confessed, "It is a medicinal soup to prevent pregnancy." The room fell silent. The night wind battered against the window, producing a dull thud.
Achille aura enveloppé d'onzième ligne.
And Jiang Chuyue dared not raise her eyes to meet his. After a long pause, she heard the sound of his sleeves brushing against one another as he turned and left. He was angry once more. Baozhu's eyes turned red with worry. "Your Highness, what shall we do?" Jiang Chuyue's lashes cast downward, a sense of melancholy washing over her. A month into their marriage, the facade of harmony had finally been shattered. It seemed there would be no more peaceful days ahead. Steeling herself, Jiang Chuyue instructed Baozhu, "Dispose of that bowl of medicine. It shall not be needed again." Chapter 53. "I shall not divorce you." Baozhu, filled with concern, stammered, "Your Highness, will the Lord not blame you?" She suggested, "Perhaps we should inform the Xiao family. The old matriarch might have some advice." Jiang Chuyue shook her head. "There is no need to trouble my grandmother. I must live my own life." Wiping her tears, Baozhu carried the now cold medicinal soup out to dispose of it. As night deepened, Xia Linyuan had yet to return. Jiang Chuyue understood her position. Xia Linyuan was a powerful regent, and she was merely a pawn in a transaction. A mere pawn had dared to offend Xia Linyuan's dignity by refusing to bear his child. He would undoubtedly find this intolerable. Henceforth, Xia Linyuan would likely not visit her chamber again. Jiang Chuyue calmly instructed, "Baozhu, close the door. Prepare for rest." Just as Baozhu was about to shut the courtyard door, another maid's voice called out, "Your Highness, the Lord has sent for Physician Jiang to check your pulse and ensure your well-being." Jiang Chuyue was momentarily taken aback. It was deep into the night, yet a physician had been summoned? She instructed Baozhu to bring the physician to the main hall. Physician Jiang, an esteemed elder with graying hair and disheveled attire, appeared as if he had been abruptly roused from sleep and forcibly brought to the royal residence. He bowed respectfully before Jiang Chuyue. "I have come at the behest of the Lord to examine the princess." Jiang Chuyue, perplexed by Xia Linyuan's intentions, replied, "Thank you, Physician Jiang." Physician Jiang produced his pulse-checking tools and stroked his beard as he took her pulse. After a moment, he clasped his hands together and said, "Your Highness, the medicinal soup you consumed is harmful to your health and should not be taken in excess. Fortunately, you have not taken it for long, so your health remains intact. I shall prescribe some tonics to replenish your energy and blood." As he wrote the prescription, Jiang Chuyue finally grasped that Xia Linyuan's late-night summons of a physician was out of concern for her health due to the medicinal soup. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her. She felt both strange and lost. She had not anticipated that Xia Linyuan would exhibit such thoughtfulness. Aside from her grandmother and her deceased parents, it seemed no one had ever treated her so kindly. That feeling was peculiar, akin to a flower cautiously and humbly hidden in the shadows, finally receiving the warmth of a passionate sunlight. Physician Jiang handed the prescription to Baozhu. Wiping the sweat from his brow, "I kindly ask the princess to inform the Lord not to summon me in the middle of the night again. I am of advanced age and cannot withstand such fright." He had been peacefully sleeping in his own home when Xia Linyuan's guards burst in and took him to the regent's palace, nearly giving him a heart attack. Jiang Chuyue forced a smile, instructing the attendants, "Escort Dr. Zhang back and present him with 100 taels of silver as a token of appreciation for his efforts." Dr. Zhang, trembling and leaning on his cane, departed, his white hair dancing pitifully in the night breeze. As darkness deepened, the summer insects in the courtyard chirped incessantly. Jiang Chuyue, restless, rose from her bed and inquired of Baozhu, "Have you discovered where the prince is sleeping tonight?" Baozhu replied softly, "The prince is still in the study, attending to official matters." Unable to find solace in sleep, Jiang Chuyue donned her robe, took a lamp, and made her way to the study. The study was illuminated by a bright palace lamp, and the guards at the entrance did not impede her entry. Jiang Chuyue stepped inside, where Xia Linyuan, with unbound dark hair cascading over his black night robe, was reviewing memorials sent from the northern territories. On the edge of the desk lay a delicate sandalwood box, its contents unknown. Standing hesitantly at the intricately carved door, Jiang Chuyue contemplated whether to enter. Xiao Linyuan set down the memorial and said in a deep voice, "Come in." Silently, Jiang Chuyue obeyed. She pondered for a moment before softly suggesting, "It is late. You should rest soon, my lord." Xiao Linyuan nonchalantly replied, "I am too vexed to sleep." In that fleeting moment, Jiang Chuyue felt a wave of regret wash over her. Why had she inexplicably come to the study to check on him? His sleep was of no concern to her. As long as she could sleep, that was sufficient. With a heavy heart, she murmured, "Then I shall not disturb you." In a sudden turn, as she spun around, Xiao Linyuan's wide sleeves swept through the air. The force brushing past her ear, and the intricately carved wooden door of the study slammed shut, enclosing her within his world. The brilliant palace lamp reflected off the walls. And Xiao Linyuan approached her leisurely. Jiang Chuyue felt a twinge of anxiety. Surely he would not harm her, would he? As her thoughts raced, Xiao Linyuan remarked, "Do not consume the contraceptive decoction in the future. All medicines have their poisons." Jiang Chuyue was taken aback, her gaze darting to his. His eyes, like deep pools, seemed to draw her in. Yet, she hesitated, "But I do not wish to have children yet." Unable to restrain herself, she confessed. Xiao Linyuan fell silent for a moment, then asked why. Jiang Chuyue fidgeted with her fingers, her gaze fixed on the black tiles beneath her feet. "Our marriage is merely a transaction. My brother has said that in the future, you will divorce me. Since separation is inevitable, there is no need for children." Xiao Linyuan countered, "I will not divorce you." Jiang Chuyue looked up in surprise. Xiao Linyuan scrutinized her bright eyes and declared, "As long as you do not bring it up, I shall not consider divorce. In this life, you are the only one for me." The power to decide lay in Jiang Chuyue's hands. As long as she refrained from mentioning divorce, they would remain legitimate husband and wife, supporting each other for life. Of course, should she ever propose separation, Xiao Linyuan would not acquiesce. He would employ all means necessary to keep her by his side. From the moment Jiang Chuyue entered the prince's residence, she was destined to remain within Xiao Linyuan's grasp. Jiang Chuyue, bewildered, murmured, "But my brother said." Xiao Linyuan interrupted coldly, "Do not mention him. Your life should be governed by your own choices." It felt as though something had gently tapped her heart, sending ripples across her emotions. If Xiao Linyuan's words were true, as long as she did not mention divorce, they could continue their lives together. Jiang Chuyue did not desire separation. It was not out of love for Xiao Linyuan, but rather, she did not wish to revert to her former self, weighed down by sorrow and worries. She wished to leave Xiao Ji and live her own life. I do not wish for children yet," Jiang Chuyue stated. Xiao Linyuan replied, "Very well, we shall wait." Jiang Chuyue breathed a sigh of relief. "Then I shall sleep in the side chamber." Not wanting children meant she could share separate quarters with Xiao Linyuan, abstaining from the marital duties. Unexpectedly, Xiao Linyuan stated, "That will not do. I desire to enjoy your company every night." Jiang Chuyue was at a loss for words. She certainly did not want to attend to him every night. Unable to restrain herself, she glared at Xiao Linyuan, her voice tinged with annoyance. "I do not wish to drink the contraceptive decoction. The medicine is too bitter." She had always had an aversion to bitterness. Xiao Linyuan seemed to find her frustration amusing, gently tracing the furrow of her brow with his fingers, following the elegant curve of her brow down to her soft cheek, exclaiming, "Your anger is truly beautiful, my lady. Please express it more often. I find it delightful." Chapter 54. Boundless Limits. Jiang Chuyue was incensed. Xiao Linyuan was truly insufferable. He forbade her from taking the contraceptive decoction, yet insisted on sharing a bed, which would undoubtedly lead to her becoming pregnant. Xiao Linyuan gazed at her enchanting features, captivated by her youthful exuberance, unable to tear his eyes away. After a moment, he turned to retrieve the delicate sandalwood box from the table. "Do not worry. I have my ways," he assured her, calmly opening the box. Inside lay several thin, translucent items, as delicate as the wings of a cicada. Jiang Chuyue furrowed her brows. "Puzzled, what are these?" Xiao Linyuan replied with a teasing smile, "Specially crafted silken threads from the western regions. I shall wear them when we share a bed." Instantly, Jiang Chuyue understood the purpose of the threads, feeling a wave of embarrassment as she tightened her grip on her sleeves. How did the Regent come to know of such peculiar items? The flickering candlelight danced, and outside, the insects chirped melodiously. Xiao Linyuan lowered his gaze, his voice unusually gentle. "You are my wife. There is no need for fear or concealment. If you desire anything, simply ask me." His voice was irresistibly seductive. Jiang Chuyue had never been treated this way by any man. Even Xiao Ji had never spoken to her in such a manner. Her cheeks flushed, and she stammered then. "Can you be gentle with me when we share a bed?" Xiao Linyuan chuckled, leaning closer to her ear. "Uncomfortable?" Jiang Chuyue replied, "Not really. In fact, it feels rather delightful. It could even be described as unparalleled joy." It was just that Xiao Linyuan had been too forceful for too long. She could hardly bear it. Little did Jiang Chuyue know how alluring she appeared in Xiao Linyuan's eyes. Her breath, her essence, her gaze, every gesture effortlessly ignited his desire, stirring Xiao Linyuan's passions. He lifted his fingers, placing the gossamer threads into Jiang Chuyue's hands, whispering, "A beautiful night. Let us rest in the study tonight." Jiang Chuyue wished to push him away, but Xiao Linyuan's imposing stature made it impossible. She could only be enveloped by his dark golden robe. Struggling to break free, she found herself ensnared. The glass lamps cast long shadows of their entwined figures, and the lotus flowers in the courtyard swayed gently, dew falling and filling the air with fragrance. With the magical threads, Jiang Chuyue no longer needed to consume the bitter contraceptive decoction. Xiao Linyuan's playful nature was evident. He seemed to have learned various techniques. And the bed was adorned with an array of intricate designs. Once a lively and spirited girl, Jiang Chuyue transformed into a proper lady after the loss of her parents and the disappearance of her sister, being raised in the general's household, suppressing her true nature. Since marrying Xiao Linyuan, she had been thrust into a chaotic world where her previously restrained demeanor began to unravel. Her bashfulness led her to express her irritation towards Xiao Linyuan on several occasions, but rather than angering him, he relished her fiery spirit, coaxing her to shed her facade and reveal her true self. One evening, as darkness fell, Jiang Chuyue instructed the kitchen to prepare dinner, awaiting Xiao Linyuan's return. Baozhu entered the room, saying, "Madam, there is news from the palace. The queen requests your presence tomorrow." Jiang Chuyue furrowed her brows. Ever since the last time she was deceived by the queen, Jiang Chuyue had grown wary of her. With the queen summoning her again, she suspected another trap lay in wait. After a moment's thought, Jiang Chuyue decided, "Tell her I am ill and cannot come." Baozhu opened her palms in resignation, saying, "The queen's chief maid, Chunlan, said that if you feign illness, she will summon you to the palace, where a doctor will personally attend to your ailment." The queen was not to be trifled with. As Jiang Chuyue pondered her strategies, a guard announced the return of the Regent King. She stepped out to greet him, instructing her maid to bring a basin of water for Xiao Linyuan to wash his hands, after which they would dine together. The summer night was oppressively warm, and the table was adorned with mostly light dishes, alongside a few refreshing cold appetizers. Xiao Linyuan had a hearty appetite, consuming a considerable amount. However, Jiang Chuyue's mind lingered on matters concerning the Empress, and after just a couple of bites of the cold dishes, she set down her chopsticks. Xiao Linyuan, perceptive as ever, sensed her subtle emotional fluctuations and inquired, "Are you facing difficulties?" Jiang Chuyue replied gloomily, "The Empress has summoned me to the palace tomorrow." Xiao Linyuan asked, "Do you wish to enter the palace?" Jiang Chuyue was troubled. "The Empress is cunning and surely has set a trap for me. I certainly do not wish to go. Yet, if I repeatedly decline, who knows what rumors will spread outside." Xiao Linyuan, known for his oppressive demeanor towards the royal family and his intimidation of officials, already had a tarnished reputation. When history recorded his deeds, he would undoubtedly be labeled as one who overshadowed the sovereign and was utterly ruthless. As husband and wife, if rumors of Jiang Chuyue's disrespect towards royal authority emerged, Xiao Linyuan's reputation would only worsen. Xiao Linyuan, in good spirits, remarked, "You indeed consider my position." After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chuyue tentatively made a request. "I am weak in influence for my audience with the Empress tomorrow. I kindly ask for your assistance to ensure my safe return from the palace." Xiao Linyuan simply replied, "Very well." That single word miraculously alleviated the worries that had weighed heavily on Jiang Chuyue's heart. As dinner continued, her appetite improved, and she savored 2 bowls of hot soup. Stealing a glance at Xiao Linyuan across the round table, she reflected on how, after marrying him, she had initially been cautious and reserved, fearful of inciting his wrath. Yet, as time passed, she discovered that he was genuinely lenient towards her. Aside from his formidable presence in private, Xiao Linyuan was almost always responsive to her needs. Whatever she desired, he would provide. Jiang Chuyue sought to test the boundaries of his affection, and to her astonishment, She found that he seemed to have no limits in his kindness toward her. This left her perplexed. Throughout her life, she had encountered few men, none of whom had been as elusive as Xiao Linyuan. How could he be so unconditionally generous? The more he treated her well, the more unsettled Jiang Chuyue felt. She was acutely aware that emotions, like grains of sand slipping through one's fingers, were hardly steadfast. After dinner, Xiao Linyuan took Jiang Chuyue for a stroll in the back garden to aid digestion. The royal garden was expansive, adorned with climbing pink roses, and the courtyard featured peonies with petals tightly closed, emanating a delicate fragrance. Upon reaching a pavilion, they sat to enjoy the cool evening air. The garden was planted with mugwort, warding off mosquitoes, and the night breeze was refreshingly cool. Jiang Chuyue, rare in her relaxation, leaned against the railing, gazing at the pink lotus blossoms in the pond. Xiao Linyuan stroked the jade ring on his thumb and offered her a cup of tea, saying, "Drink." Under the moonlight, the jade ring shimmered. Unfortunately, Jiang Chuyue did not notice the ring he wore and merely accepted the tea with a polite, "Thank you, my lord." Xiao Linyuan's eyes darkened. This jade ring was the first gift Jiang Chuyue had ever given him. Despite having received countless treasures in his lifetime, this unassuming piece held a special significance for him. Worn daily, without fail. Jiang Chuyue, however, had forgotten entirely that she had given him this ring. Undeterred, Xiao Linyuan presented a beautifully colored mung bean cake from the table, deliberately showcasing the jade ring. "Try this." Jiang Chuyue accepted the mung bean cake and repeated, "Thank you, my lord," without sparing a glance at the jade ring. Xiao Linyuan gritted his teeth in frustration, pulling her back from the railing where she had been admiring the lotus, and raised his left hand to openly display the jade ring. "Look, my lady, do you not find this ring beautiful?" Jiang Chuyue looked at him in confusion. What was there to boast about with a mere jade ring? Yet, seeing the dangerous glint in his eyes, she dared not provoke him, and thus chose her words carefully. "My lord, this ring's exquisite color is indeed a rare find, complementing your noble demeanor." Xiao Linyuan, teeth clenched, asked, "You truly do not remember this ring?" Jiang Chuyue scrutinized the jade ring. It was an ordinary item, devoid of anything remarkable. She asked, "My lord, do you enjoy wearing rings? If so, I shall search the storeroom for more to bring you tomorrow." Xiao Linyuan was infuriated. Unable to contain his ire, he bit down hard on his vexing lips. The surrounding maids and guards hurriedly retreated from the courtyard, none daring to approach or spy. Only the faint sound of water, mixed with muffled pleas, could be heard. The following morning, when Jiang Chuyue awoke, Xiao Linyuan had already left to attend to state affairs. After breakfast, Baozhu, accompanied by several maids, began to prepare Jiang Chuyue for her audience with the Empress, ensuring she looked splendid. As the makeup box opened, a dazzling array of jewelry came into view. Baozhu took out a jade ring, smilingly asking, "My lady, would you like to wear this jade ring?" Jiang Chuyue's cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly shook her head. "No need. Remove all rings from the box. I do not care for such things." The memory of last night in the pavilion flooded her mind, and she wished she could vanish into the ground. She could no longer face a ring. How could Xiao Linyuan have done such a thing with the jade ring? After her preparations, Jiang Chuyue boarded the carriage to the palace. The royal carriage halted at the palace entrance, and as she lifted the curtain to disembark, she was greeted by a row of armored cavalry standing imposingly at the gates, their powerful steeds and fierce-looking guards fully equipped. One of the armored guards approached. Bowing respectfully, Xianning pays his respects to the princess. Jiang Chuyue found him familiar and questioned, "Have we met before?" Xianning replied, "Your Highness, I am the captain of the Regent King's guards. A few days ago, you disguised yourself as a man to venture to the Donghuang mountain camp, and I was ordered to escort you into the regent's tent." Jiang Chuyue remembered. Previously, Xiao Ji had been dispatched to quell bandits at Donghuang mountain and had gone missing. Jiang Chuyue, disguised as a man, had gone to search for him, lingering outside the Regent King's camp until a foolish guard mistook her for a cook and allowed her entry. That guard was none other than the captain of Xiao Linyuan's guards. Wait a moment, had Xiao Linyuan intentionally led her into his tent? Had he deliberately allowed her to bathe him? Jiang Chuyue ground her teeth, feeling as though she had been ensnared in an elaborate web. Yet now is not the time to dwell on past grievances. She asked Xianning, "Why are there so many armored guards at the palace gates?" Xianning responded, "On the orders of the Regent King, to protect you, your highness. If the Empress does not release you by noon, we shall march into Kunning Palace to rescue you." Jiang Chuyue fell silent. What an arrogant and brutal form of protection. Xiao Linyuan was openly pressuring the empress. Should she be harmed, the position of the Empress of Qingwa would surely change hands today. Xian Ying then handed her a short sword, saying, "Your Highness, this is a treasured blade bestowed by the late emperor. If you encounter danger, you may even slay the empress." Jiang Chuyue accepted the short sword, for the first time deeply realizing the heavy weight of the title Regent King. The majesty of the emperor and the wealth of royal power were of no concern to Xiao Linyuan. He stood at the very center of power. He was a formidable figure at the pinnacle of Qingwa's royal authority. The ironclad cavalry stood like a forest before the palace gates, their glinting armor radiating a chilling aura, forming a resilient and powerful barrier that firmly protected Jiang Chuyue within. As she stood there in a daze, memories of her childhood resurfaced. At that time, her parents were stationed at the border with troops. Her mother had been sent to negotiate with the enemy camp, while her father awaited outside the city with 10,000 soldiers. Those 10,000 elite soldiers were the assurance for her mother to enter the enemy camp alone. The past felt eerily similar to the present moment. Jiang Chuyue, accompanied by Baozhu, stepped into the palace, where Chunlan, the head maid beside the empress, came forward to welcome her. Chunlan naturally noticed the ominous presence of heavily armored cavalry at the palace gate. Initially, she intended to assert her dominance over Jiang Chuyue. Yet upon seeing the sharp weapons displayed, her demeanor shifted to one of respect. "Your Highness," she said, "the Empress has requested your presence in the rear garden to admire the blooming peonies. The sunlight is splendid today, and the peonies in the Imperial Garden are radiant." Chunlan guided Jiang Chuyue to a pavilion, saying, "The Empress is currently changing attire. Please wait here." With that, Chunlan quietly departed. A gentle breeze swayed through the corridor as Jiang Chuyue sat on a stone bench, admiring the flowers. The peonies were in full bloom, their petals unfurling beautifully. A sight to behold. As she gazed at the stunning blossoms, her thoughts veered to the rumors surrounding the Empress and the Regent, particularly the tale that Xiao Linyuan was once betrothed to the current Empress. On the day the Empress entered the palace, Xiao Linyuan had uprooted all the peonies from the Wang residence. Yet, Jiang Chuyue distinctly recalled that many peonies still flourished in the courtyard, indicating that not all had been removed. As she fanned herself, a cool breeze lifted her hair. Jiang Chuyue pondered whether Xiao Linyuan still harbored feelings for the Empress, or if the Empress herself held lingering affections for him. In Kunning Palace, the Empress continued her grooming. Despite being only 25, she gazed into the mirror, where faint lines had begun to appear at the corners of her eyes, and the radiance of her youth had faded, resembling a sorrowful widow. The Empress inquired of Chunlan, "How does the Regent's wife appear today?" Chunlan replied, "Your Majesty, although the Regent's wife is indeed beautiful, she pales in comparison to your unmatched grace." The Empress caressed her face and remarked, "You flatter me to amuse me. I am well aware that in this entire capital, no one can rival the Regent's wife. Xiao Linyuan has stationed cavalry at the palace gate for her. How deeply he must cherish her." The cavalry guarding the palace gate was akin to a knife at the throat of the Emperor and Empress. The Empress felt a pang of bitterness and resentment. In the past, when Xiao Linyuan was still rising in power and the Xie family was not prominent, the Empress had been infatuated with him but loved power and wealth even more. Yet soon after she became Empress, Xiao Linyuan swiftly seized control of the court, dominating the De Qing royal family for years. With his willingness, the Emperor of Qing could easily be replaced. Countless times in the dead of night, the Empress regretted her past choice. Had she not declined the marriage proposal, she could have been the beloved wife in the palm of Xiao Linyuan's hand. With her eyes closed, the Empress asked the maid, "Chunlan, has the Emperor gone to the Imperial Garden?" Chunlan responded, "The young eunuch from Jingda Hall has informed that the Emperor is indeed heading towards the Imperial Garden." Chapter 56. Taking a concubine. The Empress smiled. "Excellent. Even if Jiang Chuyue is now a married woman, I have not abandoned the idea of introducing her to the Emperor. Her enchanting face will surely captivate him." The Emperor, known for his eccentric and reckless nature, would stop at nothing to possess that which he desired. Should he fail to obtain it, he would ruin it instead. The court had remained too stable for too long. It required a fierce fire to purge its sins. In the corridor of the Imperial Garden, Baozhu looked around, noticing the tranquil surroundings devoid of other palace attendants. Confused, she asked, "Your Highness, why has the Empress left you here?" Jiang Chuyue retrieved a dagger hidden in her sleeve, declaring to observe developments. She was unafraid of the empress. Should calamity strike, Xiao Lingyuan would stand by her side. As the sun blazed overhead, a gentle breeze swept through the imperial garden, sending Jiang Chuyue's delicate silk handkerchief fluttering from the table. The white handkerchief danced gracefully, landing atop a vibrant pink peony. "Your Highness, I shall retrieve the handkerchief," Baozhu exclaimed, hastily lifting her skirts and running into the flower bed. The peonies bloomed, their fragrance subtle. Baozhu hurriedly picked up the fallen handkerchief, brushing off the specks of dirt. Just as she was about to return, she caught sight of a shadow in dark yellow beneath a nearby locust tree. Blinking her eyes, she strained to see more clearly, but the figure had already vanished. "It must be a palace guard," she muttered. "Why are there no normal people in this palace?" With the silk handkerchief in hand, Baozhu joyfully returned to Jiang Chuyue. Outside the imperial garden, the emperor wore a grim expression. He was aware of the empress's intentions. She had repeatedly attempted to bring Xiao Ji's sister into the palace, seeking to sow discord between the royal family and the regent. The empress extolled Xiao Ji's sister's beauty, claiming Jiang Chuyue was stunningly beautiful. After hearing such praises for some time, the emperor found himself intrigued by Jiang Chuyue. Thus, when the empress invited him to the imperial garden to admire the flowers, he acquiesced. Standing beneath the locust tree, he gazed from afar, spotting the green-clad woman retrieving the handkerchief amidst the peony bushes. The moment the green figure turned, the emperor's anticipation extinguished. She was merely an ordinary woman with a pleasant appearance, hardly deserving of the title of breathtakingly beautiful. With a flick of his sleeve, he departed, muttering, "That foolish empress thinks I would desire any woman? Common and unremarkable, they no longer catch my eye." The only woman he yearned for was the mysterious lady he had encountered only twice, whose whereabouts remained elusive despite days of searching. The emperor felt restless and increasingly unable to let go of the enigma. In Kunning Palace, Chunlan reported to the empress that the emperor had seen Jiang Chuyue in the imperial garden, but he exhibited no interest in her. "How can this be?" The empress could scarcely believe it and pressed for confirmation. "Are you certain the emperor laid eyes on the regent's wife?" Chunlan nodded. "In the imperial garden, only the regent's wife and her maid were present. The emperor must have seen her, yet he seemed disinterested." The empress set down her hairpin, disappointment settling in her heart. Jiang Chuyue's beauty should have captivated the emperor. It was utterly incongruous with his character. One plan foiled. She still had others. The empress decided to visit the imperial garden to meet Jiang Chuyue. The imperial garden was breathtaking, and the empress's grand palanquin arrived. As she assisted the maid, her presence commanded attention. Upon encountering the empress, Jiang Chuyue knelt and greeted her with dignity and composure. The empress stood beneath the corridor, scrutinizing Jiang Chuyue without drawing attention. Jiang Chuyue's beauty remained striking, rendering the peonies around her dull in comparison. Now a royal wife, she donned a splendid gown of precious Tianxue green gauze, intricately embroidered with lotus patterns that shimmered like rippling water in the sunlight. It was perplexing that the emperor would overlook such a stunning woman. The empress found it unfathomable.
Rise.
"Join me for tea," she commanded. The maid served by Luo Chun tea, placing a cup before Jiang Chuyue. However, Jiang Chuyue did not drink. She abstained from the food and drink offered by the empress. Noticing the untouched cup, the empress narrowed her eyes. "Is the regent's wife disdainful of the palace's spring tea?" Jiang Chuyue responded calmly, "I have a sensitive stomach and cannot consume outside food. My lord has instructed me not to eat or drink carelessly upon entering the palace." The empress regarded her with narrowed eyes. "Is that so?" Jiang Chuyue replied unflinchingly, "If the empress doubts me, she may summon my lord to inquire." She deftly used Xiao Lingyuan as a shield. This defense proved quite effective. The empress took a sip of tea, her expression contemplative. "Your lord indeed cherishes you." As they exchanged pleasantries, the sun began to wane, approaching midday. The empress gestured towards the blooming peonies in the garden, saying, "The peonies here are exquisite. I shall gift the regent's residence 10 pots of them. Your lord adored peonies in the past. He will surely appreciate these flowers." As she spoke, the empress fixed her gaze upon Jiang Chuyue, hoping to catch a glimpse of jealousy in her eyes. After all, peonies were the empress's favorite flower, and the regent's residence had once been filled with them. Regrettably, Jiang Chuyue's eyes remained serene, devoid of any tumult. With a smile, she replied, "Thank you for the generous gift, Your Majesty." The empress's expression darkened slightly. After a moment of contemplation, she clapped her hands, summoning 2 fair maidens who approached the corridor. respectfully greeting Jiang Chuyue. On Queen's Road, the Empress remarked that within the inner residence of the Regent's mansion, you are the sole mistress, devoid of concubines or secondary chambers, which renders the atmosphere rather desolate. I have meticulously nurtured 2 young ladies to present to the Regent as concubines. Before Jiang Chuyue could voice her dissent, the Empress continued. Which man in this world does not have multiple wives or concubines? As the princess, it is your duty to assist the prince in expanding his lineage. Should the mansion house only you, the world shall surely whisper of your jealousy. Jiang Chuyue surveyed the 2 young maidens, youthful, beautiful, and poised. The Regent's residence possesses numerous vacant courtyards. Accommodating 2 concubines is entirely feasible. With a few more pairs of watchful eyes monitoring them, they would hardly cause any trouble. A smile graced Jiang Chuyue's lips as she gracefully accepted, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generous gift." At the Ministry of War's training grounds, the Xuanwu Army and Iron Cavalry had concluded their drills, leaving the air thick with a stench of sweat. Xiao Linyuan and Xiao Ji were engaged in light conversation over tea indoors. Xiao Ji placed the latest battle reports from the border on the table, stating, "The new emperor of Beiyue bears a long-standing grudge against General Qin, and the Beiyue forces have frequently invaded our borders these past 2 years. Should an army approach, General Qin and the Duke of Southern Guard may find themselves overwhelmed, and I would need to personally venture to the borders to fight." Xiao Linyuan replied, "Let us observe the developments." The 2 conversed about the border situation for a while before returning to matters of the court.
Xiao Ji remarked.
"I heard this morning that the Empress summoned Xiaoya to the palace. Her heart is treacherous, and I genuinely worry for Xiaoya." Xiao Linyuan set down his teacup. "I have dispatched cavalry to guard the palace gates. If the princess does not exit by noon, they shall escort her personally." Xiao Ji felt a measure of relief. Yet an inexplicable discomfort arose within him. How could Xiao Linyuan send his personal cavalry to escort Jiang Chuyue? After knowing him for many years, Xiao Ji had never witnessed him show such concern for any woman. Xiao Ji further fretted, pondering if Jiang Chuyue would gradually develop feelings for Xiao Linyuan under his sugary protection. Chapter 57. Love and Hatred. Just as Xiao Ji was lost in thought, Xiao Linyuan's chief guard, Xianing, reported, "My lord, the princess has safely exited the palace." Xiao Linyuan inquired, "Did the Empress give her any trouble?" Xianing knelt slightly, clasping his fists as he replied solemnly, "The princess is unharmed. The Empress gifted her 10 pots of peonies and 2 maidservants, which the princess has already brought back to the mansion." Xiao Linyuan's tone turned inquisitive. "What maidservants?" Xianing responded, "The Empress claims that the inner residence is desolate and has bestowed upon the prince 2 beautiful maidservants to serve him. The princess has instructed to clear a courtyard and has settled the maidservants appropriately." A chill emanated from Xiao Linyuan's presence. Xiao Ji, however, chuckled, jesting, "The Empress sends maidservants, intending to plant spies within the mansion. Linyuan, you mustn't accept them." Xiao Ji's earlier discontent dissipated. He believed that Jiang Chuyue had not fallen for Xiao Linyuan, which is why she could so easily acquiesce to his taking concubines. After all, a woman without affection bears no jealousy. As night enveloped the regent's mansion, Jiang Chuyue busied herself throughout the afternoon, first relocating the 10 pots of peonies gifted by the Empress to the back garden, then directing the servants to tidy up a clean courtyard, ensuring the 2 enchanting maidservants were settled. In the evening, she ventured to the kitchen to oversee the preparation of Xiao Linyuan's favorite dishes. As dusk fell, Xiao Linyuan returned, and they shared a meal together. Holding his jade chopsticks, he inquired, "The Empress has bestowed 2 maidservants?" Jiang Chuyue paused momentarily, then placed her white porcelain soup bowl down, truthfully informing him, "The 2 maidservants gifted by the Empress are indeed lovely. I have arranged for them to reside in Donghua Courtyard." After a brief pause, she added, "The Empress's intentions are inscrutable. Her gifted maidservants are undoubtedly spies. Rest assured, I have sent only trusted maidservants to attend to them, and guards have been stationed outside the courtyard. The 2 maidservants shall remain confined to Donghua Courtyard, unable to relay any messages." Jiang Chuyue's cleverness ensured a stable arrangement. The maidservant's presence in the mansion posed no threat. Xiao Linyuan regarded her with a penetrating gaze, the sumptuous meal before them losing its flavor, akin to chewing wax. He said coldly, "The princess has indeed made commendable arrangements." Jiang Chuyue sensed his displeasure, but could not fathom the cause. She spoke up, "My lord, my arrangements are thoroughly adequate. Should the maidservants bear children in the future, I shall fulfill my duties as the mistress and raise them well. Xiao Linyuan pressed his fingertips to his brow, his voice hoarse. The Empress sends women to me, and you feel no jealousy? Jiang Chuyue fell silent. She felt no jealousy, nor did she harbor resentment. As the Empress had stated, countless noble families in the capital had men with multiple wives and concubines. Even if Jiang Chuyue wished otherwise, Xiao Linyuan, as a powerful regent, could not possibly remain with only her in his inner residence. Despite his current affection and protection, when he grew weary, his attention would surely shift to other women. Xiao Ji boasted numerous concubines. Xiao Linyuan was but a man, and most men in this world were the same. Jiang Chuyue held no lofty expectations for Xiao Linyuan. She merely wished to coexist peacefully. Furthermore, before her marriage, the old matriarch of the Xiao family had privately advised her that marrying into the regent's household was a lofty match, requiring her to maintain harmony with her husband and behave with virtue to secure her place and safety. After careful consideration, Jiang Chuyue believed her actions aligned perfectly with the standards of a virtuous wife and mother. You are the regent, and for now, I cannot bear you heirs. Jiang Chuyue ladled a bowl of mung bean soup, attempting to reason with Xiao Linyuan that having two maidservants to bear children would be advantageous. Xiao Linyuan's countenance darkened. Yet, as he glanced up, he found Jiang Chuyue's beautiful eyes filled with innocence and confusion. All his pent-up frustration surged forth as he declared, I shall not take concubines. Jiang Chuyue took a sip of her soup. Very well. Xiao Linyuan retorted. The peonies planted in the mansion are solely for medicinal purposes, unrelated to the Empress. Jiang Chuyue replied dismissively, I am aware. Xiao Linyuan observed Jiang Chuyue's unyielding demeanor, eliciting a mix of affection and exasperation within him. He rose, stating, I will retreat to the study to review documents. With that, Xiao Linyuan departed, leaving Jiang Chuyue to set down her soup bowl in frustration. Perplexed by what Xiao Linyuan truly desired, she had earnestly considered his needs, even arranging for two lovely maidens to ensure he could rest with them whenever he pleased, without anyone pressuring him to do so. Jiang Chuyue did not believe he harbored feelings for the Empress, yet he still seemed agitated. The heart of a man is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Baizhu cautiously inquired, Princess, should we send some food to the study? The prince only consumed a small portion of his dinner. Jiang Chuyue gazed at the table laden with dishes, most of which were Xiao Linyuan's favorites. She picked up her chopsticks and continued to eat, muttering defiantly, no need, let him starve. After dinner, the night deepened. Jiang Chuyue concluded several tasks, freshened up, and prepared for sleep. The red silk from their wedding still hung in the main chamber, the wedding bells on the gilded canopy glimmering in the candlelight. Since their marriage, Jiang Chuyue had shared the bed with Xiao Linyuan almost every night. Tonight, however, he had yet to return, and she initially thought she would enjoy a peaceful slumber. Yet, despite tossing and turning, sleep eluded her. Staring at the red canopy, she eventually sat up and lifted the curtain, asking Baizhu, is Xiao Linyuan still in the study? Baizhu replied softly, I just sent someone to check. The lights in the study are still on. Jiang Chuyue felt a wave of irritation wash over her. She donned her robe and declared, light the lamps. We shall see what he is doing in the study. As night enveloped the regent's mansion, the study was ablaze with candlelight. Xiao Linyuan lounged in a rosewood chair, his fingertips pinching the battle reports from the border, his dark eyes occasionally drifting to the window. Steward Xia bent low to replace a candle in the glass lantern, significantly brightening the room. Xiao Linyuan queried, has the princess still not arrived? Steward Xia replied cheerfully, My lord, you have asked 13 times already. I have sent someone to check. The princess has yet to come. Xiao Linyuan's expression darkened. He had waited 2 hours for Jiang Chuyue to come find him. Was she intending to leave him alone in the study to sleep? After a prolonged wait, Xiao Linyuan could no longer contain his restlessness and prepared to return to the main chamber. Suddenly, a shadowy figure announced from outside, My lord, the princess has arrived. Xiao Linyuan's melancholic mood began to lift. He cast a knowing glance at the steward. Do you understand what to do? The steward thumped his chest confidently. Rest assured. Your Highness, I have worked in the theater since childhood, mastering the arts of performance, and will not falter. Chapter 58. Do you hold affection for her? The study door was slightly ajar, a flicker of candlelight seeping through the crack. Jiang Chuyue arrived late, carrying a box of pastries. She tiptoed to the entrance of the study, poised to push the door open when she suddenly overheard the steward's voice from within. The steward lamented. Your Highness, please do not hold a grudge against the princess. She simply does not understand your feelings. Xiao Linyuan retorted coldly. She does not comprehend my intentions. Yet she willingly takes a concubine? She is my first and only woman in this life. I cherish her. She is the only one for me. The steward sighed. The princess is young. Why not express your feelings to her directly? Xiao Linyuan's voice dimmed. Laden with unspeakable sorrow, she was compelled by Xiao Ji to marry me. If I reveal my heart, she will not believe me. I wish I could lay bare my soul to her. Outside, Jiang Chuyue was taken aback by the conversation, her grip tightening around the pastry box. Does he truly hold affection for me? The formidable and ruthless regent, Xiao Linyuan, harbored feelings for her?
How could this be?
When had he grown fond of her? Inside, the steward continued to comfort Xiao Linyuan. Time will reveal the truth of your heart. Your care for the princess is evident, and one day she will understand your love. Xiao Linyuan sighed deeply. Even if I were to give up everything, I cannot bind her heart. Jiang Chuyue remained frozen outside the door. Having eavesdropped on Xiao Linyuan's heartfelt words, her heart racing wildly. The notorious Xiao Linyuan, known for his cruelty, was also stirred by love. She was overwhelmed, and in her distraction, the box of pastries accidentally collided with the iron pillar. The sound echoed loudly in the stillness of the night. Xiao Linyuan's sharp voice pierced the air. Who is outside? The steward opened the door and was surprised to find Jiang Chuyue there. He quickly bowed respectfully. I see the princess has arrived. I did not know you were here. Jiang Chuyue averted her gaze, feeling guilty. I just arrived. Pretending she had not heard Xiao Linyuan's words. The steward, relieved, departed quietly, leaving the couple to themselves. The surroundings were eerily quiet, the night sky dark, and the flickering candlelight illuminated Jiang Chuyue's light purple skirt. She entered the study, glancing at Xiao Linyuan, who sat at the rosewood desk, his demeanor proud, as though questioning her presence. Jiang Chuyue placed the box on a side table, turned her back to him, and calmly retrieved 2 plates of pastries. As she turned back, she unexpectedly locked eyes with Xiao Linyuan, who had been watching her intently. Caught in the act, Xiao Linyuan quickly averted his gaze, feigning interest in the documents before him. Despite his calm facade, the disarray of the scrolls betrayed his true feelings. Jiang Chuyue felt an indescribable flutter in her heart. It seemed Xiao Linyuan genuinely held affection for her. With an unperturbed demeanor, she placed the plates of pastries on his desk. Your Highness, you barely ate dinner. You should have a little supper. Xiao Linyuan, with an indifferent attitude, set aside the scrolls and sampled a piece of lotus flower pastry. Jiang Chuyue patiently waited, feeling the cold night air seep in as the ice jar melted. The room was chilly, and she contemplated asking a maid to bring a light blanket when she noticed the familiar golden silk quilt neatly folded on the nearby couch. That quilt was remarkably familiar. Jiang Chuyue recalled that it was the same one she had used at Donghu Villa. After the welcoming banquet, when Xiao Ji failed to show, she had been left alone at the pavilion. Later, she had fainted and awoken in Xiao Linyuan's chamber, covered by this very soft and warm quilt. She also remembered that months ago, while at the camp at the foot of Donghuang Mountain, Xiao Linyuan had the same quilt on his bed. Jiang Chuyue's ears flushed with warmth, her heart racing. She had not anticipated that Xiao Linyuan had kept the quilt she had used and carried it with him. Did he truly cherish her? His affection was hidden in the subtle details. After finishing the pastries and rinsing his mouth, Xiao Linyuan coldly stated, I have already had supper. You should return now. Jiang Chuyue placed the plates back in the box, glancing at him, softly saying, It is cold tonight, Your Highness. I shall take my leave. Holding the box, she hesitantly took 2 steps back, thinking that if Xiao Linyuan truly liked her, he would surely not let her leave. Just as she prepared to take a 3rd step, the study door was forcefully shut by an unseen hand. The box fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Xiao Linyuan caught her waist, and in a whirlwind, they collapsed onto the soft couch in the study. The flickering shadows danced around them as she met his somber gaze. Xiao Linyuan, looking down at her, declared, I will not take a concubine. Had it been any other time, Jiang Chuyue would have dismissed his words as mere empty promises. Yet, having overheard his innermost thoughts, she found herself believing him, almost completely. She opened her mouth to reason. Your Highness must consider having heirs. I am not ready for children yet, and it may delay you. Xiao Linyuan replied solemnly, When you wish to bear children, I will have heirs. Her heart skipped a beat as she softly asked, What if I never wish to have children? Xia Linyuan looked down. That is also acceptable. The words "that is also acceptable" mingled with his warm breath, brushed against Jiang Chuyue's lips, lost in the gentle sound of flowing water. Jiang Chuyue lay weakly beneath the soft golden silk quilt, feeling lightheaded, tears welling up as she felt overwhelmed. Xia Linyuan was angry, unwilling, and his grip was particularly fierce. Her heart felt shattered, as if some old sentiment had broken apart, while new emotions quietly blossomed within her. The night wore on. Outside the study, the steward peeked through the moonlit archway, observing the candlelight that refused to extinguish. A smile crept upon his face. It seems I have quite the talent for acting. Humming a tune, he departed leisurely. In the depths of Kuan-Ning Palace, the queen, having changed for bed, was preparing to sleep when a palace maid named Chun Mon announced, "Your Majesty, General Xianing, the regent's aide, has arrived." The queen paused, contemplating. Let him enter the main hall. Beyond the pearl curtain, the queen received the young general late at night. Xianing, with a stern countenance, stated respectfully, "I come bearing a gift from His Highness." The queen raised an eyebrow. What gift? As the words fell, the palace maids brought in 10 pots of precious peony flowers, neatly arranged in front of Xianing. The peony petals, closed tightly in the night, stood proud and robust on their stems. Xianing drew his sword. With a swift motion, he severed the flower stems of the 10 pots. The vibrant blooms cascaded to the ground like severed heads, rolling in disarray. Chapter 59. Separation. The queen's face turned pale instantly. Xianing bowed calmly. His Highness stated he does not love peonies and requires no concubines. Should you send any more unnecessary gifts, what falls to the ground will not merely be peonies. With that, Xianing took his leave. The queen sat anxiously upon her phoenix chair, staring fixedly at the severed peony stems. After a long moment of panic, she ordered the maids to remove the discarded flowers. The room fell into a heavy silence, the sound of dripping water echoing in the stillness. The queen's fingers almost dug into her palm as she gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "What a cunning Jiang Chuyue! How dare she whisper sweet nothings into Xia Linyuan's ear?" The queen was filled with resentment. As the most esteemed queen of the Qing kingdom, how could she endure being oppressed and bullied by a mere princess? Chu Mon presented a cup of tea to the queen, furrowing her brow. "Your Majesty, with the regent prince's protection, we cannot contend with the princess. Please drink some tea to soothe your anger and consider our long-term plans." The queen did not touch the tea. After a moment of contemplation, she sneered, "If I cannot deal with Jiang Chuyue, there are others who can." Chu Mon's eyes brightened. "This servant will take care of it at once." Princess Xiaohua, the youngest daughter of the late emperor, had been guarding the royal tomb for the past few years. She harbored feelings for the regent Prince Xia Linyuan and had repeatedly sought the late emperor's decree to marry him. Unfortunately, the ensuing chaos from the sixth prince's power struggle had led Xia Linyuan to support the sixth prince, aiding him in ascending the throne. Princess Xiaohua, pure and devoted, could not bear the new emperor's incompetence and chose to remain at the royal tomb for 5 years. The queen smugly declared, "Xia Linyuan may threaten me, but would he dare touch Xiaohua? Once she returns to the capital, Jiang Chuyue's good days will come to an end." The next day, as daylight broke, Jiang Chuyue awoke in the main house. Xia Linyuan had already left for court. She lay in bed for a while, her eyes wide open, staring vacantly at the clear sunlight streaming through the bed curtains. Xia Linyuan had been quite relentless the night before, and she had eventually succumbed to sleep amidst the haze. With the rain ceased, Xia Linyuan had meticulously tended to her, applying medicine to invigorate her blood circulation. Her body ached painfully. "He actually cares for me. It's no wonder he doesn't want to take a concubine. No wonder he seeks my affection every night," Jiang Chuyue mused, reflecting on the words she had overheard the previous night. Sitting at her dressing table, she gazed into the silver mirror. After the tumultuous night, her lips were slightly swollen, her cheeks flushed, and her long, dark hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, giving her a vibrant and alluring appearance. Jiang Chuyue thought to herself that loving someone was without reason. Perhaps Xia Linyuan was drawn to her beauty, or perhaps he cherished her gentle nature. After grooming, Baozhu brought in breakfast, smiling brightly. "Princess, the prince has already sent back 2 concubines from Donghua Garden, along with 10 pots of peonies from the courtyard." Jiang Chuyue paused in her actions. "What did the queen say about this?" Baozhu replied, "There has been no news from the palace. The queen wouldn't dare hold us accountable. Jiang Chuyue was secretly amazed. What a decisive Xiao Linyuan. She couldn't help but wonder how much Xiao Linyuan truly cared for her. He shielded her from the storm, bore the brunt of external criticism. What else would he do for her? This overwhelming love lay before her, impossible to ignore or evade. She felt like a frog in warm water, a flower under the sun, slowly being enveloped by a rising warmth. Days passed, and Xiao Linyuan was set to inspect military affairs in Liangcheng, 150 miles from the capital, a crucial military stronghold. Following the customary procedures, he would be occupied with military and administrative duties, returning in no less than half a month. Since their marriage, they had been inseparable. This would be the first time they would be apart for such an extended period. Jiang Chuyue remained undisturbed, continuing with her daily routines. However, it was evident that Xiao Linyuan was reluctant to leave. On the eve of his departure, he held Jiang Chuyue close and thoroughly embraced her. Before dawn the next day, Xiao Linyuan brazenly took 2 of her intimate red garments. Jiang Chuyue blushed as she tried to retrieve them, indignantly asking, "What do you need these for?" Unfazed, Xiao Linyuan tucked the fragrant garments into his sleeve and leaned down to kiss her reddened lips. "If I miss you during our separation, I shall have these to comfort me at night." Jiang Chuyue wished she could vanish into thin air. How shameless. He then presented a copper token engraved with a qilin, earnestly advising her, "I will be gone for half a month. Should anyone bully you, use this token to summon the Xuanwu army and the Iron Cavalry. They will protect you." The token felt cold in her palm. Jiang Chuyue gasped in disbelief. "You would give me such an important token?" This qilin token was a vital item for commanding the 3,000 Xuanwu soldiers and tens of thousands of cavalry in the capital. Xiao Linyuan kissed her forehead, his dark eyes revealing unmasked affection. "As husband and wife, your safety is paramount." Jiang Chuyue's heart fluttered chaotically. Ever since marrying Xiao Linyuan, she felt as though she were immersed in honey. He had bestowed upon her unparalleled trust and love, rapidly eroding her defenses. Reluctantly, Xiao Linyuan departed. Left alone in the prince's residence, Jiang Chuyue methodically managed several small matters throughout the day. However, as the sun dipped in the west, the house suddenly felt desolate, with only her quarters illuminated. Dining alone, the table was filled with her favorite delicacies, yet she found her appetite lacking. Habits could be daunting. She had grown accustomed to sharing meals with Xiao Linyuan, and eating alone felt strangely off. After dinner, Jiang Chuyue returned to her quarters to read a book. Baozhu placed a wooden box on the table, smiling brightly. "The prince knows you love reading, so he specially bought new stories from Fan Lu. They're all in this box." Jiang Chuyue opened the box to find 6 neatly arranged books, alongside a pair of egg-sized ceramic figurines. Upon seeing the figurines, her cheeks flushed instantaneously. On the eve of her wedding, old Madame Xiao had gifted her 4 pairs of these figurines to aid her understanding of marital relations. 1 pair had been taken by Xiao Linyuan, and now they were openly displayed in the box, the 2 little figurines pressed closely together in an ambiguous pose. Jiang Chuyue hastily returned the figurines to the depths of the box, blushing as she exclaimed, "How improper." With Xiao Linyuan gone, she found herself with little to do. The next day, she took a carriage back to the Xiao residence to visit old Madame Xiao, bringing along 2 boxes filled with medicinal herbs and novel items. Her grandmother, growing older, needed nourishing soups to maintain her health. Upon returning to the Xiao residence, Jiang Chuyue learned that Xiao Ji had also gone to Liangcheng for inspection. Chapter 60. My wife is fierce. Jiang Chuyue stayed at the Xiao residence for 5 days, spending each day in the company of old Madame Xiao, sharing tea and reciting Buddhist scriptures. After 5 days, she finally set off back to the Regent prince's residence. The luxurious carriage of the prince was accompanied by a throng of attendants and a formidable escort of cavalry, creating a magnificent scene. At the entrance of the Xiao residence, Jiang Chuyue gazed longingly at the departing royal carriage, silently clutching her embroidered handkerchief. During Jiang Chuyue's 5-day stay at the Xiao residence, Jiang Chuyue had hoped to see her and inquire about her circumstances in the prince's residence. However, old Madame Xiao forbade her from stepping outside the courtyard or visiting Jiang Chuyue. Jiang Chuyue felt wronged. Jiang Chuyue was now a married woman, and a daughter who had been married was like water spilled. What value did she hold? Jiang Chuyue, pregnant with the legitimate heir of the Xiao family, felt it was unfair for old Madame Xiao to treat her so harshly. Living in luxury, with every need met, Jiang Chuyue still felt unsatisfied. She often felt like a bird in a gilded cage, deprived of freedom and the power and wealth she desired. Once I give birth, my situation will improve significantly, she thought, placing a hand on her rounded belly, suppressing the turmoil within her. When I become the matriarch of the Xiao family, no one shall dare to look down upon me. On the 10th day after Xie Linyuan's departure, he sent word that he required an ancient case file from his study. Jiang Chuyue and the steward searched for a long time before finally locating the aged document. She handed the file over to the messenger. The messenger retrieved a sandalwood box and handed it to Jiang Chuyue, stating that before departing, the prince had specifically instructed him to deliver this box to the princess. Jiang Chuyue was perplexed. Could it be a local specialty from Liang City sent by Xie Linyuan? She opened the box, only to find not a delicacy, but a crumpled red garment meant for a woman's intimate wear. The attire was wrinkled beyond recognition and faintly carried a familiar, peculiar scent. It was indeed her own garment. Clearly, during the 10 days of his absence, Xie Linyuan had engaged in some unspeakable activities with her clothing. Under the bright daylight, Jiang Chuyue felt a rush of embarrassment flood her cheeks. Swiftly, she closed the box and handed it to her maid, Baozhu, with gritted teeth, instructing her to dispose of it in the kitchen fire, leaving no trace behind. The messenger, preparing to leave with his horse, caught Jiang Chuyue's attention as she inquired about Xie Linyuan's well-being. The messenger hesitated, his dark face betraying unease. Stammering, he replied, "Princess, the prince he is well." Jiang Chuyue narrowed her eyes, sensing that the messenger was concealing the truth. Her voice turned icy. "Speak honestly." After a moment's hesitation, the messenger lowered his voice, revealing, "Last night, while on patrol, the prince was suddenly attacked by thieves. A knife pierced deeply, and he suffered considerable blood loss from his right arm. Please rest assured, princess. The prince is strong and will recover swiftly." Jiang Chuyue's expression darkened. Xie Linyuan had a notorious reputation and numerous enemies. With him injured and no attentive maid to care for him, his wound would likely take time to heal properly. Previously, Xie Linyuan had been a solitary figure, able to endure his injuries alone. Now, as a married man, he was no longer alone. As his nominal wife, Jiang Chuyue felt compelled to assume her responsibilities and could not feign ignorance. Resolutely, she instructed her steward to prepare a carriage, declaring her intention to travel to Liang City. Once she had arranged the affairs of the estate, Jiang Chuyue embarked on her journey, escorted by armored cavalry. As dusk approached, she finally arrived in Liang City, a military stronghold bustling with patrolling soldiers and children pretending to wield wooden swords in mock combat. The carriage stopped at the county office, where Jiang Chuyue lifted the curtain to find both Xie Linyuan and Xiao Ji waiting outside. Xie Linyuan was clad in a black and gold robe, his demeanor stern, while Xiao Ji, dressed in plain attire, bore a warm smile. Jiang Chuyue's gaze flicked to Xie Linyuan's right arm, obscured by his dark sleeve, making it impossible to discern whether he had been injured. Xiao Ji extended a hand. "Xiao Yu, allow me to assist you down." Xie Linyuan also reached out with his left hand, both men eager to help her disembark. Without hesitation, Jiang Chuyue placed her hand in Xie Linyuan's, gracefully stepping down from the carriage. He tightened his grip on her hand, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Xiao Ji furrowed his brow, watching their intertwined hands with a tinge of bitterness. However, he soon reminded himself that they were merely a couple by name, with so many eyes upon them. Jiang Chuyue could not allow Xie Linyuan to lose face, hence her choice to place her hand in his. As twilight enveloped the city, the county office glowed with light. Jiang Chuyue entered the main house where Xie Linyuan resided, placing her healing ointment on the table and softly stating, "I have brought the Bai Yu Shenggu ointment from the royal treasury to promote healing. Please sit, and I shall apply it." Xie Linyuan sat imposingly on the edge of the bed. Jiang Chuyue delicately unfastened his robe, cautiously rolling down the sleeve of his right arm. His forearm displayed well-defined muscles, with faint blue veins visible beneath his skin. As Jiang Chuyue leaned closer with the lamp, her gaze swept over his honey-toned arm, revealing only a small scratch the size of a fingernail, barely breaking the skin. Realization dawned upon her. Xie Linyuan was merely putting on an act. Her cheeks flushed with anger as she placed the lamp emphatically on the table, exclaiming, "What kind of jest is this? Collaborating with the messenger to deceive me." Xie Linyuan embraced her, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead. "During the day, I trained the troops. At night, I yearned for you. I had no intention of misleading you, yet I did not expect you to come in person." The more he contemplated, the more joy blossomed within him. causing his lips to curl into an uncontrollable smile. As he held Jiang Chuyue close, his dark gaze roamed over her flustered features, her lips, and her delicate neck. In a moment of tender intimacy, he leaned down to kiss her softly. Jiang Chuyue struggled, her fists pounding against him, but her efforts were feeble against his strength, only serving to excite him further. He chuckled softly, removing the gold belt from her waist and kissing her brow. "Since you have come to me, how could I not receive you? Your Highness, a military report has arrived from South City," came the voice of Xianing from outside the room. Xia Linyuan paused, and Jiang Chuyue seized the opportunity to push him away, hastily gathering her disheveled clothing as she fled from the room. Frustrated, she had traveled a considerable distance to deliver medicine only to be ensnared in his trickery. She resolved to sleep separately from him that night, ordering a vacant room in the West Wing to be prepared, where she would rest alone and return to the capital at dawn. As night deepened, the moonlight cascaded over Liang City. The West Wing room where Jiang Chuyue lay was narrow, furnished with only a bed, a table, and a chair. She lit a mosquito coil and tucked herself under the covers, ready to drift off to sleep. After a long day, drowsiness overtook her just as the window creaked open silently, and Xia Linyuan slipped into her bed, his large hand skillfully encircling her waist. Startled awake, Jiang Chuyue, illuminated by the pale moonlight, caught sight of Xia Linyuan's chiseled face. Enraged, she kicked him with her foot, commanding, "Get out." Xia Linyuan raised an eyebrow. "My wife is quite fierce." He refused to release her, instead pulling her closer. After 10 days apart, his dreams had been filled with her, longing to return to the capital to embrace her. Now, with her warmth beside him, he desired to savor her completely. With a deft flick of his fingers, he loosened her garment, his voice low and husky. "Be obedient. Let me touch you." Jiang Chuyue glared. No. Did he think of nothing else but this? Xia Linyuan lowered his gaze, admiring her exquisite features in the moonlight. Her skin was as pure as fresh snow, and her eyes, beneath her willow-like brows, glimmered with a hint of bashfulness, adding to her charm. As they engaged in their clandestine tussle, the sound of steady footsteps echoed from outside. Jiang Chuyue froze, recognizing the familiar stride of Xiao Ji. She had always been able to discern his footsteps. In a hushed tone, she warned, "My brother is coming." Chapter 61. Do not let your brother hear. Xia Linyuan's handsome face betrayed no emotion, his dark eyes sharp as a hawk's. He remarked, "You can distinguish his footsteps, but when will you recognize mine?" Sensing a hint of jealousy, Jiang Chuyue chose not to respond. She was curious as to why Xiao Ji had arrived at such an hour. Xiao Ji paused outside, calling, "Xiao Yu, are you asleep?" Jiang Chuyue's mind raced, and she decided to feign sleep. However, Xia Linyuan's demeanor turned mischievous. His fingers slid beneath her thin nightgown. Jiang Chuyue gasped. She secretly attempted to push his hand away, warning in a hushed voice, "Xia Linyuan, don't move." But Xia Linyuan persisted, targeting her vulnerabilities. Jiang Chuyue frowned and let out a soft exclamation. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Ji sighed. "I knew it, you are not asleep. You and the Regent are merely a couple in name, pretending to be close by day, while sleeping separately at night." Jiang Chuyue's brows knitted deeply as she tightened her grip on Xia Linyuan's sleeve, her voice trembling as she replied to her brother outside, "Brother, it is late. You should return and rest." Xia Linyuan, how utterly excessive. Just a wall apart, Xiao Ji still murmured, "Xiao Yu, I know your heart is filled with sorrow. Once the Jiang family safely delivers the child, and after you part ways with the prince, I shall bring you back to the Xiao residence." Jiang Chuyue had already begun to drift into a daze, her gaze fixed on the commotion caused by him. "Xia Linyuan, please stop." Xia Linyuan raised his head, slowly sitting up and wiping the moisture from the corner of his mouth. He leisurely loosened his belt and, in a lower voice, said, "Sure. Do not let your brother hear." Outside, Xiao Ji continued his incessant chatter, but Jiang Chuyue could no longer absorb his words. She dared not speak, trapped in an unending abyss of turmoil. Finally, Xiao Ji departed, restoring silence to the courtyard, with moonlight cascading like flowing water. The cramped west chamber was suffused with warmth, and Jiang Chuyue's eyes, tinged with blush, were engulfed by an overwhelming tide. The notion of yearning for 10 days was merely a guise for a ravenous wolf ready to pounce. At dawn, the roosters in Liang City crowed, rousing the slumbering Jiang Chuyue. Xia Linyuan had already left. Propping herself up, She reflected on the events of the previous night, her cheeks gradually flushing with embarrassment. Xia Linyuan was indeed insufferable, perpetually unaware of his boundaries. Jiang Chuyue lifted the thin quilt, intending to call for Baozhu to fetch water, when she suddenly felt a chill. Looking down, she discovered that the close-fitting lilac garment she wore was missing. After searching all around the bed, she still could not find her clothing. "Princess, I'm coming in." Baozhu knocked at the door.
"Come in," Jiang Chuyue replied.
Baozhu entered with a basin of water. Jiang Chuyue instructed her. "Baozhu, please find me a garment from the chest." Baozhu cheerfully replied, "Of course, I shall fetch it right away. By the way, the garment you changed out of, I will have someone wash it." Jiang Chuyue awkwardly turned her gaze away. "The one I wore was taken by Xia Linyuan." Baozhu immediately fell silent and swiftly exited to retrieve a brand new apricot red garment for Jiang Chuyue. After dressing and grooming herself, Jiang Chuyue finally stepped out of the room. The sun blazed brightly, and the shouts of soldiers in training echoed outside. Jiang Chuyue stood outside the county office, observing. The sun blazed fiercely. The black Qilin flag fluttered atop the training ground's tall pole. Xia Linyuan, clad in dark iron armor, sat high upon a black steed, reins in hand, his gaze surveying the soldiers like a cold, sharp blade. In this moment, Xia Linyuan appeared stern and imposing, akin to a fierce tiger prowling in the jungle. A stark contrast to the tender gentleman from the previous night. Jiang Chuyue paused to watch for a while, curiosity blooming within her. Who is the true Xia Linyuan? Unable to comprehend or willing to ponder further, she turned away and instructed the kitchen of the county office to prepare lunch. At noon, Xia Linyuan returned to dine. Liang City, not as prosperous as the capital, had limited ingredients. The dining table was set with stir-fried greens, braised pork, stewed ribs, and ham with bamboo shoot soup. Xia Linyuan did not touch the bowl of braised pork and called a guard. "Place this bowl of braised pork on the training platform. Tell the soldiers outside that whoever can retrieve the flag hanging from the pole shall earn this bowl of braised pork." The guard respectfully took the steaming bowl of braised pork and replied, "Yes." Jiang Chuyue understood that this was Xia Linyuan's military strategy. His soldiers were loyal, strong, and those with outstanding abilities had their paths to promotion. Xia Linyuan personally served Jiang Chuyue a bowl of ham and bamboo shoot soup, saying, "Taste this." The bamboo shoots in Liang City are exceptionally flavorful. Jiang Chuyue accepted the bowl with a neutral expression, replying, "Thank you, Your Highness." Xia Linyuan's handsome brows arched slightly. "Why do you revert to calling me Your Highness? Did you not refer to me as husband repeatedly last night?" Jiang Chuyue, feeling both shy and annoyed, shot him a glare. "That was because you compelled me." Xia Linyuan wore a teasing smile, his dark eyes nearly drawing Jiang Chuyue in. "Tonight, I wish to hear you call me husband again." Unable to eat another bite, Jiang Chuyue cast aside her utensils and called out to Baozhu outside, "Baozhu, prepare the carriage. I need to buy some medicinal herbs in Liang City." Jiang Chuyue swiftly lifted her skirt and dashed away. Xia Linyuan instructed his hidden guards to protect Jiang Chuyue in secret. As Jiang Chuyue willingly accompanied him to Liang City, Xia Linyuan was in good spirits, his appetite insatiable, finishing every dish on the table. When Jiang Chuyue departed the county office, she passed by the training field where soldiers practiced their skills. The area was densely populated with ordinary soldiers, all attempting to climb a 5-zhong-high wooden pole to retrieve the fluttering black gold flag. The pole was slippery, making it difficult to ascend. Ultimately, a frail young soldier managed to scurry up like a monkey, successfully snatching the flag. Amidst the cheers and admiration from the surrounding soldiers, the young soldier savored the delicious bowl of braised pork. Jiang Chuyue withdrew her gaze and boarded the carriage, leaving the county office. Surrounded by towering mountains, Liang City was rich with rare herbs. Jiang Chuyue intended to gather some fresh medicinal herbs to present to the elderly Lady Xiao later. As the carriage moved slowly through the streets, she accumulated a considerable amount of herbs. Near dusk, she was preparing to return to the county office when a woman's voice suddenly pierced the air, crying for help. "Help! Help! My sister is the Empress.
Please save me."
A slender figure came rolling and scrambling towards her carriage. Jiang Chuyue lifted the curtain and saw a girl disguised as a boy clinging desperately to the carriage. It was none other than Shang Guanyun, the younger sister of the current Empress. Shang Guanyun's face was smeared with dirt, her voice trembling as she clutched the carriage, kind-hearted person in the carriage. "I truly am the Empress's sister. If you save me, I promise to repay you handsomely." Not far off, 5 or 6 vagrants were closing in. Jiang Chuyue commanded her guards, "Stop them." The guards, skilled in martial arts, quickly drove away the group of vagrants. Having been pursued and harassed, Shang Guanyun was both frightened and relieved to finally be saved. She wiped the sweat from her forehead when a gentle, cool voice murmured, "Wipe the mud off your face." Shang Guanyun took the handkerchief and meticulously cleaned her face. With a beaming smile, she looked up and said warmly, "Thank you, sister." However, the rest of her words caught in her throat as she gazed in shock. "Jiang Chuyue? How could it be you?" Chapter 62. All our pitiful souls. Jiang Chuyue smiled faintly. "Just passing by. But you? Why are you disguised as a boy instead of staying at the Shangguan residence in the capital?" Shang Guanyun's stomach let out a loud growl, signaling her hunger. Embarrassed, she stammered, "I'll tell you the reason shortly, but could you please treat me to a meal? And arrange for someone to send me back to the capital?" The corners of Jiang Chuyue's lips curved slightly. Of course. The carriage stopped at an inn in Liang City. Clearly starved for quite some time, Shang Guanyun devoured the dishes on the table as if a whirlwind had swept through, showing none of the poise of a young lady from a wealthy family. Once satiated, Shang Guanyun did not hold back and shared the story of her elopement with Jiang Chuyue. It turned out that in recent years, Northern Yu had frequently invaded the borders. After discussions between the Empress and the Emperor, they planned to send a princess to Northern Yu to marry and ease relations between the two nations. The palace only had one Princess Xiaohua, who was headstrong and spoiled at the age of 20, making her unsuitable for such a marriage. After much consideration, the emperor decided to send the empress's younger sister, Shang Guanyun, to fulfill this role. In the inn, Shang Guanyun bit into a chicken leg angrily. The daughters of the Shangguan family are destined to be pawns in political marriages, which I can accept. But the emperor of Northern Yu is known to be a homosexual. If I marry him, will I not end up living like a widow after the wedding? Jiang Chuyue took a sip of tea, intrigued. Is it true that he has such a preference? Shang Guanyun rolled her eyes at Jiang Chuyue. This is where your ignorance shows. The new emperor of Northern Yu once had a male lover, and they were deeply in love. But that lover was killed by General Qin Xiun. Enraged, the emperor issued a massive bounty for the one who killed him, promising a reward of 100,000 taels of silver and a title of second-rank marquis. Since the new emperor cherished his deceased lover so much, if I marry him, my life will undoubtedly be one of loneliness. Thus, she chose to flee the marriage. Unfortunately, as a sheltered young lady, Shang Guanyun knew little of the world's complexities. Throughout her escape, all her money was swindled away. After fleeing to Liang City, she resolved to disguise herself as a man. However, she merely tied her hair into a masculine style, believing it would suffice to conceal her identity. Unbeknownst to her, outsiders readily discerned her true gender, and she soon found herself pursued and harassed by vagrants. Had it not been for Jiang Chuyue's timely assistance, Shang Guanyun might have met a tragic fate. This ordeal profoundly shifted Shang Guanyun's perspective. Marrying a man with a proclivity for same-sex affection seemed a small price to pay for the assurance of sustenance and the preservation of her fragile life. In a world so harsh, mere survival was a rare blessing. Shang Guanyun raised her cup of tea in gratitude to Jiang Chuyue, expressing her heartfelt thanks for the aid. Jiang Chuyue responded nonchalantly, stating that a mere 2,000 taels of silver would suffice as recompense. Shang Guanyun, indignant, slammed her teacup down and retorted, "You appear gentle as water, yet your heart is darker than anyone else's." Jiang Chuyue merely smiled in silence. Shang Guanyun's keen eyes roamed over Jiang Chuyue, who retained her stunning beauty akin to a peony in full bloom. Yet, Shang Guanyun's observant gaze caught the faint red marks on Jiang Chuyue's alabaster neck and the bruises encircling her wrist. With a heavy sigh, Shang Guanyun expressed her sympathy. "It seems you have your own struggles, being a fine young woman bestowed upon that living nightmare by the emperor. Does the regent strike you daily?" Jiang Chuyue, sipping her tea to mask her discomfort, replied, "He does not strike me. That does not count as abuse." Shang Guanyun believed Jiang Chuyue was feigning strength and felt an even deeper compassion for her plight. "Life is hard for many women. You have your burdens. And I have mine. To purchase osmanthus flowers and drink wine together is nothing compared to the carefree days of youth." Shang Guanyun felt a pang of sadness, recognizing that young ladies of the capital, raised in privilege, often had no say in their marriages, merely becoming pawns in the hands of fate. She and Jiang Chuyue were akin, both deserving of sympathy. After satisfying their hunger, they departed the tavern. Jiang Chuyue arranged for a carriage to escort Shang Guanyun back to the capital. As Shang Guanyun lifted the carriage curtain, she said, "Thank you, Jiang Chuyue." Jiang Chuyue maintained her polite smile, reminding her to deliver the 2,000 taels to the Wang residence. Shang Guanyun's expression darkened, and she let the curtain fall with a snap. The carriage bore her slowly away from Liang City, while Jiang Chuyue set off to return to the county office. The humble carriage rolled out of Liang City, following the long official road back to the capital. Inside, Shang Guanyun's cheeks puffed in anger as she gestured with 2 fingers. 2,000 taels? Is that all I am worth? After sulking for a while, she suddenly recalled the handkerchief Jiang Chuyue had given her. In her haste, she had forgotten to return it. It was a pristine white silk handkerchief, soft and valuable. Shang Guanyun brought it closer, inhaling its delightful fragrance, reminiscent of white plum blossoms and jasmine. What kind of perfume does she use? I must procure some for myself, she mused. Upon returning to the county office, dusk had settled in, yet the sounds of training continued in the expansive drill ground. Jiang Chuyue paused to observe, spotting Xia Linyuan and Xiao Ji engaged in a sparring match. Both wielded red-tasseled spears, their figures intertwining as silver blades glinted in the light, sparks flying. Xia Linyuan initially held the upper hand, forcing Xiao Ji into retreat. However, a glance at the slender figure lingering outside the drill ground caused Xia Linyuan to deliberately soften his movements. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Ji pressed forward, the spear shaft striking Xia Linyuan's right arm with a resounding thud. Brother Linyuan, one must not lose focus in a match, Xiao Ji laughed. Though the force of his strike was not overly harsh. Yet, Xia Linyuan feigned severe injury, staggering back 2 steps while clutching his right arm. His eyes caught sight of Jiang Chuyue rushing towards him, and a smirk played on his lips. Jiang Chuyue frowned, her concern evident as she asked, "Is your arm all right?" "Your Highness?" Xia Linyuan dismissed her concern, declaring, "A minor bruise, nothing to worry about." Jiang Chuyue had clearly observed the force of Xiao Ji's strike. Xia Linyuan's arm trembled, and it was certain that bruising had occurred. Xiao Ji chimed in the military, minor injuries are commonplace. In the past, Jiang Chuyue had always been the first to express concern for Xiao Ji when he was injured in practice.
Now,
seeing her attentiveness directed toward another stirred feelings of unease within him, despite knowing that Jiang Chuyue was merely playing the part of a dutiful wife. Xia Linyuan reassured her. "There is no need for worry, my lady. Xiao Ji did not intend to harm me." Chapter 63. Physical exhaustion. Though Xia Linyuan insisted he was fine, his right arm continued to tremble slightly, suggesting the impact had been quite painful. Jiang Chuyue assumed he was merely putting on a brave front, and waves of anxiety washed over her. As the hour grew late and training concluded, Jiang Chuyue personally retrieved some ointment for bruising and swelling from the storeroom. On her way back, she encountered Xiao Ji in the corridor. Xiao Ji halted her, his gaze fixed on the bottle of ointment in her hand. "Jiang Chuyue, this marriage is simply a transaction. You need not demean yourself to curry favor with the regent. When the time comes for separation, you will still remain a reputable daughter of the Xiao family." Jiang Chuyue lowered her gaze. She was already far from innocent. Clutching the ointment bottle, she replied, "Xia Linyuan is now my husband, and I must care for him. We shall address the future when it arrives." She chose not to dwell on what lay ahead, focusing instead on the present. Xiao Ji was momentarily speechless, recognizing the validity of her words. Yet, seeing Jiang Chuyue's devoted concern for Xia Linyuan left him with a lingering discomfort. He reassured her, "The regent is not an easy man to deal with. Should he mistreat you, do not hesitate to tell me. I will assist you." Jiang Chuyue smiled politely, offering a non-committal response. She had no desire to engage in further idle chatter with Xiao Ji and made her way to Xia Linyuan's quarters with the ointment. As night fell, the summer evening was stifling. Xia Linyuan removed his outer garments, the flickering candlelight casting a sheen upon his well-defined chest. Drawing attention to the prominent bruise on his right arm, Jiang Chuyue dipped her fingertips into the pale ointment and gently applied it to his injury. The ointment was cool against his skin, and as it absorbed, a refreshing sensation spread. Jiang Chuyue's movements were delicate, her fingers tracing slow circles over the bruised skin. The scent of the ointment mingling with her own fragrance, wafting into Xia Linyuan's nostrils. Xia Linyuan turned his gaze, captivated by Jiang Chuyue's profile, forever enchanted. "It is but a minor bruise, truly of no consequence," he murmured. As she continued to apply the ointment, Jiang Chuyue remarked, "In past years, you always bested my brother in combat. Today, however, it seems you have fallen short, unable to even defeat him. A flicker of concern crossed her mind. If Xiao Ji's skills were waning, how would he fare against potential attackers in the future? For a moment, Xiao Jinyuan was taken aback. His intention to feign injury was to evoke Jiang Chuyue's protective instincts, hoping for her to tend to him. Instead, it led her to doubt his capabilities. I simply miscalculated. One day, I shall best him again, he asserted. Jiang Chuyue raised an eyebrow. Is it truly just a momentary lapse? Indeed, he asserted with conviction. Jiang Chuyue fell into contemplation. Previously, you surpassed my brother in skill, yet today you faltered. I see now. Xiao Jinyuan's eyelids fluttered. What do you discern, my lady? Setting the ointment aside, Jiang Chuyue replied earnestly. A gentleman observes 3 cautions. In youth, with unfettered passions, one must guard against desires. In prime, with vigor and strength, one must beware of conflict. You, my lord, are young and robust, yet indulged in revelry last night. Thus your vitality suffered, leading to your defeat today. Xiao Jinyuan was left speechless, watching Jiang Chuyue's slender figure retreat with a sense of disbelief. He initially believed that feigning pity would evoke Jiang Chuyue's sympathy. Little did he know that he was only hurting himself. Jiang Chuyue was resolute, resting alone at night, and even assigned servants to patrol the gates, firmly denying Xiao Jinyuan any opportunity to sneak in through the window. For several consecutive days, she and Xiao Jinyuan slept apart. The ache of unfulfilled desire gnawed at Xiao Jinyuan, whose countenance during military drills grew increasingly frosty and unapproachable. In contrast, Xiao Ji took delight in the situation. Relishing the sight of Jiang Chuyue and Xiao Jinyuan's nightly separation, he was convinced that Jiang Chuyue would never come to love Xiao Jinyuan. As time passed swiftly, Jiang Chuyue and Xiao Jinyuan returned to the capital in a carriage after wrapping up their affairs in Liang City. Upon their return to the royal residence, Xiao Jinyuan yearned to draw close to Jiang Chuyue, but she was preoccupied with addressing the backlog of household matters, leaving her no time to acknowledge him. The Shangguan family sent over 2,000 taels of silver as a reward from Shangguan Yun, expressing gratitude for her life-saving intervention. That night, as they lay together, Jiang Chuyue confided in Xiao Jinyuan about Shangguan Yun's marriage to the Emperor of Beiwei and expressed her concerns. Could this union bring you any harm? Xiao Jinyuan wrapped his arm around her waist, inhaling her cold fragrance, and hoarsely replied, the Emperor of Beiwei will not accept her. Jiang Chuyue's almond-shaped eyes widened in surprise. Could it be that the Emperor of Beiwei is truly a man of such inclinations? Xiao Jinyuan leaned down to kiss her forehead, saying, the new Emperor of Beiwei appears to have no reservations regarding gender. He is a wise man. The ailing Shangguan family is not suited for such a union. Our time is fleeting. Let's not discuss matters of state. Having abstained from indulgence for several days, Xiao Jinyuan felt prepared for a sumptuous feast. Just then, Jiang Chuyue unexpectedly flashed him a radiant smile, her eyes curving like blooming flowers. Xiao Jinyuan's gaze darkened, his throat tightening as he leaned in to seize that alluring expression. However, Jiang Chuyue suddenly leaned close to his ear, playfully whispering, Your Highness, I am at my most vulnerable. The poised tiger was abruptly rendered into a mere kitten. Realizing that indeed, it was Jiang Chuyue's time of the month, Xiao Jinyuan felt a momentary vexation. Yet, he gently caressed her flat abdomen, his voice hushed, inquiring, Do you feel any discomfort? Jiang Chuyue replied, There is a slight ache, but it is nothing serious. Jiang Chuyue had always been prone to coldness, even in summer. Her hands and feet remained icy, as did her lower abdomen. Xiao Jinyuan's warm hand pressed against her soft belly, the heat radiating like a fire-warming cold wine. And Jiang Chuyue felt enveloped in warmth, the mild ache gradually dissipating. As the night deepened, the crisp sounds of insects filled the courtyard. Jiang Chuyue curled up like a cat in Xiao Jinyuan's sturdy embrace and soon fell into a comfortable slumber. The following day, Xiao Jinyuan received a military report from the border and hurried off to the 6 ministries to attend to official duties. After rising in the morning, Jiang Chuyue was excitedly served a bowl of warm red bean soup by Baozhu, who declared it was a special concoction from the kitchen to nourish and enhance her beauty. After finishing the soup, Baozhu reported, Your Highness, Madame Zhao from the Zhennan Marquisate sent an invitation this morning, saying she has recently devised 2 new pastries. If you are free this afternoon, you may visit the Marquisate. Having completed all matters concerning the royal residence, Jiang Chuyue nodded. Go back and inform the Marquisate that I shall visit at the hour of Wu. In the afternoon, Jiang Chuyue set off in her carriage towards the Nan Marquise. Madame Zhao Qinghuan warmly greeted her at the entrance, exclaiming, "Your Highness, you have arrived. Come, let us go to the garden for tea." Upon entering the Marquise, Jiang Chuyue noticed a distinct atmosphere. The servants were bustling about, tidying both the interior and exterior, while the gardeners tended to the flowers and trees. Even the moss between the stones was meticulously cleared away. New auspicious red tassels adorned the copper bells at the eaves, swaying with the breeze, filling the estate with a festive spirit. Seated in the pavilion, Jiang Chuyue inquired curiously, "Madame Zhao, is there some joyful occasion at the Marquise?" Zhao Qinghuan presented the prepared pastries to Jiang Chuyue, revealing, "The Marquis of Nan is returning to the capital tomorrow, and the household is eagerly anticipating the spectacle." During the 5 years of the Marquis's absence, Zhao Qinghuan had not been a meek matron. She had asserted her authority within the household, earning a formidable reputation in the capital. Zhao Qinghuan continued, "Throughout these 5 years, many have looked down upon me in silence, yet you, Your Highness, have treated me with kindness. Today, I have specifically invited you to enjoy some delicacies, for in the future, when I no longer hold the title of matron, I shall merely be the proprietress of Fanlu. I hope you will not find me lacking." Jiang Chuyue responded with a gentle smile. "Friendship knows no bounds of status. I admire your forthright nature, Madame Zhao." As they chatted, a slender figure dressed in a delicate yellow hue approached from the garden. It was the Marquis's younger sister, the third Miss of the Marquise. The third Miss curtsied before Jiang Chuyue. "I pay my respects to your Highness." Jiang Chuyue nodded, signaling her to rise. After respectfully greeting Jiang Chuyue, the third Miss turned to Zhao Qinghuan, raising her chin slightly and imperiously stating, "Sister-in-law, with my brother returning tomorrow, I wish to present myself suitably. Would you be so kind as to lend me your newly crafted soft silk summer dress?" Zhao Qinghuan remained unfazed, responding coldly, "No." The third Miss's cheeks flushed with indignation as she retorted, "You are utterly ungrateful. If you were to give me some of your treasured fabric or jewelry, I might consider speaking favorably of you to my brother upon his return." Zhao Qinghuan simply clicked her tongue, "Not necessary." The third Miss, now fuming, declared, "You have oppressed the Marquise for 5 years, forcing me to learn the arts and crafts, while forbidding me from leaving the estate. Just you wait. I shall ensure my brother dismisses you." Zhao Qinghuan slowly raised her hand, her slender fingers poised. "Do you see my palm?" The third Miss's expression shifted in terror, memories of past reprimands flooding her mind as she instinctively stepped back. Zhao Qinghuan smiled without showing her teeth, returned to her room to study the accounts. "If you continue to shout, my palm may just find its way to your face." The third Miss, feeling wronged, retreated, casting one last glare at Zhao Qinghuan. Her yellow figure quickly disappearing beyond the moon gate, leaving behind a faint echo of threats carried by the wind. Once the threat had dissipated, Zhao Qinghuan slowly lowered her hand and turned to Jiang Chuyue. "I hope I did not embarrass you, Your Highness. Now let us discuss serious matters. Please taste my newly crafted pastry, the golden mooncake. Do you enjoy it? Is there room for improvement?"
Today,
Zhao Qinghuan had invited Jiang Chuyue primarily to sample the new delicacies prepared by Fanlu. On a white porcelain plate lay 2 crescent-shaped pastries, lovingly crafted by Zhao Qinghuan herself, using a blend of Western wine, honey, and flour, brushed with sesame oil and dusted with turmeric before baking. They resembled golden crescents, emanating a delightful aroma. Jiang Chuyue tasted a piece, her eyes lighting up, delicious. The sweet and fragrant flavors blend perfectly without being cloying. "Does Madame Zhao have any leftovers? I would like to take some back for His Highness." Xia Linyuan had a fondness for sweets, and this uniquely flavored golden mooncake would surely delight him. Zhao Qinghuan beamed. "Of course, I will send 2 boxes to the royal residence." She then presented a plate of chengsha dumplings, round and plump, wrapped in a milky glutinous rice skin with a filling of green mung bean paste, their appearance charming and their flavor refreshing. Jiang Chuyue indulged in several dumplings in one go. Zhao Qinghuan rested her chin on her hand, enjoying the sight of Jiang Chuyue relishing the treats she had prepared. The joy of seeing her handmade confections appreciated was truly delightful. Zhao Qinghuan held her teacup, sighing, "Before I was married, my greatest aspiration was to travel the beautiful landscapes and savor the delicacies of the world, ultimately creating the finest pastries in the kingdom. As I await the return of that insufferable scoundrel, the Duke of Jiangnan, tomorrow I shall finally have the time to pursue my own passions." The thought of liberating myself from the shackles of the Duke's household fills Xiao Qinghuan with joy. As they dine and converse, her maid rushes in, breathlessly exclaiming, "Madam, madam, the Duke has returned." Xiao Qinghuan nearly chokes on her tea. Jiang Chuyue, seated beside her, gently pats her back, assisting her in regaining her composure. After a moment, Xiao Qinghuan manages to catch her breath and curiously inquires, was he not supposed to return tomorrow? The maid, equally perplexed, spreads her hands, responding, "I am unsure, madam." The Duke returned unexpectedly. He is already at the entrance, and the old lady and the third miss have gone to greet him. Xiao Qinghuan's expression shifts, a myriad of emotions flashing across her face. Finally, she lets out a long sigh. She absent-mindedly traces the rim of her teacup and calmly instructs her maid, "Go to the main house and fetch the divorce papers from the table." The Duke's premature return to the capital surely means he intends to part ways with her. Xiao Qinghuan's heart remains undisturbed. She does not go to welcome the Duke. Instead, she leisurely pours herself a cup of cloud-top green tea, contemplating her plans to leave the Duke's residence. The maid hesitates, wiping the sweat from her brow. "Madam, the Duke did not bring back a woman." Xiao Qinghuan pauses. Her tea-drinking halted. Jiang Chuyue's curiosity peaks as she raises her eyes. The maid raises her voice, breaking the silence. "The Duke has returned with a man." Xiao Qinghuan spews her tea in surprise. Chapter 65. Having given deep affection, she should be made aware. Xiao Qinghuan is taken aback, as is Jiang Chuyue. The Duke, Li Yuanzhou, who departed on his wedding night and has been away for 5 years, returns to the capital without a woman, but with a man? Xiao Qinghuan's delicate features contort in disbelief, and she wipes the tea from the corner of her mouth, asking the maid, "What does the man look like?" The maid replies honestly, "The man the Duke brought back is in his 30s, of average appearance. He nearly stumbled at the entrance, and the Duke worriedly helped him up, advising him to protect his hands and not to fall." Xiao Qinghuan's face reveals her disdain. This wretched man has such peculiar preferences. "Hurry, bring the divorce papers. I must part ways today." The maid dashes off to retrieve the documents. Jiang Chuyue, aware of Xiao Qinghuan's intentions, grows concerned that Xiao Qinghuan's lowly background might provoke the Duke's household upon her request for divorce. Thus, Jiang Chuyue takes Xiao Qinghuan's hand and reassures her, "Do not worry. I will remain in the Duke's residence to support you. Surely, they will not dare to mistreat you." Xiao Qinghuan contemplates for a moment, but politely declines. "Family matters should not be aired publicly. I can handle this myself. I appreciate your kindness, but you should return. I will send the delicacies for the Regent's residence later." Seeing Xiao Qinghuan's resolute attitude, Jiang Chuyue has no choice but to relent. After Jiang Chuyue departs the Duke's residence, within an hour, Xiao Qinghuan indeed sends 2 boxes of exquisite pastries. That night, Jiang Chuyue strolls with Xia Linyuan in the back garden, seeking refuge in the pavilion. For glass lanterns hang from the eaves, casting a warm glow. Jiang Chuyue has the pastries brought out for Xia Linyuan to sample. After he enjoys 2 pieces of golden mooncakes, she softly inquires, "Your Highness, do you like these pastries?" Xia Linyuan nods, "Very much." Jiang Chuyue beams, picking up a piece herself to taste. "Madame Zhao's culinary skills are exceptional. I shall procure some more from her." Xia Linyuan, pleased, notices Jiang Chuyue's gradual transformation. She no longer regards him with the same cautious trepidation as before. After 2 months of marriage, she begins to lower her defenses, attentively considering his preferences. When visiting, she does not forget to bring him delicacies. Xia Linyuan is delighted, believing that one day Jiang Chuyue will fully open her heart to him. After finishing the pastries, they return to the main house to rest. Jiang Chuyue, overcome by drowsiness, quickly falls asleep upon her pillow. Just as she drifts off, she feels a slight movement on the bed as Xia Linyuan quietly rises. Unwilling to open her eyes, she intends to continue sleeping until she suddenly hears him opening the window. In a hushed tone, Xia Linyuan queries the shadowy figure outside, "Have you not found anything yet?" The figure replies, "Reporting to my lord for the past 5 years. The scouts have been searching the borders of Liangzhou and have also dispatched personnel to the northern Yu borders, but to no avail." Jiang Chuyue's eyelashes flutter slightly, and she stealthily opens her eyes. What is Xia Linyuan searching for? His tone is shrouded in mystery. She listens intently as he states, "We must see the living and the dead. We must find Chuyue's sister." The figure responds calmly, "Yes, the scouts will continue to seek out Miss Zhang's whereabouts. Should any leads arise, we will promptly inform the prince." The conversation between master and servant reaches Jiang Chuyue's ears, leaving her momentarily stunned, her nose tingling with emotion. Xiao Linyuan has been searching for her missing sister all along. He has been searching for 5 years. Jiang Chuyue unconsciously clutches the golden silk quilt, her heart aching. Years ago, her parents perished in battle, and her sister vanished while seeking them. The borders were chaotic, plagued by bandits and northern soldiers, resulting in rampant violence and destruction. For half a month, the fires raged, leaving the borders scorched earth. Jiang Chuyue's sister remains unaccounted for. The Xiao family sent people to search for several months, but her sister's whereabouts were never discovered. Everyone assumed the eldest daughter of the Jiang family had perished amidst the flames of war, becoming one with the countless charred bones. Only Jiang Chuyue harbored a secret hope that her sister might still be alive. Yet, being frail and alone, staying at the Xiao residence, she lacked the courage to expect Lady Xiao to help find her sister. This matter had become a hidden thorn in her heart. She had never spoken of her past, yet Xiao Linyuan knew of it 5 years ago and had already sent someone to search for her sister. The window remains partially open as Xiao Linyuan continues to speak softly with a shadowy figure. The figure, speaking in a hushed tone, observes, "Your Highness, your attentiveness and care for the princess are truly remarkable." Xiao Linyuan replies, "She is my wife. I shall unravel her heart's knots." The figure bows and departs, vanishing like ink dissolving into the night. Xiao Linyuan returns to the main house, gently lifting the brocade curtain, allowing moonlight to spill onto the cool jade mat. Jiang Chuyue lies quietly on the jade surface, her eyelashes lowered, breathing steadily, as if deeply immersed in slumber. Xiao Linyuan lies down with utmost care, his dark robe mingling with her light silk nightgown on the jade mat. He gently covers her delicate fingers with his broad palm, holding them lightly, and soon closes his eyes, slipping into slumber. Moments later, feigning sleep, Jiang Chuyue shifts closer to Xiao Linyuan, quietly opening her eyes to admire his handsome features illuminated by the dim moonlight. A bittersweet feeling washes over her, and she murmurs, "Thank you." 5 years ago, he had quietly gathered her unspoken worries, secretly aiding her in searching for her sister. Just how profound is Xiao Linyuan's affection for her? How is it that he treats her with such kindness? Before Jiang Chuyue entered the palace, she secretly harbored feelings for Xiao Ji, worrying about him and longing for him. For a long time, Jiang Chuyue believed that love was filled with grievances and repression, akin to the sourness of green apricots. However, upon meeting Xiao Linyuan, she realized that love need not be laden with such burdens. Love is companionship, protection, and care, enveloping her like honey, leaving a lingering sweetness. Jiang Chuyue felt a delightful warmth in her heart, a sense of happiness and security that she had not experienced in a long while. She nestled against Xiao Linyuan, her face gently resting against his arm. In that intimate distance, she slowly closed her eyes and drifted into a deep slumber. The summer night was tranquil, with the soft chirping of insects in the yard, listening to the rhythmic sound of her breath. Xiao Linyuan's lips curled into a quiet smile as he gently wrapped his arm around the sleeping Jiang Chuyue, lowering his head to inhale the faint fragrance of her hair. Silent devotion is not a wise strategy. When one harbors deep feelings, they should be made known. The heart that loves her, the kindness shown to her, and the deeds done for her should not remain unacknowledged. As night fell, four magnificent horses drew a luxurious carriage into the capital, their hooves shattering the moonlit silence of the imperial city. 6 palace maids and guards escorted the carriage, with palace maids holding gilded lanterns illuminating the path ahead, creating a grand spectacle. 12 palace lanterns were lit under the eaves of the princess's residence, casting a golden hue on the glazed tiles. The queen personally welcomed the returning Princess Xiaohua with a group of palace maids. As the curtain of the carriage was lifted, a hand adorned with numerous gold and silver rings emerged, and a soft voice called out, "Zhou Chuan, assist me in dismounting." Chapter 66. Princess Xiaohua. The guard in black beside her had a stern expression, firmly supporting the embroidered sleeve of the lady. The golden skirt billowed as Princess Xiaohua descended from the carriage. Fond of luxury, she adorned herself in gold and silver, exuding elegance like a brilliant pearl. She greeted the queen with a radiant smile. "Sister-in-law, I hope you are well." The queen replied, "Xiaohua, it has been 5 years since we last met, yet you remain as dazzling as ever." Together, they entered the princess's residence. Princess Xiaohua surveyed her surroundings, noting that the residence was immaculate, with neatly trimmed flowers and plants, unchanged since her departure from the capital. With a smile, she said, Thank you, sister-in-law, for tidying up the residence. The queen, with gentle eyes, replied. It was but a small effort. After enduring a long journey, the queen advised, rest well this evening. If you need anything, do not hesitate to inform me. After exchanging pleasantries, the queen departed from the princess's residence. Having traveled extensively, Princess Xiao felt a hollow ache in her stomach. The queen, being considerate, had already sent delicious supper to her. Princess Xiao called to her black-clad guard, Zhou Chuan, join me for meal. The room was filled with opulence, yet Zhou Chuan, clad in dark attire, seemed out of place yet mysteriously harmonious. Zhou Chuan replied, Princess, it is not appropriate. Princess Xiao raised an eyebrow. Lightly tapping her jade chopsticks on the table, back at the royal tomb, you dared to seize my silver thread cake. Now that we have returned to the capital, you speak of propriety? Zhou Chuan's eyes flickered slightly as he silently took a seat at the edge of the table. Princess Xiao savored the delicious meatball soup, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. This taste. It's delightful. I shall invite the regent to dine, and have the imperial kitchen prepare a vegetable meatball soup as well. Zhou Chuan remained silent, bowing his head to drink his soup. Suddenly, Princess Xiao put down her chopsticks. Zhou Chuan, do I still deserve to be called a beauty? Zhou Chuan looked up and replied sparingly, with some effort, perhaps. Princess Xiao rolled her eyes, poking her finger at her own face. What do you mean with some effort? I was born with unparalleled beauty. Can the new wife of the regent surpass me? Take me to the regent's residence tomorrow. I wish to see what sort of person Jiang Chuyue is. Princess Xiao chattered incessantly, while Zhou Chuan focused on his soup. The delectable vegetable meatball soup had been nearly consumed when they arrived at Kunning Palace. After the queen returned to her chamber and removed her makeup, the maid Chunlan brought a cup of calming tea, gleefully saying, Your Majesty, your strategy is brilliant. Princess Xiao is spoiled and jealous. She will surely make things difficult for the regent's wife. Sipping her calming tea, the queen narrowed her phoenix eyes. Given Princess Xiao's temperament, she will undoubtedly torment Jiang Chuyue in every possible way. This serves as a form of retribution for me. Chunlan laughed. Your Majesty, you are wise. Let's watch the drama unfold. After finishing her tea, the queen recalled the news regarding the Duke of Southern Town. She inquired, I hear the Duke returned to the capital today. Is this true? Chunlan nodded. Indeed, the Duke has returned, and is said to have brought back a handsome young man. I imagine the Duke's residence will be in turmoil tonight. The queen pondered thoughtfully. The Duke's wife, Xiao Ji, was known to be strong-willed and would likely be dismissed soon. She instructed Chunlan, inform my family to find a way for Yuner to make an appearance before the Duke. Since she does not wish to marry the Emperor of Beiyue, marrying the Duke of Southern Town would not be a bad option. Beiyue is remote, and Shengwan Yun, having been pampered since childhood, might struggle with the hardships of long travel. Better to marry a powerful duke. Chunlan noted this down and respectfully exited Kunning Palace. The following morning, Jiang Chuyue rose and began her morning routine. Sitting before her vanity, she asked Baozhu, Is there any news from the Duke of Southern Town? Did Madame Zhao and the Duke successfully part ways yesterday? Jiang Chuyue was quite concerned about Zhao Qinghuan. As a merchant's daughter, Zhao Qinghuan had entered the Duke's residence with a substantial dowry but had used much of it for the household's livelihood over the past 5 years. In the event of a separation, it was imperative that she retrieve her dowry intact. As Baozhu styled Jiang Chuyue's hair, she responded, There has been no news from the Duke's residence. There are no reports of a separation. Madame Zhao's business at Fanlu continues as usual. The entire capital is waiting for Zhao Qinghuan to be dismissed. However, since the Duke returned, the residence has been eerily quiet, without a whisper of gossip. Feeling anxious, Jiang Chuyue planned to visit the Duke's residence that afternoon to gather information. Baozhu then produced a resplendent invitation. The princess's residence sent an invitation this morning. Princess Xiao is organizing a lotus flower banquet and invites you to attend in 3 days. The invitation's outer casing was crafted from gold, adorned with exquisite cloud patterns. Upon opening the invitation, the elegant and beautiful handwriting was unmistakably Princess Xiao's, laced with a hint of provocation. Jiang Chuyue set the invitation aside, puzzled. When did Princess Xiao return to the capital? Baozhu replied, It is said she returned last night, personally welcomed by the queen. Before her marriage, Jiang Chuyue had lived a secluded life and knew little about Princess Xiao. She only knew that Princess Xiao had left the capital to guard the royal tomb for 5 years, even delaying her own marriage, remaining unmarried at 20. The officials praised her as a filial princess, yet Jiang Chuyue perceived her as a clever one, having left just before the emperor of the celebrating kingdom ascended the throne, skillfully avoiding the turmoil of a new dynasty. Now, upon returning to the capital, she sent an invitation to Jiang Chuyue, which felt like an invitation to a banquet of intrigue. She instructed Baozhu, have someone investigate Princess Xiaohua's character, preferences, and past experiences. Baozhu replied, understood. After finishing her grooming, Jiang Chuyue attended to several matters of the palace, instructing Baozhu to prepare a carriage, as she intended to visit Zhao Qinghuan at the Duke of Southern Town's residence. Given Zhao Qinghuan's fiery temperament, it was crucial for Jiang Chuyue to assess the situation herself, especially in case of any conflict during the separation negotiations. On a clear sunny morning, Jiang Chuyue set out with Baozhu. At the entrance of the regent's residence, a dark carriage awaited her arrival. Just as Jiang Chuyue stepped onto the carriage seat, she felt a chill run down her back, sensing someone watching her. Looking around, she saw the palace guards standing vigilant, the area within 10 paces steeped in silence. The summer sun blazed down, casting shadows of the tall locust trees lining Juke Street, their canopies like green clouds, obscuring any sight of suspicious figures. Yet, the unsettling feeling of being watched clung to her like a shadow. Jiang Chuyue tightened her grip, questioning her own perceptions. Since marrying the powerful regent, she had become more astute and cautious. She exchanged a knowing glance with Baozhu, who discreetly nodded and returned to speak with the guards at the entrance. Jiang Chuyue stepped into the carriage, the thin gauzy curtain falling softly as the carriage rolled away, leaving the dappled shadows of the locust trees behind, heading towards the Duke of Southern Town's residence. A gentle breeze rustled through the dense locust leaves, revealing a pair of unwillingly sparkling eyes. Concealed among the treetops, Princess Xiaohua gazed at the receding carriage and, with a pout, inquired of her attendant, Zhou Chuan, tell me, who is more beautiful, I or the regent's wife? After a brief pause, Zhou Chuan replied, would you prefer the truth or a falsehood? Speak the truth, insisted Princess Xiaohua. The regent's wife surpasses you, Zhou Chuan declared. Fuming, Princess Xiaohua retorted, Zhou Chuan, can't you tell a little lie to flatter me? Zhou Chuan responded,
Truth can be hard to bear.
First help me down from this tree, she commanded. In an instant, Princess Xiaohua landed gracefully on the ground. She raised her foot and fiercely kicked the locust tree, exclaiming in frustration, the regent's wife must be a vixen. No ordinary woman could possess such seductive charm. What do you think, Zhou Chuan? Zhou Chuan stood silently by the tree, offering no response, which only deepened her displeasure. She had always believed herself the most suitable match for Regent Xiaolingyuan. Today, she had stealthily visited the regent's residence to catch a glimpse of the regent's wife. And upon seeing her, she was taken aback. The regent's wife, clad in a green gown and adorned with a jade hairpin, possessed a flawless complexion and raven hair, resembling a delicate jade figurine. The summer breeze lifted her green ribbons, making her appear ethereal, like a celestial being. Princess Xiaohua felt inferior. In a fit of rage, she kicked the tree again, murmuring, I never heard of Jiang Chuyue when I was in the capital. Where did she come from? Zhou Chuan cast a cold glance at the unfortunate tree, advising, Princess, it is time to return. The regent's residence was heavily guarded, and Zhou Chuan had taken a risk by bringing Princess Xiaohua here, potentially alerting the hidden guards. Yet, Princess Xiaohua remained lost in her thoughts, scoffing. Even if I am not as beautiful as the regent's wife, my talents surely rival hers. I am proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, wine, and tea. How could I possibly be inferior? At the upcoming banquet in the princess's residence, I shall ensure she leaves in disgrace. A triumphant laugh escaped her lips. However, as her mirth subsided, she could not help but ask Zhou Chuan, is it truly malicious of me to humiliate the regent's wife at the banquet? Zhou Chuan nodded. Indeed, it is malicious. Princess Xiaohua raised her voice, indignantly exclaiming, you dare to accuse me of malice? Before she could finish her sentence, a white feathered arrow whizzed through the air, narrowly missing her delicate neck. It struck the locust tree with a thud. Princess Xiaohua's face drained of color, and she instinctively ducked behind Zhou Chuan for protection. He shielded her and, with a cold gaze directed towards the source of the arrow, declared, Princess Xiaohua has mistakenly entered this place. We shall take our leave. With that, Zhou Chuan swiftly led the princess away. Meanwhile, Jiang Chuyue arrived at the residence of the South Town Marquis. Moments later, The gates swung open, and Xiao Qinghuan stepped out briskly to greet her. I knew you were worried about me, so you came in person. Come inside. It is sweltering out here. We must not let the heat overcome you. Xiao Qinghuan warmly ushered Jiang Chuyue into the Marquis' estate. As they walked, Jiang Chuyue sensed an odd atmosphere within the residence. The bustling servants in the courtyard displayed a humble demeanor, immediately bowing respectfully upon seeing Xiao Qinghuan, not daring to overstep. Inside the main house, 5 sandalwood boxes stood open, with maids packing items from the room, seemingly preparing to move. Xiao Qinghuan offered a cup of tea. Try this. It's plum tea chilled with well water. Perfect for quenching your thirst. Jiang Chuyue accepted the tea and curiously inquired, did the divorce go smoothly? Did the Marquis cause you any trouble? Xiao Qinghuan's expression turned complex as she sighed. The Southtown Marquis is unwilling to part ways. He cried outside my room for half the night, as if he had lost his mother. Jiang Chuyue nearly spilled her tea, astonished. The valiant Marquis, known for his bravery on the battlefield, had wept outside Xiao Qinghuan's door for half the night? Xiao Qinghuan recounted the events. 5 years prior, the Southtown Marquis, Li Yuanzhou, had wed Xiao Qinghuan. On their wedding night, before he could even touch his bride, he was summoned to the northern border to fend off bandits. While on the battlefield, he constantly thought of his new wife, writing her lengthy letters every month, totaling thousands of words, which he sent back to the capital, without fail for 5 years. Along with the letters, he also sent various gifts. However, these letters and gifts were secretly withheld by the old matriarch of the Li family. Likewise, Xiao Qinghuan's correspondence and items sent to the northern border were also obstructed by her. Xiao Qinghuan expressed her exasperation. Last night, I discovered an entire box full of letters from him in the old matriarch's room. There were 62 letters, each thick with sentimental words that made my teeth ache. After 5 years of war, the Marquis finally returned to the capital. He rode hard, exhausting 3 horses along the way. Passing through a small town in the north, he spotted a vendor selling sweet date pastries. Knowing Xiao Qinghuan's desire to sample delicacies from all over, he paid a handsome sum to bring the vendor to the Marquis' residence as a chef. The man who returned with the Marquis yesterday was the sweet date pastry vendor. However, upon arriving at the residence, just as he was settling in, he was met with a divorce letter from his longed-for wife. The Marquis felt as though the sky had fallen. After a brief exchange with Xiao Qinghuan, he realized that all the letters he had sent over the years had been intercepted by the old matriarch. The previous night, the Marquis' residence was in turmoil. Once the old matriarch's schemes were revealed, she openly declared that she would not accept a merchant's daughter as the lady of the house, pressuring the Marquis to divorce Xiao Qinghuan. Not wishing to remain in the chaotic household, Xiao Qinghuan resolved to part ways. The Marquis, feeling deeply wronged, a man of stature, wept outside Xiao Qinghuan's room in the dead of night, lamenting his years of longing. Having shared the entire story, Xiao Qinghuan shrugged and resolved, I shall not remain in this quagmire of a household. I am moving to a new courtyard today. As they sipped tea and chatted, the sun began to set. As dusk approached, light footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. A cheerful male voice announced, My lady, I have returned from the palace and brought back some of your favorite pastries. Jiang Chuyue turned to look at the entrance. A tall, robust figure appeared. The Southtown Marquis, Li Yuanzhou, donned in a crimson military robe, a large food box cradled in his arms, merrily striding into the courtyard. Upon seeing the servants moving items, he nearly dropped the food box. His gaze fell upon Xiao Qinghuan and his eyes reddened. My lady, are you moving out? His voice trembled like that of an abandoned puppy. Xiao Qinghuan cleared her throat, signaling him. The regent's wife is here. Mind your manners. Only then did Li Yuanzhou notice Jiang Chuyue seated nearby. His expression instantly shifted from one of hurt to that of a gallant, composed general. He clasped his fists in salute to Jiang Chuyue and delivered a stony military greeting. I pay my respects to the regent's wife. When he lifted his gaze, his dark eyes concealed the harshness of northern winds and snow, his demeanor no longer resembling that of the previously forlorn man. Jiang Chuyue was taken aback by this transformation. In Xiao Qinghuan's presence, Li Yuanzhou appeared a clumsy, wronged pup, but before Jiang Chuyue, he reverted to the image of a valiant and formidable general. The speed of his demeanor change was astounding. Jiang Chuyue remarked, There is no need for formalities, Southtown Marquis. It is not appropriate to linger here. Knowing Xiao Qinghuan was safe, she rose to take her leave, politely declining the invitation for dinner. Li Yuanzhou and Zhao Qinghuan personally escorted Jiang Chuyue to the door. As the carriage traveled a distance away, Jiang Chuyue discreetly lifted the curtain to glance back. She saw the formidable Southtown Marquis, known for his might in the northern borders, leaning close to Zhao Qinghuan's ear, whispering something that caused her to clench her fists and strike him. The Marquis did not flinch. Rather, he leaned closer with a grin, inviting her to hit him. Jiang Chuyue felt a mix of emotions, realizing that the Southtown Marquis had such a playful side behind closed doors. Upon returning to the Regent's residence, night had fallen. The lanterns beneath the eaves illuminated the inner chambers, while the kitchen presented an exquisite and delicious dinner. Xiao Linyuan and Jiang Chuyue shared the meal together. During the meal, Jiang Chuyue's mind was preoccupied with matters concerning the Duke of Southern Town, causing her to frequently lose focus. Xiao Linyuan, with his dark eyes half closed, inquired, "What occupies your thoughts?" Without raising her head, Jiang Chuyue replied, "I am thinking of the Duke of Southern Town." Suddenly, a profound silence enveloped the dining table. Unaware of the weight of her words, Jiang Chuyue, having witnessed a splendid performance that day, felt compelled to recount the peculiar events she had observed at the Duke's residence. Xiao Linyuan listened intently, the frost between his brows gradually melting. Once she finished her tale, Jiang Chuyue remained puzzled. Is it true that the rumors about the Duke of Southern Town and General Qin Siyue are unfounded? Xiao Linyuan affirmed, they are not true. Everyone possesses a penchant for gossip, and Jiang Chuyue was no exception. She leaned closer to Xiao Linyuan, gently tugging at his sleeve. "Your Highness, how can you be so certain that the rumors are false?" Xiao Linyuan lowered his gaze to her delicate features, his thin lips curling into a smile. "General Qin Siyue is exceptionally skilled in martial arts. She is no ordinary woman. The Duke of Southern Town is merely a defeated foe. She would not deign to regard men inferior to her in strength." Understanding dawned upon Jiang Chuyue. So, even someone as proud and aloof as Xiao Linyuan could praise Qin Siyue, highlighting her remarkable nature. Jiang Chuyue was filled with curiosity about the renowned female general. She secretly resolved that should the opportunity arise to meet General Qin in the future, she would certainly invite her for a drink. After a moment's thought, Jiang Chuyue curiously asked, "Your Highness, could you best General Qin in combat?" Xiao Linyuan replied, "We have not yet crossed swords." Jiang Chuyue, brimming with enthusiasm, mused whimsically. Perhaps a woman would not yield to a man. Maybe you, Your Highness, would also be unable to defeat General Qin. Xiao Linyuan promptly picked up a delicious fishball from the table and playfully fed it to Jiang Chuyue, who was caught off guard. Her beautiful eyes widened as she instinctively chewed the delightful morsel, resembling a charming little hamster. The fishball, filled with crab roe and pine mushroom, was so delectable that Jiang Chuyue momentarily forgot her previous train of thought. Xiao Linyuan observed her eating with amusement and sampled a fishball himself. Rumors spread rapidly in the capital, and the return of the Duke of Southern Town had everyone anticipating the dismissal of his fierce wife. Zhao Qinghuan acted swiftly, kicking the Duke out, packing her belongings, and moving to the large estate she had previously purchased. On the very day she moved into her new home, a peculiar rumor circulated, claiming someone had seen the Duke of Southern Town standing alone at the entrance of the new estate, clutching a pillow throughout the night. It was only at dawn that the tightly shut gates finally opened, and the Duke joyfully entered. The couple had not divorced, but had instead moved out of the Duke's residence to live together, which was utterly perplexing. Jiang Chuyue closely followed Zhao Qinghuan's news while preparing for the lotus banquet at the princess's estate. Princess Xiaohua had just returned to the capital and unexpectedly sent an invitation to Jiang Chuyue, even going so far as to peek at the wangfu from a nearby locust tree, which was indeed strange. Upon the return of her informant, the details of Princess Xiaohua's past and movements were compiled and placed before Jiang Chuyue. Upon reading, she discovered that Princess Xiaohua had harbored deep feelings for Xiao Linyuan, having sought the late emperor's permission for marriage several times. Had it not been for the sudden demise of the emperor, the marriage decree might have been issued. Realizing that the situation was not benign, Jiang Chuyue pressed her temples. The lotus banquet at the princess's estate was a veritable trap. She needed to prepare meticulously. Time flew by, and soon it was the day of the banquet. As the sun grew warmer, Jiang Chuyue traveled in a grand carriage to the princess's estate, where the gilded plaque shone brilliantly in the summer sun. As she descended the carriage, assisted by Baozhu, she was about to enter the estate when a familiar voice called from behind, "Xiao Yu." Jiang Chuyue's body stiffened. Turning around, she saw the green-topped carriage of the Xiao family, with Xiao Ji approaching alongside his pregnant wife. Jiang Chuyue. Jiang Chuyue gazed affectionately at Xiao Ji's arm. Having dressed meticulously for the occasion, her golden hairpin glimmering conspicuously. Maintaining her composure, Jiang Chuyue asked, "Brother, what brings you to the princess's estate?"
Xiao Ji replied solemnly.
Princess Xiaohua sent an invitation to Jiang Chuyue to attend the banquet. As she is with child, I personally brought her here. The newly returned princess had invited Jiang Chuyue, a mere concubine of a general's household, to the banquet, which was undoubtedly significant. Unfortunately, Lady Xiao had been in seclusion at the Shijing temple recently and could not provide counsel to Xiao Ji. As a military man, Xiao Ji was ill-equipped to navigate the intricacies of the inner household and had directly brought Jiang Chuyue to the banquet. He instructed Jiang Chuyue, Xiao Yu, "Once you enter the princess's estate, please take care of Jiang Chuyue." With duties to attend to, Xiao Ji quickly departed after escorting Jiang Chuyue to the entrance. Jiang Chuyue smiled, caressing her prominent belly, boasting, "I hope the princess will take good care of me." Jiang Chuyue's expression darkened as she quietly warned, "This is a trap. You should feign discomfort, and I will arrange for someone to escort you back to the Xiao residence." Xiao Ji was oblivious to the complexities of the inner household, but Jiang Chuyue understood. She could not allow the Xiao family to suffer disgrace. Jiang Chuyue lifted her chin, her expression haughty and mocking. "What? Does the princess think a mere concubine is unworthy of the occasion? Or is she envious of my esteem from Princess Xiaohua?" Jiang Chuyue believed the external world had already recognized her as the mistress of the Xiao family, hence Princess Xiaohua's invitation. Baozhu, unable to contain herself, interjected, "Has Jiang Yinyang ever witnessed a proper banquet that would invite a concubine? Princess Xiaohua's sudden invitation is clearly a ploy to ridicule you, diminishing the Xiao family status and ultimately tarnishing our princess's reputation." The appearance of a concubine at the Lotus banquet would undoubtedly become the topic of gossip among the guests. Even Baozhu could see through the scheme, yet Jiang Chuyue remained oblivious, reveling in her perceived importance. With a dismissive glance, Jiang Chuyue retorted, "Stop spouting nonsense. Are you afraid I will overshadow you?" Baozhu, infuriated, nearly pinched her own flesh, recalling that Jiang Chuyue had once been quite clever. How could she now be so foolish during her pregnancy? Just as tensions escalated, the matron of the princess's estate approached, respectfully greeting Jiang Chuyue. "Greetings, Princess Regent." With the Lotus banquet still being prepared, the princess requested Jiang Chuyue to proceed to the Lotus pond to admire the flowers. Adorning the Lotus pond came with inherent risks. Jiang Chuyue once again urged Jiang Chuyue, "You must return to the Xiao residence." Jiang Chuyue, unheeding, arrogantly stepped over the threshold of the princess's estate, completely disregarding Jiang Chuyue's warning. It was utterly incomprehensible. Baozhu stomped her foot in frustration. Inside the main hall of the princess's estate, several palace maids meticulously arranged jewelry and cosmetics for Princess Xiaohua, who sat before a dressing table. Outside the window, her personal guard, Zhou Chuan, stood like a mountain, sword in hand, steadfast. Princess Xiaohua gazed at her reflection in the silver mirror, her beauty radiant and regal, akin to a blooming peony. With a smirk, she declared, "Merely a homeless girl relying on the regent. Today, I shall humiliate her thoroughly, teaching her the true meaning of hierarchy." Zhou Chuan, with furrowed brows, turned to inquire, "How does the princess intend to humiliate the princess regent?" Princess Xiaohua casually picked up a pair of pearl earrings from her jewelry box, stating, "Summon her brother's concubine here for public amusement, and take the opportunity to expose her background, revealing her as a pitiful orphan. To wound the heart and strike where it hurts." Zhou Chuan calmly replied, "Your Highness, your parents have also passed away." The action of Princess Xiaohua placing the earrings on paused abruptly. Zhou Chuan continued, "If someone were to mock the princess's parents to her face, what would she think?" Princess Xiaohua's brows furrowed in anger. "I would retaliate against their entire family." Zhou Chuan gazed at her furious visage and gently cautioned, "The Princess Regent's parents were valiant generals of the Northern Front, who sacrificed their lives for the nation. As a member of the royal bloodline, how could you belittle the descendants of such loyal heroes?" The pearl earring slipped from Princess Xiaohua's fingers. She furrowed her willow leaf brows, reflecting deeply on her actions, realizing they were indeed somewhat excessive. With her fingertips digging into her palm, she expressed her dissatisfaction. "I am the esteemed legitimate princess of the Qing kingdom. How could the regent's wife possibly hold a higher status than I?" Zhou Chuan replied simply, "She can." This single word fell upon her like a bucket of icy water. Princess Xiaohua suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Having been away from the capital for 5 years, she had nearly forgotten who truly held power in the Qing kingdom. As the esteemed legitimate princess and the younger sister of the current emperor, she should, in theory, outrank the wife of a prince of a different surname. Yet her elder brother was feeble-minded and indulgent, and the military and political power of the Qing kingdom was firmly in the hands of the regent. Princess Xiaohua's noble status afforded her no real authority. Jiang Chuyue, as the regent's primary wife, had behind her the formidable Xiao Linyuan, making her position no less than that of a princess. The more Princess Xiaohua contemplated, the more she felt a chill of dread. She had been deceived by the empress's few words, recklessly returning to the capital, foolishly believing that Jiang Chuyue could be easily manipulated. If she were to offend Jiang Chuyue today, the latter could simply whisper a word in the regent's ear, and he could easily crush Princess Xiaohua. Fuming, Princess Xiaohua demanded,
Zhou Chuan.
"Why did you not warn me sooner?" Zhou Chuan sighed, "I have advised you multiple times, Your Highness, but you chose to ignore my words." Princess Xiaohua noted that Zhou Chuan, usually taciturn, was unusually talkative today. He informed her that Xiao Ji was the regent's right-hand man. Jiang's family was expecting their first child. If anything were to happen to the unborn child, Xiao Ji would harbor even greater resentment towards the royal family and be more loyal to the regent. Princess Xiaohua, awakening from her daze, realized that the Qing kingdom was no longer the same as it was before her departure. A maid brought in refreshing tea to alleviate the heat, and she gulped down a couple of sips to calm her nerves. She reassured herself, the regent's wife cannot be foolish. I intentionally invited Jiang to attend. Surely she will intervene on my behalf. Perhaps she will feign an ailment to send Jiang back to the Xiao residence. Such petty schemes from Princess Xiaohua were easily discernible to any woman of the inner court. Jiang Chuyue would undoubtedly see through it. If she possessed any intelligence, she would certainly send Jiang back to the Xiao residence. The stewardess of the princess's residence entered the main chamber, respectfully reporting, "Your Highness, the regent's wife has arrived. As per your instructions, she has been taken to the lotus pond to enjoy the flowers." Princess Xiaohua hurriedly inquired, "Then Jiang has returned to the Xiao residence?" The stewardess replied, "After a brief conversation with the regent's wife, Jiang entered with great delight." Princess Xiaohua slammed down her teacup in disbelief. How could the regent have married such a foolish wife? She cannot see the banquet I have laid out for her today. The esteemed wife appeared to lack any wit. Pressing her fingers to her forehead, Princess Xiaohua quickly devised a counter-strategy and then commanded the stewardess, "Arrange for a comfortable carriage to safely return Jiang to the Xiao residence." "Yes, Your Highness," the stewardess replied. At the lotus pond of the princess's residence, Princess Xiaohua, who adored lotus flowers, had had a large lotus pond constructed in the backyard by the late emperor, filled with various colors of lotus that she cherished. In the midst of summer, a gentle breeze stirred the verdant leaves, releasing a subtle fragrance. Jiang had shaken off Jiang Chuyue and arrived early at the pond. Within the pavilion, several noble ladies were elegantly fanning themselves while admiring the lotuses. Among them were the esteemed Miss Zhang Guanyun and the mistress of the Zhen Nan Marquette,
Zhao Qinghuan.
Jiang gazed at them with envy. The ladies invited by the princess were almost all of noble birth, each displaying grace and poise as they engaged in refined conversation. Jiang, drawn to the exquisite embroidery on their garments, instinctively straightened her pregnant belly, ready to step into this splendid world as one of them. Just as she took a few steps forward, a eunuch's high-pitched voice announced, "The regent's wife has arrived." At this, the noble women paused, their fans stilled. Jiang Chuyue approached, her scarlet silk gown flowing over the white jade bridge. The ladies all curtsied in unison, greeting, "We pay our respects to the regent's wife." Jiang Chuyue nodded, her voice calm. At the princess's lotus banquet, there is no need for excessive formalities. The scenery here is splendid. Please enjoy the flowers at your leisure. Only then did they disperse. Jiang Chuyue took her seat at a round Wangwali wood table in the pavilion. Zhao Qinghuan approached, taking a seat beside her. Zhao Qinghuan, concealing her face with her fan, gestured discreetly toward Jiang. "Regent's wife, the princess has suddenly returned to the capital and summoned your brother's concubine to the banquet. Is she not openly humiliating the Xiao residents? You must be cautious." Jiang Chuyue replied, "I am aware, but Jiang is impervious to reason." Zhao Qinghuan clicked her tongue. "Ambition without perspective is futile." Jiang Chuyue shifted the topic. "Have you been well since moving out of the Marquette?" Zhao Qinghuan took a sip of tea. "Life has been pleasant away from that filthy place." As for Li Yuanzhou, we'll see how it goes. Zhao Qinghuan had broached the subject of separation several times, but each time, Zhen Marquis would weep and recount his first love for her. Chapter 70. The fool. The Zhen Marquis genuinely cherished Zhao Qinghuan. Many years ago, he had traveled to Jiangnan with the old marquis and, passing by a famous pastry shop, saw the shopkeeper's daughter, Zhao Qinghuan, making fragrant osmanthus cake. Amidst the misty rain and the sweet aroma of osmanthus, she was wholly absorbed in her task, which struck a chord in Li Yuanzhou's heart. He had been enamored with her for years. Later, when he came of age and sought a bride, he shattered 3 teacups in his eagerness and endured dozens of lashes from the elders of his family to gain their consent to marry a merchant's daughter. Unfortunately, on their wedding night, he could not even touch his bride's hand, for urgent news from the northern borders interrupted their union. Zhao Qinghuan set down her celadone teacup. Time reveals a horse's strength, and a heart is known over time. I shall observe him a while longer. As they conversed, Shang Guanyin suddenly hurried over, unceremoniously taking a seat on the Wangwali chair. Leaning closer to Jiang Chuyue, she sniffed lightly. Regent's wife, what perfume are you wearing today? Startled by her sudden approach, Jiang Chuyue replied, what perfume are you referring to? Shang Guanyin's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Is it plum blossom powder or rose essence? Jiang Chuyue responded, it is rose essence. Shang Guanyin's eyes lit up. Ah, it is rose. No wonder it is so elegant. I must try it another day. Jiang Chuyue was taken aback. When had she ever encountered Shang Guanyin, who was not cold and disdainful? Since being saved in Liang City, this willful young lady had changed her demeanor, inviting Jiang Chuyue to admire flowers every few days. Of course, Jiang Chuyue remained vigilant and never accepted the invitations. Zhao Qinghuan raised an eyebrow, inquiring, Miss Shang Guanyin used to have a fierce disdain for the regent's wife. Why the sudden cordiality now? Shang Guanyin replied with a smile. We are all but fallen souls in this vast world. Why must we be at odds? Upon reflection, the regent's wife possesses a kind heart, beauty, and exceptional skills in music and art. I have heard of your remarkable talent in music. I brought my guqin today. Might you grace me with a performance? Zhao Qinghuan was shocked. You brought a guqin to a banquet? Shang Guanyin explained. Well, it is said that your marquis enjoys listening to music. I intend to use my guqin to charm him. Zhao Qinghuan was taken aback. What? Jiang Chuyue was astonished. Really? Shang Guanyin maintained a serene expression, gently patting Zhao Qinghuan's hand. My royal sister has recently taken a fancy to the idea of marrying me off to the Zhen Marquis after you are discarded. But fret not. I have no interest in your marquis. I merely wish to appease my sister's whims. I do not genuinely intend to entice your husband. Zhao Qinghuan's lips parted, but she found herself at a loss for words. Just then, Shang Guanyin caught sight of a figure, with a slight raise of her brow. She turned to Jiang Chuyue, Regent's wife. Is that not Jiang from the Xiao residence? What brings her to the princess's abode? Jiang, with her pregnant belly, was gracefully making her way to the edge of the lotus pond. Clearing her throat and gazing at the blooming lotuses, she deliberately raised her voice. The radiant lotus blooms, rising gracefully from the water. One stem stands alone, casting green shadows, while twin reflections share the blush of red. The commotion caused by Jiang's presence stirred the ladies in the pavilion, drawing their attention. Shang Guanyin, fanning herself, leaned closer to Jiang Chuyue and whispered, Is she reciting poetry in public? Jiang Chuyue replied, her gaze lowered as she sipped her tea. It appears so. Shang Guanyin scratched her head. Does she believe herself to be particularly talented? Jiang Chuyue remarked, Today, Jiang is adorned in finery, her golden hairpin glimmering in the sunlight. She stands at an angle, seemingly admiring the beautiful lotus blossoms in the pond. Jiang, feeling impatient, had previously stood alone at a distance, watching as Jiang Chuyue was surrounded by admiration. Envy swelled within her. Despite sharing a similar background with Jiang Chuyue, why was it that Jiang Chuyue could ascend the social ladder? Becoming the esteemed young lady of the Xiao family, marrying the regent, and being fawned over by noble women? Jiang was unwilling to remain in the shadows. She yearned to showcase her own talents, to prove that she, Jiang Chuyue, was as capable as the carefully cultivated daughters of high-ranking families. Thus, she deliberately approached the pavilion, feigning admiration for the lotus flowers, and composed a poem to display her abilities. She wished to convey to the gathered noblewomen that she was not an ordinary concubine, but a woman of substantial talent. After reciting her poem, silence enveloped the pavilion. One lady noticed Jiang's prominent pregnancy and curiously inquired, "Which family does this lady belong to? She seems unfamiliar." Jiang promptly turned, gently caressing her belly. "I am Jiang of the Xiao family." The ladies exchanged glances. General Xiao has yet to take a legitimate wife, maintaining 10 beautiful concubines. And it was rumored that the favored 10th concubine was pregnant. The women, raised in the confines of their families, quickly deduced the reason for Princess Xiaohua's invitation to Jiang. Most remained silent, wary of the tensions between Princess Xiaohua and the regent's wife. Only one lady in a yellow dress, fanning herself, with a glint of mockery in her eyes, remarked, "Madame Jiang possesses remarkable talent, able to compose poetry on the spot." Jiang, believing she had won the favor of the noble women, smiled slightly. "I have been well versed in poetry since childhood. Composing verses is a mere trifle." "Indeed?" The lady in yellow feigned astonishment. "Could you compose another?" Without hesitation, Jiang recited another poem, lotus leaves swirling in the waves. A small boat glides through the depths of the blossoms. The lady in yellow clapped in approval. Jiang's pride swelled further. Sheng Guanyun, observing from the side, felt her eyelids twitch and whispered to Jiang Chuyue, "That lady in yellow is the third daughter of the chancellor, and she is toying with Jiang. It is a blatant mockery of her, and in effect, a slap to your face." The officials in the capital do not all follow the regent, such as the old chancellor's faction, who remain loyal to the emperor. Jiang Chuyue sighed, summoning Baozhu, "See Jiang off." Baozhu attempted to pull Jiang away, but Jiang stood her ground. Glancing at Jiang Chuyue, she questioned Baozhu, "Is the princess afraid I might steal her spotlight?" Baozhu, exasperated, stamped her foot and whispered, "Aunt Jiang, can't you see that the chancellor's daughter is mocking you?" Jiang insisted, "She appreciates my talent." Unable to budge Jiang, and mindful of her pregnancy, Baozhu returned to Jiang Chuyue's side, deflated. The chancellor's daughter, still enthusiastic, feigned admiration. "Madame Jiang, your talent is splendid. Could you compose yet another?" Jiang pondered for a moment before confidently reciting, "The simple beauty may be deceived by the allure of the blossoms. This flower belongs in the Yao pool." The chancellor's daughter applauded in delight, producing a beautiful embroidered purse and tossing it at Jiang, exclaiming, "Such talent, surpassing even the performances of the theater, deserving of a reward." The purse landed at Jiang's feet with a thud, prompting a chorus of laughter from the surrounding ladies. At that moment, Jiang finally grasped her predicament, frozen in place. Her face drained of color. She had anticipated being the center of attention but had instead become the subject of ridicule. Just as Jiang stood there in a daze, the stewardess of the princess approached, announcing, "Madame Jiang, the princess requests your presence." Chapter 71. The kind-hearted Princess Xiaohua. The lotus pond was no longer a suitable place for Jiang to linger. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she anxiously followed the stewardess away. Upon reaching the front hall, however, the princess did not appear. The stewardess advised Jiang, "Do not take idle gossip to heart." Tears welled in Jiang's eyes. The stewardess continued, "The sun is fierce, and with your pregnancy, the princess has arranged a carriage to take you back to the Xiao residence." Jiang looked up in surprise, quickly expressing her gratitude. "I am deeply thankful to Princess Xiaohua." She had intended to showcase her abilities at the Lotus banquet, but instead had become the laughingstock of the noble women. Now, the princess's thoughtful gesture felt like a timely relief. Following the stewardess out of the princess's residence, they arrived at a lavish carriage adorned with gold and red, guarded by 2 attendants. The stewardess also carried 2 boxes of gifts, saying, "These are snow frog and blood swallow, renowned for their efficacy in nourishing and maintaining health. Sent to you by the princess." Jiang stood still, overwhelmed. The princess had not only come to her aid, but had also provided a luxurious carriage and precious supplements. This level of treatment was hardly befitting an ordinary concubine. Could it be that the princess truly wished to forge a bond with her? Jiang caressed her burgeoning belly, her earlier frustrations dissipating instantly. While those noble women failed to recognize her talents, the princess had an eye for true worth. If she could become close friends with the princess, she would have a reliable ally in the future. With the help of her maid, Jiang climbed into the golden carriage, leaving the princess's residence in high spirits. The stewardess returned to report. Princess Xiaohua, fanning herself, expressed her relief. "At last, this plague is gone." If anything were to happen to Jiang in the residence, it would be difficult to explain to the Xiao family. The stewardess chuckled. "The banquet is ready. Please proceed to the main hall, Your Highness." Princess Xiaohua adjusted her golden phoenix hairpin and departed with a retinue of palace maidens. Zhou Chuan, standing by with his sword, quietly reminded, "Your Highness, do not be overly harsh with the regent's wife." Princess Xiaohua cast him a cool glance, though I may harbor no fondness for her. I must maintain a facade of kindness. Today, I shall treat her exceptionally well as I possibly can. At the lotus pond of the princess's residence, Baozhu hurriedly returned, her forehead glistening with perspiration. Leaning close to Jiang Chuyue, she whispered, "Your Highness, I dispatched someone to keep watch, and Aunt Jiang has safely arrived at the Xiao residence. The Xiao family and the princess's residence are not far apart. It only takes a few turns to get there." Jiang Chuyue paused, her fingers lingering on the teacup's edge, reflecting her furrowed brow. What is Princess Xiaohua scheming? The grand invitation for Jiang and her meticulous arrangements for her return left Jiang Chuyue bewildered regarding the princess's intentions. Moments later, the stewardess from the princess's residence arrived, her face adorned with a perfectly curated smile. "Ladies, the banquet is prepared. Please proceed." Jiang Chuyue steeled herself, ready to face whatever scheme Princess Xiaohua had in store. With Xia Linyuan by her side, she felt unafraid. The lotus banquet was held in the main hall, where a long table of golden silk nanmus stretched across, serving as a flowing feast. The gentle sounds of water accompanied the blooming lotus flowers, while delicacies glided gracefully upon the rippling surface. The sharp voice of the eunuch echoed through the hall. "Princess Xiaohua has arrived." The ladies rose to greet her. Princess Xiaohua, with her flowing sleeves, gracefully took her seat at the head, her gown adorned with phoenixes and peonies, exuding nobility. With a warm smile, she said, "Ladies, please do not stand on ceremony. Take your seats." The ladies complied. The chancellor's daughter, fanning herself, shifted her gaze between Jiang Chuyue and Princess Xiaohua, relishing the closeness between them. She reveled in the impending drama, fully aware of Princess Xiaohua's feelings for the regent. Today's banquet was surely set to be a spectacle. Beside the main seat, Jiang Chuyue remained on high alert. Princess Xiaohua opened her lips slightly, her voice soft yet resonant. "Regent's wife." Upon hearing this, the hall fell silent. Shang Guanyun and Zhao Qinghuan exchanged glances, silently communicating their thoughts. Should the princess insult Jiang Chuyue, they would stand by her side. The chancellor's daughter, gleeful, anticipated the unfolding confrontation. Jiang Chuyue gently traced the rim of her teacup. "What is it?" Princess Xiaohua's captivating gaze sparkled as she smiled and remarked, "I have long heard of the exquisite beauty of the royal consort, yet upon seeing you today, you surpass even the most renowned lotus blossoms in this garden." The princess had often heard praises of the consort's beauty during her time in the royal mausoleum, and indeed, seeing is believing. Caught off guard by such flattery, Jiang Chuyue could only respond, "Your Highness is too kind." Princess Xiaohua, with golden chopsticks adorned with jade, personally served her dishes, expressing, "I hold the royal consort in high esteem. Come, do savor the candied fruits crafted by the imperial chef. They are my favorite delicacy. And this dish, a nest of fine sugar strands, offers a delightful sweetness." Jiang Chuyue felt a pang of concern as Princess Xiaohua remarked, "The royal consort looks rather delicate," which tugs at one's heart. "I shall send you a pair of ginseng from my storeroom to replenish your vitality." The princess continued to show her thoughtfulness, advising, "This soup is rather hot. Please take your time and do not burn your lips." With an effervescent spirit, Princess Xiaohua engaged Jiang Chuyue in conversation, as if they were close sisters. The other ladies present were taken aback, particularly the daughter of the chancellor, who had anticipated a spectacle. Jiang Chuyue was equally bewildered, having prepared herself for a challenging encounter with the princess, only to find her overly warm and devoid of any malice. As the lotus banquet concluded in an oddly harmonious atmosphere, guests began to depart. Princess Xiaohua played her role to perfection, escorting Jiang Chuyue to the Vermilion Gate with a tone reminiscent of long-lost friends. "Royal consort, do visit often. After today, I regret not being able to share candlelit conversations with you." The excessive familiarity left Jiang Chuyue feeling uncomfortable. Such warmth and intimacy were disconcerting. She could not fathom Princess Xiaohua's intentions. What scheme was at play? While lost in thought, the sound of galloping hooves broke the stillness at the end of the street. Xiao Ji, clad in dark attire, rode forth, his cloak billowing as he approached the residence. He dismounted swiftly, his gaze briefly lingering on Jiang Chuyue before he bowed to Princess Xiaohua, saying, "I have seen the princess. Having completed his duties, he had come to retrieve his pregnant wife, Jiang Chuyue, and to check on Jiang Chuyue. Princess Xiaohua cheerfully replied, General Xiao, your timing is quite unfortunate. I noticed the sun's intensity and had already sent your beloved back home. Rest assured, the royal consort and your lady are safe within the princess's estate, without even a strand of hair out of place. No sooner had she spoken than a sudden whistling sound pierced the air. A sharp arrow shot forth, aimed directly at Xiao Ji's heart. Jiang Chuyue gasped and instinctively positioned herself in front of Xiao Ji, exclaiming, Brother, be careful. Quick as a flash, Xiao Ji drew his sword and deflected the projectile, which splintered in two and clattered to the ground. A shard grazed Jiang Chuyue's palm, causing a brief sting. Xiao Ji, gazing at the woman who had shielded him, felt a mixture of tenderness and concern. He gently reassured her, I am unharmed, you foolish girl. Do not recklessly put yourself in danger for me. Jiang Chuyue's face turned crimson, and she quickly concealed the injury on her palm. Stepping back to create distance between them, she silently berated herself, though she had resolved to let go of her feelings for Xiao Ji. Her instinct had compelled her to protect him in a moment of peril. While grappling with her emotions, a chill ran down her spine. As if a serpent were watching her, she turned instinctively to see a luxurious carriage made of ebony wood from the Regent's estate, lurking at the end of the street. The dark curtain was partially drawn, revealing Xiao Linyuan's cold, abyss-like eyes, which pierced through her with a chilling intensity. Chapter 72. When Will You Love Me? The steward of the Wang residence hurried over, bowing respectfully to Jiang Chuyue. The prince happened to pass by and has sent me to escort you back home. Jiang Chuyue tightened her grip on her handkerchief, feeling a twinge of anxiety. As she approached the ebony carriage, she cautiously peered inside. Xiao Linyuan sat enveloped in shadows, his dark robes almost merging with the gloom. With trepidation, Jiang Chuyue entered the carriage. The curtain fell, and the carriage slowly rolled away. Princess Xiaohua stood stunned before the vermilion gate, never expecting that an assassin would dare to strike at the entrance of the princess's estate. Shangguan Yun had not departed. She leaned in, unable to suppress her scorn. The princess's performance is truly remarkable. Blushing with indignation, Princess Xiaohua retorted, Am I so foolish as to send someone to assassinate Xiao Ji and the royal consort in broad daylight? Shangguan Yun chuckled lightly, her tone dripping with sarcasm. It is common knowledge that the princess deliberately invited Jiang Chuyue to the banquet while feigning friendship with Jiang Chuyue. Your intentions are transparent to all. Princess Xiaohua found herself at a loss for words. Although she had once harbored ill intentions, she had abandoned those thoughts after Zhou Chuan's counsel, and today she had made every effort to mend her relationship with Jiang Chuyue. Yet, an assassin had appeared at the gate. Her face flushed crimson as she commanded Zhou Chuan, capture the assassin and interrogate them severely. I wish to know who dares to tarnish the princess's name in broad daylight. Zhou Chuan and the guards of the princess's estate sprang into action, soon bringing in a cloaked assassin. The figure knelt on the floor, addressing Princess Xiaohua, I take full responsibility for my failure in this task and willingly accept my punishment. Princess Xiaohua's eyes widened in disbelief. Who are you? The assassin promptly bit his tongue and died. Now, Princess Xiaohua was beyond redemption. Shangguan Yun mockingly quipped, Oh dear, princess, have you been training assassins? Were you planning to eliminate the royal consort right here, if not for General Xiao's intervention? Princess Xiaohua's complexion deepened with rage. Deliver the body to the Ministry of Justice for investigation. As the guards removed the corpse, Princess Xiaohua stormed back into her estate, the resplendent gates slowly closing behind her. Xiao Ji rode off to the Ministry of Justice to continue the investigation into the assassin's body. The area before the princess's estate gradually quieted, with only Shangguan Yun and Zhao Qinghuan's carriage remaining. As Shangguan Yun prepared to depart, she suddenly heard the rapid approach of hooves. Li Yuanzhou, having learned of the assassin at the princess's estate, galloped over. Dismounting swiftly, he rushed to Zhao Qinghuan, exclaiming, Madam, I heard there was an assassin here. Are you unharmed? Were you frightened? Zhao Qinghuan gently patted his tense hand. I am fine. Yet, Li Yuanzhou remained uneasy, circling his wife to ensure she was unscathed before he exhaled a sigh of relief. With reddened eyes, he softly suggested, Let us go to Fanlu for drinks, to soothe your nerves. As he took Zhao Qinghuan's hand to leave, Shangguan Yun suddenly approached, holding a guqin, blocking their path. She greeted him sweetly. Greetings, Duke of Zhennan. Li Yuanzhou, puzzled, inquired, And you are? Shang Guanyun replied, I would like to play a tune for the Duke.
Li Yuanzhou responda.
Oh. Placing the guqin on the carriage's axle, her delicate fingers glided over the strings, producing a melodious sound. After playing a few notes, she ceased and asked Li Yuanzhou, Duke, would you consider taking a secondary wife? Li Yuanzhou furrowed his brows, shaking his head vigorously. No. I am a married man. My heart belongs solely to my wife. Shang Guanyun chuckled softly, turning to her maid, instructing, inform the Empress that the Duke of Jiannan is steadfast in his affections, and she should abandon any thoughts of winning him over. The maid promptly followed her orders. After a feigned flirtation, Shang Guanyun returned to her carriage. Winking at Zhao Qinghuan as she departed, you are truly fortunate, sister. As the carriage vanished into the distance, Li Yuanzhou scratched his head, muttering, Has that girl lost her mind? In a moment, his expression brightened again as he grasped Zhao Qinghuan's hand. My lady, let us hurry. The drunken goose and braised carp at Fan Lu will be freshly served. Meanwhile, the ebony carriage of the Regent rolled slowly along the street, the sound of its wheels heavy and dull. Inside, the atmosphere was tense. Despite the summer's warmth, the carriage felt shrouded in frost. Xia Linyuan, engrossed in documents, glanced down as the golden sunlight streamed in through the side curtain, casting a warm hue upon his cold, handsome features. Yet, he remained as frigid as ever. Jiang Chuyue sensed that Xia Linyuan was displeased. What could be the source of his anger? In a moment of heated confrontation, Jiang Chuyue, twisting her handkerchief, softly reassured. Your Highness, I am unharmed. Xia Linyuan set aside his documents, extending his long arm to pull Jiang Chuyue close. They were enveloped in an intimate embrace. As he lowered his gaze, his fingertips brushing against the corner of her lips, teasingly. The jade ring on his thumb glimmered coldly. Jiang Chuyue, bewildered by his actions, instinctively recoiled, feeling a tickle on her lips. Xia Linyuan restrained her, compelling her to tilt her head back and endure the kiss, imbued with his suppressed anger. As they returned to the royal residence, Jiang Chuyue felt a sting at the corner of her mouth. The night descended, and an exquisite meal was laid out on the table. While sharing dinner, Jiang Chuyue yearned for conversation, but Xia Linyuan remained silent, casting a pall over the atmosphere. After dinner, as she prepared to change into lighter attire, Xia Linyuan grasped her shoulder, pinning her against a table. Surprised, she exclaimed, Your Highness? He held her left hand, unfolding her palm to reveal a faint red scratch, a remnant of an arrow's splinter. The injury was shallow, barely bleeding, leaving behind a distinct mark. Does it hurt? He inquired. Jiang Chuyue shook her head gently, responding, Not at all. Xia Linyuan gazed intently into her eyes, his voice hoarse. How many more times must you endure for him? The silence enveloped them, the night wind rattling the window panes, while Jiang Chuyue felt a tumult of emotions, as if a hidden truth was on the brink of revelation. Avoiding his gaze, she stammered, Baozhu just brewed some refreshing lotus iced tea. I should check on it. Xia Linyuan would not let her leave. He pressed his thumb against the small wound, causing her to gasp in pain. When will you cease to love Xiao Ji? When will you love me? He demanded, each word laden with desperation. Chapter 73. Quarrel at the end of a long street. Xia Linyuan caught sight of Jiang Chuyue shielding Xiao Ji from an arrow. The vivid image haunted him, jealousy surging like rampant weeds. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated eliminating Xiao Ji, imprisoning Jiang Chuyue within the confines of the royal palace forever. In disbelief, Jiang Chuyue looked at him, her voice trembling, You know? Xia Linyuan sneered, his jade ring glinting in the candlelight. I have long been aware of your feelings for Xiao Ji. Jiang Chuyue felt as though struck by lightning. She had buried her affection for Xiao Ji deep within her heart, hidden from even the astute Lady Xiao. Yet, she never anticipated that she could not conceal it from Xia Linyuan's discerning eyes. As her secret was exposed, a pang of sorrow welled within her, and she averted her gaze, stating, Now that I am married to you, I have long relinquished that past. Xia Linyuan narrowed his dark eyes, Yet you still shield him. Jiang Chuyue fell silent, sitting dazed on the couch, trying to untangle her chaotic emotions. Since being coerced into marrying Xia Linyuan by Xiao Ji, she had bid farewell to her past, harboring no feelings for Xiao Ji. The instinct to protect him had perhaps been a reflex born of familial bonds. Though she loved him no longer, the bond of kinship remained. Xiao Ji was still her brother. If Lady Xiao had been injured by the arrow today, Jiang Chuyue would have unhesitatingly stood in front of her. In a subdued tone, she said, "He is my brother, merely my brother." During her years of affection for Xiao Ji, she had never overstepped her bounds. After marrying Xia Linyuan, she regarded Xiao Ji solely as family. Yet, Xia Linyuan refused to believe her, tightening his grip on her wrist. From now on, draw a clear line with him. He could no longer bear to see Jiang Chuyue hurt for another man. Jiang Chuyue, taken aback, felt tears welling in her eyes. What does it mean to draw a line? To never interact with Xiao Ji again? To sever ties with the Xiao family? Those years of admiration and the salvation found in darkness have now become my most shameful evidence. Xia Linyuan fell silent, observing the glimmer of tears at the corners of her eyes. A sharp pain pierced his heart. He had to concede that he was utterly defeated by this woman. Jiang Chuyue's tears were like a soft blade, cutting through all his harsh words. Silently, she let her tears fall, her voice trembling as she asked, "I once liked Xiao Ji. He saved me from despair, and he has protected me all these years. Must I completely sever ties with him now that I am wed to you? Must I never speak to him again or have any dealings with the Xiao family?" The room fell silent, the maids and servants having retreated outside. Xia Linyuan reached out to wipe away her tears, his voice low. "I only wish for you to love me." Jiang Chuyue looked up at him, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "I understand your feelings, but can love truly be forced?" 3 months prior, Xia Linyuan had been a stranger in her life. Now, he expected her to uproot years of emotion, leaving no remnants, and immediately cultivate new love. Such a demand felt cruel. Jiang Chuyue clenched her sleeves. "Xia Linyuan, do not press me." The room was quiet. Ultimately, Xia Linyuan succumbed to her tearful gaze, saying nothing more, and rose to leave. Moments later, Baozhu tiptoed into the room. Finding her mistress sitting on the edge of the bed, eyes still red. Unaware of the quarrel, she rushed over with concern. "Princess, shall I make you a bowl of calming soup?" Jiang Chuyue wearily shook her head. "No need." She removed her hairpins and sought rest. The summer night was stifling, the gauzy curtains offering little relief. The chorus of insects outside was incessantly irritating, causing her temples to throb. As she tossed and turned, the repressed emotions surged forth once more. Why did Xia Linyuan have to be so domineering? She had entered the royal household and would naturally abide by her duties. Yet he sought to sever even her familial ties? She had married, not forsaken her kin. Unable to sleep, Jiang Chuyue sat up and asked the maid on night watch, "Is the prince staying in the study tonight?" The ice jar in the study had been replenished yesterday, but she wondered if new ice had been delivered. The maid, a cautious behind the screen, replied, "I do not know." Jiang Chuyue contemplated visiting the study, but as her foot touched the ground, she sulked back onto the bed. He could sleep wherever he pleased. If he got heat rash, so be it. Closing her eyes, she prepared to rest. Just as she began to drift off, she suddenly heard the sound of the window opening. The bed shifted slightly, and a familiar cold fragrance enveloped her. Xia Linyuan climbed through the window. Despite their quarrel, they could not be separated at night. Jiang Chuyue feigned sleep, sensing Xia Linyuan drawing near, then felt warmth at the corner of her lips. Startled, she opened her eyes and pushed him away, indignantly stating, "Do not touch me. Are you not tired of thinking of another?" Xia Linyuan replied firmly, "Do not mention him." Jiang Chuyue glared at him. "I will mention him. If the regent is dissatisfied, then let us part ways." Xia Linyuan frowned. "We shall not part." Jiang Chuyue scoffed. "The regent doubts me but refuses to part ways. What does he want?" Xia Linyuan, suppressing his frustration, felt Jiang Chuyue was being unreasonable. "You shielded him. Shouldn't I have my suspicions?" Jiang Chuyue sat up abruptly. "What does shielding mean? I would gladly protect my brother, my grandmother. They are my only family in this world. Should I write a document stating that the next time you are ambushed, I will protect you with my life?" Xia Linyuan gripped her shoulders. "You are being unreasonable." Jiang Chuyue jabbed her finger at his chest, calling his name. "Xia Linyuan, you are simply consumed by jealousy and pettiness." Caught off guard by her words, Xia Linyuan found himself momentarily speechless. Jiang Chuyue had hit the mark. He was indeed overwhelmed by jealousy, driving him to the brink of madness. He yearned to confine Jiang Chuyue within his world eternally, wishing that her luminous eyes reflected only him. Yet, he was acutely aware that Jiang Chuyue could never sever ties with Xiao Jian. Over the years, Xiao Jian had deeply rooted himself in her heart. Xia Linyuan inquired, "When will you truly see me?" Jiang Chuyue retorted, "Am I not observing you daily?" The once serene atmosphere was now rife with discord. Outside the main residence, the night watchmaids feigned ignorance, unwilling to intervene in the escalating quarrel. Baozhu arrived, drawn by the commotion, and overheard the heated exchange within. Her heart raced with anxiety. "Your Highness, that is the Regent. How can you dare to argue with him?" Baozhu recalled the early days when Jiang Chuyue was overly cautious, fearful of offending Xiao Ji, the living embodiment of death. Yet, in less than 3 months, she now dared to confront the prince. As Baozhu wrestled with her thoughts, the main door burst open, revealing Jiang Chuyue with reddened eyes, angrily commanding, "Prepare the carriage."
Ah?
"Where is your Highness going?" Baozhu asked. "To the Xiao residence. I am going to visit my grandmother." Chapter 74. Returning home always aligned with Jiang Chuyue, Baozhu immediately nodded in sympathy upon seeing her tearful eyes. "Of course. I will prepare the carriage at once." No one dared to obstruct her. The moonlight enveloped Xuke Street as the black carriage rolled over the long, cobbled path towards the Xiao residence. Inside the Showan Hall of the Xiao family, the lights blazed. Madame Xiao and Xiao Jian were in the midst of discussion. Xiao Jian sipped his tea and remarked, "Grandmother, Jiang has returned safely and even received a reward from Princess Xiaohua. There is no need for concern." Madame Xiao, who had been at the Stone Sutra Temple, rushed back to the capital upon hearing of Jiang's summons to the princess's residence. She pressed her brow in worry. How could a princess invite a concubine to a banquet without reason? Are you truly so blind to the underlying motives? Xiao Jian set down his teacup, his brow furrowing. But Jiang said that Princess Xiaohua treated her kindly and even sent a carriage for her return. How is that a hardship? It is clear that the princess wishes to cultivate a good relationship with our family. Madame Xiao replied, "This must be a result of Princess Xiaohua's desire to avoid trouble and her sudden change of heart. You, who have spent years on the battlefield, cannot comprehend the intricacies of the inner household, and I understand that. But how can Jiang not see the situation clearly?" Confusion crossed Xiao Jian's face. Observing his bewilderment, Madame Xiao sighed deeply. "You should rest for now." As the night deepened, an elderly maid brought Madame Xiao a calming tea. "Weary in body and spirit," she sighed. "In the capital, which noble family does not raise a daughter with a sharp mind? Jiang, like a frog in a well, ultimately proves inadequate. Her talents pale in comparison to those of true noble women. If only she were humble and eager to learn, I might invest some effort in her upbringing. Yet, she is impatient and ambitious beyond her means." Madame Xiao, aged and lacking the energy to manage the myriad affairs of the Xiao household, murmured to herself while sipping her calming tea, "It is essential for Xiao Jian to marry a legitimate wife." An attendant beside her asked, "Madam, do you not intend to elevate Jiang to the position of wife?" Madame Xiao shook her head slowly. A rightful matriarch must possess an open heart and manage the household. Jiang is unworthy. Once she bears a child, she may remain as a noble concubine. Just then, a young maid hurriedly lifted the curtain and entered. "Madam, the second miss has returned and has already entered the house." Madame Xiao was taken aback, hastily setting down her teacup and stepping outside. Under the hazy moonlight, Jiang Chuyue approached, wrapped in a cloak. She rushed into Madame Xiao's embrace, calling grandmother. Madame Xiao felt a mix of surprise, joy, and concern as she gently stroked Jiang's thin back. "I am here. Come inside with me." An elderly maid brought Jiang Chuyue her favorite pastries, and other attendants replaced the incense with a delicate lotus fragrance. The candlelight flickered brightly, revealing Jiang's swollen eyes. Madame Xiao frowned. "Child, why are you crying? Did the regent bully you?" Jiang replied, "Not exactly." Unable to convey the full reason to Madame Xiao, she vaguely mentioned a quarrel with Xiao Ji. Madame Xiao felt a pang of sympathy, grasping Jiang's hand gently. "If life becomes unbearable, I will personally deliver a divorce letter to the regent." Jiang forced a smile and tugged at her grandmother's sleeve as she had in her childhood. "No divorce. I simply wish to take a few days to calm down." "Grandmother, may I sleep beside you tonight?" Madame Xiao chuckled. "Of course you may. First, go wash your face to refresh yourself." Once Jiang Chuyue went to freshen up, Madame Xiao immediately summoned Baozhu for questioning. Madame Xiao quietly asked, "What was the cause of the quarrel?" Baozhu wrung her hands, responding honestly, "Today." Upon returning from the princess's residence, the prince seemed displeased. They quarreled twice this evening, and unable to bear it, the princess returned to the Xiao residence. Madame Xiao inquired, "Did the regent lay a hand on my granddaughter?" Baozhu shook her head. "He did not. The prince treats the princess quite well." Madame Xiao was left bewildered. If the couple usually got along so well, what could have sparked the quarrel? She was even more astonished that the formidable Regent Xiao Linyuan could argue with his wife, and that her usually docile granddaughter dared to stand her ground. Having experienced such matters herself, Madame Xiao understood that disagreements among newlywed couples were commonplace. Sometimes, airing grievances was far healthier than bottling them up. A heated exchange could lead to greater clarity. As night enveloped the world, an elderly maid brought in a silk quilt. Jiang Chuyue nestled against Madame Xiao, closing her eyes, and soon fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, Jiang Chuyue returned to her courtyard, untouched since before her marriage. Concerned, Madame Xiao feared that Jiang might secretly weep alone in the room, and she went to visit her. Entering through the moon gate of the courtyard, Madame Xiao spotted Jiang seated at her old Zeton desk, diligently writing, her expression serious, showing no trace of the tears from the previous night. Madame Xiao stepped inside, glancing at the words Jiang had penned, where hints of financial dealings could be discerned on the stationery. Madame Xiao's suspicion grew. "What are you writing?" Jiang looked up with a smile. "Grandmother, I am managing the affairs of the regent's residence. I am noting down arrangements to send someone to deliver them to the housekeeper." Though she did not wish to return to the regent's residence just yet, she could not neglect her duties as the lady of the house. The necessary tasks must be completed. As for Xiao Linyuan, Jiang preferred to keep her distance for a while to allow herself to regain composure. Madame Xiao had intended to comfort and accompany Jiang, but seeing her granddaughter handle the household matters with such poise filled her with a sense of pride. Her granddaughter was growing up, slowly becoming a competent matriarch. Madame Xiao refrained from interrupting, instructing her servants to bring in 2 ice jars to help alleviate the heat, and quietly departed. In the afternoon, as the heat intensified, Baozhu rushed in carrying 2 boxes of account books. "Your Highness, the account books from the prince's residence have arrived." Jiang Chuyue opened the books, instructing Baozhu, "The Minister of Rights family has welcomed a daughter. Prepare a set of solid gold longevity locks as a congratulatory gift. Also, Xiao Linyuan's black gold riding boots have come undone. Have the embroideress mend them." "Understood," Baozhu replied. As she was about to leave, Jiang suddenly called her back. "Do not mend the boots. Let him continue to wear them." "Very well." After completing her review of the account books, Jiang stretched and sipped some green tea to refresh herself. A gentle breeze wafted through the courtyard, the green leaves of the begonia tree swaying, casting a dappled shade in the sunlight. Holding a delicate porcelain teacup, Jiang gazed out at the verdant scenery, as if transported back to the leisurely days before her marriage. Just as she took a couple of sips of tea, a maid's voice announced from outside, "Your Highness, Jiang requests an audience." Chapter 75. Without a trace, Jiang Chuyue held her teacup, not lifting her gaze. "I shall not see her." The maid withdrew, blocking Jiang at the door. Jiang Chuyue continued sipping her tea when a maid entered the courtyard and announced, "Your Highness, General Xiao has arrived." Jiang Chuyue paused her drinking, lifting her gaze to see Xiao Ji striding through the moon gate, the crimson dragon pattern on his dark official robe dazzling in the sunlight, accentuating his striking features. Xiao Ji, with genuine concern, inquired, "Xiao Yu, I have heard you had a disagreement with the regent. Has he mistreated you?" Jiang Chuyue shook her head. "He did not mistreat me." Xiao Ji let out a soft sigh as he settled onto the rosewood chair beside her. "I know that Xiao Linyuan is not an easy person to deal with. Just bear with it for now. When the opportunity arises next year, you may consider separation." Jiang Chuyue remained silent. Xiao Ji urged her to stay at home for a while longer and then brought up the assassin from the previous day at the princess's residence. That assassin took his own life on the spot, and we could not trace his origins. The Dali Temple is investigating the weapon he used for the assassination. Perhaps there will be a lead. Jiang Chuyue asked, "Was he sent by Princess Xiaohua?" Xiao Ji replied, "Princess Xiaohua lives in luxury and has a distant relationship with the current emperor. She lacks the means to hire assassins." This seems more like a frame-up, an attempt to sow discord between the Xiao family and the princess's residence. After conversing for a while, Xiao Ji stood to leave. At the moon gate of the courtyard, Jiang Shi lingered, having been denied an audience with Jiang Chuyue earlier, but refusing to give up. As Xiao Ji exited, Jiang Shi eagerly linked her arm with his. Xiao Ji's expression softened as he gently caressed Jiang Shi's burgeoning belly. Jiang Shi smiled coyly, casting a fleeting glance back at Jiang Chuyue, her eyes glinting with subtle provocation. Jiang Chuyue watched their departing figures for a long time. In the past, witnessing Xiao Ji's affectionate interactions with his concubine would have made her heart ache. However, now, she pressed her hand against her chest, feeling almost no pain at all. The fleeting dreams of youth had awakened. The ice and snow melted away, leaving no trace behind. In the long corridor of the Xiao residence, Jiang Chuyue clung to Xiao Ji's arm, beaming as she said, "I am 5 months along now, and I can faintly feel the baby moving in my belly." Xiao Ji responded, "It must be a lively child." As they turned a corner, Jiang Chuyue suddenly sighed. Her voice tinged with grievance. "I heard that the second young lady has returned to the Xiao residence, and I wanted to visit her and chat. But I was stopped at the door by her maid. It seems I am unworthy." Jiang Chuyue deliberately complained, hoping to sway Xiao Ji to her side. After all, it was quite rude to refuse a pregnant woman entry. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ji halted his steps and turned to tell Jiang Chuyue, "Xiao Yu is now a noble princess. You must not regard her as just the second young lady." Jiang Chuyue was momentarily taken aback, her tone laced with grievance. "But I merely wished to reminisce with the princess." Xiao Ji replied, "Your statuses are vastly different. If she does not wish to see you, do not provoke her displeasure." Jiang Chuyue's nails dug into her palm, brimming with resentment. She never anticipated that even after Jiang Chue's marriage, Xiao Ji would still unconditionally side with her. Despite her myriad grievances, Jiang Chuyue forced a tender smile. "I understand. I will not disturb the princess anymore and will focus on nurturing the baby in peace." Xiao Ji nodded. "That is very well. Return to your quarters now. I must head to the training grounds." He ordered someone to escort Jiang Chuyue back to the east courtyard before riding off to the training grounds. Jiang Chuyue, with a cold expression, walked slowly towards the east courtyard. She caressed her rounded belly, muttering, "Married to the Regent for less than 3 months. Yet she fled back to her family in the dead of night. Her life in the royal residence must not be easy. What good is being a princess if it merely sounds precious?" Jiang Chuyue speculated that Jiang Chue's days in the royal residence were undoubtedly challenging. After all, the regent was ruthless and cold-hearted. A delicate young lady like Jiang Chuyue would surely struggle under the demands of such a formidable figure. Contemplating this, Jiang Chuyue's mood lightened, and she hummed a tune as she returned to the east courtyard. At the Ministry of War training grounds, after the Xuanwu army finished their drills, they returned to their camps. Xiao Ji wiped the sweat from his forehead and caught a glimpse of Xia Linyuan emerging from a tent clad in black. Xiao Ji approached him, speaking tersely, "Brother Linyuan, even if Xiao Yu has upset you over trivial matters, do not hold it against a young lady." Xia Linyuan regarded Xiao Ji with growing disdain. In terms of appearance, power, and feelings for Jiang Chuyue, he surpassed this man in every way. Yet, Jiang Chuyue seemed to hold onto her feelings for Xiao Ji. "I have not held it against her," Xia Linyuan replied nonchalantly. Xiao Ji, oblivious to the tension, clapped him on the shoulder. "Do not be deceived by her delicate appearance. She is as stubborn as a mule." Xia Linyuan gritted his teeth. "I know." He had experienced this firsthand last night. She even dared to mention separation. Was she not a stubborn mule?
Xiao's gaze shifted.
Noticing the black gold riding boots on Xia Linyuan's feet, the seams frayed and askew. Xiao Ji chuckled. "You should replace those shoes. They are in tatters." Xia Linyuan unsheathed a long spear from the weapon rack. "Care for a spar?" Xiao Ji raised an eyebrow. "Bring it on." In the sweltering summer heat, the sounds of clashing blades and wooden staffs echoed through the training grounds. That night, Jiang Chuyue accompanied old Madame Xiao for dinner in the Showen Hall. The Zetan round table was laden with Jiang Chuyue's favorite dishes. Though her weight had not decreased, old Madame Xiao insisted that Jiang Chuyue eat more to strengthen herself. Outside the curtain, an old maid announced, "Old Madam, the general has arrived." Old Madame Xiao promptly said, "Quickly, prepare an extra set of chopsticks." Xiao Ji entered. Lifting the curtain, Jiang Chuyue inadvertently looked up and nearly dropped her jade chopsticks. Old Madame Xiao was even more astonished. "What happened to your face?" Xiao Ji appeared disheveled, with a ghastly bruise on his cheekbone and dried blood at the corner of his mouth. He seemed to have a wound on his waist as well, limping slightly as he walked. With great effort, he sat down and casually remarked, "Grandmother need not worry, it's just some minor injuries from training. I will be fine by tomorrow." For a military general, injuries were an everyday occurrence. Jiang Chuyue asked, "Who inflicted such severe wounds?" Xiao Ji waved his hand dismissively. "Who else but Xia Linyuan? I do not know what got into him today. He was hitting me with all his might." Jiang Chuyue felt a jolt of alarm, fully aware that Xia Linyuan must have intentionally engaged in a fierce contest with Xiao Ji to vent his frustrations. She quickly asked, "Brother, did Xiao Linyuan sustain any injuries?" Xiao Ji paused his movement to rub his waist, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. He replied solemnly, "In the training grounds, there is no distinction of rank. We were evenly matched, so I suppose he will have a restless night as well." Jiang Chuyue frowned inwardly. Old Madame Xiao handed a bowl of hot soup to Xiao Ji. "Eat your dinner first, and later let the steward bring you some soothing ointment." Xiao Ji nodded and focused on his meal. After dinner, Jiang Chuyue left Shoan Hall and returned to her small courtyard. The summer night was stifling, and she settled in the pavilion to cool off. The begonia flowers in the courtyard had withered, leaving only lush green leaves and shadows on the ground. Baozhu found a large handful of plump lotus pods and sat on a small stool, peeling the lotus seeds. Jiang Chuyue leaned back in her rattan chair and picked up a green lotus pod to peel as well. Just then, a young maid hurried towards the moon gate, holding a silk lantern. "Your Highness, Steward Xia from the palace has arrived." Chapter 76. Captured back to the royal residence, Jiang Chuyue halted her actions of peeling the lotus pod. "What does he want?" The maid replied. "Steward Xia said that the prince was injured during today as sparring at the training grounds, with bruises all over his arms and unable to lift them. Unfortunately, the medicinal paste in the royal treasury has run out, and the imperial hospital has no stock left. Steward Xia specifically came to request some of the blood-activating and bruise-reducing medicinal paste from the Xiao residence." It was evident that Xiao Linyuan needed the ointment. He had fought with Xiao Ji during the day, and both had been injured. Jiang Chuyue opened a lotus seed, removing the bitter core. "Go to the warehouse and fetch 2 boxes of the medicinal paste to give to Steward Xia." The maid hesitated for a moment before softly asking, "Your Highness, will you not return to the palace to see him?" Jiang Chuyue replied firmly, "I will not go." The maid wanted to say something but ultimately could only retreat slowly. Jiang Chuyue resumed peeling the lotus pods, her thoughts drifting far away. Xiao Linyuan and Xiao Ji both hail from military families, having trained in martial arts since childhood. It is not unusual for them to engage in sparring, sustaining minor injuries along the way. With Xiao Linyuan's robust physique, he could slay a tiger without breaking a sweat. Any talk of bruised and swollen arms that cannot be lifted, or claims of a lack of supplies at the imperial hospital, surely must be exaggerated. A ruse to lure her back home. As night enveloped the entrance of the Xiao residence, a maid emerged, handing over the medicinal ointment she had retrieved from the storeroom to Manager Xia. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Manager Xia peered into the courtyard. Perplexed, "Has the princess not yet come out?" The maid shook her head, replying, "The princess said she would not return." Manager Xia pressed, "Did you inform the princess that the prince's arms are bruised and cannot be lifted?" The maid responded, "I relayed the message, but the princess does not believe it." With a bitter smile, Manager Xia took the ointment and departed. Upon returning to the royal residence, he found Xiao Linyuan still awake, poring over documents in the study. Manager Xia respectfully presented the ointment. "Your Highness, the ointment has been procured." Xiao Linyuan raised his gaze. "She has not returned?" Manager Xia cautiously suggested, "Perhaps the princess will return in a couple of days." Xiao Linyuan's expression hardened like frost. As the night deepened, Manager Xia quietly withdrew. Under the moonlight, Xiao Linyuan returned to the main house, which felt desolate, without the slender figure that would often be found reading by the window. He sat on the edge of the bed, his silhouette elongated and solitary in the candlelight. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of moon-white silk peeking from the seam of the sandalwood wardrobe. He pulled out the fabric, recognizing it as a piece of Jiang Chuyue's undergarment, smooth to the touch, adorned with an embroidered design of koi fish frolicking amidst lotus flowers. The faint fragrance lingering among the silver-threaded blossoms enveloped him. With a shadowed gaze, he gently laid the garment on the pillow, quickly succumbing to sleep amidst the familiar scent. 2 days passed, yet Jiang Chuyue remained preoccupied with matters in the Xiao residence. Unwilling to return, Xiao Linyuan spent 3 lonely nights, the solitude deepening his melancholy, instilling fear among the court officials. That night, Manager Xia brought calming tea into the study and reported on Jiang Chuyue's activities. "Your Highness, today the princess accompanied the elderly Lady Xiao to the Stone Sutra Temple to offer incense, returning to the Xiao residence at dusk." Xiao Linyuan's knuckles rapped the table, the jade ring glimmering coldly. "Is she planning to reside permanently in the Xiao residence?" Manager Xia ventured cautiously, "Forgive my boldness, Your Highness, but the princess shielding General Xiao from arrows does not necessarily signify anything untoward." Xiao Linyuan gestured for him to continue. Manager Xie bowed and stated, should an assassin strike, I would certainly risk my life to protect my master. It is the duty of a servant, devoid of any romantic sentiment towards your highness. Xia Linyuan remained silent. Manager Xie turned to the sentinel at the door. Xianing, if an assailant were to attack the prince, would you bravely shield him with your own life? Xianing responded firmly, I would not hesitate to sacrifice myself. Manager Xie then inquired, but do you harbor feelings for the prince? Xianying's eyes widened in shock, and the weapon clattered to the ground as he nearly fell to his knees, exclaiming, no, absolutely not. Your Highness, please see clearly. I harbor no such inclinations. Xia Linyuan appeared contemplative. Manager Xie placed the prepared tea on the table. Humans are not mere plants, who can be devoid of feelings. The princess and General Xiao have lived together in the Xiao residence for many years. Their bond is profound. It is only natural for the princess to protect General Xiao in times of peril. Xia Linyuan drank deeply from the cool tea, recalling Jiang Chuyue's words from that evening. He rose from the study. On a sultry summer night, the moonlight bathed the courtyard in a silvery glow. As Manager Xie led the way with a lantern, Xia Linyuan walked towards the main house, when suddenly he heard muffled sobs emanating from the depths of the courtyard. Manager Xie shouted in the direction of the sound. Who is crying? Moments later, a sobbing chef emerged, tears streaming down his face. Manager Xie, puzzled, asked, why are you crying in the courtyard at this hour? The chef dropped to his knees, tears flowing freely, choking out, I know I was wrong, but my wife ran off with someone else. I am heartbroken and hiding here to weep. Manager Xie, somewhat familiar with the chef, asked curiously, but you and your wife have always been affectionate. Why has she left? The chef wailed, I suspected she had someone else. We quarreled 2 days ago, and she returned to her mother's house. I thought giving her some time would make her realize her mistake. Instead, she eloped with her cousin. The chef was inconsolable. Manager Xie, weary, replied, all right, go on now. The chef, still weeping, departed. Just as Manager Xie prepared to escort Xia Linyuan back to the main house, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Turning, he found Xia Linyuan's face as cold as a frozen pond, darkness swirling in his eyes. In the Xiao residence, Jiang Chuyue lay on the icy, white jade mat, struggling to sleep. 3 days had passed without seeing Xia Linyuan, and alone in the spacious bed, she felt an unsettling emptiness around her. To her surprise, she found herself missing him. As this thought crossed her mind, she frowned, recalling the argument they had. She was angry at Xia Linyuan for not trusting her, for his domineering nature, and for raising his voice at her. Jiang Chuyue lay there, eyes closing, when suddenly she heard the window creak open, a breeze wafting in. She recognized the familiar footsteps. Jiang Chuyue's eyes flew open. She discerned it was Xia Linyuan approaching. The moonlight outlined his tall figure clearly. Sitting up abruptly, she pulled back the curtain. What are you doing here? Before she could finish her sentence, she was enveloped in his warm embrace. Xia Linyuan lifted her effortlessly, leaping over the high walls of the Xiao residence and onto a swift black steed waiting in the courtyard. The horse galloped away, and Xia Linyuan whisked Jiang Chuyue back to the royal residence under the cover of night. Chapter 77. Acknowledging faults. The Regency Prince's residence lay shrouded in night. As the intricately carved doors of the main house closed behind them, Xia Linyuan carried Jiang Chuyue inside, laying her gently on the bed. Jiang Chuyue kicked off her embroidered shoes and quickly wrapped herself in the silk quilt, curling up in the corner like a cat, her bright eyes glaring at Xia Linyuan in annoyance. The room was dimly lit by a single candle, casting a warm glow over the bed. Xia Linyuan stood at the edge, his figure half hidden in shadow. They gazed at each other in silence, the candlelight flickering as if holding its breath in the charged atmosphere. Jiang Chuyue's eyes began to ache from staring, and as she contemplated feigning sleep, Xia Linyuan unexpectedly spoke. I acknowledge my faults. Jiang Chuyue's body froze mid-motion. Straightening up, she nearly questioned her own hearing. She had expected his late-night return to culminate in another argument or continued silence. Instead, the powerful regent spoke those 2 words before her. Xia Linyuan's silhouette was partly shrouded in shadow, his voice piercing through to Jiang Chuyue's ears. I was too eager to possess you. Jiang Chuyue was taken aback. Xia Linyuan continued in a low tone. When I said to distance yourself from Xiao Ji, it was not to sever ties with the Xiao family. Jiang Chuyue's lips parted slightly, unsure of how to respond. Xia Linyuan swallowed hard. I was angry that you shielded Xiao Ji from arrows. 3 parts of my feelings were jealousy, and 7 parts were fear. Leaning closer, he locked his dark gaze onto the curled-up figure of Jiang Chuyue. Have you considered what my life would be like if you had perished that day beneath the assassin's arrow? Jiang Chuyue's eyelashes fluttered, her heart warmed by the sunlight of his words, dissolving the grievances and bitterness she had felt over the past few days. After a moment of silence, she lowered her gaze, clutching the silk quilt tightly, and spoke softly. I also have faults. The old feelings resurfaced like fine needles, making it impossible for her to hide. Unsure of how to confront Xia Linyuan, she had stubbornly returned to the Xiao residence to hide away. Xia Linyuan's voice resonated deeply and slowly. From now on, Xiao Ji shall only be your brother. Jiang Chuyue nodded. I understand. Xia Linyuan. And I shall be the only husband you have for the rest of your life. Jiang Chuyue, I know. Outside the room, a maid timidly inquired, Your Highness, do you and the princess require hot water for bathing? Suddenly, Jiang Chuyue recalled that a few days prior, Xia Linyuan had fiercely sparred with Xiao Ji at the training grounds. She softly asked, Your Highness, do you still have any bruises from the match? Xia Linyuan's heart trembled. He grasped the silk quilt and tugged lightly. Wrapped in the silk quilt, it smoothly came before him. Xia Linyuan cupped Jiang Chuyue's face. The flickering candlelight cast a picturesque beauty beneath its glow. He murmured, The wounds have long healed. His low, husky voice dissipated against her lips as he kissed her. The silk quilt slipped away. Jiang Chuyue, dazed from the kiss, grasped the pillow with her delicate fingers, only to suddenly pull at the slick fabric. Instinctively, she tugged, revealing her moon-white garment, now wrinkled from the pull. Stunned, she held up the garment before Xia Linyuan, exclaiming, How did my clothing end up on the pillow? Xia Linyuan chuckled softly, his voice deep. When unable to sleep alone, one always needs a token to ease their longing. Jiang Chuyue's face flushed. Xia Linyuan caressed her lips and asked, Is that acceptable? Jiang Chuyue, having experienced her monthly cycle, nodded slightly. As the candles burned low, the moonlight poured in, illuminating the room. Exhausted, Jiang Chuyue felt a flicker of regret. Had she known, she wouldn't have provoked Xia Linyuan, the living embodiment of a fierce king. Eventually, she lost track of time and drifted into a hazy slumber. In a dreamlike state, she vaguely heard Xia Linyuan's voice, strong yet tinged with vulnerability. He implored, Jiang Chuyue, love me just a little more. The summer days dawned early, and the chirping birds filled the green trees in the courtyard. Jiang Chuyue, drowsy, opened her eyes. After a moment, her senses gradually returned. She heard the steady rhythm of breathing. Still held tightly in Xia Linyuan's embrace, she turned her head to find his handsome, serene face just inches away. In the past, Xia Linyuan always rose before her, yet today, he remained in peaceful slumber. The bed curtains hung down. An array of sunlight slipped through the seam, casting a soft golden light upon his nose. In the dim light, Jiang Chuyue secretly studied Xia Linyuan's face. His usually icy demeanor appeared remarkably gentle in the morning glow. With high cheekbones and a strong jawline, he resembled a lion with its claws sheathed. Jiang Chuyue found herself entranced, gazing for quite a while. Noticing the prominence of his nose, she playfully reached out and poked it. Then, she pinched it lightly. Xia Linyuan suddenly opened his eyes, his deep, dark gaze locking onto hers. Caught off guard, Jiang Chuyue quickly withdrew her hand. Xia Linyuan firmly grasped her wrist, asking, Why not continue? Embarrassed, she pulled her hand away vigorously. Get up, I'm hungry. Servants brought in hot water for bathing. And Xia Linyuan gently lifted the drowsy Jiang Chuyue and placed her into the tub. Observing Xia Linyuan's triumphant demeanor, she felt a wave of discontent. Leaning over the edge of the tub, her voice hoarse, she called, Your Highness, come here. Xia Linyuan approached. Do you still feel unwell? Jiang Chuyue replied, Extend your arm. Raising an eyebrow, Xia Linyuan complied. Jiang Chuyue grasped his arm, lowered her head, and attempted to bite down on his arm with all her might. However, her strength was insufficient. Having missed breakfast and lunch, and considering Xia Linyuan's robust physique from years of martial training, even with all her effort, she could only leave a faint mark. Xia Linyuan chuckled softly. His fingers grazed her swollen lips. Your arm is too thick. Next time, princess, choose a thinner spot to bite. Suddenly, recalling something, Jiang Chuyue's face flushed crimson, and she indignantly retorted, Shameless. In the palace, within the crimson walls, Princess Xiaohua's palanquin slowly traversed the stone path toward Kunning Palace. Accompanied by the stern guard Zhou Chuan, she asked, "Has the Dali Temple uncovered the identity of that assassin?" Zhou Chuan replied, "There are no leads yet." With a nonchalant flick of her fan, Princess Xiaohua sighed. "No leads are, in fact, the biggest lead. To train such a capable assassin, there are only a handful of individuals in the entire country of Manqing. With rumors circulating that I, the princess, am merely crying thief while being the thief myself, I feel deeply wronged. If she truly possessed the ability to train deadly assassins, she would have long since dethroned that person sitting on the dragon throne and claimed it for herself, instead of idly wasting 5 years in the imperial mausoleum. Yet, the capital buzzed with rumors that during her 5 years in the mausoleum, she had secretly raised an army and amassed power. Heaven knows, during those 5 years, she had merely enjoyed music and art, riding horses, and reveling in her freedom. Raising an army? She lacked the energy for such power plays. After a spell of frustration, Princess Xiaohua suddenly recalled the whispers circulating in the capital. She queried Zhou Chuan, "Has the regent's wife returned to the manor?" Zhou Chuan confirmed, "She has returned." Princess Xiaohua clicked her tongue, her imagination running wild. "I just returned to the capital, and the regent's wife is already making a fuss to return to the Xiao manor. Could it be that she is jealous and was cast out by Xiao? Zhou Chuan's lips twitched slightly. The princess is overthinking. Annoyed, Princess Xiaohua glared at Zhou Chuan. "You blockhead, can't you say something sweet to appease me?" Zhou Chuan remained silent. The palanquin came to a steady halt before Kunning Palace, where the Empress personally stepped out to greet her, ushering Princess Xiaohua inside with a warm smile. The palace maids presented fragrant snow bud tea, and after some polite exchanges, the Empress shifted the conversation. "Xiaohua, both the Emperor and I are concerned about your marriage. You are now at the age of 20, and we cannot afford to delay." With a leisurely breath, Princess Xiaohua blew away the tea foam and casually replied, "Who does your highness and the Emperor intend to choose as my husband?" The Empress smiled. "It is known throughout the capital that you have affections for the regent. Why not betroth you to him as a secondary wife, fulfilling your ardent desires?" Princess Xiaohua leisurely finished her cup of tea, placing it on the table, and suddenly chuckled lightly. "Your highness, do you take me for a fool?" The Empress's smile faltered. Princess Xiaohua toyed with her fan. Xiao Ji and Jiang Chuyue were attacked at the gates of the princess's manor, and shortly after, rumors spread that I would become the secondary wife of the regent. "Your highness, does this not solidify my guilt in the assassination of Xiao Ji?" Feigning ignorance, the Empress responded, "You are overthinking, Xiaohua. The Emperor and I are naturally considering your lifelong happiness." Princess Xiaohua's lips curved slightly. "Your highness, I do have feelings for the regent, but I am not so desperate as to demean myself for an ill-fated union. There are many men in this world. I shall surely find someone better than the regent." She was capable of loving Xiao, but was equally capable of letting go. The Empress wished to persuade her further, but Princess Xiaohua, growing impatient, rose. "Do not use me as a stepping stone in the struggle between the Emperor and the regent." With that, Princess Xiaohua strode away. The Empress, seated in the main hall, felt her smile fade like a receding tide, a cold smirk forming on her lips. She is not easily deceived. Palace maid Chunlan hurried into the hall, whispering to the Empress, "Your Majesty, the regent's wife returned to the manor today." The Empress raised an eyebrow, her smile dripping with sarcasm. "She is indeed willful." Just after Princess Zhaoyang's return to the capital, Jiang Chuyue fled back to the Xiao manor in a fit of anger. Surely, she is consumed by jealousy. Jealousy, the root of many troubles. Would Xiao, a man of such stature, tolerate a woman who constantly wallowed in envy?
Chunlan mocked.
The regent married her merely to win over the Xiao manor. She truly believes herself to be the mistress of the palace. How utterly ridiculous. The Empress pondered. Jiang Chuyue's jealousy may serve as a point of leverage, perhaps driving a wedge between the regent and the Xiao manor. This presents a splendid opportunity that must be carefully planned. Meanwhile, Princess Xiaohua, seething with anger, chose to walk to the palace gates rather than ride in her palanquin. Frustrated, she exclaimed, "A secondary wife? How astonishing it is that they would conceive such a notion. As a princess of noble lineage, how could I, the illustrious one, share a husband with another woman?" Zhou Chuan closely followed behind her, listening to Princess Xiaohua's incessant complaints. At the corner of the imperial garden, Sheng Guanyun was leaning against the railing, admiring the lotus flowers. Upon seeing Princess Xiaohua approaching, She leisurely curtsied, saying, "Your servant greets the princess." Princess Xiaohua replied with annoyance. "What are you doing here?" Shangguanyun gently brushed her fingers over the jeweled flowers in her hair, smiling. "I came to see the empress today. And before leaving the palace, I found the scenery in the garden delightful, so I stayed to appreciate the flowers." "Oh dear, princess, you seem unwell. Are you upset that the assassin dispatched to eliminate the regent's wife failed to do so?" Her words dripped with sarcasm. Princess Xiaohua's almond-shaped eyes widened in indignation. "I did not attempt to assassinate the regent's wife." Shangguanyun scoffed. "A thief crying stop thief. You returned to the capital precisely to marry the regent. Yet you managed to drive the regent's wife back to her family." Princess Xiaohua retorted, "You little yellow-haired girl. You speak nonsense." Just then, a eunuch's announcement rang out from a distance. "The emperor has arrived." Shangguanyun's face turned pale, and she hurriedly took 2 steps back, nearly bending her neck to her chest. Panic surged within her. The empress had clearly stated that the emperor had been sequestered in the Yangxin palace for days. How could he suddenly appear in the imperial garden? The emperor, dressed in a bright yellow robe, approached leisurely, his hands spinning 2 white jade walnuts that clacked together. Princess Xiaohua had always harbored disdain for this brother of hers. Forcing a smile, she said, "Brother." The emperor, holding the walnuts, spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. "I heard from the empress that you do not wish to marry the regent?" Princess Xiaohua replied sullenly, "I do not wish to marry. Last night, both my father and mother appeared in my dreams, lamenting the loneliness of the royal tomb and yearning for their children. You, brother, are burdened with state affairs and have no time to pay your respects. I will return to the royal tomb in due course to fulfill my filial duty." Silence enveloped the garden, the wind rustling through the leaves. The emperor scrutinized Princess Xiaohua for a long moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. "Very well. With a good sister like you, no one can accuse me of being unfilial." The emperor said no more, twirling the white jade walnuts in his hands, preparing to leave the imperial garden. Shangguanyun, shrinking her neck, lowered her head even further. She trembled at the thought of the emperor, known for his lecherous nature, often abducting beautiful women to torment in the palace. The empress, aware of the emperor's notorious behavior, would only summon Shangguanyun when the emperor was away. Shangguanyun kept her head bowed low, but from the corner of her eye, she saw that familiar yellow figure slowly pass by her. She breathed a sigh of relief. However, to her shock, the emperor halted, his nostrils flaring as he caught a faint, familiar fragrance. Such a familiar scent, he mused, recalling a beautiful lady who had once left behind a pouch filled with 10 taels of silver. The fragrance lingering on that pouch was reminiscent of what he now detected. The emperor turned back to face Shangguanyun, narrowing his eyes. "Lift your head." Chapter 79. The tyrannical Emperor Shangguanyun felt a chill run through her. She never expected the emperor to return, stopping right in front of her, his bright yellow dragon-embroidered boots halting at her feet. It was common knowledge in the capital that any woman favored by this tyrant would either be imprisoned as a plaything or worse, meet an untimely demise. The thought of the withered, pitiful women in the harem made her tremble in fear. The emperor was known for his violent and lustful tendencies. If he sought to seize her, the empress would be powerless to save her. "How dare you hesitate to answer the emperor's inquiry?" A eunuch scolded loudly from the side. Shangguanyun's delicate body trembled. She could only straighten her neck and slowly raise her head. The youthful emperor's complexion was pale, dark circles under his eyes betraying his indulgence, his gaze devoid of life and filled with malice. He scrutinized Shangguanyun's face, his murky eyes lingering like a serpent's tongue. The emperor appeared slightly disappointed. She was beautiful indeed, but not the one he sought. He leaned closer to Shangguanyun, almost brushing against her neck. "You smell delightful. What fragrance do you wear?" Her heart raced as his warm breath grazed her ear, and she stammered, "Your Majesty, it is rose essence." She had been enamored with the fragrance worn by Jiang Chuyue and had paid a handsome price for the rose essence crafted by merchants from Goryeo, using it daily. The emperor pondered. "Ah, rose essence. No wonder it is fragrant, yet not overpowering, leaving a delicate trace." He assessed Shangguanyun's features. While they did not match the unparalleled beauty he sought, she was still quite lovely, her youthful flesh wrapped in that scent that haunted his dreams. The emperor swallowed hard, his desire stirring. It had been many days since he had indulged in fresh delights. This tender figure, carrying the scent of roses, was to his liking. "Bring her to me," he commanded. Princess Xiaohua suddenly stepped forward, affectionately grasping Shang Guanyun's trembling arm. Dear sister, did you not just mention wanting to visit the royal residence of the regent? My carriage is waiting at the palace gate. Shang Guanyun immediately understood, her voice barely above a whisper. Yes, I would not dare to go back on my word. Princess Xiaohua's eyes sparkled as she turned to the emperor. Brother, you must attend to state affairs. It is getting late, and my sister and I wish to visit the regent's residence. The emperor's malevolent gaze flickered between the two. Princess Xiaohua's smile was radiant. Brother, in the capital, Shang Guanyun is my sole confidant. Before I return to the royal tomb to fulfill my filial duties, I wish to reminisce with her. The emperor narrowed his slanted eyes, hesitating for a moment before finally turning away with a wave of his sleeve. Only when the yellow figure had completely vanished did Shang Guanyun collapse, nearly losing her balance. Princess Xiaohua clicked her tongue, lifting her chin with the handle of her fan. Weren't you sharp-tongued when mocking me? Now, faced with the emperor, you appear no more than a timid mouse encountering a cat. Shang Guanyun rubbed her tear-stained eyes, her voice still trembling. Thank you, princess, for saving my life. Princess Xiaohua's lips curled into a slight smile. Come, let us visit the regent's residence together. In Kunning Palace, the fragrance wafted elegantly from the gilded incense burner. The empress was diligently reviewing palace documents when the maid Chunlan rushed in to inform her of the emperor's encounter with Shang Guanyun in the garden. The empress nearly dropped the document in shock. Chunlan reassured her, Your Majesty, do not worry. The emperor merely spoke with the young lady and showed no signs of affection. The empress, frantic as an ant on a hot pan, clenched her knuckles white. I have served the emperor for many years. I know his temperament well. If he is not interested in a woman, he would never engage her in conversation. The fact that he sought out Shang Guanyun indicates he has developed improper intentions toward her. Obtaining Shang Guanyun was merely a matter of time. The empress, having only one younger sister, cherished her dearly and wished to see her married to a powerful and suitable husband. Shang Guanyun was innocent and naive. She must not fall into the emperor's clutches. Maid Chunlan suggested, why not hasten to arrange a betrothal for the young lady? If she is married, perhaps the emperor will lose interest. The empress shook her head. A betrothal? Do you think the emperor is a ruler who values propriety and honor? Just last year, the newlywed bride of the Astronomical Observatory's envoy was abducted by the emperor less than half a month after her wedding and met a tragic end in a temple. The old officials were left to clean up the mess before word could leak out. The empress regretted her decision to summon Shang Guanyun to the palace today. She needed to swiftly extricate her sister from this peril. Tapping her fingers against the armrest of her phoenix throne, she suddenly commanded Chunlan, bring in Qiushuang. Before long, a timid maid dressed in plain clothes knelt on the ground. Qiushuang was a newly appointed maid from a humble background, having entered the palace to help support her family. The Internal Affairs Bureau recognized her diligence and assigned her to Kunning Palace for cleaning duties. Qiushuang knelt tremulously. Your servant did not know why the empress summoned me. What are your orders? The empress instructed, lift your head. Qiushuang complied, revealing a delicate face strikingly similar to Shang Guanyun's, evoking a sense of pity. The empress was pleased, saying, You are quite lovely. Being a maid is indeed beneath you. I shall elevate you to the rank of a maidservant to serve the emperor tonight. Qiushuang's face turned ashen. She bowed deeply, pleading, I beseech the empress to show mercy. I come from humble beginnings. How could I serve the emperor? I already have someone I care for, who awaits my return to marry me. I implore the empress to show kindness. The empress's expression hardened. That is not for you to decide. Take Qiushuang away and prepare her for the emperor. Too coarse, maids promptly restrained Qiushuang. As the desperate cries of the young palace maid gradually faded away, the empress pressed her forehead and returned to her main seat. Sending a woman resembling Shang Guanyun to the emperor's bedside could temporarily divert his attention and buy time for Shang Guanyun's predicament. By the way, how are the arrangements at the Ministry of War? The empress inquired of Chunlan. Chunlan respectfully replied, Everything is in order. We can only wait for the regent to take the bait. The empress smiled slightly. I am curious to see how long that jealous princess can endure this time. At the regent's residence, Princess Xiaohua and Shang Guanyun paid a visit, where Jiang Chuyue received them in the main hall. Upon noticing Shang Guanyun's swollen eyes, Jiang Chuyue expressed surprise. Miss Shangguan, why are you in tears? Shang Guanyun twisted her handkerchief and recounted the events in the imperial garden. With a lingering sense of dread, she said, The emperor seems to be quite fond of the scent of the powder I wear. It terrified me. Fortunately, Princess Xiaohua assisted me, allowing me to narrowly escape a calamity. Seeing her in distress, Jiang Chuyue hurriedly sent someone to bring Shang Guanyun her favorite pine nut candy to soothe her nerves. Princess Xiaohua played with a hand fan in her hand and sighed, "Do not rejoice too soon. My royal brother is perverse and violent. Once he sets his sights on something, he will find a way to possess it." Shang Guanyun nearly choked in fear, poking at her own face. "My appearance is not of exceptional beauty. Does the emperor truly desire to ruin me for a fleeting novelty?" Princess Xiaohua sighed and said to Shang Guanyun, "Once my royal brother has taken an interest, even if you marry another tomorrow, he will still drag you into his dragon bed. When he tires of you, he will toss you out of the palace." Chapter 80. A new affection for the prince. Shang Guanyun wept bitterly, collapsing into Jiang Chuyue's embrace. Jiang Chuyue looked down at the distraught Shang Guanyun, offering gentle pats on her back. She turned to Princess Xiaohua and asked, "Do you have any good strategies, Your Highness?" Princess Xiaohua leisurely sipped her tea and replied, "There are 2 solutions." Jiang Chuyue pressed, "Please speak plainly, Your Highness." Xiaohua continued, "The first solution is to have your husband, the regent, kill my royal brother, thus solving everything at once." Jiang Chuyue and Shang Guanyun were taken aback. Princess Xiaohua has always harbored disdain for this royal brother. At times, she secretly wished the regent could be a bit more ruthless and simply eliminate him. Handing the kingdom to Xiao Linyuan would be far better than leaving it to her brother. The second solution, Princess Xiaohua continued, is for Miss Shangguan to be married far away, to the northern or southern borders. Shang Guanyun wiped her tears, feeling heavy-hearted. She did not wish to marry yet. The emperor, though foolish and cruel, still held sway in the court, as many obstinate old ministers continued to support him. Simply because he was the last male heir of the Liu dynasty, the sole legitimate bloodline. No matter how grave the emperor's mistakes were, these old ministers diligently covered for him. It now seemed that marriage was the only option left. Shang Guanyun sobbed, recalling the time she had once conspired with the empress to send Jiang Chuyue to the emperor's side. Now, the boomerang had returned to strike her, and she realized how absurd and cruel she had once been. Jiang Chuyue comforted her, saying, "When soldiers arrive, we shall defend. When water comes, we shall block it. Do not worry." Shang Guanyun nodded through her tears, her gaze catching the dark circles under Jiang Chuyue's eyes and the lingering red marks on her wrist. Wiping her nose, Shang Guanyun choked out, "My lady, did the regent strike you again yesterday?" Jiang Chuyue awkwardly replied, "No, not at all." Shang Guanyun sighed, "Do not hide it from me. I can see it. Life is hard for women in this world. We are all pitiful beings." Jiang Chuyue discreetly adjusted her sleeve to hide the red marks on her wrist. Last night, Xiao Linyuan had not struck her. He had simply tormented her. During the latter half of the night, as she struggled to escape, he had pulled her back by the ankle and bound her wrists with soft silk. Growing increasingly reckless in his methods and positions, all of which he employed upon her. It was truly excessive. Hearing this, Princess Xiaohua quickly explained, "I did not return to the capital to compete for a man with you. I merely wished to see what sort of person can marry the regent. In a while, I plan to return to the royal mausoleum for some peace, so do not be jealous of me anymore." Princess Xiaohua felt 3 parts admiration and 7 parts respect for Xiao Linyuan. She appreciated his formidable tactics and was grateful for how he could restrain the court's antiquated ministers, saving the faltering Qing kingdom. Jiang Chuyue was perplexed. "I have not felt any jealousy towards the princess." Princess Xiaohua waved her hand. "It has spread far and wide that the regent's wife is in a fit of jealousy and has returned to her family." After 3 rounds of tea, as the 3 of them continued their conversation, the atmosphere gradually became more lively. Princess Xiaohua's gaze often drifted to Jiang Chuyue's face, which, illuminated by the bright sunlight, appeared exceptionally beautiful, her skin glowing like fine jade in the light filtering through the window. Princess Xiaohua felt an urge to reach out and touch her face. Unable to contain herself, Princess Xiaohua finally asked, "Which shop does the lady use for her rouge? Your complexion looks truly splendid." Jiang Chuyue smiled and replied, "It's the new jade face cream from Fan Lu." Shang Guanyun's mood brightened, and she chimed in. Fan Lu not only sells food and snacks but also cosmetics and fine fabrics. They even have a moisturizing face balm that smells delightful. As their excitement grew, the trio decided to move to the side room to see Jiang Chuyue's cosmetics in person. Princess Xiaohua also noticed the paintings and calligraphy on the table, which were all Jiang Chuyue's casual sketches, showcasing her natural talent. Princess Xiaohua admired her secretly. As dusk fell, Shang Guanyun and Princess Xiaohua reluctantly took their leave. At parting, Princess Xiaohua held Jiang Chuyue's hand and said, "I shall return another day to learn the art of eyebrow painting. Do not hide anything from me. You must teach me everything." Jiang Chuyue smiled in agreement, watching the carriage disappear at the end of the long street. As the moon rose above the willow treetops, the night deepened. Baozhu assisted Jiang Chuyue in removing her hairpins and ornaments. Suddenly, Jiang Chuyue's gaze fell upon the rose-scented powder in her cosmetic box, and she recalled Shang Guanyun's words from earlier that day. The emperor was quite interested in the fragrance that lingered on Shang Guanyun. An unsettling emotion swept through Jiang Chuyue's heart, as if a lurking beast was watching her from the shadows. Jiang Chuyue instructed Baozhu, "Please put away the rose-scented powder. I shall use the white plum blossom essence from now on." Baozhu promptly replied, "Certainly. I will take care of it right away." Time flew by, and several days passed in an instant. Recently, Xia Linyuan had been busy with affairs at the Ministry of War. The domestic situation in the Qing kingdom was stable, but disturbances continued to arise at the borders. The northern Yu cavalry frequently descended southward, while the southern Shu kingdom also showed signs of restlessness. He often returned home late at night. Sometimes, when he missed Jiang Chuyue too much, he would ride back to the residence, pulling Jiang Chuyue close for kisses and embraces, sharing tender moments before hastily departing again. Jiang Chuyue, too, was not idle. She had to manage the internal affairs of the prince's residence and attend various banquets and social gatherings. In order to restore Xia Linyuan's reputation, she spared no expense in supporting the Stone Sutra Temple, developing a new courtyard on the temple's rear mountain to shelter homeless orphans. One afternoon, Jiang Chuyue inspected the newly constructed courtyard in the rear garden. The late summer foliage remained lush and vibrant, with maids wielding silver scissors busily pruning the flowers. As she turned the corner of the corridor, Jiang Chuyue said to Baozhu, "The prince has been staying at the Ministry of War lately. It is cool at night, so please fetch 2 sets of silk bedding to send over." Baozhu nodded repeatedly. As Jiang Chuyue crossed the long corridor, she suddenly overheard 2 maids in the courtyard speaking loudly. "Is it true that the prince is hiding someone at the Ministry of War?" "Yes, my brother saw it clearly. It's a girl as beautiful as a flower. No wonder he isn't returned home for days. He must be planning to take a new concubine." Jiang Chuyue paused beneath the corridor, her gaze falling upon the 2 unfamiliar faces. Recently, the prince's residence had constructed 2 new courtyards, and due to a lack of manpower, the steward had specifically bought around 10 new maids. Baozhu cleared her throat and announced loudly, "The princess is here." Instantly, the garden fell silent, and several maids hurriedly knelt on the ground. Baozhu pointed at the 2 gossiping maids and scolded fiercely, "What filthy talk are you 2 engaging in under the bright sky? If you do not wish to work, I will sell you both off directly." The maids were so frightened that they did not dare to utter a word. Jiang Chuyue's lips curled into a slight smile, seemingly intrigued, as she inquired of the maid, "Pray tell, from where did you learn that the prince has concealed someone in the public office?" The maid knelt on the ground, hesitating, before finally stammering, "My brother serves as a servant in the Ministry of War and has seen the prince in the company of a beautiful woman every night. However, my brother is known for his tall tales, and his words should not be taken to heart, esteemed princess." Chapter 81. Seduction. The maid finished her trembling account, leaving the courtyard in a sudden silence. Baozhu cautiously observed Jiang Chuyue's reaction. Jiang Chuyue maintained her usual demeanor, her elegant willow-like brows unfurled, revealing no hint of emotion. Baozhu cleared her throat and admonished sternly, "Since you are aware of your brother's penchant for fanciful tales, refrain from spreading such sordid gossip within the estate." The maid promptly kowtowed an apology. "I am in the wrong. I shall never dare again." Jiang Chuyue cast a glance at the unfamiliar faces in the garden, her brow furrowing in contemplation. Xia Linyuan had been preoccupied with official duties and had not returned for several days. It was too coincidental for such rumors to emerge at this time. Clearly, someone was fanning the flames. Jiang Chuyue found it peculiar that the steward of the prince's residence, typically astute and shrewd, would allow such a blatant oversight. She issued an order for all newly purchased maidservants to be confined in the back courtyard for thorough scrutiny. Those with dubious identities or unclear backgrounds were to be sold and expelled from the estate. The guards of the prince's residence acted swiftly and decisively. 2 hours later, after a meticulous examination of the 10 or so maidservants, 5 were indeed found to have questionable identities. The steward summoned an experienced interrogator and had these individuals sold on the spot. In the Ministry of War's conference hall, a grand map of the nation lay at the center of the table. Xia Lingyuan sat in the main seat, discussing strategies for repelling enemies at the border with several officials and generals. As the sun began to set and the sky darkened, the primary decisions were made, and the other officials departed, leaving only Xiao Ji and the Marquis of Zhennan, Li Qinzhou, with him. Xia Lingyuan remarked, "The northern border is guarded by Jiang Chuyue, so there is no immediate concern. However, the southern frontier has long been without a capable general."
Upon hearing this,
Li Qinzhou's expression turned serious. "That mere small state of Nanchu dares to infringe upon our Qing's borders? I volunteer to march south to confront them." Among the few capable warriors in the Qing nation, Marquis Li Qinzhou was notably exceptional. The Li family had deep ties with Nanchu. Li Qinzhou's grandfather had once led a campaign to secure the southern borders, achieving a resounding victory against the Chu army, which had greatly pleased the late emperor, who conferred upon him the hereditary title of Marquis of Zhennan. With such a formidable ancestral legacy, Li Qinzhou was determined not to tarnish his family's reputation. Xia Lingyuan replied, "The time is not yet ripe." After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ji informed Xia Lingyuan, "Nanchu is, after all, a small nation with limited military strength. The forces of Beiyu are strong and formidable. I fear Qin Siyu may not be able to hold her ground alone. I can assist her in defending the northern borders at any time." Xia Lingyuan nodded, agreed. Following their discussion, Xiao Ji and Li Qinzhou took their leave. Xia Lingyuan could not yet return to the prince's residence. The mountain of paperwork from the 6 ministries awaited his attention. He worked tirelessly until nightfall when Xian Ying entered the inner chamber to report, "Your Highness, the princess has discovered issues with that batch of maidservants." Xia Lingyuan paused in his actions. "How has she dealt with it?" Xian Ying replied, "The princess ordered a thorough investigation of the maidservants' backgrounds and had those with unclear identities sold off. She also punished the steward for his oversight in purchasing them." Xia Lingyuan inquired, "Did she hear those idle rumors?" Xian Ying affirmed, "The princess did hear them." Xia Lingyuan tapped his fingers lightly on the table. "And what else?" Xian Ying, puzzled, asked, "Is there more?" Xia Lingyuan pressed, "Did the princess exhibit any jealousy? Did she harbor any doubts? Did she come to the public office to seek justice?" Xian Ying shook his head. "No. The princess trusts the prince's integrity." In truth, the steward of the prince's residence had discovered the infiltration of spies among the newly purchased maidservants and intended to inform the princess, but Xia Lingyuan had intercepted him. He wished to see whether Jiang Chuyue would heed the divisive remarks of the spies. He would have preferred Jiang Chuyue to feel a twinge of jealousy, perhaps even travel far to the public office to catch him in a compromising situation. Yet, Jiang Chuyue harbored no suspicions of him. A complex emotion stirred within Xia Lingyuan. Jiang Chuyue's trust in him left him both gratified and vexed. Xian Ying, standing respectfully, inquired, "Your Highness, will you return to the prince's residence tonight?" Xia Lingyuan glanced at the towering stack of documents on his desk, pressing his finger to his forehead. Tomorrow. He had not returned to his residence for several days, yearning to keep Jiang Chuyue close at hand. His longing surged like a tide, and his desires were stifled, thwarted by the weighty responsibilities of state affairs. Clenching his teeth, he grew increasingly resentful of the reigning emperor. If only the emperor were a ruler of ambition and wisdom, he would not have burdened Xia Lingyuan with such heavy state matters, leaving his newlywed wife alone at home. His ire extended to the 2 small nations of Nanchu and Beiyu, which had chosen to stir trouble during his 3-month marriage, a most detestable timing. The flickering candlelight illuminated the inner chamber brightly as Xia Lingyuan penned his responses to the documents. The moonlight enveloped the courtyard when a maid, carrying warm tea, approached the inner chamber with her head bowed. She discreetly adjusted her garments, tucking stray wisps of hair behind her ear, then stood at the threshold, her voice gentle and respectful. "Your Highness, the evening tea has arrived." Xia Lingyuan did not look up. "Bring it in." The maid stepped lightly into the room. She risked a glance, quickly surveying the regent, who was engrossed in his work. Clad in a black robe, the candlelight cast shadows on his sharp features, his fingers holding the vermilion brush distinct as a predator lurking in the dark. The maid felt a wave of nervousness wash over her as she knelt beside the table, expertly pouring the tea. Presenting the teacup, her wrist, deliberately exposed, gleamed more lustrous than jade as she softly offered, "Your Highness, please enjoy the tea." Xia Lingyuan set down the documents, casting a sidelong glance at the cup of tea. The exquisite celadone teacup held clear, fragrant water. The maid knelt by the desk, her head bowed, revealing a slender, fair neck, her attire accentuating her delicate figure, exuding a faint fragrance of white plum blossoms. Xia Lingyuan did not touch the cup. After a prolonged moment, the maid, feeling the ache in her knees, raised her beautiful face, timidly asking, "Your Highness, is the tea I brewed unsatisfactory? Do you not wish to drink it?" Tears shimmered in her eyes as she spoke, poised to fall, evoking a sense of pity. Leaning against the rosewood bench, Xia Lingyuan's gaze turned icy. "What have you added to the tea?" The maid's blood ran cold. Having painstakingly secured a position as a servant in the Ministry of War, she believed she had obscured her intentions, only to be seen through by Xia Lingyuan at a glance. Trembling, she feigned innocence. "Your Highness, this is the soothing tea from the back kitchen of Jiangnan, infused with wuding leaves and chrysanthemums, light in flavor and beneficial for the spirit." Xia Lingyuan rubbed the jade ring on his thumb, calling, "Xianing." In an instant, Xianing appeared as if summoned by a specter. A sharp blade emerged, its keen edge poised at the maid's throat, slicing through her skin, blood trickling down the blade. Pale with fear, the maid fell to her knees, trembling as she pleaded, "Your Highness, spare me." Chapter 82. The prince is drugged. Xianing barked, "Speak the truth." The maid, terrified, hastened to reveal her intentions. She had once been the head courtesan of the West Street Chu Pavilion, earning money to support her ailing mother. Recently, she had entertained a mysterious noble who offered her 1,000 taels of silver, instructing her to masquerade as a servant in the Ministry of War and seek an opportunity to seduce the regent. Though she initially resisted, the noble threatened her mother's life, forcing her into this perilous situation. The maid trembled in fear. "I dare not deceive. The tea also contains a seductive elixir to entice your Highness. I am but a pawn in this scheme." Xia Lingyuan raised his hand. "Take her away for further investigation." Immediately, 2 shadow guards appeared, escorting the weeping maid away. Xianing approached the table, intending to remove the tea, but Xia Lingyuan commanded, "Do not touch it." Xianing was left in confusion. Xia Lingyuan lifted the small celadone teacup to his nose, inhaling the faint aroma of tea mingled with a hint of medicinal scent. He drained the cup in one gulp. Xianing's expression turned pale with alarm. "Your Highness, there is something amiss with this tea. The maidservant said it contains an aphrodisiac. How could you drink it?" Xia Lingyuan caressed the obsidian ring on his finger, a smile playing on his lips. "I am aware." Xianing hesitated. "Should we summon the imperial physician?" Xia Lingyuan replied, "No need." Xianing, glancing around anxiously, suddenly turned ashen and stumbled back 2 steps. "Your Highness, I am unfit for such affairs." Xia Lingyuan shot him a glare. "Return to the Wangfu and inform the Wangfei that I have been drugged." Xianing, "Understood. I shall go at once." He swiftly disappeared into the night, utilizing his lightness of foot. At the regent's residence, the night was heavy. In front of the dressing table, Baozhu was assisting Jiang Chuyue in removing her makeup. Jiang Chuyue took off an earring and instructed Baozhu, "Tomorrow, consult with several stewards of the Wangfu. We must meticulously scrutinize everyone entering and exiting, ensuring no spies are given the chance to infiltrate." Baozhu, "Yes, I'll take care of it." After finishing her makeup removal, Jiang Chuyue donned a thin nightgown and comfortably lay back on her bed. In recent days, Xia Lingyuan had been preoccupied with affairs outside, leaving her to enjoy her solitude. Just as she was about to drift into sleep, Baozhu's anxious voice broke the silence. "Wangfei, Lord Xianing has returned. He says it is urgent." Jiang Chuyue sprang up, hastily donning her outer garment as she exited the main room. Xianing, visibly distressed, exclaimed, "Wangfei, the Wangye has mistakenly consumed a potent drug. The situation is dire. I implore you to come." Jiang Chuyue, startled, asked, "Is he poisoned? Have you summoned the imperial physician?" Xianying's gaze faltered. "It could be considered poisoning. But the Wangye refuses to call for physician. He only wishes to see you." Jiang Chuyue was perplexed. Why would he refuse medical help? What was transpiring? She ordered Baozhu, "Quickly fetch an antidote from the storeroom and prepare the fastest horse." The night wind rustled as Jiang Chuyue, clutching the antidote, galloped swiftly toward the Ministry of War. It was not far, and the streets were deserted at night. She soon arrived. After revealing her identity, she hurried to the inner chamber at the back courtyard. Due to Xia Lingyuan's esteemed position, The ministry had a separate courtyard for his rest. Jiang Chuyue rushed in and pushed open the door to the inner chamber, Wang Ye. Before she could finish, a scorching hand grasped her, pulling her into darkness. The room was unlit, with the cool moonlight streaming through the window. Jiang Chuyue fell into a warm embrace, and she tilted her head to see Xiao Ji's condition in the moonlight. He appeared unwell, his body heated, clothes disheveled, with a burning desire evident in his dark eyes, as if a wild beast were about to consume her whole. Jiang Chuyue touched his feverish face, bewildered. What poison is this? Xiao Ji's breathing intensified. Love poison. Before she could react, he abruptly lifted her off the ground. The newly laid bedding was soft. Jiang Chuyue fell onto the bed, her hairpin falling loose and her raven locks cascading around her. Days of longing had built into an overwhelming tide, and Xiao Jian could no longer contain himself. Jiang Chuyue, overwhelmed, was left in tears. The autumn night wind rattled the window panes, and the courtyard was alive with the sound of insects. Within the room, muffled sounds of uncontrollable passion echoed, their fervent love enveloped in the moonlight, lingering long after. The following day before dawn, Jiang Chuyue felt as if her waist had been crushed under a wheel. She struggled to sit up. Xiao Jian had already risen, preparing to apply a white medicinal ointment to her wounds. Jiang Chuyue recoiled, clutching her legs, her loosely fitted garments fluttering. No need, I can manage. Her voice was hoarse. Xiao Jian chuckled softly, gazing at her swollen lips. It seems I was reckless last night. Jiang Chuyue's face flushed. I am thirsty. He promptly poured a cup of warm water and offered it to her. She drank eagerly, the warmth soothing her throat. Jiang Chuyue inquired, Have you discovered who drugged you? Such despicable methods. Xiao Jian replied, There is no need for investigation. The mastermind behind this is already known to me. I will handle this matter myself. Breakfast is being prepared in the kitchen and will be brought in shortly. Jiang Chuyue did not wish to dine in the ministry's inner chamber, nor did she want anyone to know of her ordeal with Xiao Jian. Gathering her strength, she kicked him and attempted to rise, but her legs wobbled as soon as they touched the ground. Xiao Jian steadied her, helping her don her clothes, but the scattered garments were torn and tattered, leaving her exposed to the chill. Jiang Chuyue, furious, bit his arm in frustration. Xiao Jian found a thick cloak and wrapped it around her. Smiling gently, You should return to the Wangfu and rest. The jade carriage was already waiting at the back courtyard gate. Jiang Chuyue slipped inside, feeling like a thief. She had not slept well the previous night, as Xiao Jian's vigor seemed insatiable, leaving her barely able to close her eyes until the early hours. The carriage was lined with soft cushions, and as Jiang Chuyue leaned against the carriage wall, her eyelids fluttered shut, surrendering to sleep. Before dawn, the streets were still and empty, and the carriage moved slowly along the long street. From a tower above, a young nobleman, drunk, leaned against the intricately carved window. The emperor had sneaked out of the palace for several days, reveling in wine and merriment. As dawn broke, he opened the window for fresh air, and in the dim light, he spotted a carriage discreetly moving down the street. The morning breeze ruffled the carriage curtains, revealing Jiang Chuyue's sleeping visage, her profile resting against an embroidered pillow, strands of hair cascading near her crimson lips, rising gently with each breath, reminiscent of a spring blossom in slumber. The emperor, peering through the window, was instantly captivated by the enchanting sight. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, gripping the window frame in disbelief. It is her. The effects of his hangover vanished in an instant, his heart racing furiously. The emperor was overwhelmed with excitement. He stepped onto the windowsill, preparing to leap from the third floor to reach her. Young master, stop. A startled waiter burst into the private room, terrified that the wealthy young man intended to jump. The waiter lost his grip on the wine jug, rushing forward to grasp the emperor's waist. The emperor kicked out in frustration, shouting, Get away. The waiter, terrified, held on tightly, pleading, Young master, life is long. Do not act rashly. If you must leap, go elsewhere. Do not die here, it will ruin our business. The commotion drew the attention of other waiters, who rushed in, pulling the emperor back into the room and firmly shutting the window. The emperor, dizzy from a night of drinking, felt weak, his mind still preoccupied with the beauty he longed for, mustering all his strength to push them away. Stumbling out into the empty morning street, he realized the carriage had already vanished. Standing in the crisp morning air, a smile slowly crept across his lips. She must be in some residence in the capital. Once again, He had missed the chance to encounter the beauty. Yet he felt no disappointment. Instead, his interest only intensified. The breathtaking beauty had become an obsession in his heart. Resolute, the emperor vowed to claim her for himself. His life, though seemingly extravagant and boundless, lacked anything truly his own. The imperial seal on the throne was inherited, the dragon chair a gift from the regent. And the court officials never regarded him as a true emperor. Only the silhouette behind that carriage curtain felt like a gift from the heavens, one that was meant solely for him. In Kuan-Ning Palace, several palace maids entered the sleeping quarters, carrying water and flowers to attend to the empress's morning routine. The empress, lazily covering her mouth to stifle a yawn, inquired, "What is the situation at the Ministry of War?" The palace maid Xunlan furrowed her brow and quietly reported, "Your Majesty, the plan has failed. Our spies sent to the Ministry of War have been captured, and the servants we placed in the regent's residence have all been sold off." The empress flung her hairpin to the ground in frustration. Instantly, the entire court of palace maids prostrated themselves in fear. The empress scolded, "Useless." Her meticulously crafted scheme to sow discord between the regent and Jiang Chuyue had been thwarted before it could even be set in motion. The regent's power was growing, bolstered by the commanding presence of General Xiao Ji of the Xuanwu army and the valiant female General Jiang Chuyue. Even the recently returned Marquis of South, Li Qinzhou, had unhesitatingly aligned himself with the regent. The empress understood that it was only a matter of time before the regent would overthrow the royal family of the Qing kingdom. Should he ascend the throne, the entire Shangguan family would surely face annihilation. "Your Majesty, something terrible has happened." A maid rushed into the chamber in panic. The empress cast a cold glance. "What is the matter? Why the commotion?" The maid knelt on the ground. "Your Majesty, the Shangguan estate has caught fire." The empress gasped, her vermilion hairpin clattering to the floor. "Is my father or sister hurt?" The maid, sweating profusely, replied, "Neither master nor miss has been harmed, but the fire in the storeroom is raging and hard to extinguish. It is likely to destroy a significant amount of property." The empress's fingernails nearly dug into her flesh. She knew without a doubt that this was a retaliation from Xia Linyuan. Jiang Chuyue was merely a pawn in a marriage alliance. How could the regent resort to such extreme measures to protect her? The more Xia Linyuan cared for Jiang Chuyue, the more the empress felt a pang of resentment. She stared at the crescent-shaped bloodstain in her palm, a flicker of darkness passing through her eyes. The fire at the Shangguan estate began in the storeroom and quickly spread, affecting the elder Shangguan, who was resting in the main house. When the blaze was finally extinguished, half of the estate lay in ruins, with the wealth piled high in the storerooms almost entirely consumed. The capital's officials investigated thoroughly, ruling out arson and concluding it was merely a case of autumn dryness igniting by divine will. Thus, the fire at the Shangguan estate became fodder for gossip among the common folk of the capital. What a splendid fire! The land deeds that old thief seized are now nothing but ashes. How much silver has the Shangguan family hoarded over the years? A fire to cleanse it all is a delight to the people. It was said that when the fire reached the main house, Lord Shangguan was caught in the act with his 18th concubine, escaping in a state of undress, an utter farce.
Ha!
A divine fire to punish the corrupt. Tonight, I shall drink to celebrate. News of the Shangguan estate's blaze naturally reached the regent's residence. That night, Jiang Chuyue tossed and turned in her silken quilt, unable to sleep. Xia Linyuan extended his long arm, pulling the restless Jiang Chuyue into his embrace, his breath warm against her ear. "Sleep now." Jiang Chuyue poked his chest. Unable to restrain her curiosity, "Was the fire at the Shangguan estate you're doing, my lord?" "Indeed," Xia Linyuan replied. The empress's faction was like grasshoppers after autumn, constantly stirring up trouble. This time, they had even attempted to use seduction to disrupt the bond between Xia Linyuan and Jiang Chuyue. How could he tolerate such an affront? Burning half of the Shangguan estate served as a warning. Jiang Chuyue muttered, "What if the Shangguan family retaliates?" "Perfectly fine. We shall extinguish them in one fell swoop," Xia Linyuan stated matter-of-factly. Jiang Chuyue was taken aback. Truly, the regent's methods were straightforward. As fatigue overcame him, Xia Linyuan drew Jiang Chuyue closer, wishing to rest. However, Jiang Chuyue suddenly sat up, draping a coat over herself and descending from the bed. She instructed the maid on night watch outside. "Go inform the guards on duty to increase the number of guards at the storeroom to 5 and check the water tanks 3 times daily." The maid noted each instruction carefully. The The empress was cunning and meticulous, and Jiang Chuyue worried about the potential for revenge. So she also ordered that the guards at the palace storeroom be increased. After issuing her commands, Jiang Chuyue swiftly returned to bed. Xiao Linyuan observed her, resembling a vigilant cat, and teased, "Madam, you are so thorough in your thoughts." Jiang Chuyue smiled with crescent-shaped eyes, her fingers playfully tugging at Xiao Linyuan's nightclothes. One must always be vigilant to guard against a desperate foe. The flickering candlelight cast a warm glow through the thin bed curtains, illuminating Jiang Chuyue's radiant smile. Xiao Linyuan's heart ignited with desire as he leaned in for a tender kiss. Jiang Chuyue, drowsy, allowed him to kiss her, her delicate fingers unconsciously clutching his robe. As the kisses continued, Jiang Chuyue's eyelids fluttered shut, and she drifted off to sleep. Xiao Linyuan froze, realizing Jiang Chuyue had fallen soundly into slumber. Her cherry lips still slightly parted. He caught sight of the disarray at the hem of his robe and ground his teeth in frustration. Jiang Chuyue had indeed become more adept at evading the flames of passion. Jiang Chuyue's suspicions were not unfounded. The empress was indeed lurking, waiting for an opportunity to retaliate. In the middle of the night, several flaming arrows struck the palace storeroom. Fortunately, Jiang Chuyue had anticipated such an event, and the arrows were discovered by the patrolling guards before they could ignite a fire. The next day, the charred arrows were presented to the Empress Dowager. Enraged, she shattered a vase on her desk and unleashed her fury upon the servants of Koan-Ning Palace. What is that Jiang Chuyue to dare show such disrespect? Relying on the support of the regent? The attendants trembled in fear, none daring to speak. The empress commanded the removal of all peony flowers from the courtyard, temporarily quelling her desire to stir up trouble. Chapter 84. The Jiang family approaches labor. Time passed swiftly. Autumn gave way to winter, and as the frost melted, greenery slowly enveloped the capital. The war in the northern borders intensified, while southern bandits continued to invade. However, within the Qing kingdom, the people enjoyed peace and prosperity. Jiang Chuyue spent several months in safety and tranquility. As spring approached, she rose early one morning to freshen up, preparing to visit the Xiao residence to accompany the matriarch in offering prayers at the Shijing temple. Upon arriving at the Xiao residence, Jiang Chuyue gracefully leapt from her carriage, calling out joyfully, "Grandmother." Under the eaves, both the matriarch and Xiao Ji awaited her. Jiang Chuyue joyfully dashed into the embrace of the matriarch. The elder beamed, gently patting Jiang Chuyue's back, feigning reproach. "You are the head of the household now. How can you still act like a child, so reckless and without decorum?" Jiang Chuyue's eyes sparkled as she clung to the matriarch's arm, playfully asserting, "I simply cannot wait to see my grandmother." The matriarch's features softened with delight. Jiang Chuyue's gaze shifted to Xiao Ji, who was clad in the garb of a military officer, and she nodded in greeting. "Elder brother, I shall ensure grandmother's safety. You need not worry." Since Jiang Chuyue's arrival, Xiao Ji's attention had been consistently drawn to her. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but in recent months, Jiang Chuyue seemed to have grown increasingly cheerful and radiant, her eyes always sparkling with joy. Her lovely face had taken on a fuller appearance. With soft flesh at her cheeks, her skin smooth and luminous, even her fingertips exuding a delicate blush, more captivating than the flowers blooming in early spring. "The Shijing temple is not nearby. I shall send for guards to escort you and grandmother," Xiao Ji stated. Jiang Chuyue shook her head in refusal. "There is no need for concern, brother. I have brought 6 guards from the palace. We must maintain a low profile, and having too many guards would be ostentatious." Xiao Ji glanced down the long street, noticing that indeed, 6 guards surrounded the carriage Jiang Chuyue occupied. The guards stood like tall pines, clad in the dark armor of the regent's personal guard. A complex emotion flickered through Xiao Ji's heart. Had Xiao Linyuan sent his personal guards to ensure Jiang Chuyue's safety out of consideration for him? The matriarch interjected, "With the regent's guards, this journey will surely be safe. I intend to burn extra incense at the Bodhisattva's altar, asking for blessings for the Jiang family to have a safe delivery and for you, my dear girl, to conceive soon." Jiang Chuyue was taken aback. "Bless me?" The matriarch gently patted her hand. "You have been married into the palace for over half a year. Yet there is still no news. I shall pray fervently for you." Jiang Chuyue's expression turned awkward. Xiao Linyuan practically yearned to spend every night in her embrace. They often indulged in passion, and he knew she was not yet ready for children, having been using Western medicinal threads for contraception. However, those threads were not very durable, having broken after just a dozen uses. Fortunately, in the past 6 months, Xiao Linyuan has been forging the Silk Road in the western regions, expanding trade routes and transporting specially crafted goods from the west. However, Jiang Chuyue is concerned that if this continues, the unique breed of sheep from the west may soon be depleted. Lowering her gaze to mask her embarrassment, she thought, "Grandmother, I am not in a hurry to have children." At that moment, Xiao Ji cleared his throat, deftly alleviating the awkwardness on her behalf. He addressed the elder matriarch, saying, "Grandmother, matters of progeny are determined by fate. There is no need for haste." Xiao Ji understood that Jiang Chuyue and Xiao Linyuan's union was merely a political marriage. They had never consummated their relationship, so how could Jiang Chuyue be with child? In his heart, Xiao Ji felt a flicker of joy. Jiang Chuyue remained unblemished and untouched. When the time is ripe, he would facilitate a divorce between Jiang Chuyue and Xiao Linyuan, bringing her back to the Xiao residence, where he would gladly care for her for a lifetime. "Brother, you go ahead to court. I will look after grandmother," Jiang Chuyue said, personally assisting the elder matriarch into the carriage. The guards cleared the way as the carriage departed from the Xiao residence. Approaching noon, they arrived at the Shijing temple. After the elder matriarch burned incense in the hall, she set out to find a nearby midwife renowned for her skills. Jiang Chuyue was about to give birth and had been experiencing discomfort. The imperial physician warned of potential complications. The elder matriarch intended to invite several experienced midwives to assist Jiang Chuyue in a smooth delivery. Meanwhile, Jiang Chuyue ventured alone to the back mountain to visit the newly established orphanage. With the northern border still embroiled in war, many soldiers had perished on the battlefield, leaving numerous orphans in their wake. These children were gathered in various temples across the region, supported by the court. Having once been an orphan herself, Jiang Chuyue felt a deep compassion for these children and generously donated a substantial sum to renovate their living quarters. The back mountain of Shijing Temple had opened a school, where over 30 children were reciting the 1,000-character classic. Standing under the eaves, Jiang Chuyue gazed at the earnest young scholars in the hall. Feeling a sense of melancholy wash over her, she murmured, "If only my sister were to be reincarnated, she would be of a similar age to these children." Xiao Linyuan had been tirelessly searching for her sister, dispatching scouts throughout the northern regions, yet regrettably, no leads had surfaced. Hope felt distant. After completing a round of the orphanage, Jiang Chuyue donated a significant amount of money under the name of the regent's residence. As she prepared to return to the main hall of Shijing Temple, a young novice monk respectfully saluted her, saying, "I have met the princess." Jiang Chuyue raised her brow, inquiring, "What is it?" The novice clasped his hands together, stating, "A monk in the meditation room wishes to meet the princess." Puzzled, Jiang Chuyue thought to herself that while she often accompanied the elder matriarch to the temple, she had little interaction with the monks. So, why would one wish to see her? The novice seemed to sense her confusion, calmly explaining, "The monk mentioned she possesses a relic belonging to the princess's sister." Jiang Chuyue's heart skipped a beat. After a moment's contemplation, she instructed Baozhu, "Have 4 guards wait outside the meditation room." Uncertain of the mysterious monk's intentions or the authenticity of the relic, she resolved to proceed with caution. It could very well be a trap laid for her. Baozhu arrived with 4 armored guards, accompanying Jiang Chuyue to the female monk's meditation room in the back courtyard. In early spring, the temple was lush with blooming flowers, with peach blossoms adorning the branches, while the meditation room remained tranquil. Jiang Chuyue paused outside the meditation room, not entering immediately. She called out, "I have heard that the monk possesses a relic of my sister. Is this true?" A soft voice responded from within, "Indeed." The voice sounded quite youthful. Jiang Chuyue inquired, "May I see this item?" The female monk replied, "You may." Jiang Chuyue then asked, "Are there any conditions?" The monk responded, "Yes. The princess must first confirm the authenticity of the item, after which I will present my conditions." Furrowing her brow, Jiang Chuyue nodded. "Then I request the monk to show herself." A rustling sound emanated from within the meditation room, and moments later, the tightly closed door creaked open. What came into view was a pallid nun seated in a wooden wheeled chair, clad in a deep blue robe. Her frail frame bore an aura of melancholy, accentuated by the emptiness of her sleeves that hung limply. Upon seeing her missing arms, Jiang Chuyue instantly deduced her identity, the daughter of the chancellor who had suffered the loss of her limbs at the hands of Xiao Linyuan. Chapter 85. The chancellor's eldest daughter. While still in her boudoir, Jiang Chuyue had heard the rumors surrounding the chancellor's daughter. It was said that the eldest daughter of the right chancellor had deliberately thrown herself into the arms of the regent, only to be cruelly punished by having both her arms severed, leaving a scene of horrific bloodshed. Fortunately, the Chancellor's daughter had survived, sent to a temple to atone, never to return to the capital. For a long time, the Regent had become a nightmare for the women of the capital, instilling fear in all. The Chancellor's daughter discreetly scrutinized Jiang Chuyue, softly stating, "The nun has met the princess. Here lies a relic of your sister. I implore you to verify its authenticity." Beside her, a maid in a green robe presented an ancient ebony box. When the box was opened, it revealed a simple white jade pendant, quietly resting within. The jade had darkened and yellowed with age, its edges cracked and adorned with lotus carvings. Jiang Chuyue's breath caught in her throat. She recognized it as her sister's relic, a moon-shaped jade pendant. Years ago, the Jiang family had two daughters, the elder, Jiang Manuel, and the younger, Jiang Chuyue. The family had crafted two personal tokens for their children, one in the shape of a full moon and the other resembling a crescent moon. Tears pricked at Jiang Chuyue's eyes as she asked the Chancellor's daughter, "Where did you acquire this item?" The Chancellor's daughter replied truthfully, "Over a decade ago. During the war between the kingdom of Qing and Beiwei, my father was tasked with transporting grain to the northern border. After the war, the people suffered greatly. My father passed by a pawnshop in Beiwei and saw the shopkeeper selling this simple jade pendant. He purchased it as a gift for me." According to the shopkeeper, the pendant was salvaged from the charred remains of a girl who perished in the disaster, exchanged for a half bag of millet. "This pendant is exquisitely crafted, and I have kept it in my jewelry box for many years. Recently, upon hearing of the princess's sister who died at the border, I thought to present this item to you, to see if it indeed belonged to your sister." The pendant surface was charred and marred with grayish-white cracks. Jiang Chuyue held the ancient, yellowed pendant in her palm, her heart aching with a profound sense of loss. It was unmistakably her sister's belonging. "If you return this item to me, do you have any requests?" she inquired. The Chancellor's daughter smiled gently, saying, "I wish to ask a favor of the princess." Jiang Chuyue replied, "Please speak." The Chancellor's daughter gazed wistfully at the blooming peach blossoms in the courtyard, lamenting, "To expel external threats, one must first secure internal stability. In these past 2 years, the Regent has worked tirelessly, ensuring the peace and prosperity of the Kingdom of Qing. Though Beiwei has invaded our borders and Nanchu presses upon us, with a strong army and capable generals at our helm, it is only a matter of time before we repel both incursions." Jiang Chuyue listened quietly. The Chancellor's daughter continued, "Once the border crisis is resolved and stability is restored, the Regent's blade will inevitably reach my father's neck. I beseech the princess, for the sake of this pendant, to grant my father and younger sister a chance at survival. Whether through exile to Lingnan or relegation to servitude, at the very least, let them keep their lives." Jiang Chuyue was taken aback by her acute awareness of the situation. However, she had always maintained a clear distinction between personal and public matters. She replied, "I cannot make such a decision. I must consult with the prince." The Chancellor's daughter smiled faintly, "I shall await the princess's favorable news." The maid pushed the Chancellor's daughter back into the meditation room, the door creaking shut, leaving behind a courtyard adorned with vibrant peach blossoms. Grasping the precious jade pendant tightly, Jiang Chuyue departed from the meditation room. Meanwhile, the elder matriarch had also located experienced midwives who accompanied her back to the Xiao residence in the carriage. As the carriage rolled along the official road, the elder matriarch's gaze fell upon an exquisite food box on the small table within. The barley cakes from Shijing Temple were renowned for their delightful sweetness. Jiang Chuyue, who typically had little taste for sweets, had intentionally purchased a box, and it was evident that it was meant for Xiao Ji. The elder matriarch inquired, "Are you faring well in the prince's residence?" Jiang Chuyue smiled gently, "Grandmother, I am quite well. I find it easy to coexist with the prince." She had to admit that her relationship with Xiao Ji was indeed harmonious. He provided her with wealth, power, respect, and boundless affection, offering her everything without reservation. Xiao Ji provided Jiang Chuyue with an overwhelming sense of security. She slept soundly in his haven, her days unburdened and serene. Lady Xiao chuckled. "Initially, when the emperor arranged your marriage, I was concerned you might be bullied by the regent. Yet it seems he is truly your benefactor." As the carriage journeyed on, they reached the Xiao residence just as night fell. The lanterns cast elongated shadows of Xiao Ji, who had just assisted Lady Xiao from the carriage. He turned to the carriage, saying, "Xiaoya, the night has deepened. Why not stay at the Xiao residence tonight?" Jiang Chuyue had already signaled the coachman to turn the horses around and politely declined, "Thank you, elder brother, but there are matters to attend to at the Wang residence. I must return early." Xiao Ji furrowed his brow, disliking her refusal. The once obedient and compliant sister seemed to be drifting further away from him. "Then, I shall ride alongside you back to the Wang residence," he declared. Before Jiang Chuyue could protest, the guards of the Xiao residence had already brought forth a magnificent black steed.
Xiao Ji mounted swiftly, riding parallel to Jiang Chuyue's carrying.
As the carriage ambled along, Jiang Chuyue lifted the curtain and gently reminded him, "Sister Jiang is soon to give birth. You should spend more time with her."
Xiao Ji replied,
"The preparations for the delivery are all in place, and the imperial physician is already residing in the side chamber. Sister Jiang will surely have a safe delivery." Jiang Chuyue continued, "But I heard grandmother say that the child is quite large. There may be complications." Xiao Ji interrupted her, "Xiaoya, let us not speak of Sister Jiang. I simply wish to converse with you." He had been preoccupied with official duties and managing the war reports from the southern borders for months, often not seeing Jiang Chuyue for weeks at a time. This rare chance to spend time with her prompted him to desire a deeper conversation. The horses' hooves echoed along Zhuke Street, and as the wheels of the carriage moved slowly, Jiang Chuyue opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. In the past, before her marriage, she and Xiao Ji had an endless supply of conversation. Now, an awkward silence enveloped them. Xiao Ji, oblivious to her discomfort, lowered his voice. "The time is ripe. After the spring examinations, you should discuss separation with the regent." He assured her that he had instructed the maids to maintain the Xiao residence daily, ensuring her comfort. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chuyue resolved to be truthful with Xiao Ji. "Brother, I do not wish to." Yet before she could finish, the maid, Baozhu, softly interjected, "Your Highness, the prince awaits you under the eaves." Jiang Chuyue glanced towards the regent's residence, where the night was thick and the moonlight flowed like water. The stone lions at the entrance, standing solemnly. Xie Linyuan, clad in a long black robe, his hair cascading freely, resembled a dark abyss, his eyes cold and profound. As the carriage came to a halt, Jiang Chuyue stepped down, her heart racing. Xie Linyuan's voice was as frigid as ice. "I appreciate General Xia for escorting the princess." Xiao Ji clasped his hands together and smiled, merely a trifling effort. He did not linger, swiftly departing after ensuring Jiang Chuyue's safety. As she ascended the steps, she couldn't help but smile at Xie Linyuan's icy demeanor. "Your Highness returned quite early today." Xie Linyuan's expression remained stoic. "I was famished and returned to seek sustenance." Chapter 86. The birth of the child. Jiang Chuyue had grown adept in understanding Xie Linyuan's temperament. With a radiant smile, she lifted a food box. "I specifically brought you some Job's Tears cake from Shijing Temple. Do give it a try." Only then did Xie Linyuan's expression soften slightly. Upon entering the main hall, Jiang Chuyue unveiled the delicacies from Shijing Temple. As soon as she opened the box, Xie Linyuan seized a piece and placed it into his mouth. His serious demeanor resembled that of a general reviewing military reports. The cake was sweet and delectable, and after tasting it, Xie Linyuan's brows relaxed slightly. He offered Jiang Chuyue a piece. "Would you like to try?" Jiang Chuyue, feeling her face had rounded a bit, replied, "No, I must watch my diet." Over the past months, she had indulged in comfort and abundance, resulting in a rounder visage and a softer waistline. She had no desire to become corpulent and needed to be mindful of her health. Without further ado, Xie Linyuan forcefully placed a piece of cake in her mouth and swallowed the remaining 5 pieces himself. As the box neared the bottom, he remarked, "A little plumpness is good. It's more comforting to embrace." After washing up, the two returned to the chamber to rest. Jiang Chuyue leaned against her pillow, patiently explaining, "Brother only escorted me partway because it was dark. Do not think too much of it." Xie Linyuan replied, "I am always magnanimous." Jiang Chuyue cheerfully praised, "Indeed, Your Highness is the most generous man in the kingdom of Qing." Xie Linyuan, with a serious face, restrained Jiang Chuyue on the bed for a considerable time. The bed curtains swayed violently, their figures entwined. Considering Jiang Chuyue's exhaustion from the day's activities, he only engaged once before retreating. As the storm subsided, Jiang Chuyue, surprisingly still with energy, nestled in Xie Linyuan's embrace and recounted her encounter with the Prime Minister's eldest daughter at Shijing Temple. The jade pendant belonged to her sister. A wave of sadness washed over Jiang Chuyue as she recalled that the pendant was likely taken from the body of a little girl by the refugees. Her sister had long since turned to dust. Xia Linyuan held Jiang Chuyue close, gently kissing her forehead as a gesture of comfort. She managed to push aside her sorrow and poked Xia Linyuan's chest. I find that the Prime Minister's daughter is astute and composed, unlike a woman blinded by love. Why did you sever her arm? Xia Linyuan raised an eyebrow. Are you jealous? Jiang Chuyue shot him an indignant glare. I am not jealous. Merely curious as to why you did that. The world painted Xia Linyuan as cruel and bloodthirsty, a man who could kill without hesitation. Yet, as Jiang Chuyue spent more time with him post-marriage, she began to see his true nature. He acted with his own principles and never slaughtered innocents indiscriminately. Xia Linyuan spoke gravely. It was she who pleaded with me to sever her arm. Jiang Chuyue was taken aback. Xia Linyuan recounted the events in detail. 5 years prior, the Prime Minister's daughter had attended a spring banquet at Donghu. After the banquet, while admiring flowers by the lakeside, an unknown venomous snake attacked her, biting her fingers. The poison spread rapidly, and if it reached her heart, it would surely lead to her demise. Only by severing her arm could she hope to survive. The Prime Minister's daughter was bold. Upon seeing Xia Linyuan nearby, she rushed to him and implored him to amputate her arm. Xia Linyuan complied. The Prime Minister's daughter narrowly escaped with her life. But rumors spread in the capital that the Regent was averse to women and had cruelly severed the arm of an admirer. In the warmth of their shared bed, Jiang Chuyue, having absorbed Xia Linyuan's narrative, remarked, "What a courageous young woman. To make such a decisive sacrifice for survival is indeed admirable." Xia Linyuan embraced Jiang Chuyue. Her return of the jade pendant is a gesture of gratitude. Once the war settle, I may spare the lives of her family. A chill ran through Jiang Chuyue's heart. With strong troops and ample provisions, the situation in the kingdom of Qing was stabilizing. Xia Linyuan was preparing to quell the border conflicts entirely. What would he do next once the crisis passed? Eliminate the families of the old officials? Usurp the throne from the emperor? Jiang Chuyue lowered her gaze, hesitant to delve deeper into her thoughts. Xia Linyuan harbored vast ambitions. He did not intend to remain merely a prince by marriage. Sensing Jiang Chuyue's unease, he grasped her hand. Are you afraid? Jiang Chuyue shook her head. As husband and wife, she understood Xia Linyuan's choices. Xia Linyuan reassured her. I am here. Jiang Chuyue lifted her gaze to meet his, softly stating, the situation is uncertain. We must tread carefully. As the night deepened, the two prepared to embrace in slumber. At that moment, a voice from outside interrupted. Your Highness, news has come from the Xiao residence. Sister Jiang is in labor. At the Xiao residence, the lights burned bright. Suddenly, Sister Jiang experienced labor pains in the night, her abdomen racked with agony. Thankfully, Lady Xiao had made ample preparations. The servants busily attended to their tasks, and both the midwife and the imperial physician swiftly prepared for delivery. Given the size of the child, the pain was unbearable, and it was not until the early hours that Sister Jiang finally delivered the baby. When Sister Jiang opened her eyes again, the morning light had already brightened the room. The air was filled with the calming scent of incense, replacing the sharp odor of blood with that of medicinal herbs. A maid approached the bedside, holding a jade-green medicine bowl, and softly said, Madam, please have some nourishing soup. It was specially prepared by the old lady from the Imperial Hospital. It is most beneficial for postpartum recovery. Jiang could hardly wait to drink her medicine. She anxiously inquired, is it a boy or a girl? Her fervent desire was to bear a precious son. If she were to give birth to a male heir, this child would be the sole grandson of the Xiao family, destined to inherit the grand legacy of the Xiao residence, allowing Jiang to return to her rightful place as the matriarch. Conversely, should she bear a worthless daughter, it would be a profound disappointment after all the indignities she had endured. The maid replied, Congratulations, my lady. It is a boy. The child is being nursed by the wet nurse and will be brought back shortly. Jiang was elated. Heaven had blessed her with a son, fulfilling her hopes at last. Those days of contempt, those humiliations of being referred to as a concubine, would soon be behind her. The position of matriarch of the Xiao family was now within reach. Jiang Chuyue prepared lavish gifts and returned to the Xiao residence to visit her newly born nephew. Jiang was still recuperating, and the child was being cared for by the old lady of the Xiao family. Jiang Chuyue approached the cradle, where the infant lay with rosy skin, sparse, soft hair sticking to his forehead, and tiny fists clenched. He was peacefully sleeping in his swaddling. A gentle scent of milk filled the air. The old lady of the Xiao family remarked, This little ancestor has just finished nursing and is finally willing to sleep. Jiang Chuyue tentatively poked the baby's cheek. It was soft and warm, reminiscent of freshly baked pastries. She gazed at this vibrant new life, her heart stirred by an inexplicable emotion. Would her future children with Xiao Linyuan also have downy hair? Would their tiny hands also form little fists? Chapter 87. Long life. Jiang Chuyue chatted with the old lady of the Xiao family while keeping company with a slumbering infant. The newborn's sleep was brief. Within less than an hour, he began to cry incessantly, his voice sharp and piercing. The wet nurse hurriedly took him to feed him, and gradually, the baby's cries subsided. The wet nurse smiled. He needs to be cradled for a while to coax him to sleep. Jiang Chuyue watched with longing, wishing to hold the child. The wet nurse carefully handed the baby to Jiang Chuyue, explaining the nuances of holding him. The child was surprisingly compliant, allowing Jiang Chuyue to cradle him, and the rich scent of milk enveloped her. Outside, a maid announced, "Old lady, princess, the general has arrived." Xiao Ji, just finished with affairs at the Ministry of War, strode into Showan Hall, still clad in his official robes. Jiang Chuyue looked up with a gentle smile and greeted, "Elder brother." Xiao Ji's steps faltered. The afternoon sun was bright, and Jiang Chuyue, in her crimson silk gown adorned with a jade hairpin, appeared radiant and graceful. Holding the sleeping infant, her lips curled into a soft smile, exuding a moment of maternal warmth that stirred something deep within Xiao Ji's heart, awakening secret hopes and fantasies. Xiao Ji composed himself, feigning calm as he approached the hall. "Let me see the child." Jiang Chuyue tilted the swaddling to show him the baby. "The child's features resemble yours, elder brother." Xiao Ji gazed intently at the newborn, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, he resembles me." Jiang Chuyue did not linger long at the Xiao residence. After visiting her newborn nephew, she departed in a carriage. In the eastern courtyard of the Xiao residence, Jiang had finished her nourishing soup and leaned against a soft pillow. Inquiring of the maid, "Has the princess left?" The maid replied, "She has already departed." Jiang scoffed disdainfully. What gifts could she possibly leave behind? The maid opened several boxes on the table, revealing a longevity lock, a jade rui, a golden collar, and 2 pieces of soft, comfortable shoe brocade. All splendid items. Jiang's lips curled with satisfaction. She certainly knows her manners. Jiang secretly mused. Perhaps Jiang Chuyue was envious of her childbearing. After all, Jiang Chuyue had been married to the Regent for over half a year, yet there was still no news of her pregnancy, suggesting that the Regent had not been intimate with her. After a while, the wet nurse returned with the child to the eastern courtyard. Jiang leaned over the cradle, her face aglow as she watched her sleeping son. This was her hope for a life elevated through motherhood. Jiang asked the maid, "Has the old lady or the general mentioned promoting me to the position of matriarch?" The maid lowered her eyes. "Not yet." Jiang felt a twinge of disappointment. However, she quickly reminded herself that she had just given birth and was still weak. Perhaps the old lady intended to wait until the child's full-month banquet to announce her elevation. Jiang's spirits lifted as she leaned down to play with the baby's delicate face. "Good child, our days of fortune are yet to come." As night fell, the regent's residence was ablaze with light. After dinner, Xiao Linyuan took Jiang Chuyue for a stroll in the courtyard to aid digestion. The spring had barely begun. Following several rains that caused the flowers and grass to flourish wildly, the branches of the begonia tree were adorned with tiny buds ready to bloom. Xiao Linyuan held Jiang Chuyue's hand. "Tomorrow, I must go to Liang City to arrange for troops." Jiang paused, her heart heavy with worry. "Is war imminent?" Xiao Linyuan nodded solemnly. "The Duke of Zhennan will lead 50,000 elite troops southward to eradicate the invading forces from Nanchu." Jiang Chuyue expressed concern. "He won't be gone for another 5 years, will he?" The last time the Duke of Zhennan had departed on his wedding night, he had been away for 5 long years. Now, after only a few months back in the capital, he was off to the battlefield once more. The hardest hit would be the Duke's wife, Zhao Qinghuan. Their deep affection would soon be tested by separation. Xiao Linyuan tightened his grip on Jiang Chuyue's hand. "The emperor exists for the people, and the general exists for battle. It is their duty to govern." Jiang Chuyue felt a pang in her heart. The battlefield was merciless, and life and death were uncertain. Her parents and sister had all perished in war. Suddenly, she lifted her face to examine Xiao Linyuan's handsome features and whispered, "Xiao Linyuan,
You must not die."
Xiao Linyuan paused momentarily, then chuckled softly, kissing her forehead. "For you, I shall surely live a long life." They strolled leisurely through the garden, returning to the main house after 2 laps. The early spring night was cool, with rain softly pattering down. In the bedroom, the soft, comfortable quilt hung loosely at the head of the bed, and the gilded candlestick flickered. Xia Linyuan held Jiang Chuyue's hand firmly, pressing it against the pillow, their intimacy tender and lingering. At the end, Xia Linyuan retrieved a special item from the bedside box. Jiang Chuyue felt a sheen of perspiration on her forehead, breathless as she watched his movements, and for some reason, her thoughts drifted to the newborn at the Xiao residence. Such a tiny being, with a soft face. So adorable and vibrant. Jiang Chuyue's voice faltered as she called out his name, Xia Linyuan. I am here, he replied. Jiang Chuyue shook her head weakly, wishing to convey to him that there was no need for the exotic item, yet her words were drowned in her throat, transformed into a soft whimper, scattered into fragments. As the rain ceased and the clouds dispersed, it was already late into the night. The recent border conflicts had intensified, and the situation at court was tense. Xia Linyuan seemed to sense a storm approaching, and he held Jiang Chuyue close for longer during the night. The following morning, Jiang Chuyue awoke to find Xia Linyuan had already departed for Liang City. My lady, hot water has been prepared, came the voice of Baozhu from outside. As Jiang Chuyue lifted the quilt, she felt a chill at her chest. Lowering her gaze, she noticed the silk robe had loosened, revealing a patch of fair skin just below her collarbone, and her lilac undergarment was missing. It was clear that Xia Linyuan had taken it again. Each time he left on a journey, several of her intimate garments vanished, under the pretense of alleviating his longing. Jiang Chuyue gritted her teeth and called for Baozhu to fetch her a new garment. Chapter 88. A Sudden Change. With Xia Linyuan gone to Liang City, Jiang Chuyue found herself alone in the Regent's residence. During the day, she busied herself with the affairs of the household, feeling not a trace of loneliness. Yet, as night fell and she dined alone at a table filled with lavish food, an emptiness settled in her heart, and the quilt felt cold against her. In the spring, the rain fell persistently for several days. On this rare sunny day, Lady Zhao Qinghuan, the wife of the Duke of Southtown, came to pay a visit. Jiang Chuyue personally welcomed her at the door. Zhao Qinghuan, carrying several food boxes, greeted her with a beaming smile. Princess, here are the new pastries made by the master chef of Fan Tower. Please try them and share your thoughts. Jiang Chuyue nodded with delight. Of course. The two settled in the courtyard's water pavilion. Zhao Qinghuan opened the food boxes, revealing an exquisite selection of 10 freshly made pastries. Jiang Chuyue savored them attentively, appreciating the diverse flavors and delightful tastes. As they enjoyed the pastries, their conversation drifted to the recently dispatched Li Yuanzhou. After the Duke returned to the capital last year, he had persistently pursued Zhao Qinghuan, leading them to move out of the Duke's residence. The Duke's mother, however, was not pleased and repeatedly urged him to divorce Zhao Qinghuan, even feigning illness to slander her, causing quite a stir. The Duke, unyielding, sent his mother back to her southern estate to enjoy her twilight years, while arranging a suitable marriage for his troublesome sister, successfully marrying her off. At last, the Duke's residence regained its tranquility, yet the Duke and Zhao Qinghuan had not spent much time together before he received orders for a southern campaign. Zhao Qinghuan calmly took a bite of her pastry. The Duke is my husband and a general. How could I prevent him from going to war? Besides, I am not dependent on him. I am the owner of Fan Tower, with my own responsibilities. Jiang Chuyue smiled. Indeed, women have their own pursuits and paths to follow. They continued to enjoy tea and pastries until dusk, when Zhao Qinghuan took her leave. That night, the capital was once again draped in a gentle spring rain, with fine droplets cascading against the window, the misty water dampening the dressing table. Jiang Chuyue stood by the window, gazing at the vibrant spring scenery. When Xia Linyuan departed, the begonia trees in the courtyard had yet to bloom, but now they were adorned with blossoms. However, calculating the days, Xia Linyuan should return within the next couple of days. Suddenly, the main door creaked open, and Baozhu rushed in, flustered. Princess, Lord Xian Ying has returned. There's an urgent military report. Jiang Chuyue felt a heavy weight in her heart, an ominous premonition surging over her. She disregarded the rain-soaked window and hurriedly lifted her skirts towards the main hall. Inside, Lord Xianing stood in a disheveled state. His black battle robe was caked in mud, torn in several places, and his bare arms were covered in scrapes. Jiang Chuyue frowned. What has happened? Lord Xianing lowered his voice. Princess, something has happened to the Duke. After mustering troops in Liang City, he set off early to return to the capital. Passing through East Huang Mountain, a sudden mudslide occurred, startling the horses and carriages, and the Duke is now missing. Spring rains often bring mudslides in the mountains. Xia Lingyuan was unfortunate. It had been years since East Huang Mountain experienced a mudslide, yet he encountered one on his return journey. Jiang Chuyue felt her heart stop, darkness enveloping her vision. Her voice was nearly inaudible. Missing? Lord Xianing bowed his head. The situation was dire, with darkness obscuring the path, and the mudslide, accompanied by a flash flood, swept the Duke and his horse away. Jiang Chuyue's complexion turned pale. She struggled to steady her thoughts, clenching the handkerchief tightly. This matter must not be disclosed. Immediately dispatch cavalry to East Huang Mountain to search. Furthermore, how many troops remain in Liang City? Who is in command? Lord Xianing replied, there are still 10,000 troops in Liang City, commanded by General Zhang Yu, who is the Duke's confidant. Jiang Chuyue's voice trembled slightly. You must head to Liang City at once and instruct General Zhang to be on standby. If there are any changes in the capital, he must lead the troops to besiege the city. For the next few days, we shall say that the Duke is still in Liang City handling military affairs. Lord Xianing replied, understood. He clasped his fists in acknowledgement and turned to rush into the rainy night, galloping towards Liang City. Inside, Jiang Chuyue poured herself a large jug of cold tea, the icy liquid sliding down her throat as she worked to calm herself. She instructed Baozhu, you must quietly exit through the back door and go to the Xiao residence to summon my brother. Remember, do not alert anyone. Baozhu's expression grew serious. Immediately comprehending the gravity of the situation, I shall take care of it right away. As everyone dispersed, Jiang Chuyue stood beneath the eaves. The rain once again beginning to fall, the spring drizzle pattering down from the tiles. Jiang Chuyue pinched her wrist hard, the sharp pain grounding her in reality. This was no dream or illusion. Xia Lingyuan was truly missing. Jiang Chuyue gazed blankly through the rain curtain, reflecting on her parents' passing, her sister's disappearance, and now. Was Xia Lingyuan also abandoning her? Time slipped by, and amidst the rain, hurried footsteps approached. Baozhu led Xiao Ji through the waterlogged ground. Princess, General Xiao has arrived. Jiang Chuyue quickly wiped her face, realizing tears had streamed down. She hastily dried her eyes and went to meet the drenched Xiao Ji. He strode in, his battle robe splattering water. I am aware of the situation. Xiaoya, if something were to happen to Xia Lingyuan, Qing would surely descend into chaos. The state was on the brink, with Regent Xia Lingyuan being the sole pillar supporting the court, a stabilizing force within and beyond the palace. Should he perish, the emperor's faction would undoubtedly seek revenge, desperately clawing at the power Xia Lingyuan had left behind. Jiang Chuyue would be doomed, and the Xiao residents, along with the families loyal to Xia Lingyuan, would face annihilation. If he were to die, the battlefield dynamics in the north and south would shift, causing instability in the army's morale. If he were to die, Jiang Chuyue would forever lose her husband. Jiang Chuyue steeled herself and informed Xiao Ji, the immediate priority is to contain the information for at least 10 days. My brother needs to find a reason to send our grandmother out of the capital, and your 3,000 Xuanwu troops must be on standby. If there are any changes in the palace, immediately surround the imperial city. Xiao Ji was taken aback by Jiang Chuyue's composure. The woman before him, adept at strategizing, was still the Xiaoya who once only understood music, chess, calligraphy, poetry, wine, and tea. This calm and resolute demeanor mirrored Xia Lingyuan's so closely. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ji nodded. The Xuanwu troops are under my command, so that is not a problem. However, the emperor, the Shangguan family, and the prime minister are in collusion, and they have no shortage of private soldiers. Jiang Chuyue replied, there are 10,000 troops in Liang City ready to march to the capital. In addition to the 5,000 cavalry the Duke has stationed outside the city, which I can mobilize. Xiao Ji was astonished. How can you command the regent's personal troops? Jiang Chuyue stated, he has entrusted me with the military tokens. Whenever Xia Lingyuan traveled far, he would always hand the tokens of the cavalry to Jiang Chuyue. With the military at her command, she possessed a protective talisman for her life. Xiao Ji felt a sudden pain in his heart, as if something sharp had pierced through. How could Xia Lingyuan trust Jiang Chuyue so deeply? Before Xiao Ji could ponder further, Jiang Chuyue added, 10 days, at most 10 days. After 10 days, we cannot conceal the news any longer, and chaos will surely ensue. Xiao Ji reassured her. Do not worry, should the sky fall, I will protect you. He quickly departed. Jiang Chuyue then summoned manager Xie, instructing him to strictly seal off any news from the Wang residence. Once all arrangements were in place, it was already deep into the rainy night, and the Wang residence was peaceful, as usual. Jiang Chuyue lay on the spacious bed, unable to sleep for a long time. The spring rain tapped against the window, the fine droplets merging into streams that cascaded down. Jiang Chuyue listened to the sound of the rain outside, turning over and burying her face deep in the soft, golden silk quilt. Chapter 89. The Empress's probe. A few days prior, Xiao Lingyuan had arrived in Liang City, mustering troops and distributing 50,000 soldiers to the Duke of Southtown. After the Duke led his army southward, Xiao Lingyuan remained in Liang City to attend to military affairs. However, his prolonged stay began to draw the attention of the Shangguan family and the imperial court. In Kunning Palace, the Empress received intelligence from Liang City and frowned. General Jiang Chuyue claims the regent has been governing from the county office, yet no one has seen him in person. The palace maid Chunlan pondered. Your Majesty, this matter is quite peculiar. The regent has not made an appearance for several days. Could it be that he has met with misfortune? There were countless who wished to see Xiao Lingyuan dead. Perhaps he had been assassinated, or perhaps he was gravely ill. The Empress inquired, has there been any movement from the Xuanwu army? The maid shook her head. The Xuanwu army continues its drills as usual. This morning, they even escorted 10 carts of grain to Liang City. In the royal mansion, the princess had just enjoyed tea and flowers with the Minister of Right's wife, displaying no signs of disturbance. The Empress suddenly chuckled softly, instructing Chunlan to convey a royal decree. The peonies in the palace had blossomed, and the princess was invited to admire them. The situation regarding the regent prince remained uncertain and needed to be discerned from Jiang Chuyue. Yes, I shall convey the decree at once, Chunlan replied. Jiang Chuyue was anxious about Xiao Lingyuan's disappearance, but dared not venture out of the city in search of him. She understood that stepping even a foot outside the capital would alert the watchful eyes within the palace, and the news of Xiao Lingyuan's absence would no longer remain concealed. Thus, she could only endure the torment of waiting. The days stretched endlessly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days felt like years. The regent prince, the backbone of the kingdom, had gone missing, and the truth was becoming increasingly difficult to conceal. The steward of the royal mansion reported that recently, vendors had appeared outside the mansion, seemingly selling goods but actually spying on the movements within. On the 6th day of Xiao Lingyuan's disappearance, Baozhu entered the room and reported to Jiang Chuyue, who was studying the defense map of the capital. Princess, the Empress has sent a decree, inviting you to the palace to admire the flowers. Jiang Chuyue set down the map, aware that this was the Empress testing her. If she were to decline, it would only raise suspicion. After a moment's contemplation, she instructed Baozhu, mobilize 30 of the prince's iron cavalry to guard the palace gate. Understood, Baozhu replied. Jiang Chuyue adorned herself, opting not to wear the princess's official attire, but instead donning a simple crimson peony silk dress. In the afternoon, she took the royal carriage to the palace. Outside the palace gates, 30 iron cavalry stood like sentinels, their dark armor glimmering in the sunlight. Xian Ying approached Jiang Chuyue, and they exchanged a knowing glance. Xian Ying raised his voice deliberately, announcing, I am here under the prince's orders to escort the princess into the palace. Jiang Chuyue nodded slightly. I shall return in no more than 2 hours. Yes, Xian Ying replied with a salute. With a graceful sweep of her sleeves, Jiang Chuyue walked confidently through the palace gates. Today, she must not reveal any flaws or allow the Empress to extract information from her. The path was clear, leading her to Kunning Palace, where the Empress personally greeted her at the steps, a warm smile illuminating her face. It has been a long time since I have seen you, Princess. I even find myself missing you. The newly arrived Prirain Longjing tea is perfect for us to share. Jiang Chuyue maintained her composure. Your Majesty's hospitality is overwhelming. I cannot refuse. After exchanging pleasantries, they entered Kunning Palace together. The Empress's garden held no peony plants, only blooming peach blossoms and flourishing pink orchids. They seated themselves in the corridor. As the palace maid served this year's spring tea, Jiang Chuyue refrained from partaking. The Empress raised an eyebrow, jesting. The princess is indeed cautious. My tea is not poisoned. Jiang Chuyue smirked slightly. The prince forbids me from drinking tea from outside, claiming it is not clean. The Empress squinted. The regent prince is truly considerate of the princess. Pausing, the Empress shifted the conversation. The regent prince is handling military affairs in Liang City, and the government matters are piling up. I wonder when he will return to the capital. As she spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Jiang Chuyue's eyes. There was no trace of panic in Jiang Chuyue's beautiful eyes, only a hint of annoyance. With a playful huff, she remarked, "Who knows when he will return? Perhaps he has encountered some beauty in Liang City and is reluctant to come back. I wrote to him the other day, urging him to return soon, and he said he was busy with some important matter and would be delayed. Just the other day, he had Xianing send this to appease me, as if I were a 3-year-old child." Jiang Chuyue wore a ring made of pigeon blood ruby. Her lips pursed lightly as though she held no affection for it. The Empress's gaze fell upon Jiang Chuyue's hand. Her fingers were delicate and pale, resembling jade. The ruby ring sparkled brightly under the sun, casting fiery reflections. Liang City, abundant in mountainous terrain, produced precious stones and medicinal herbs. The pigeon blood ruby was indeed a unique and valuable gem from Liang City. Observing Jiang Chuyue's attire, the Empress noted that she had entered the palace without any makeup or the formal princess garments, her appearance simple yet radiant, exuding a sense of carefree charm. The Empress could not help but wonder if she had truly misjudged the situation. Was the Regent Prince genuinely occupied with important matters in Liang City? Jiang Chuyue admired the peach blossoms in the garden and suddenly seemed to recall something, tilting her head to ask, "By the way, has Sister Shengguan been married to the northern border for nearly half a year? I wonder when she will return to visit. I miss her quite a bit. When she comes back, I must invite her to the mansion for a few drinks." Shengguan Yun had caught the Emperor's eye the previous year, and the Empress hurriedly arranged a marriage for her, swiftly marrying her off to a military general in the northern border. Shengguan Yun did not resist and obediently wed, knowing that it was far better than being taken into the imperial harem to suffer torment. The Shengguan and Xiao families were fierce rivals, yet Shengguan Yun and Jiang Chuyue shared a close bond. When Shengguan Yun married, Jiang Chuyue had gifted her many expensive wedding presents. The northern border was distant, and a round trip took at least several months. The Empress calmly regarded Jiang Chuyue. "My younger sister may not return to the capital for several years." Jiang Chuyue frowned, genuine worry evident in her eyes. "It seems I can only write her a letter. The northern border is harsh and windy. I truly fear she will suffer." The Empress's doubts deepened. In the midst of the court's turbulent winds, how could Jiang Chuyue still have the leisure to reminisce about past friendships? Could it be that the Regent Prince was indeed safe and sound? After several more probing conversations, Jiang Chuyue responded effortlessly, her demeanor revealing a hint of impatience. An hour later, Jiang Chuyue rose to take her leave, departing Kunning Palace with a composed stride. Once she left, the palace fell into sudden silence. Chunlong approached to refill the teacup and informed the Empress, "Your Majesty, there are the Regent Prince's personal guards stationed at the palace gate, waiting for the princess's exit." The Empress took a delicate sip of tea, pondering, the Regent Prince's guards can only be commanded by him. If he were truly safe, why would he remain absent for so long? Chapter 90. Waiting for the one who promised eternal life. Chunlong shook her head. "I am uncertain. The spies in Liang City have yet to bring back new information. Xiaoling Yuan's whereabouts remain shrouded in mystery." The Empress's expression darkened. "Send someone to keep a close watch on Liang City and the Regent Prince's residence." Jiang Chuyue did not hurry to exit the palace, choosing to act her part thoroughly. She pretended to take delight in wandering the imperial garden, relishing the sight of blooming spring flowers. The garden was awash in vibrant spring light, with peach blossoms radiant and the red weeping crabapples cascading like waterfalls by the pond. Jiang Chuyue waved her folding fan, feigning admiration for the spring scenery. As she passed through a winding corridor, she suddenly heard the sound of a woman weeping among the flowers. Jiang Chuyue halted, and Baju stepped forward to part the dense crabapple blooms, exclaiming, "Princess, there is a young lady here." Baoju helped the girl out of the flowers. The young woman was beautiful, yet her neck bore distinct red marks, her lips bruised, and her wrists showed signs of having been whipped, as if she had suffered inhuman torment. Jiang Chuyue instructed, "Baoju, fetch some ointment for her wounds." Baoju handed the medicine pouch to the young woman and assisted her to a nearby pavilion to rest. Observing the young woman's garments, which were relatively expensive and not typical of palace maids or officials, Jiang Chuyue deduced her identity. She must be a concubine from the palace. "Which lady are you in the palace? Why are you crying?" Baoju inquired. The young woman wiped her tears and, with a choked voice, recounted her story. She had originally been a maid in the Empress's palace named Qiushuang. Later, she was sent to the Emperor's side to serve him and was granted the title of Guerin, noble consort. The Emperor frequently tormented and humiliated her. Although the monthly silver allowance for a consort was significantly higher than that of a maid, Qiu endured the humiliation. However, in recent months, the empress had reduced the monthly allowance for the consorts, and Qiu could no longer send money to her ailing mother. When she went to Kunning Palace to plead with the empress, she was met with indifference. Coming from a humble background, Qiu had no allies in the palace and was left with no one to turn to, forced to hide in a corner and weep helplessly. Jiang Chuyue asked, "Where does your mother live?" Qiu sobbed, replying to the princess, "My mother lives in Jiazi Slope outside the city, named Dongyang." Jiang Chuyue declared, "As your princess, I shall summon a physician to treat your mother's illness and provide her with medicinal herbs each month." Qiu suddenly raised her head, then knelt heavily, her forehead striking the blue bricks with a dull thud. "Thank you, your highness. Thank you, your highness." Jiang Chuyue instructed Baozhu to assist her in rising. She handed Qiu a stack of silver notes, saying, "The inner palace is treacherous. Your resilience in surviving demonstrates your tenacity. Even the smallest creatures cling to life. How much more so for human? It is only through living that one may witness a turn of fate." Qiu clutched the silver notes, her hand trembling violently as she nodded, choking back tears. "Thank you, your highness, for your guidance. I shall never forget your kindness and will strive to live on in gratitude." As dusk fell, Jiang Chuyue departed the palace with Baozhu. At the palace gates, her fully armed cavalry awaited her. She returned to the royal residence in a carriage. Inside, Baozhu could no longer contain her curiosity, whispering, "Your highness, are you planning to recruit Qiu as our eyes in the palace?" Jiang Chuyue lightly tapped the window frame with her fingers. "Qiu is clever and possesses a resilient character. She is cornered in the inner palace and deliberately wept on my path to catch my attention. If she can be of use, I shall utilize her." Baozhu was astonished. "She cried before you on purpose?" Jiang Chuyue replied, "No woman who survives in the inner palace is foolish. Qiu could become a weapon in my hands." Jiang Chuyue had long held a discontent toward the empress. Although the emperor and the Shangguan family appeared to be allies, they were, in truth, wary of one another. Jiang Chuyue hoped Qiu could become a pivotal piece in the game, affecting the empress's standing in the harem and disrupting the seemingly stable alliance between the emperor and the Shangguan family. Baozhu gazed at her mistress in awe, remarking, "Your highness, since your marriage to the royal residence, you have changed so much. In the Xiao family courtyard, you brewed tea and composed poetry daily, embodying the demeanor of a refined young lady. But after your marriage, you seem utterly transformed." Jiang Chuyue lowered her gaze and sighed. One cannot remain ensnared by the past. In the years prior, she had secluded herself, languishing in sorrow over ephemeral romantic whims. Since marrying Xiao Ji, she had encountered the intricate dynamics of court politics and the tumultuous lives of the people in the kingdom, her worldview expanding boundlessly. The restless nights of her youth, the heart-wrenching pains of love, and those seemingly insurmountable obstacles now felt like childish antics from a storybook, no longer stirring her emotions. Xiao Ji had expedited her growth. Jiang Chuyue quietly asked Baozhu, "Is there any news from Donghuang Mountain?" Baozhu shook her head. "The landslide has obliterated the entire official road. We have yet to receive any news. The recent spring rains have caused extensive mudslides, complicating the search for the regent's whereabouts." Jiang Chuyue sighed deeply, pressing a hand to